Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 273, Don't Buy This, Error. Hello, many apologies in advance. This chapter was published in the 3rd volume instead of the 4th for some reason. I'm guessing there was an issue with the website. Simply ignore this chapter. Hello, many apologies in advance. This chapter was published in the 3rd volume instead of the 4th for some reason. I'm guessing there was an issue with the website. Simply ignore this chapter. Chapter 274, A Different World. In a grand forest that has stood thousands of years, a small crack was created and a young man fell from it toward a stream. The stream carried him from one bank to another until he reached a meadow where his body was picked up by a few creatures. These creatures weren't big in stature, all looking to be 5 feet tall with a thin build. Not only that, they had pale green skin with humanoid features. Leaves and roots sprung out of their heads, making them anything but human. These creatures called themselves the Druids, an ancient race that protected the forest and made sure it thrived despite the calamities. As they saw the young man, their eyes lit up as they hurried to carry him back to their village. The road was long and the swinging made the young man open his eyes. A set of golden eyes, unfocused, sought to understand where he was and why his body felt so heavy. Where am I? Arthur wondered as he turned his head to the side. He was being carried by vines that worked as a net, protruding from the hands of 2 creatures that he has never seen the like of before. He tried to move his body, but it was unresponsive. He could only move his head with minimal leeway before the pain overtook his body. As if lead has filled every cranny in his body, Arthur couldn't move a muscle. Is this the backlash from using the chains? Arthur wondered. He closed his eyes before they noticed he was awake. After all, he couldn't trust these creatures to be sensible. This time, he tried to control the mana. As soon as his mana blood entered his energy pathways, it started to destroy his body by leaking out before turning into mana. It took all his willpower not to scream. The creatures then began to talk about something, but Arthur couldn't understand what they were saying. He opened his eyes just enough to look asleep as he peeked through the narrow slit of his eyelids. They're endless giant trees, looking as old as the world itself. They were on a trail between those trees, heading off to somewhere. The trip wasn't long, as signs of civilization began emerging. There were structures like houses and huts on the trees, high in the sky. There were more voices now, all speaking a language he couldn't understand. As they discussed him, pointing at him from time to time, Arthur saw something that he didn't like in their eyes. Greed. He decided it was time to teleport, even if he would be hurt, but he felt something unlike he had ever since his awakening. He couldn't use his runes. What's going on? Panic began to overtake him. However, the creatures were unconcerned and they kept marching him off toward the center of the village. They arrived at a large cage made of roots and vines. The vines opened up to let them in and Arthur was carried inside. Once he was in, they threw him toward the ground and left the cage. He was imprisoned. Well, no use in pretending to be asleep now. Arthur opened his eyes to look around. He moved his head just enough to see the place he was in. It was a prison cell, made of roots and vines, and there was one other person inside of it. He could see many cells other than his, each holding people inside. He turned his head toward the person he was imprisoned with. It was a middle-aged man with white sideburns and a beard. He was wearing armor that reeked of blood and held many scratches and dents. Feeling his gaze, the man opened his eyes. Vans Urakel Asa. The man said, but Arthur didn't know what that means, so he kept looking at him, hoping to convey that. Virais. The man smiled at him and went back to sleep. If Arthur had to guess, the man asked him what brought him here. He must have realized that Arthur didn't understand what he said. Again, the question demanded an answer. Where the hell am I? Arthur was kept in the prison cell for a few torturous days, to say the least. Every day, they made him drink a thick green liquid that worked to sustain him for the rest of the day. Somehow, no waste came out. He hadn't regained full function yet, but he could move his torso a bit now. Other than the men saying things he couldn't understand, Arthur had to spend his days looking at the empty sky. The events that unfolded to get him here kept repeating themselves in his mind. There were so many things that he could have done to prevent this that he wondered if he ever did anything right at all. It's useless to think about what could have been, as hard as it is to avoid those thoughts. I need to find a way back to Geronimo, before the Enders, and Ellen, find the key. This was a realization he had, but his worries kept flowing in as his days stretched apart. What happened to his family? His friends? The city? Did they all arrive at this place, or was he the only one? He still couldn't use his runes, even after days of recovery. He opened his legacy and found that it worked just fine. When he tried to buy a new rune for communication, he received this message. The user's soul is too damaged to use the powers of creation. Recovery percentage, 13%. This made him despair. Luckily, he still had his skills and stats, even if he couldn't use the former at the moment, and neither could he use the latter with how injured his body is. I'm lucky to be alive. Arthur realized after he assessed how much his body was damaged. He remembered Jizo's warning, and he didn't know if he would do the same thing again if presented the chance. It was a late night when the creatures returned with something other than the green fluid, but chains. Arthur frowned, but he couldn't resist as they chained his hands and legs, before collaring him and fastening the chains to it too. They did the same to the men, who tried resisting. However, the creatures controlled the roots and held him down. Arthur saw shame as the chains wrapped themselves around his neck. Are they selling us off? Arthur realized. This was slavery, but how would these creatures, who were not humans, participate in this? Who would they be sold off to? He got his answer the next day when a convoy arrived at the edge of the forest. Arthur couldn't see it before he was carried away toward the edge of the village. It was several wagons, with most of them carrying cages filled with humans. There was another humanoid man with scales over his body and face. He talked to the creatures, handing them mana crystals before Arthur and the others were led to the cages. The slave trader came over toward Arthur and inspected him, poking him in certain places as if to confirm nothing vital was damaged. He shouted at the creatures and they handed back a crystal as if Arthur was a broken commodity that they tried to sell off. As he was thrown into the cage, Arthur's mind began linking the dots. The memory fragments he had seen before had these demi-humans in it too, making him realize he was in Alka, the other world. He had never heard that it contained such advanced civilization and several other races besides humans. Maybe the mythical creatures that humans fought against beyond the gates weren't simply monsters, but other races. Once he saw things in such a manner, he couldn't help but realize that he was being treated in the same manner monsters on Earth, sold and tamed by humans. However, that didn't make sense either. These creatures were humanoid, meaning they were at least half humans. What had happened that made them so different from Earth's humans? The wagon began to move, carrying Arthur through the giant ancient forest. Other than the middle-aged men, there were two other humans in the cage. They were a man and a woman, lethargic and cadaverous but otherwise well. They looked to be in their late 30s and they looked at Arthur with pity due to his young age. As soon as he boarded the carriage, the middle-aged men began talking to them. The three talked while stealing glances at Arthur, murmuring words he didn't know. The trip was long but they left the forest eventually, as soon as daybreak arrived. They were fed hard cold bread and water, barely enough to sustain them. They were let out to take care of their other needs twice a day. 5 days later, as Arthur was still recovering and trying to pick up some words from the rest, someone shouted. All heads turned toward the source as they saw the men with scales pointing toward a large city. Arthur's eyes widened as he witnessed how far the civilization of this world had reached. Chapter 275, Slaves Auction. They reached the city's gates after a few hours. As Arthur looked around, he saw that almost everyone else was a demi-human. Those that had long tails and ears of a tiger, those that had giant wings on their backs, and those that had massive horns for their foreheads. All of them had one thing in common: they looked down on humans. They treated the fact that they were chained like a common sight, not allowing it to disturb their lives. They stopped at the city's gates, being inspected by a man with an eagle's mouth. He looked at them with his sharp eyes, looking for any abnormalities that he could weed out. As he reached Arthur's cage, he suddenly shouted something while looking at the young man next to Arthur. The cage was opened and the man was dragged out as he screamed. An artifact was brought up that cast white light on the man's body, revealing many dark spots. The eagleman suddenly gave a command and a sword cut off the man's head its neck. The woman screamed as the man's head rolled on the ground. Arthur's heart shook at such barbarity. He looked for the man's body, looking for clues as to why he was murdered, but he could only see that his skin was riddled with black patches after the light touched it. The man's body was dragged away as the rest of the humans shivered in fear. For the first time in a long while, Arthur felt the familiar fear creep upon his heart. He was in a place where he could die at any moment, without even having the ability to protest about it. Luckily, no other humans were killed and the slave merchant was allowed entry to the city. As they walked through the streets, Arthur thought he was back on Earth. Even though the demi-humans proved that he was wrong, everything otherwise was identical to the things you see in a human's establishment. Shops, markets, houses with chimneys, kids playing around, and vendors trying to make a living. It was similar, but Arthur noticed the lack of technology in the surrounding. There were also no cars, only wagons pulled by horses. The convey took them deeper into the city toward a large building. They were taken out of the cages and pushed toward the inside of the building, where they have chained off again and imprisoned. Isten ber novalia. The woman sobbed as the middle-aged man consoled her. Arthur guessed she was that man's wife, but he couldn't tell for sure. At this point, he could tell nothing for sure. He was being tossed around from one place to another before he had the time to adjust. This time, his imprisonment didn't last as long as it did. A few hours later, they were taken out and dragged toward a giant hall with a stage in the middle. Arthur had regained some of his ability to walk now, but it was still done with difficulty and he needed some time to make a single step. That's why, impatient, the ape-human dragged him through the ground and threw him on stage. There were other humans too, but they were all standing still while looking fearfully toward the crowd that surrounded the stage. It took nothing but a moment for Arthur to realize what was going on. It's a slave auction. Arthur realized as he studied the eyes of the demi-humans shouting around them. He was handed a plank of wood with something written on it. Arthur expected it to be a number. He carried the plank of wood and stood there as the crowd shouted. The slaves were bought off quickly, but Arthur was left toward the end. The slave merchant pointed at him and said a few things, probably explaining his handicap. Thus, to his greater relief, the auction went on with no one buying him. Arthur thought he would be left when a woman shouted something that made the crowd go mute. She pointed at him and the man next to him with a smile, and the slave merchant seemed thrilled. I guess we're fated to stick together. Arthur sighed as he and the middle-aged man was taken away toward another cell. They were given new clothes and their chains were removed. As the slave merchant arrived, he hurried and stabbed something into Arthur's forearm. Pain shot through his body as Arthur grunted and felt the device lodge itself into his body. It was a needle with a gem on top. The gem shone brightly as if to remind Arthur that his life wasn't his own anymore. As soon as he tried to move his mana, a pain worse than the one earlier shot through his body and made him fall on the ground. Sackle. The slave merchant shouted and took out a vial. He made Arthur drink it and his body began recovering. Did he call me useless? Arthur didn't say anything all this time lest they knew he wasn't from this world. He didn't want to imagine what kind of fate would await him if they knew. Soon, the woman arrived and Arthur managed to get a better look at her. She wore clothes that were extravagant compared to the surroundings and her green hair was arranged in dreadlocks. Sell, she said and her tongue came out. It was the tongue of a snake, not a human. Her eyes were deep brown and her pupils were slits instead of circles. And sackle, N.E. She held Arthur's chin while saying. Did she say I wasn't that useless? Arthur hoped since that meant he wouldn't be killed. Well, given that she didn't want to torture him. The woman said something and a few of her attendants came to escort Arthur and the middle-aged man toward a giant wagon. This one was pulled by giant reptiles that walked on two with short arms in front of them. The wagon set out as soon as Arthur managed to sit down. It raced across the streets, taking Arthur through a road he didn't know what awaited at its end. Chapter 276, Loved by Stars. The mansion they reached was at a clearing on the outer parts of the city. It was surrounded by lush green gardens while having a grand architecture of its own. The shingles that lined the walls of the mansion each had fine engravings, making the mansion look to be straight out of a fairy tale. Is she a noble? Arthur wondered as he was pushed out of the wagon. A demi-goat in formal clothing came over and talked to the woman from before. Even this world has butlers. The butler looked at him and the middle-aged man with a frown. He flicked his goatee in pondering as the woman slapped his shoulder with a laugh. With a sigh, the man nodded. Ista. The butler barked after the women went into the mansion. Judging by his gestures, Arthur thought he must be calling out for him. Thus, he followed after the butler and the middle-aged knight. He was taken to a set of barracks where the middle-aged man was left. The butler pointed at Arthur and gestured to follow after him. Arthur was then taken toward the inner grounds of the castle until he reached a plaza where a giant garden was located. As he entered the garden, Arthur was amazed by how much mana it produced. This place was comparable to Girano, but he couldn't make use of that at the moment. The men pointed toward the gardens and began talking for a long time. Arthur was wondering how he should tell the butler that he didn't understand anything. R.A. The butler shouted and Arthur flinched. Seeing him unresponsive, the butler twirled his finger and touched Arthur's head. Are you a lost one? Suddenly, Arthur was able to understand what the man was saying. He used a word similar to the one the middle-aged man used, vernize. Arthur now understood that it meant lost one. However, understanding was different than talking. The butler looked annoyed as he continued talking. Use your head to answer. Can you talk the Ala language? Arthur shook his head and the man sighed, exasperated. So, you're a lost one, as I expected. The lady picked up a troublesome one. Listen. The butler raised a finger. The lady thinks you should tend to this garden. Supply it with mana crystals and water, make sure to do it regularly. If you spot any abnormalities, come to me. You can sleep in that cottage over there. If you steal anything, we'll kill you. Understood. Arthur nodded hurriedly and the butler kept talking. Arthur enjoyed that he was able to understand. However, the skill that the men used suddenly vanished and Arthur fell back into ignorance. Sackle. The butler sighed and pointed toward the garden as if that was all that Arthur needed to know. Under the butler's eyes, Arthur headed toward the garden and went toward the cottage on the side. It was a small room, barely enough for Arthur to sleep in. Many shelves lined it and there were many tools and materials. Arthur picked up the watering can and went toward the garden. There was a gravel trail in the middle of it with plants on both sides. There were herbs, flowers, and a few trees. Arthur had to use the gravel path to reach every one of them. As he began to water the plants, the afternoon sun slowly went over his head. To put it simply, Arthur had no idea what he was doing. He was watering when he found a withering plant. Arthur frowned and hoped he wouldn't be held responsible for this. As much as he wanted to escape, he couldn't do anything while he could barely walk. He held the plant and looked for any worms or parasites that could kill it. As his hand touched the small plant, Arthur felt it move and cling to his skin. Before he could pull away from his hand, someone grabbed it and allowed the plant to cling to it. Arthur turned to see the snake woman holding his wrist while studying the plant closely. Saran, she gestured with her head for Arthur to look at the plant. As he looked at it, he saw the withered leaves turn from black to lush green as they clung to his skin. Is it benefiting from the residue of the creation mana? Arthur's eyes widened as he came to the only explanation for this phenomenon. The woman pulled away from his hand and studied. It was calloused under years of digging and menial work. She studied his hand so closely that Arthur could feel her breath. She then sniffed. IV Psycha la Vega. Her eyes were filled with amazement and joy, despite looking like the eyes of a predator for Arthur. However, he didn't miss the joy in them. As long as she saw him as useful, she wouldn't hurt him. That was his thought process until she bit on his finger, drawing out blood. Before Arthur could say anything, her long tongue licked his blood and her body trembled. Oh, Kay. Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Arthur blinked as the woman closed her eyes, savoring the taste with a blissful expression. Arthur used this chance to pull away his arm and the woman snapped out of her daze. She looked at him with a frown before using the same skill as the butler. Give me your hand. She demanded with a scowl. However, Arthur shook his head. What if she bit his arm off? I'm not going to hurt you. Arthur found that was hard to believe, and he conveyed that through his reluctance. The woman sighed, at last, looking very much like a human for a moment, and stood up. You are one of the loved by stars. She said, the words being Psycha la Vega. You bring life to everything you touch, you should use that to escape your fate. Offer me your blood and I'll take care of you. Chapter 277, Night of Loyalty. Arthur stared for a long time at the snake woman, not understanding what she meant by Psycha la Vega. He knew it meant those loved by stars through the intent she shared with him. She wants my blood. Arthur was weirded out. And does that mean there are others with the powers of creation in this world? I bought you because of this, a trait that others will fail to see unless proven. You have seen how the world treats humans. You will be the same unless you prove your worth to me. Arthur was silent for a long time before he nodded. Pleased, the woman took his forearm and bit on his veins. Her eyes flashed in delight as she drank Arthur's blood. As she promised, she didn't overdo it. She pulled out her fangs from Arthur's wrist and used a napkin to clean her mouth. As if she just had a delicious meal, the snake woman smiled in content. My name is Lurtza. Her name came out as a hiss. I am the master of this house, a marchioness of the Alva kingdom. She stood up from her crouching position. If you want to avoid being a Vernize, there are a lot of things you need to learn. She looked down on Arthur with a smile. Arthur could do nothing but nod. At that moment, his stomach growled. Lurtza smiled and took him toward the kitchen. It had a side room where the servants ate their meals. A foxman gave him a bowl of soup and a fresh loaf of bread. Arthur didn't miss the contempt and reluctance he showed while giving him the food. He wanted to use his meals, but those were the final savings he had from Earth. You've chosen well, Lurtza said with a pat on his back before she left him in the kitchen. As if I could have chosen anything else. A single slap from you would have sent me to oblivion. Arthur munched on his bread. But I'm lucky that I ended up here rather than a place that would treat humans badly. It would take a while for him to get used to this world. He needed to gather every piece of information he had about it. Whatever he knew from the media wasn't correct, or at least wasn't the full truth. There might be dangers in this world, but there were also civilizations. For Arthur to survive and find a way back home, he would need to learn about this world. Recovery percentage, 15%. As soon as he woke up in the cottage, Arthur checked his recovery. It was going too slow, and that meant a lot of time without his runes. His body's functions were getting better. He no longer needed to pause while walking, but he was still finding it difficult to move. His stamina should have healed his body by now, but that wasn't the case. It seems that even if his body was in a top-notch condition, he would still find it hard to move since the damage was within his soul. It has been a week since he arrived at the mansion. He was given a rest for the first night by the butler, which he used to try to rest as much as possible. As for the rest of the week, he tended to the garden, helped in the chores, and then went toward Lurtza's study at night. Heron, she said with a smile the first time that he went there. Arthur learned that this word meant welcome, so he was beginning to pick up some things. Lurtza's butler, called Bao, helped him learn a few things that would help him around the house. Is this better? She asked as her finger touched Arthur's head, the spell working its charm. Arthur nodded and Lurtza continued. Let's begin learning then. From there, she began teaching him words and their meaning. Simply hearing them was enough for Arthur to pick up their meaning, since the intent was directly transmitted, but Lurtza made sure to teach him how it's written too. That was all yesterday. Today, he was supposed to help clean the barracks as instructed by Bao. He went toward the kitchen and had his breakfast under the hostile eyes of the demi-humans. It wasn't this hostile before he went to Lurtza's study. He didn't know if it was loyalty, doubt, or jealousy that made them hate him. Maybe it was because he was human, that's all. After he finished his breakfast, Arthur was back to the cottage where he took out his watering can and started tending to the plants. He knew that different plants required different amounts of water, but he was clueless as to how to figure that out. The garden itself was big, but he realized there weren't a lot of unique plants. Most of them were commonly found. The interesting thing was that some of these plants were ones he saw on Earth with slight variations. He experimented with what Lurtza had shown him the other day. This hasn't happened before on Earth. As soon as he touched a plant, it seems as if it used his creation powers. This was either because he was in Alka instead of Earth and there was a difference in his powers, or it was because his power was leaking because of his damaged soul. Either way, Arthur didn't like this. He didn't want to attract trouble by being a Psycha la Vega or whatever. Larza might see him as an infinite source of power, but what was it infinite for him? Did this conflict with his recovery and caused its delay? I need an escape plan if that was true. Arthur glanced at his forearm with the gem embedded in it while he walked toward the barracks. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to take it out and be done with it. He found the barracks to be empty. He went inside with his mop and started to clean it off the dirt while planning. As he was working, he heard a groan leak from one of the rooms. He peeked inside and found a figure sitting on the bed. Rather easily, Arthur could see that he wasn't a demi-human. It was the man he came here with, riddled with injuries. What happened to this guy? Arthur wondered to himself, but he felt stupid a moment after. He had seen how humans were treated in this world, and this guy ended in the barracks. He must have been used as a practice dummy or for dangerous tasks. The man looked like he had come out of a fight against a bear. Arthur couldn't see a place in his body that didn't have some sort of wound. Niz. The man saw him standing by the door and called out. Naverniz Isva, Arthur said as he walked over toward the man. He told him that he wasn't that lost anymore, and the man smiled thinly. I will die tonight. The man said in Alvan language, and Arthur understood it. His high perception made his mind memorize things easily, and he could now understand a lot of things after Larsa's lessons. What happened? Arthur asked. The man mumbled something, but all Arthur could pick up was the words, "Cursed fate." He inched closer and asked. What do you mean by that? If I had been blessed by a bloodline or evolved, I wouldn't have remained a human and lived this way. The man said slowly, resentment leaking from his voice. Arthur remembered the day his contract was terminated. He didn't resent the Lime Time Agency at that time, he resented the world for being as difficult as it was. This man in front of him was hateful toward the world for making him a human. What's your name? Arthur asked as he sat next to him. The wounds were infected. He would go into a sepsis shock and die at any moment. On the night of loyalty, a vessel for His Majesty. The man said, and Arthur racked his brain until he figured out what it meant. Even in the afterlife, I shall serve His Majesty. The words that came out after that were a whisper. King Solomon. As the familiar name fell on Arthur's ears, his mind went into turmoil. He hadn't thought about it since he arrived in this world, but the question was never where was he, but when. The night died without Arthur being able to do anything. As he was about to stand up, a medal left the knight's body. It held an emblem and the word loyalty that Larsa taught him. Arthur stashed the medal in his subspace, fearing others' arrival, before going to Bao and telling him about the night. He got to witness Bao's indifference as he nodded without even looking at Arthur upon hearing the news. Arthur returned to his cottage for one last time before he met Larsa for the night. The medal appeared in his hand as he tried to understand what was going on. Was Solomon in this world? Is he the same person that Arthur met in the first trial of the Holy Crown? If both cases were true, then Arthur's purpose in this world would be more than leaving it. Chapter 278, Foolish Dreams. Arthur moved through the mansion wearing his new clothes. They were far shabbier than his original clothes, but he couldn't walk around wearing the clothes of Girano. As he went from a hallway to a hallway, he listened to the whispers of the servants who passed by him. Her toy. She did it with a human. He must have used dark magic. These were some of the things that he picked up of late. The daily study sessions with Larsa made him the center of the rumors of being her lover. Arthur didn't care as long as no one stabbed him based on these baseless rumors, but he couldn't be sure given how much the demi-humans looked down on him. Come in, she said after he knocked on her door. Arthur entered while being aware of the servants eavesdropping outside. Larsa was on her desk like always, signing paperwork and finishing out deals. What is it that you sell? Arthur asked as he pulled a chair and sat down. Larsa smiled and glanced at him with amusement. She treated him with respect, something this world did not. The plants that you tend to. Larsa answered. Ever since the first calamity, plants have been rare for all demis. She made sure to use words he knew. Demis was the word used for demi-humans. Another one was halflings. Larsa said both were equally used, but they didn't always mean the same thing. Demis included both halflings and the evolved, while halflings only referred to those who inherited the evolved traits from their family. They took pride in being a demi, proof that they have evolved from their inferior race of humanity. They saw humanity as a weakness. What do you mean by the first calamity? Arthur asked. This made Larsa frown. You might not know our language, but how can you not know this? Even as a vernice. I meant the word. I don't know what the word means. Arthur hurried to explain, diffusing her doubts. She took up the role of the teacher and began their lesson for the day. After they were done learning new words, Larsa stood up and pushed him to lean on his chair. The two looked each other in the eyes as her long and thin tongue crawled out of her mouth with a playful smile. The blood on your wrist isn't enough anymore. She approached his neck with her fangs. This must be more delicious. Wait. Arthur covered his neck and saw Larsa's face turn into a terrifying frown. I have a question first. What? She scowled, clearly displeased at having her meal interrupted. You're getting too arrogant. I'm being cooperative. Arthur said. We both knew that my blood isn't infinite. He saw Larsa nod. Can you get off me first? She had both of her knees on the chair with her feet dangling in the air. With her hands around his neck, this was the definition of an inappropriate position. Do the rumors bother you? Larsa smiled as her hand caressed his chest. Or do they make you desire me? It seemed she was aware of the rumors that were going on but didn't do anything to diffuse them. Maybe being her lover meant he would get less harassed by the others, but he wasn't sure that was her motive. I wouldn't dare, Arthur said with a blank expression. Larsa didn't answer right away but looked at him with a smile. That's better. You're still a human, even if you're a Psycha La Vega. She said while getting away from him. She leaned on her desk as her hands rested on it. What's your question? The knight I arrived with died today, Arthur told her. He said something about a king. As he finished his words, he saw Larsa's smile vanish to be replaced with a displeased expression. She moved away and went toward a shelf and pulled a book. It's your race's foolish dreams, Larsa said while throwing the book on the desk in front of Arthur. A kingdom where everyone can live equally. Is it all right to tell me this? Arthur asked as he touched the book's cover. It was golden. Are you thinking of leaving? She glanced at him while asking nonchalantly. Even with her relaxed tone, Arthur knew she would lock him away as soon as he expressed such intent. It's too dangerous outside. Arthur shook his head and she nodded with approval. It's better that you stay here, she said before resuming her talk. Their king is a foolish person. He's the son of a half-giant, that should tell you what kind of person he is. Arthur remembered the memory fragment that was resting in his subspace. It was about a giant man who was despised by the other races. This fits with what Larsa was telling him. He said his name was Solomon. Arthur said with a frown. That's the name of their king. Larsa shook her head. A foolish man. Truly. Is it because he believes that everyone should live equally? That. And his current aspirations. Larsa smiled in mockery while looking out of her window. They say he's creating an artifact that would defy the world. I wonder what nonsense is that? Her words rang a bell in Arthur's mind. Before he died, Solomon told him that he tried to create an artifact that defied the world. He failed and was thus trapped in the trial of the Holy Crown. It all made sense now. His dreams, his reasons, and why he begged Arthur to break the trial and release the monsters. His ideology was the reason he asked Arthur to break the trial. Wait, where is? Arthur wanted to ask but Larsa was already sitting on top of him again. Her mouth went straight to his neck as she spoke. No more questions. It's time to have my meal. Her fangs pierced through his neck as she started drinking his blood. Arthur felt faint as a message appeared from his legacy. Recovery percentage, 14%. It has gone down by 1 due to Larsa drinking his blood. Arthur tried to push her away, but she was several times stronger than he was. When she was done, she kissed Arthur lightly on his cheek. This is your reward, she said with a smile before moving away from him. Arthur sat there clutching his neck as dizziness overtook him. The next day, Larsa didn't take away his blood. She was either being considerate or simply full from the meal. Either way, Arthur got to recover the 1% he lost. The fact that she reversed his recovery was the last confirmation that she was the reason he wasn't recovering. This demanded an escape plan. However, the gem embedded in his flesh couldn't be taken out. Unless he cut away his arm, which he had no plans of doing at the moment, he needed to find another way to remove this. Who would help a human escape their master in a place full of demis? Arthur was stuck. The only option he had was to steal the book from Lars's study and find out more information about Solomon's kingdom. Then, he would have to look through the city for a person from there. He desperately needed Lilo and Rucky, but they weren't here. Lilo was still unconscious in Arthur's consciousness and Rucky was somewhere with Ray. The only thing he could currently use was his legacy, which didn't require any mana. He was back to being a normal human excluding the absurd stats and subspace. After he was done with the garden, Arthur went to his legacy inheritance and bought a potion. He was about to use a tactic that he didn't wish to employ to get his hands on that book without Larsa noticing. The white veil appeared in his hand and Arthur drank it before going to Lars's study. On the way, more than one head snapped his way and looked at him with scary glares. As he knocked on the door, Larsa allowed him inside. He opened the door and held his breath before sitting down. It was easy to hold his breath given his stamina. Heron, Larsa stood up like always and was about to head his way. Arthur stood up suddenly and breathed out. The potion's aroma left his mouth and spread in the room. Before Larsa could say anything, Arthur kissed her. The aphrodisiac worked its magic and Larsa's skin turned flushed. Arthur felt her tongue wrap itself around him as they slammed into the bookshelves. His hands traced the golden book and it disappeared in his subspace. There was no mana usage and the book disappeared. However, Larsa's lust didn't and she pushed him back as their eyes met. Her eyes were murky and clouded as she looked into his. Arthur felt sorry until she met his lip and started to drink his blood as they kissed. Wait, this is supposed to be a weak aphrodisiac. Why isn't she stopping? Arthur panicked. Chapter 279, The Frida Kingdom. Wait. I did a mistake, I'm sorry. Arthur apologized. As he pushed Larsa away. However, her eyes were still dazed and full of lust. She pushed Arthur's hands away and kissed him again. Is this heaven's retribution? Arthur felt his head spin as their tongues intertwined. My plan worked, but it worked too well that it's backfiring. He now had to find a way out of this. Larsa was already unbuttoning his shirt as they kissed. Arthur was pushed against the wall as he reached out for the handle. As his hand wrapped around it, Larsa grabbed his wrist. Are you trying to run away? Larsa's dark brown eyes met his as she asked softly, but he could feel an edge to her voice. It held a threatening tone. Arthur's body stiffened as he let go of the handle. Good, she smiled as she kissed him again. Now, give yourself up to me. It was the wasteland again, bones scattered everywhere. As far he could see, there was nothing. He called out for anyone but there was only emptiness that found its way to its heart. Like a void in his chest, it tried to suck everything into it. As he wandered into the wasteland, Arthur could hear someone sobbing. He kept following the sound until a small figure, a dot far away, appeared on the horizon. As he approached the figure, another person was lying on the ground. The one on the ground was a woman that had a cherry flower blooming from her chest. As he got closer, he realized the one beside the woman was a little child. She was standing in front of the woman, her face contorted as she sobbed. The child's two arms weren't there, replaced by a stream of darkness. Arthur realized the identity of the doll-like child and he tried calling out but no sound came out. Mommy. Mommy. The young Ellen sobbed as the darkness kept overflowing, covering the world. Soon, the darkness covered the woman, Arthur, and the young version of Ellen as Arthur reached out to her. Ellen. Arthur's hand began convulsing in front of him as the world shook. The next thing he was staring at was the ceiling of the Lars's study as his whole body began shaking. A part of your recovery includes the realignment of your soul to your body. The words appeared in front of him as his body kept shaking with his body arched backward. Arthur gritted his teeth as two hands pushed his shoulder down to stabilize him. Are you all right? Larsa tried to hold down his body while wearing nothing. However, the shaking didn't stop even with her help until 5 minutes later. Arthur panted as his body was covered with sweat. His eyes were blurred out by tears that he didn't know what caused them. As he moved his body, Larsa looked at him with furrowed brows. What was that? Larsa asked as she covered her body with her clothes. Arthur suddenly remembered the events of last night and found himself naked too. Great, my first time having sex was by being threatened into it by a horny demi-human. Arthur glanced at his body. There were some scratches from the few scales on her thighs. Well, I'm the one who drugged her. Fucking inheritance. Arthur looked for his clothes and found them thrown by the door. He stood up but Larsa grabbed his wrist and pulled him back down. Are you embarrassed now? She smiled as their lips touched again but Arthur flinched backward. She looked at him silently, clarity returning to her eyes before she pushed him away. Get out. Before Arthur could say anything, she was getting dressed. He wore his clothes and left her room. On his way toward the cottage, he heard the whispers of many servants. When he sat on his shabby bed in the cottage, Arthur sighed. He took out the golden book from his subspace. Are you worth it? Even if he slept with Larsa, nothing changed. He still needed to escape and to find Solomon. If he didn't, he would die. In the past. He felt weird trying to save his past self. As he opened the book, the words Larsa helped him memorize until now appeared on the page. Of course, how many words can he learn in a little over a week? There were whole sentences he couldn't understand. He tried to glean off any information about the kingdom, and he managed to make out its name. The Frida Kingdom. It was a neighboring kingdom to Alva, Arthur noted after he saw a map. The book went on about the founder of this kingdom. The Inherit. Arthur tried reading but he was still facing difficulties in the words. He realized they looked different from the Alvan language a bit, although they were 80% similar to each other. The book talked about them while portraying them as the enslavers of the Demis, which was different from what Larsa said. Was she testing him? With this doubt, Arthur returned the book to his subspace before he went out and tended to the garden. As he was treating the dead plants, Bao came over and called out for him. You'll be going grocery shopping with Fun. The goatman said. He's the cook that feeds you. There was a slight hostility in his voice. If you try to run away, you'll be killed. After saying that like it was another item on the grocery list, Bao left Arthur on his own. Arthur went to the kitchen and found the foxman, Fun. Let's go, scum, Fun said with a sneer and led the way. Don't talk to anyone, don't touch anyone, and never breath in the presence of nobility. Lady Larsa is different, she only cares about the value in people. Of course, I don't think you have any. Arthur was never asked for his name, he was nameless as were all slaves. As he understood it from Larsa, names made humans equal to the Demis. This was rejected by all of society because if a human receives a name from their master, he would be considered free. Of course, as long as you don't get caught by a slave merchant again. Arthur has yet to know if a slave merchant could capture him in the city, but he didn't want to hope that Larsa would be releasing him soon. They left the mansion and took a wagon that Fun drove. Arthur took a seat beside him but Fun glared at him until Arthur went toward the back of the wagon. After he climbed and sat in the empty wagon, the giant reptiles began pulling the wagon toward the city. Arthur looked at the mansion getting further and further away. It was surrounded by several acres of land. After they left the ground, they headed toward the center of the city using a dirt road beside some farms. The city was gigantic just judging from the size of the Larsa's property. There were many establishments on their ways like inns and farms. All of these people were either Demis or humans working for Demis. I've landed in a shitty kingdom. Arthur sighed. It would have been easier if I got transported to Frida. The wagon arrived at the marketplace after an hour. It was bustling, and as soon as Arthur left the wagon, he could see an endless stream of people of all races with all sorts of traits. Arthur was curious how the Demis evolved from being a human into being a demi-human. At some point in time, it seems that there was a difference in the evolution of Earth and Alka. Don't stand around, stay by the wagon as I go shopping, Fun said with a scowl before he left the reins of the reptiles in Arthur's hands. The monsters glanced at him with a conceited look as if they also saw him beneath them. You literally pull carriages. Arthur was speechless. A commotion was raised behind, and as Arthur turned to look, he saw a convoy splitting the crowd in two. It was a familiar scene, and the whispers around Arthur confirmed his doubts. More slaves. A man shook his head a few feet across the street. He had thick hair that covered his face and two large fangs. How many is it already? Where do they keep coming from? They're the war prisoners from Frida. The men said, and Arthur's interest was piqued. The war is coming and there's nothing we can do to stop it. He said with a sigh. Those bastards had it coming. The woman standing next to him hissed. They're trying to steal away our livelihoods and enslave us as revenge. She was reciting the words of the book that Arthur read today. It was propaganda to the kingdom of Solomon. However, he wasn't sure what was Solomon's motives anyway. As the convoy passed by Arthur, his eyes met with a human. However, those eyes were far from being defeated or enslaved. Chapter 280, Psyche la Vega. As the carriage passed him by, Arthur's eyes met the eyes of a young man with chains around his hands. His skin crawled as he felt the unique existence the man had. It was similar to his creation man. Psyche la Vega. Arthur remembered the name Larsa called him. Loved by stars, by creation, and a vessel for life. The young man had sharp eyes that darted everywhere with a frown. These are not the eyes of a slave. The convey kept going toward the slaves' market as his hand tightened around the reins of the reptiles. Arthur glanced at Finn's back as he talked to a merchant and looked toward the market. How bad can it get? Arthur tied the reins around a shop's fence and slipped into the crowd. He went toward the market as the gem in his hand throbbed. Does it know? Worry bloomed in his heart. However, the throbbing ceased once he calmed down. He guessed the master of the gem, Larsa, was the only one who could find or harm him. Everyone in the crowd shoved him away as soon as they saw that he was human. Some of them even spat at him, but Arthur knew how to choose his battles more wisely. He endured before he reached the marketplace. 2 spearmen guards flanked each side of the entrance. Arthur frowned and looked around, spotting a small alleyway a couple of buildings down the road. It was a fair distance from the marketplace, but he had no other choice. He slipped into the alley hoping that no one saw him and grew suspicious. The alley was filled with trash and abandoned vendor booths. Some rats wiggled their way toward whatever leftover food. He found another alley that intersected with this one. Arthur went toward the marketplace, hoping there was a back door. However, it was a dead end by leading to the side wall of a different building. After looking around, Arthur climbed the wall of a building on the opposite side of the dead end. He climbed through a window and went into the building that seemed to be a winery. The room Arthur climbed into was empty, but the others had giant tanks that reeked of wine. I guess there's not much work for the people here. Arthur looked through the hallway and sneaked toward the stairs. As he kept climbing floor after floor, heading to the roof, his luck ran out. What are you doing here? A gruff voice came from behind him while he was on the stairs. Arthur stiffened and turned around, trying to hide his gem as much as possible. I was sent here by Marchioness Larsa. Arthur replied without hesitation. I'm here to offer you a new herb that we've acquired. It works to enhance the taste of the wine, giving it a strong bittersweetness. I've heard nothing about that. The man with giant front teeth and a tail frowned. Why would she trust a human? Because I'm her gardener, Arthur said. You must have heard that the old gardener has died. Giving him such details, the men seemed to be convinced a bit. Why are you heading upstairs? The man then asked with newfound doubt. The boss isn't here today. I'm here to inspect the building. I was asked for this by my master. Arthur smiled, as conceitedly as she can. She wants me to know if you are worthy of our partnership. This is going to be the biggest winery of the city if we make a deal. The man's eyes turned dreamy and zealous at Arthur's words. Can I help you with something? He asked after a cough. Arthur crossed his arms. I want to taste your finest wine. I've already been to 3 others, make it quick. I'll be waiting. The man quickly nodded and hurried away to do as asked. Arthur sighed when the man was away, wondering how anyone can be so gullible. He thought it must be Larsa's status in the city as the only supplier of herbs. He went straight toward the roof before jumping toward the opposite building. With his stats, it was nothing that he would face difficulty in. Arthur landed on the building next to the marketplace before jumping again. As he landed on the roof of the slaves' market, his eyes scanned the roof for any entrances. The only door was locked away from the inside. I really miss my skills and abilities. Arthur sighed. He looked through the roof until he saw a cell with iron bars on the side of the building. Using torque, Arthur grabbed into the building's edge and kicked the rusty bars until they fell. He found himself in a cell with someone lying inside. He thought the person would be wakened by the noise, but there was no response. Are they dead? Arthur had an ominous thought. It's none of my business. but... He walked up to them and looked at the person lying on the ground. They were shabby clothes that were worn out by time. As Arthur got close to them, he noticed they had white hair that reached to their shoulders. Arthur frowned. His heart beating wildly, he turned them over and found an unconscious Ray. His eyes turned wide as he tried to shake her awake. Ray. Ray. Are you okay? However, she didn't wake up. Her face was so thin that even her cheekbones were protruding out. With cracked lips and a pale face, she was only a husk of her former self. Arthur used one of his legacy points and bought a high-grade elixir calling restorative healing. He made Ray drink it as her body started glowing. She started to gain weight rapidly as her eyes opened slightly. Who? Her voice was hoarse, having none of her former arrogance or cheekiness. She looked at him with blurry eyes that held confusion. Alexei Linen. Arthur Silvera. Arthur tried to reassure her. What happened to you? He asked with worry. I don't know you. Ray backed away from her as she regained her strength, slapping his hands away. Arthur was confused. What are you talking about? You. Arthur was confused until realization dawned on him. What's your name? He asked with shock. Ray grabbed her head. I don't know. She seemed to be torn apart by something as she groaned in pain. It's okay, never mind. Arthur realized he was speaking Yalvarin and she was answering him just fine. Does that mean she only lost her memories? What do you remember before coming here? I woke up here. Ray furrowed her brows. I was getting weaker, how? She was clenching her hand in front of her before noticing the vial in Arthur's hand. Did you help me? I did, and I'm going to get you out of here. Arthur nodded as he stood up. Do you remember how long you've been here? I think, a month. This was more than Arthur has. She was sent further into the past than him. The weird part about her story is that no one bought her even though she has been here for a month. Arthur looked around the cell and realized it hasn't been cleaned in years. She had to live in such a place for a month. Was she discarded? He didn't want to admit it, but she might have faced even more discrimination for her white hair and red eyes. Arthur noticed that she was handcuffed and that there was a purple line on her belly. As he reached out to see what it was, Ray backed away in fear. I just want to help you. Can you lift your shirt for me to see what that is? Arthur asked gently. Ray seemed doubtful, but she did what he asked anyway. She was nothing like she had been before. Arthur saw a circle on her abdomen, a runic circle. As he tried to know what it was for, he had a splitting headache just from looking at it. I still can't use my ability. Arthur grabbed his head. But I managed to know what this circle is for. It's a curse. A high-tiered one. Who would do this to Ray? Can you scream in help? Arthur asked of her and she nodded after a slight hesitation. Even though she had lost her memories, she wasn't clueless. Help. Anyone. It hurt. She screamed as loudly as she can while Arthur hid behind the door. There were some footsteps as the door was unlocked. What is it, cursed filth? A short man came in with a whip. His eyes widened when he saw the broken window. Before he could use his whistle, Arthur kicked him in the head with all of his strength. His joints ached at the sudden movements, but the short man with a head full of fur was knocked unconscious. Arthur grabbed his leg in agony as he looked through the corridor. Now, I need to find a way to get Ray out of here and meet that young man before Larza comes and gets me. Chapter 281, A Storm is Coming. The gem embedded in his right forearm throbbed again and started glowing. Arthur's mind raced in what could this be and decided to use his insignia to block it, but he received another shocking message from his legacy. Synchronization with the Holy Crown failed. Arthur frowned as the gem shone brighter. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Ray's wrist. As he pulled her to go outside, she tried to pull away from him. They're going to catch us if we don't run. Arthur said in a low voice, and she looked scared enough to allow him to drag her outside. As they walked through the top floor, Arthur found that it was deserted. Most of the cells were empty, with a few having people with an unknown fate. However, he didn't have the luxury of caring about freeing them at the moment. As his gem throbbed harder, his worry increased more. He found the stairs after a while, but there were guards walking downstairs. He hid on top of the stairs with a frown on his face. Hungry. Ray suddenly said with a red face that Arthur wasn't used to. She used to snatch stuff from him or demand them by force. He took out a hamburger from his subspace that was still warm and fresh. As he gave it to Ray, her eyes widened. This is something I remember. She sniffed on it and before taking a bite, her eyes squinting in delight. Arthur enjoyed this scene for some reason, as a huge part of the reason that she ended up here was the help she gave him. He heard footsteps below and pulled Ray into hiding. She kept nibbling away at the food without a care for her surroundings. Arthur mused that some things never change. As the guards passed, Arthur noticed they looked tired. He took out a vial from his subspace that had a clear liquid. This was what remained from the potion called aphrodisiac aroma, a potion that worked by scent while giving immunity to whoever drank it. There was barely enough for a small sip for both him and Ray. After eating his food, Ray became a lot more obedient. What remained from the potion was pathetic, but Arthur suspected the reason Larsa gave an overreaction was that Demis had a higher sexual drive. He splashed the potion on the ground and retreated backward, only peeking from the top floor. As the guards walked over the potion, their noses sniffed. They disappeared from Arthur's view before the heavy panting arrived. He stealthily went downstairs and saw a door open before the two guards went inside. He smiled and gestured for Ray to come over as well. As the two came downstairs, Arthur realized that he could seek such an option every time. He looked at the torches on the walls and had an idea. The convoy should be downstairs, where the young man is. If Arthur could make all the guards go upstairs, he should have the leeway to slip below and talk to him. He grabbed one of the torches and threw on a box. It caught flames and they started to spread around instantly. He pulled on Ray and ran toward the stairs. He hid behind a box over there with Ray in his embrace as the scream began. "What is this smell? Help!" One of the slaves called out and the guards from earlier came rushing out. Arthur knew he was endangering the other slaves, but they were safer from the flames by being locked by that heavy metal door. Guards started rushing from below after one of the guards on this floor blew a whistle. The weird thing that Arthur couldn't hear anything, assuming it was a higher frequency whistle like the ones used for dogs on Earth. As they poured in and tried to put out the raging fire, Arthur slipped downstairs after no guards came. He hid below the stairs as a few late guards arrived and headed straight toward the ground floor. The chaos was immense and most people hurried with buckets upstairs, too distracted to notice them hiding. Through a miracle or simply sheer luck, they managed to reach the convoy who was guarded by a single guard at the moment. They slipped behind the wagons and Arthur looked for the young man from earlier. As he was walking, a hand reached out from behind the bars and grabbed a hold of his. Arthur turned with fright but found that it was the young man from earlier. He was looking at him with terrifying, piercing eyes. The man looked at Arthur as if he was his long-lost brother. "You are like me." The young man spoke in a deep, hoarse, Yalvaran language. "We're both favored. That's why you're here, you know it too. Who are you?" Arthur grabbed his wrist but it refused to let go of him. "Are you from Frida?" Arthur asked and the man grinned in response. His gem was throbbing harder, he needed to flee before he dragged Ray and this man down with him. "I am." The man spoke with pride. "I see that you're a believer as well." "A believer of our king's vision." The man spoke with zeal. "Fear not, things will change. A storm is coming." "Tell me more, avoid the riddles," Arthur said. "I want to go to Frida, but I need help." The man nodded in understanding. Light seeped out of his finger and entered Arthur's forearm. "When the time comes, follow the light," the man said and let go of Arthur's hands. "You need to go now, your master is nearby," he whispered as he disappeared into the bodies. Arthur felt it as well, Larsa's powerful existence. He pulled Ray and darted away from the crowd. As he did, he struck one of the bars to make a deep sound. "What's going on?" The guard shouted and rushed toward the carriage, but Arthur had already slipped from behind the carriages and into the streets. Soon, he was running on the main road while avoiding the crowd who were looking at the fire above. He looked back and saw that the upper floors have caught on fire. Guilt was a luxury he couldn't afford at the moment. Ray seemed to be scared by so many demi-humans around and she had every reason to. Humans weren't treated well by this kingdom. He slipped into another alley and broke the door of an abandoned building. "Hide here, I'll come back to get you," Arthur said, but Ray was the one refusing to let go of him now. She was more of a scared kitten than the tigress she was before. "If you stay with me, you'll be caught. See this?" He pointed at the gem in his forearm. Ray looked at it before letting go of his hand with a pained expression. He knew that she was like this because she lost her memories, but he wasn't used to this attitude. He took out a bunch of wrapped-up meals and gave them to her before bolting out of the building. The gem in his hand was sending signals visibly now. Giant waves spread from his forearm into the surroundings as Arthur ran as fast as he could. He knew his capture was inevitable, he simply didn't want Larsa to find Ray. She had an eye for people and would know that Ray was powerful if the curse was lifted from her body. When he reached the end of the alley, he found an empty market that has been deserted. He ran through the shops as the manna exploded in the sky. "Caught you," a voice sang from above, and Arthur realized Larsa was here. He gritted his teeth and kept his best act as he felt the pressure descending from above. "Ack!" He coughed blood as a leg kicked him from behind. Arthur rolled on the ground and Larsa descended to hold him down with her foot. "You betrayed me the first chance I gave you." Larsa smiled in contempt. "You should have built a trust before that. I guess you're not that bright." "I didn't run away," Arthur said weakly, but she kicked him to roll him over. All the recovery his body went through was being taken away again. "Just because we slept together, you think you're worth something to me?" She grabbed him by the neck. "I own you. You're nothing more than a toy to me." "I can play with my toy." She tightened her grip and Arthur couldn't breathe anymore. "And I can crush it just as easily." "Understood." Arthur nodded weakly with every strength he had, and she loosened her grip enough for him to breathe. Nodding in approval, she threw him away as he began breathing heavily on the ground. "I need you to remember this lesson." Manna gathered in her hand, forming a sharp blade as she looked at him with her beastly eyes. "This way, you won't ever think about running away," she said as she slashed. Before he could do anything, the manna blade slashed at the base of his left shoulder and through his arm cleanly. He screamed until his voice went hoarse as his arm detached itself from his body. Chapter 282, Lust and Blood. By the time he had regained consciousness, he was back in the cottage with a bandage around his shoulder. Below the bandage was nothing, an empty void of where his left arm had been. She cut it off. Arthur looked at his arm with a daze. A void in his chest resonated with the void his arm left, making him feel breathless. That crazy bitch caught it off that easily. He had considered the possibility that this might end up badly for him, but he had valued himself as a loved by stars. Larsa herself valued him. That was the reason she tried to keep him leashed by inducing fear into his heart. Arthur tried to sit up, but his body was tired. He failed. He only had one hand for him to lean on, making everything seem like an impossible task. "No," Arthur's eyes focused, his golden irises shining brightly. "This is only temporary. Until I regain my powers." He tried again to sit and found that his clothing had been neatly arranged beside him. "How considerate." He smiled in mockery. Suddenly, he felt a pain that shouldn't be there from his left arm. Arthur gnashed his teeth as he waited for the pain to pass. Realignment of the soul has failed. Restructuring shall now begin. Proceed. Yes, no. Restructure. Arthur furrowed his brows as he panted. Does that have any adverse effects? Unimaginable pain and the inability to regenerate your left arm in the future. Arthur was baffled. Why would I proceed then? The recovery will be instant. Otherwise, your body will need twice the amount of time to recover on its own. You're asking me to give up on my arm to recover instantly? Arthur gritted his teeth. Is there no way to regenerate my arm after the soul restructuring? A rune to restructure the soul would be needed. However, multiple restructuring on a single soul would result in spiritual breakdown, also known as death. What bugged Arthur the most was how simply death was written. It was so easy, as if life should be just as easy, but refused to be. He pulled his clothes as he made his decision. Well, there was no decision to make. No, the legacy's message disappeared and Arthur's recovery resumed its snail pace. As he wore his clothes, with difficulty, he checked how much he had recovered. Recovery percentage, 5%. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all. Arthur smashed one of the shelves with his right hand clenched into a fist and the tools fell on the ground around him. Everything just keeps going wrong, time and time again. He clenched his head. I'm so tired. He breathed out. However, the world wouldn't allow him to rest so easily. The cottage door opened and Bao entered. He looked around with his sharp eyes at the tools scattered around. Arthur's head turned as a loud slapping sound echoed. The pain came in moments afterward as he turned to look at Bao, who had slapped him with the back of his hand. Filthy animal. Bao spat as he cleaned his glove with a handkerchief. You think these things belong to you? He glared at Arthur. Arthur looked at him silently, rage blinding his vision. He hadn't been humiliated like this before. How badly he wanted to rip this goat to pieces right here and then. Keep looking at me like that and you'll lose more than just an arm. You've been treated kindly because Lady Larza asked for it in the beginning. Now, she told us to treat you like the animal you are. Arthur kept glaring at him and Bao raised his arm again and slapped him. Bao kept slapping him but Arthur didn't submit even as his lips bled and his face turned purple. That's enough. Larza's command came from behind Bao and the goatman stopped despite his fury. He looked at Arthur with detest for going against him. Leave. Larza commanded and Bao left to leave Arthur and her alone in the cottage. She closed the door as she walked in. Looking around the tools, she began to pick them up and placing them on the shelves. After the tools were all neatly arranged, she looked at Arthur silently. I know I've hurt you. She walked closer to him, her hand resting on his cheek. But you need to understand that I did everything for your safety. The world is cruel to humans, yet you tried to run away. Do you know that a worse fate awaited you if I hadn't found you? The carrot and the stick, great tactic. Arthur regained his calm and he breathed in and out. He knelt on one knee as he grabbed her hand and kissed it. I'm sorry, my lady. Arthur said with regret. I didn't know the world was this dangerous. If not for you, I would have been a slave for a worse master. An arm is too little of a punishment, betraying you demands more. Whatever you do to me, I'll accept gratefully. That's a good start. Larza's eyes turned into crescents. Your punishment is to serve me for the rest of your life. That, Arthur looked at her with a grateful smile, is more of a reward than a punishment. He kissed her hand again and felt her body tremble. She pulled him up and kissed him on the lips. Arthur allowed her tongue into his mouth as a single thought repeated itself in his mind. I'll give you the most painful death one day. He had been unconscious for a day and was given a potion. After Larza left him to his work, Arthur had to tend to the garden with only one hand. As he did so, worry about Ray was on his mind. How long would I have to wait over there? If she rationed her food properly, she should last a week. Her high metabolism was a result of her ability. Since she couldn't use her ability nor mana with the curse on her body, she should eat less than usual. Arthur tried to think of why would she be infected with this curse, but he knew too little about this world. After he was done with the garden, Arthur returned to his book in his cottage. Larza had asked him to go to her study right after. The book in his subspace kept providing him with information about the history of the Frida kingdom. It hasn't been long since Solomon was crowned king, only 10 years. The Frida kingdom's last king was uprooted by Solomon and his army of golems. There were even some depictions about the golems, slender and human-like. Arthur closed the book when he saw that it was almost night. He grabbed the side of his body which was now empty and breathed in and out. He calmed down before going into Larza's study. Unlike 2 nights before, there was no lesson anymore. There was only her using him in any way she liked. Lust and blood, that's what she demanded. Sometimes, Arthur had to humiliate himself further to prove his loyalty. However, he didn't need to rush things. The men had told him to follow the light when the time comes. All Arthur had to do was to wait for that signal. A week later, one Arthur spent learning about this world and recovering, Larza asked him to go out with Fun again. Surprisingly, Fun didn't treat him any differently as if his escape last time was expected. Maybe it was expected. Arthur realized. Larza must have sent me out right after sleeping with her so that I would try escaping. She wanted to punish me, to control me. This time, it must be another test. However, Arthur didn't have much choice regarding this. As soon as Fun left him with the reptiles, he tied them to a fence and ran toward the abandoned building. As soon as he was inside, he found Ray sitting in the corner. All the food has been consumed and she looked starved. What happened to your arm? Ray asked, scared. Arthur shook his head and took out food that he had in his subspace. There were the meals he had prepared from Earth and some of the food he stole from the mansion's kitchen. It's nothing. Listen carefully, okay? I need to leave again. If I don't, I'll probably lose my other arm. Arthur grabbed her wrist to make sure she understands. You can't trust anyone here. He was desperate. Everyone is an enemy. He could see fear in her eyes, and his eyes probably had some too. Wait for me. These were his last words before Arthur stood up and left. He heard Ray call out to him, but he couldn't risk it again. Larsa would do more than just cutting away his arm if she knew he escaped. He could see Fun by the carriage looking around. There was an amulet in his hand, probably to communicate with Larsa. Before he could activate it, Arthur ran toward him. Where were you? Fun asked with suspicion. A leak. Arthur shrugged before grabbed the reins. Are you done? Fun looked at him with doubt before nodding. Arthur tried to help in loading the cart, but there was very little he could do with a single arm. Fun called him a sackle, useless, a nickname he hadn't heard in a long time. Chapter 283, Duke of Fire. His days in the mansion were the same for 3 days before the first change arrived. He was asked to harvest some leaves by Larsa, preparing to send them as a gift to Duke of Fire. The herb seed was to be provided by her and Arthur would have to use his blessings to grow it. When Arthur asked around about this duke, he learned that he was an evolved of the great phoenix. The herbs he would send were of the finest in the garden, meant to treat the duke's daughter. She was a hybrid of the eternal fire of the phoenix and the northern ice spirit. This herb was called Greatest Harmony, a catalyst for conflicted traits in the demi-humans. A treasure like no other, extinct in the outside world with only a very few holding its seeds. Your blessings are necessary to keep this herb alive, so you need to take it yourself, Larsa said after one of their sessions. I will have Bao accompany you, for your own protection. She stressed the word protection, making Arthur confirm it would be more of monitoring than protection. However, his show of obedience has been going for a while, earning the benefits that would urge him to keep it going. Yes, my lady. Arthur nodded. I have planted the seeds you gave and we will be ready to set off in a week. That's good. Larsa smiled happily. Arthur didn't know if it was about the herb or him, the little puppy she had obtained. Make sure to never meet the Duke's daughter, understood? Why is that? Arthur was confused. My lady. He hurried to add. She's known to be the most beautiful in the land. No one has ever met her and didn't fall for her spells. Larsa said, before adding with a smile. I'm not worried that you would fall for her, but we shouldn't need to wash away your memories. My memories? Arthur asked with intrigue. Is there a way to do that? Does losing your arm bring you nightmares? Larsa traced the place his left arm was attached to, misunderstanding his intentions. There are a few ways. They work like a charm. I met someone in the slaves' convoy, he had no memories and had a purple seal on his abdomen, Arthur said casually. I always wondered how he had ended up that way. He must have been a fool. Larsa laughed as she pulled herself from him and picked up her clothes. It's the mark of the witches, no one usually survives after being captured by them. He got lucky. What do you mean? Arthur asked, but Larsa has already left him with no answers. He sighed and picked himself up, heading to sleep before working on the Greatest Harmony. His obedience to Larsa has earned enough trust to be allowed on the weekly shopping trip. Even Fun began to slack more in keeping an eye on him since he was always there by the time Fun was back. Arthur's only reason to endure this humiliation was Ray, who relied on him to bring her food each week. She grew quieter the more time went on and the two developed a tactical agreement on where to leave the meals. He still had no idea of how to treat her, even after Larsa told him about the witches. He asked around in the city but he was either spat on or simply ignored by the nicer folks. The only info he learned about was through sheer luck, a paragraph that mentioned the witches' dwelling being to the south of Frida. Sadly, he had to let it go for now and plan their escape. The young man from Frida didn't contact him again and there was no light to follow. The only way for him to find a way out was by going through the ranks upward. He had to go to the Duchy of Fire, where the Duke and his daughter were waiting. He woke up the next day refreshed and went straight to work. The seed he had planted in the ground was already blooming, and Arthur marveled at the array of colors that the leaves had. Greatest harmony indeed. Arthur caressed the petals and they danced in joy as his energy seeped into them. It's as if the plant has a soul of its own, fascinating. The process was slow but steady. The petals grew more numerous by the day as Arthur took care of feeding them his powers. Even Larsa knew better than to drain him while he was working. It was the last day before their scheduled departure that Arthur went shopping with Fun again. However, this time, it wasn't for the kitchen but Arthur's needs. He needed a mana agent to consolidate the petals' magical properties. They went to an alchemy market called Forever Young, a delusional yet ambitious name of immortality. When the receptionist realized that Arthur was the one shopping and not Fun, her face contorted in abhorrence. The money talked and Arthur was soon browsing in their mana agents. He went through a vast catalog of items he could use to strengthen his little creation. The worker and Fun talked to the side as they pointed fingers at him. Arthur didn't mind and kept looking through the materials. As he was studying a vial of water with various properties, a light appeared on his hand. It's here. Arthur realized instantly what this light was. It was the promised light that the young man had told him about. Arthur glanced at Fun and the worker. They were chatting away, so he had the chance to follow the arrow that appeared on his hand. The light pointed in a certain direction, where materials were stacked on several shelves side by side. It led him to a spot unseen by others where an old wolfman waited for him. Is it you? With a long nose and sharp fangs, the old man looked at him as his small beard swirled like a flame under the effect of non-existent wind. The gardener. He looked at Arthur with interest and spoke perfect Yalvaran. Who are you? Arthur asked with caution, glancing at Fun from afar. He didn't want to reveal his connection to that young man so easily, not unless this old man proved they were on the same side. I go by traitor. The old man said with a smile. It's better to use aliases when you're planning a coup. Do you mean? I was sent by the Psycha La Vega. Traitor said with a smile. Your turn has arrived, gardener. How did you know what I do? Arthur asked with apprehension. I didn't tell your Psycha anything. We have eyes everywhere. Traitor smiled. All we need to find you is that light in your arm. The moment you were given that light, you were chosen as a part of the storm to come. Now that I've heard how fluent your language is, I see that it was a correct choice. Your alias isn't really trust-inducing, Arthur said while pretending to look through the materials, in case Fun checked on him. What did you mean by my turn? We know that you're going to the Duchy of Fire, to treat the daughter of Fire and Ice. Traitor followed along and gave Arthur his back while resuming. We need your help to get the Duke of Fire's help in invading the kingdom. Invasion. Arthur was shocked. Are you certain this would go well? From what I heard, the war is at a stalemate at the moment. That was all planned, we only need an opening to strike. Traitor explained calmly. The Duke of Fire is one of the major houses in the Alva Kingdom. Getting his cooperation to invade the kingdom would make things easier. If you expect him to hand you the kingdom on a silver plate, I guess you've never met other demis. They despise the Frida kingdom and everything it stands for. Assistance isn't always offered willingly. Traitor's tone held amusement. It can be demanded. Do you know what the Duke of Fire treasures the most besides his kingdom? His daughter. Arthur paused. That's why you came to me. I'm your way into the duchy. Arthur realized and his heart was dreadful. You're smart for a slave. Traitor said. That's right, we need you to kidnap his daughter. You're a bunch of crazy folks. I'm a gardener, that's all. How would you expect me to kidnap one of the most coveted young misses of the kingdom? There's a secret that isn't known to many. Traitor said and stopped in suspense. The Miss of Ice and Fire is miserable. Use that weakness to lure her away. Well, you can also make her pity you like a cripple. Traitor snickered. You want me to manipulate her? Arthur's tone was cold. That's worse than simply kidnapping her. The real tragedy is the war that has been going for years. Humans and demis alike are killed in the name of honor and glory. It's time we put an end to it all. Chapter 284, One-Armed Psycha. What do I get in return? Arthur asked after a short pause. He couldn't say he was happy about the method they would use, but his choices were limited. And how do I know I can trust you? The rewards are simple: you'll become a free citizen of the Frida Kingdom. That includes getting rid of that gem on your hand, Trader said before standing next to Arthur. As for trust, you should trust our king, not me. Trader's eyes were clear, unstained by anything such as greed or shrewdness. They held firm conviction, but Arthur didn't know in what exactly. Of course, that was just how he felt about them. Eyes couldn't talk, only actions could. What do I need to do? Arthur asked, and Trader touched his remaining right arm. Light seeped into it like before, and a new mark appeared. I'll contact you once you get there. Make sure to dress well. It is said that the daughter of ice and fire likes formal clothing. Trader turned to leave, but Arthur grabbed onto him. I have one favor to ask, Arthur said, a desperate tint to his voice. There's something I need, a storage ring. Filled with food, as much as you can. But I can't use mana, that's why. I guess it's hard to be a slave. I thought it would be more valuable. Trader smirked. You'll find it in your cottage when you get back. Make sure to prepare for your travels. Trader left after that. Arthur kept looking through the materials before setting on Myriad's Light's water, a great source of nourishment and was a fit for greatest harmony. Upon his return to the cottage, he found the ring inside of it. The ring had a small button on top that activated a small mana crystal. This way, the user didn't need to use mana himself. When Arthur looked through the ring, he found all sorts of meals prepared and wrapped. From jerky to pots of soup to fresh loaves of bread. Arthur closed the space by pressing the button again and sighed in relief. He looked at it silently as he remembered how much he had before. He could throw around artifacts and even create them. Now, he couldn't even use the one he had without damaging his own body. You don't need to do this. This was what his legacy told him when he wanted to kill Ellen, but failed. His legacy knew he couldn't do it, that he was only harming himself, that it was inevitable. However, Arthur still went ahead to follow his heart. Now, he was all alone in a different world where he could die at any moment. His left arm was gone and had to rely on his right one. Ray's memories weren't there, making him obliged to take care of her like a plant. He wasn't complaining, but grateful that he found her now rather than later. She would have starved to death if he hadn't chosen to risk his life at that time. With this ring, it would last her a bit more until he finds a way to remove that curse. After putting the storage ring into his subspace, Arthur went ahead and used the Myriad Light's water on the greatest harmony herb. It was already nighttime, but he needed to give it one last push. The herb began shining brightly and dancing in joy after it absorbed the water. However, Arthur knew it hasn't matured yet, so he added the last necessary bit. His fingers traced the different colored leaves, allowing each to shine more brightly until they were miniature stars. Once all the 9 leaves shone brightly, the light grew stronger until Arthur couldn't see his hand. The light exploded into the sky surrounding Arthur and the garden as well. Clouds gathered around the pillar of light that shed away the night. The whole city was illuminated by the white light as every finger was pointed toward the mansion. Arthur's body felt light as the power of the herb seeped into it. The ancient power of harmony worked to recover his wounds and realign his soul. Recovery percentage, 10%. His recovery was slow, but the herb worked to increase it drastically. As the light began to fade, all that was left was a single white translucent leaf floating in front of him. It was surrounded by a white barrier, but it didn't obstruct Arthur from touching the leaf. The light shook as he touched it, dancing in the wind. Fascinating. Larza appeared behind him and muttered. I didn't think it was possible to grow it in a week. You're truly loved by stars. They must be the stars of life too. Larza took a step closer to touch the leaf, but the white barrier prevented her from doing so. I guess it chose you. Larza said with a smile. I think it's time I prepare for my journey. Arthur said as the leaf followed after his hand. I won't disappoint you, my lady. He reassured her and Larza nodded with a smile. Formal clothes. Arthur smiled. I can't go to a duchy wearing these. Words of the great light spread from the city of Harif to the whole kingdom. Bards sang of the sight of heavenly light piercing the sky. From within the mansion of the great herbology master Larza, rumors spread about a one-armed Psyche. The great gardener, who was loved by stars, and his quest to treat the daughter of ice and fire was the excitement the public couldn't get enough of. Songs were written about the one-armed Psyche and the great herb that he grew. Arthur managed to slip away again as he was buying formal clothes to give Ray the ring filled with food. After explaining how the ring worked, he studied the walls in the giant room. She had grown less lively since they met. There were drawings on the walls of things she remembered. It seems she spent her time hiding here by trying to remember who she was. There was a throne and two eyes that were drawn with sharp strokes. Arthur glanced at her fingers and found that her fingers were chipped. He looked through his subspace and found a set of chalks that he used when researching in the fortress. "This is a gift to you." He handed the chalks over and she hugged them as if they were treasures. "I'll be gone for a while," Arthur told her slowly and saw her eyes shake. "This ring has all the food you need. Eat as little as you can, I'll try to send people over." "Stay," she said while looking at the chalks in her hands. "I can't do that. This is the only way for us to leave this place. If I can't get to you, I'll send others to take you. They will call me the gardener." "All right." She nodded, her red eyes reflecting the light sadly. Arthur caressed her hand before standing up and leaving. He had sent Fun to get him some shoes while he was supposed to buy proper clothes. He closed the door on his way out and the last scene he saw was Ray sitting in the corner of the room with the chalks in her hands. She was nothing but a shadow of her former self. Just like a shadow, she kept chasing at what she was. Ray chose to help him against Ellen. Arthur would repay her with everything he had. Whoever the witches were, he would make sure to find a way to lift the curse of Ray. Even if that meant he would kill every last witch in Alka. He went toward a tailor which had pre-made clothes of high quality. He handed over the coins and took the clothes back to the wagon that Fun was driving. After his achievement with the herb's awakening, the rest of the demis treated him with indifference rather than hate. Fun drove the wagon back to the mansion where Larza summoned Arthur to her study. "The trip will be lasting 3 days, I hope you won't miss me," Larza said with what Arthur assumed to be sarcasm. "Even if you are far away, I can find you with that gem in your hand. Try to remove it and you will die." "I have no plans to." Arthur placed his right arm over his heart as he kneeled. "My loyalty towards you is indisputable." "That's good, but I should give you another incentive to return." Larza smiled as she raised her hand. Chills traveled down Arthur's spine at those words, but what he saw wasn't something he expected. Great wind stormed into the study as an object appeared above her hand. With blood still leaking out of it, his torn-out left arm floated silently in a sphere of light. "If you ever want to regenerate your arm fully, you'll have to come back to me. I can grant you that at any time. Well, only if you haven't developed a liking to your new body." Arthur grabbed his left side reflexively as he looked at his torn-out arm with gritted teeth. He had yet to get over the feeling of being incomplete. "I will come back regardless, my lady." Arthur bowed his head as the winds disappeared and so did his arm. "I'll be back with nothing but glory and the artifact promised by the Duke of Fire." "Good," Larza nodded and stood up. "At that time, I might reward you with something more than just an arm." She pulled his chin up. "Would you like that?" She grabbed his groin as she smiled. Arthur felt repulsed by her touch but still nodded nonetheless. Even if she offered him his arm back, he would never come back here because he would be at her mercy to mutilate him again. Chapter 285, Skywalkers. The carriage that would carry them, not a wagon, was waiting for them outside of the city. They were only two with a few servants, Arthur and Bao. The goatman seems to be deterred away from Arthur by Larza's instruction. The carriage was gigantic and had no wheels, but gems that levitated it from the ground instead. It was pulled by giant unicorns that had the winds as their mercy, proud beings that even Bao was careful at handling. Arthur was curious about this carriage, but he didn't dare ask Bao. After the last time that they interacted, there were bruises and defiance. Things grew tense between the two, resorting only to curt talks. As he boarded the carriage, he felt as if he was sitting on a piece of cloud. He wondered how a world can achieve this level of skill in manufacturing without the aid of technology. The unicorns neighed as they used their winds to run across the land. With no roads, it was a bumpy road, but there were no reasons to take the burn of that. The carriage cut smoothly that Arthur didn't even feel they were moving, only evidenced by the changing scenery. The wind helped to push them forth, negating any air resistance that they might have encountered. The levitation helped to avoid any friction with the ground. If they wanted to stop, the unicorns used the winds to decrease the speed of the carriage. The land was nothing that Arthur has seen before, or maybe he hasn't seen enough, to begin with. As if a heavenly monster had bitten it and left its teeth, it was full of cliffs and high mountains. The valleys connected in a great jigsaw puzzle, providing a trail for travelers to follow. "We're going to Freya, city of night and love." Bao seemed to be ashamed of Arthur's ignorance, making sure to educate him in a harsh tone. "Do not wander off thinking you can participate in the activities, you need to know your place." "What do you mean night and love?" Arthur was confused. "The city itself is unique." Bao glanced at him. "Most of the establishments there operate at night, bards will be singing all of the time, and most of the people who seek mating will go there." Seek mating. Arthur was appalled by such a term of primitivity. "I guess this city is a passionate one, something Jalen in Cerna where the sailors rest with their songs and stories." Larza had told him that it would be a 3-day trip, so Arthur prepared himself to go sleepless for a few days. However, the smooth ride made him grow drowsy. The servants took another carriage, which included some guards that took care of the monsters that obstructed their way. Arthur realized the monsters weren't different from the ones appearing in dungeons. Until now, he had yet to see a single dungeon. He asked Larza about a space where monsters were crowded, separate from the world, but she didn't know what he meant. There wasn't even a word that resembled dungeon in all of the words he learned so far. He would have to ask either trader or the young man, who spoke perfect Yalvaran. They camped a few hundred miles away from the city, their third night on the road. Arthur kept the herb beside him in a special leather bag, afloat and untouched. "Eat it even if it was cold," Bao said to his servants. "We can't make a fire in the wilderness, it will attract attention." The reason they were going with only a few people was to avoid such a thing. Their trip should be a secret lest the other nations attack them. The prime suspect for such a thing was Frida, but Arthur knew they wouldn't do anything. Even if greatest harmony was to empower the Duke's house further, it would still pale in comparison to invading the kingdom as a whole. There were other nations, it seems. Arthur managed to pick up on some things from Bao talking to his guards. One of them is the route they took, one that was usually avoided due to its complexity. If they didn't find us because of the route, they should be able to find us once we get closer. Arthur looked upward into the sky, a feeling of dread filling his heart. It seems we couldn't hide from them for so long. The sky split in two as figures appeared from the sky. With wings covering their back and spanning twice their body height, the newcomers were anything but friendly. "Skywalkers," Bao scowled as he took out his rapier. "I was waiting for you." He seemed unfazed at the winged masked people. "You've only come here to die. Cut it out with the red-flagged villain lines." Arthur shook his head inwardly at the goatman. He studied the Skywalkers with interest. There was only a handful of them, as it seems they have spread their forces to catch up to Arthur's group. The Skywalkers didn't respond and the leader in the middle took out a small black box. Bao's expression changed slightly at the sight of the box and shouted something Arthur didn't understand. Runic lines appeared on the box as light exploded from within it to cover all of the present people. Bao turned to Arthur and shouted before the scene changed. "Don't let them find you." It was the last thing Arthur heard before he found himself standing in a grand temple. He looked around in bewilderment as he made sure the leaf was still in his bag. "Is this a separate space?" Arthur wondered as he looked around the temple. It was a grand temple with a hall as wide as a soccer field. There were giant pillars that held ancient engravings on them, but most of them were broken. The hall was covered in fog and there were statues in every direction. He held into his bag as he started walking to find a hiding spot. If he guessed right, that box was something like a summoning rune but in reverse. This kind of artifact can be used to divide and conquer the enemy troops. If the Skywalkers, who had the advantage of a better view, managed to find him first, he would be dead and the herb will be destroyed. That's why Bao asked him to hide and why Arthur was looking for a hiding spot. He crawled into a small hole beneath one of the statues. He risked being buried beneath the status. He hugged the bag with his sole arm as if it was his lifeline. "I'm so weak right now." Arthur's eyes dropped as he thought, staring into space. There's nothing that I can do with my current body other than pray for safety. He felt pathetic. The reasons that he ended up here and like this were his ignorance and arrogance. There was so much he could have done if he had his powers, but he was as useless as a wood log. A sackle. He hadn't felt this weak since the time he was kicked away by his boss at work after thinking an iron shard was an artifact. He smiled as he remembered those days where his biggest dream was a shard a tad bigger than normal. Did my family get caught in the fissure too like Ray? Arthur asked himself as his remaining arm rested on his knees. I hope everyone is safe. He closed his eyes. It was quiet, peaceful, and away from everything that scared him. That was until he heard the sound of flapping wings. His eyes snapped open as he looked toward the foggy sky. It was dark but he could see the fog move. He clenched his fist as his heart raced. Hoping it wasn't a skywalker, Arthur tried to hide deeper into the small hole. His hopes were crushed when the fog parted way to reveal the humanoid winged creature soaring through the skies above him. Please, let me go unseen. Arthur clenched his fist until his nails dug through his flesh. He followed the skywalker slowly with his eyes. They hovered in the air and looked around the area. Arthur could feel them scan the area looking for him. With a flap of their wings, they flew in a circle and looked around. They were directly above Arthur when they spread their wings and stopped flying. Slowly, the skywalker turned to Arthur's location. Before Arthur could wonder whether he was found, the skywalkers flapped their wings, and wind blades cut across the air toward Arthur's location. Damn it, does praying ever actually work? Arthur curled his body into a ball as the statue above him was cut into 3 giant pieces. The statue fell on the hole and closed it completely except for a small gap in it. His side was struck by one of the statue's arms and Arthur let out a pained cry. He gritted his teeth and crawled out through the gap and started running as soon as he reached the ground. Chapter 286, City of Freya. His leather bag was strapped to his right arm as he darted across the hall. The skywalker above sent another volley of wind arrows that rained on Arthur. He managed to avoid them by hiding behind a pillar. Once they died down, Arthur bolted in the direction that he came from. The skywalker passed from above him in the opposite direction, eluded that Arthur would run away from them. The skywalker flapped their wings and circled a pillar to follow after Arthur. Feeling the changing wind, Arthur slid from beneath the giant statue that has just fallen and bolted toward the giant door in the distance. As he ran away, he grabbed the leather bag tightly. The leaf within it made sure to wash away any fatigue he had with its magical properties. He managed to avoid another volley of attacks by rolling as soon as he heard the wind whistles. However, a wind arrow still managed to strike his back, sending him flying through the giant door. He rolled on the ground as his back burned badly. As his head was growing dizzy, he heard the flaps of wings again. This persistence will be my doom. Arthur coughed as he tried to stand up without bending his back. It hurts. He pushed the hard ground as his eyes adjusted to the darkness of the surrounding. The raging whirlwind arrived to remind Arthur of his pursuer. He turned to see the skywalker heading directly toward him. Arthur wanted to start running but the pain in his back spread to his legs. Moments before the skywalker's hand reached Arthur's bag, a giant bat descended from the ceiling and attacked it. The 2 winged creatures struggled for supremacy as Arthur stood up and began limping away. He glanced back and saw the skywalker impale the bat with a giant wind blade, cutting one of its wings off. It then flew higher and came after Arthur. Damn it, is there anything I can do? Arthur grabbed the leaf more tightly as he tried to think of something. He snapped his eyes open as he decided to use his art of creation. He knew it would send his recovery back to 0, but there was no other choice. He bared his teeth as he recited the art in his mind. The mana swirled within him as it has never abandoned him. It felt like someone has injected acid through his veins as soon as his mana came in contact with the mana paths. I'll die. Arthur closed his eyes because of the extreme pain. I can't handle this. His body felt like it was breaking down a bit by bit. The giant wind blade that the skywalkers wielded cut across the air and toward Arthur's heart. He was about to destroy to pull into existence to stop the blade but someone appeared in front of him. With a long black robe and a hood, the newcomer wielded a great sword made of ice. They cut across the air and through the wind blade. When the great sword was directly aiming toward the skywalker, it left Arthur's savior's hand and its momentum carried it like an arrow. The Skywalker dodged, but the ice aura around the sword froze half of its wing, leaving them to fall toward the ground. They tried to lift themselves with a single wing, but it was futile. The great sword of ice made a U-turn and returned to the newcomer's hand, landing straight into his grasp. They turned toward the Skywalker and allowed Arthur to see their side profile hidden beneath half a mask. Ho! They let out a cold breath that made Arthur's body shiver. Without any hesitation, they bolted toward the Skywalker while allowing their great sword to cut across the ground behind them. Ice exploded from the tip of the great sword that propelled it upward. The swordsmen used that momentum to slash the Skywalker, who was still trying to defrost their wing. The great sword slashed the Skywalker from the shoulder to their side, leaving a gruesome wound on their abdomen. The Skywalker let out a scream as he fell to the ground, slowly turning to ice. Arthur looked at the newcomer, panting as the great sword disappeared into their body. His vision was getting blurry as his back felt warm and wet. He was bleeding. Arthur saw the newcomer walk toward him before he lost consciousness. "I'm so pathetic." This was the last thought he had before he went into a deep slumber. In his sleep, he kept reliving being chased and injured without being able to do anything. It all ended when cold mana seeped into him, calming his mind and allowing him to sleep. "You're awake." A monotonic and genderless voice spoke to him as soon as he started sensing his surroundings. His eyes trembled as he opened them slowly. He was lying on his back, which didn't hurt so much anymore. In front of him was a brick ceiling that was filled with cobwebs. There was a torch on the wall that sent a shadow over his body. The owner of that shadow, as Arthur turned to look at them, was none other than the person who saved him. Arthur took a few moments to remember where he was before he opened his mouth. "Thank you for saving me." "Heh," the masked swordsman gave a smile. "No need." That was all they said before leaning against the wall. Arthur couldn't determine their age, gender, or even tone from their voice. As if a filter worked to neutralize anything that would give away their identity. "Where are we?" Arthur looked around. It was a small room with shelves in it. There were also a few rugs on the ground. It looked like a prayer chamber, but he wasn't sure. "Still in the domain." They answered without opening their eyes. "We should wait until we're kicked out, there's an hour left before that." "Were you sent by Bao?" Arthur asked but received no answer. The masked person ignored him and kept resting. Arthur noticed that their half-mask didn't cover their mouth and chin. Some frostings were spreading on their chin. Arthur closed his eyes again to rest, but he didn't dare sleep. His back felt all right, cooled by the masked person's mana. It must be healing. His stomach made a rambling noise that made both of them wake up. "Are you hungry?" they asked, and Arthur nodded with embarrassment. He had food in his subspace, but he couldn't use it in front of strangers. The masked person seemed troubled, opening their mouth and closing it. Suddenly, they turned to the bag beside Arthur that contained the leaf. "Don't you have food there?" They pointed with their chin. "No," Arthur grabbed the bag tightly. "I think you know what's in it since you're here already." "I do," they smiled. "I've looked inside when you were asleep. This herb loves you, as it didn't allow me to touch it." "Dependence is different from love," Arthur said as he looked at the leather bag. "I'm the only one who can make it live, that's all. But you're also the person who's going to kill it." The masked person smiled in irony. "It clings to you not knowing that you're the only person who can kill it. That's the case with the people we trust." Arthur closed his eyes. "You don't get betrayed by strangers. You see it as a betrayal." Weirdly, the masked person didn't stop talking. "Maybe you're clung to it as much as it's clung to you. It's my lifeline." Arthur's tone was flat. "I thought you would give me some food." "Ha," the masked person chuckled. "You're a shameless fellow." Arthur struggled to sit up with his arm, but the robbed person pushed him down. "Save your strength, one-armed Psycha. The struggle ahead is far more difficult than this one." The masked person took a bowl out of nowhere and started feeding Arthur as he recovered. The rest of the time was spent in silence. Space began breaking apart. Their body began fading from the room as the masked person warned Arthur before they disappeared. "Be careful, Psycha. For the world of nobles is far scarier than you would think. Trust no one in Freya, as everyone seeks their own benefits." Arthur's body was teleported out of the domain and reappeared in their camp. Bao and the guards appeared beside it, tired and some were injured. Once Bao saw Arthur well and in possession of the herb, he sighed in relief. They decided to cancel their camping plans and travel at night even if it was dangerous. Reinforcements were bound to arrive before they could reach Freya if they decided to stay in the wilderness. They followed a relentless pace and the unicorns were growing tired. Bao fed them a part of his mana just to keep them going. With their pace, they managed to see the high walls of Freya by dawn. Chapter 287, Psyche of Living Beings. Halt! The city's guards blocked their path as soon as they reached the gate. What brings you here? Asked a guard who looked like a cheetah as he rested a hand on his sword. We're guests of the Duke of Fire, Bao said, tiredness seeping from his voice. We have been ambushed by skywalkers on the way here, explaining our inappropriate clothing. Inappropriate is an understatement. Arthur looked at their guards, servants, and at Bao himself. All of them were covered in either blood or dust. Their carriage was met with an unusual whirlwind that worked to cover its beautiful wood with mud. Do you have any documents? The cheetahman asked with suspicion and a bit of fear. It seems he didn't dare offend the Duke's guests, but he was still diligent enough to check for identification. Arthur knew that Bao had it since he saw Larsa give him a pin with her house's heraldry, a plan intertwined in thorns. However, he knew that something was wrong the moment that Bao's face went pale. I've lost it in the ambush. Bao's face looked deathly white, his lips moving in an inaudible voice. Seek the Duke and he'll prove our identity. If I seek the Duke over every person who claims to be his guests, then might as well get the Duke over here to work as a guard. The cheetahman waved his hand in dismissal. Please leave. We're here for the Duke's daughter. Bao hurried to explain, but the cheetahman summoned the guards over to shoo them away. Every man in this nation comes here for the Duke's daughter. Without any form of identification or a person to vouch for you, I can't let you in. As the guards began to surround them to bring them away, Bao seemed defeated and began to shake his head. Don't dare give up now, old man. I need to do my part of the plan to meet Solomon. Arthur gritted his teeth as he stepped forward. He raised his right arm in surrender as he appealed. Have you heard of the one-armed Psyche? Arthur's tone was unhurried and the name brought a pause to the guard's actions. The cheetahman looked at him and his missing arm in doubt. You must have heard of why he is coming to Freya. As he said that, Arthur took out the white leaf from his subspace. The moment the leather bag was gone, the white light of the city's gate and brought a sense of peace to them. Fearing this might not be enough to convince them, Arthur raised greatest harmony and a white pillar of light tore through the sky. It is truly the one-armed Psyche. Heavens, the bards were right. The Duke's daughter shan't live in pain anymore. This power. I feel all my traits merging. Whispers spread around them as both travelers and citizens looked on with both awe and fear. Arthur lowered his hand as the light began to retreat toward the leaf. He looked at it with awe as well. Such might from a single herb, no wonder it can no longer exist. The amount of creation powers it absorbed was nothing to scoff at. Arthur returned the herb into his bag as Bao hurried and grabbed his wrist. What are you doing? He hissed through clenched teeth. I told you to not overstep your line. What you just did has confirmed that a human is saving this kingdom. His words made no sense to Arthur, but he didn't have the time to answer him. From behind Bao's aged face, Arthur saw a person walk up to them with an entourage of his own. It was a young man with a handsome face and a horn on each side of his forehead. The horns were white and so was the man's hair. With scales on his cheeks and fangs that protruded a little from his lips, this man was a demi-human. He exuded an air of authority but also of nobility as he walked toward them. Hans, why are you being impolite to our guests from Herav? The man spoke with a thin smile. Arthur wanted to find out which trait of a monster he had, but he looked normal other than the horns and scales on his face, which didn't give out a lot. Young Master Nere. Hans knelt on the ground as soon as he saw the young man. They couldn't produce the necessary identifications to enter the city, thus. That great light wasn't enough for you, Hans. Young Master Nere smiled in amusement as he looked at Arthur. There's only known Psyche that is known to be loved by living beings. You mean the one who is rumored to be coming to the rescue of our princess? Nere nodded. His eyes held greed as he looked at Arthur. Something that he said caught Arthur's attention, Psyche that is loved by living beings. Did that mean the other psychas were different? Did they not empower life, but other things like air and fire? I'm sorry for my impudence. Hans shouted as he turned to bow. Even now, Arthur wasn't treated as an equal, but as a treasure that was owned. I'll take them toward the Duke's mansion. Make sure to allow no exit from the city or entrance until the end of the day. We don't want our little Psyche to be stabbed in the back. Nere said with a smile. Arthur felt the chills as Bao went ahead to thank young Master Nere, that was revered by everyone else. The title caught his attention because it meant this guy came from a prominent family in the kingdom. They were allowed entry afterward and Nere allowed them to board his carriage and head toward the Duke's mansion. Show me the herb, Nere said with a stoic expression, any signs of gentleness washed by a new arriving persona. Arthur furrowed his brows and looked at Bao and saw him sweating. If you weren't the only one capable of maintaining this herb, I would have killed you. Arthur heard Nere and turned back to see that the demi had his long sharp nails on Arthur's neck. Arthur looked at him in the eyes and saw that there was nothing but cruelty in them. He took out the leaf inside the carriage and Nere looked at it with amazement. His fingers reached out to touch the herb, but the barrier blocked his touch as well. Too much harmony, Nere said with fascination. If any halfling used this, besides the princess, they would lose their sanity. What do you mean? Arthur felt Bao's body stiffen as he heard Arthur's question. Nere turned to him with a frown but answered nonetheless. Your ignorance knows no bounds. The herb you carry is the greatest traits merging agent in the world. Too much of a medicine is poison. It seems Nere thought that explanation was enough. He turned to the herb again before closing his eyes and ignoring the two. The carriage carried them through the city and Arthur got to know what they meant by the city of love and night. There were couples of demis all over the place walking around as the bards sang to their heart content. It was still the early morning but it seemed everyone was returning home. The smell of alcohol and flowery incest filled the streets while lyres were played by wandering musicians. They reached the Duke's mansion in almost half an hour. Arthur was able to see it from the carriage's window. It wasn't like Larza, isolated from the city, but at its center. The mansion was on the upper of the city, high in the clouds, giant towers surrounding it as gardens ran down the hill. The stream flew upward in an otherworldly manner as if everything flowed toward the mansion high in the sky. Their carriage didn't stop at the gate and kept going toward the mansion. It stopped in front of the entrance and Nere opened his eyes and left the carriage. A butler that was a lizardman received them. He made sure to bow toward Nere in respect as the servants hurried to take his luggage. Is the Duke here? Yes, young master. He is waiting for your arrival. Very well, tell him I brought a gift along. The one-armed Psyche is with me. Do you mean? The butler's body shook. That herb truly exists. Go and inform the Duke, Nere said curtly. I'll meet him after I visit the young miss. This was an unusual behavior even in Arthur's eyes. However, the butler seemed used to it and hurried to inform the Duke. As for Nere, he commanded Arthur to follow him. Bao nodded toward Arthur in approval and the latter was soon following Nere. As he looked at his white hair, Arthur felt a weird sense of familiarity. This man's hair was identical to Ray and Faye and even the Union's Awakeners president. Were they related somehow? Was there something more to this appearance? Soon, the two reached a garden that had a coldness that pierced the bones. In the middle of it sat the person Arthur had come here to kidnap. Chapter 288, A Witch. The daughter, or princess, of ice and fire, sat in the garden with no indication of her identity. Arthur had expected she would be wearing a gown that like the medieval princesses in his world, jewelry that blinded one's eyes, and gems that cost cities. The person in question, however, wore a simple one-piece white and blue dress with a scarf thrown over her shoulders. The dress had no markings or extravagant details, but a simple silk cloth. One each temple, the princess had a long ice shard that looked like glass surrounding her ears. The shards were triangular and started from the base of her ears and ended a little above her head. Her skin was pale but there were fine scars on it. As the two of them got closer, Arthur realized her eyes were covered in a thin layer of ice. They were looking blankly ahead, unfocused, and their irises were fully white. Young miss, Nere bowed his body and the princess turned to him. However, she didn't look his way, but toward Arthur's direction. I've come again with a present. The herb, greatest harmony, that would cure your eyes and awaken your powers. Oh, the princess's face was expressionless. You make it sound as if the herb wasn't already on its way here. The princess gave a thin smile. That is the reason I'm here. Nare said humbly. I chanced upon the gardener during my arrival, made sure he gets into the city after the guards wanted to throw him out. For that you have my gratitude. The princess turned back toward Arthur. Is he the one-armed Psyche that Marchioness Larsa sent word of? Show her the leaf, slave. Nare gestured, but before Arthur could move, the garden froze instantly. The princess floated in the air while glaring at Nare. This man, if the herb is indeed genuine, will be my savior. The princess mouthed out slowly. Treat him. With respect, Arthur could see his breath leaving a white trail. No, as an equal. Arthur's body didn't feel cold even though he saw the garden being frozen rapidly. Nare's body was covered in a layer of frost while he kept bowing. He breathed out and nodded. I understand, Princess Diameter. Nare kept his head down. However, he didn't apologize to Arthur. Princess Dia seemed to understand that it would be impossible for him to do so and nodded. The cold energy receded, but the garden was still frozen. The frosting on Nare's body rapidly melted as white energy resembling flames appeared on his body. I would have to ask my father to defrost the garden again. Princess Dia sighed after she landed in her chair. Suddenly, the temperature started rising as Arthur heard footsteps from behind him. You can freeze anything you want, I will be there to melt the ice. A flaming man appeared from behind Arthur and Nare. He had 2 large wings of flame that flickered gently. His forehead had 2 red horns and his face was covered by a giant beard. Greetings, Duke Zenas. Nare turned to the newcomer hurriedly and bowed. Apologies for not visiting you sooner, I wanted to check on Princess Dia first. If it would have been anyone else, I would have had them beheaded. The Duke said nonchalantly. Young Master Nare is an exception. Show me the herb, Psyche. Princess Dia interrupted and all eyes turned to Arthur. He took out the leather bag and unbuttoned it. Light seeped out as the leaf followed Arthur's hand and appeared to the world. The world buzzed as harmonious energy spread around. The cracks on the princess's face began to heal rapidly as an effect of the herb merging her powers. A miracle. The princess looked at her hands with amazement. They're disappearing. She reached out toward the leaf to touch it. Her body floated from the chair toward Arthur. However, the barrier around the herb prevented her as well. The herb only answers to this human. The Duke looked on with a frown. Open the barrier, gardener. He commanded, but Arthur shook his head. I'm not the one who created it. The only difference is that it listens to me. Arthur answered. The barrier is its way of protecting itself as it grows. Grows. Duke Zenas frowned. Are you saying it had yet to mature? It has only been a week since I planted the seed, Your Grace. Arthur said. The herb can be used, but it had yet to reach its full potential. How can it be used if the barrier is around it? The Duke stroked his chin. Arthur turned to look at the princess. I can decrease the power I feed it so that the princess can connect to the herb herself. However, that would take a week at least and 2 at most. You want to spend time with the princess? Nare scowled. Impudent. Threatening mana left his body but was shot down by the Duke's low shout. Do you want to hurt the herb and ruin my daughter's future? The Duke's tone held Nare back. Arthur noticed that he made sure to establish that the herb was the Duke's priority, not Arthur himself. Does this mean I would be killed once the process is over? Arthur wondered to himself. He returned the herb to the leather bag and the harmonious power disappeared. Since that's the case, you should rest now. Princess Dia said to Arthur. Father, make sure the Psyche is well rested before we start the process he mentioned. After that, Arthur was given a suite. With a bath and a king-sized bed, he had to admit this was the first time he was well rested. He took a bath and got a look at the giant scar on his shoulder, the only proof that he had a left arm to begin with. The wound has closed thanks to a magic that Larsa used. It was probably the same magic that kept his arm from rotting away. He touched it lightly and his heart started aching. He sighed and picked up the towel with his right arm. He dried his body before wearing one of the outfits that he bought in preparation to meet the princess. Is she blind? Arthur wondered as he remembered the way she behaved. Nereid also mentioned curing her eyes. Is it a result of her powers conflicting? He didn't want to think along those lines, but curing her eyes might be a good start to lure her away from the mansion. All he needed to do was take her out so that Traitor and the young men would help him kidnap her. He wore his clothes and tried to tidy up his hair before a knock arrived on his door. A voice called out for him to go to the main hall to meet the Duke along with the herb. Arthur sighed and took the bag with him and left his room. The mansion's corridors were lined with windows that overlooked the scenery of the city. He arrived at the hall and someone announced his arrival. Gardener of Lady Larza has arrived. This was his identity. No one cared to ask him what his real name was. Arthur entered the hall that had a crowd of people inside. All of them wore neatly tailored clothes and had different traits. However, all of them were demis except for one person who stood by the Duke's side. Arthur walked in and bowed toward the Duke and the rest. The Duke gestured for him to stand and Arthur proceeded to show the herb without being asked. Whispers and murmurs spread in the hall as the light descended on them. The princess wasn't here and Arthur wasn't so sure of what to do next. Thankfully, the Duke stood up and gave a speech. My vassals, as you have seen, this is the start of a new age house of Phoenix. His fire wings spread wide that they almost reached the ceiling. The herb sent by Marchioness Larza will pave the way toward the rise of our kingdom. The Frida kingdom will only be a stepping stone until we conquer the continent. The rest of the nobles began clapping as ambition appeared on their faces. The Duke of Fire raised his hand and the hall went quiet. He beckoned for Arthur to step up and introduce the only human-looking person in the hall. The woman looked to be in her early 30s with a long robe and a giant hat that covered her head. Her eyes were violet and shone brightly in the already lit hall. This is our alchemist, Gala. The Duke said. She's a witch, thus she's the perfect person to brew the potion that would cure my daughter. Arthur's eyes shook when he heard the Duke's words. He looked at the woman who was smiling at him and tried to look for anything that would distinguish her from a human. This is one of the people who gave Ray that curse. Arthur squinted his eyes as the witch licked her lips. I might be able to free both of us on this trip. Chapter 289, Princess Diameter. The witch, Gala, nodded at Arthur in a greeting and looked at the leaf in his hand with desire. Her glowing violet eyes worked to remind Arthur that whatever she was, it wasn't human. The ceremony ended and Arthur returned to his suite. As he lied on the bed to rest, his arm itched the moment the door was knocked. A light appeared on his arm, a signal that Arthur has been waiting for. He jumped off his bed and opened his door slowly. The person who stood behind the door wasn't someone he had expected, it was the butler. The lizardman strode inside as soon as the door was opened and closed it behind him. He raised his hand and a gray bubble surrounded them both. I guess Traitor has already informed you of your objective. The butler defensively crossed his arms. I'll be the one to provide the details. Why would you go against your master? Arthur was confused. He didn't think that 2 out of 3 people involved in this would be demis. That's none of your business. The butler frowned. You humans always think that you get to know everything. I thought the Frida kingdom doesn't discriminate. Arthur raised his brows. Our king does not indeed, Lizardman said with a mocking smile. Ideals are different from reality, we're far from achieving a beloved society. What's the point in me working with you if I would receive the same treatment? Arthur frowned. You won't be treated as a slave, that doesn't mean demis would accept humans easily. It's a goal, not a fact. Life is not that easy. Fine. What do you have for me? Arthur sighed and nodded. What the butler said made sense, as social issues and discrimination was present even back on Earth. The lizardman smirked as if he had won something. For 2 weeks, you'll need to convince the princess to leave the mansion. There will be an awakening ceremony at the end for the princess to show off her new powers. That would be the ideal time, as the Duke would be busy with the other nobles. You make it sound so easy. Arthur massaged his temples. Convincing a nobility to sneak out with a slave is like teaching a chicken to fly. That's how dragons are born. The lizardman said nonchalantly. Arthur stared at him with wide eyes, but the butler didn't seem to catch it. Have chickens evolved to be dragons or is he referring to a metaphor? Arthur wondered but he knew he had no time to ask. The butler continued explaining. The princess has never touched anyone. Her conflicting powers make her vulnerable to others' contact. Since her body has conflicting traits, any sort of contact with other traits or powers makes the balance break and her body starts breaking down. Except. Arthur furrowed his brows. You'll be the first person she can touch. The harmonious powers you wield will negate any side effects she has. Use this to your advantage and entice her of the outside world. There will be a festival on the awakening ceremony. That's a good bait. What happens after I take out of the mansion? Arthur asked with a troubled expression. At that time, the hunt begins. The butler smiled before leaving the room. Arthur stood there for a long time, wondering if it was worth it to deceive someone. What am I even thinking? He sighed as he walked toward the window. The luxury of morals has been taken away from me the moment I was thrown into this world without my powers. Recovery percentage, 20%. He had recovered 1/5 of his original strength. There was always the choice of giving up his arm forever through soul restructuring, but its availability made Arthur anxious. Does the legacy think I would need it? Arthur closed his eyes as he took in the sounds of the bustling city. Let's hope this plan goes unobstructed. Arthur was called out after dinner, which he had eaten in his suite. He was called out by a maid to visit the princess in her garden. As he walked into it, under the gazes of both awe and doubt of the servants, he found the princess sitting in the same place as earlier. Her eyes were dropping and her eyelashes trembling under the frost that covered her face. She was staring at one of the flowers in the garden. Do you know what it's called? She asked while caressing the plant lightly. Before Arthur could answer, the plant froze and burned at the same time. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. She sighed. Phew, I got lucky. Arthur was sweating bullets behind his facade of calm. Just because I'm called a gardener doesn't mean I know all plants in existence. That's who I am. The princess turned to look at him, her eyes were unfocused. A freak who destroys everything she touches. That means powerful. People are freaks because that's the kind of power they seek. Arthur shrugged as he strode forward and stood in front of her. The powerful ones don't fight against the world, but against others. To those, I'll be the one to be destroyed if I touch them. Not necessarily. So, you have heard of it as well. The princess smiled. The imprisoned princess who has never touched anyone. Even my mother died because of me. Are you trying to earn my pity? Arthur asked after being quiet for a while. Ever since he got here, she was pulling every miserable fact about herself. The princess looked at him silently. When you're blind, it's hard to see how humans are different from the demis. Winning everyone through pity always seemed to work out. Is it different for you, Saika? Maybe you would have been more successful if you didn't reveal all of your aces the moment I got here. At this moment, I'm just here to do my job. You're the only person who can cure me. Earning your pity would demolish any malicious thoughts you might have. What's your plan now? Arthur asked with a smile. I have seen through your actions, you need to pull out something different. Your arm should be a proper bargaining chip. Princess Dia smiled. As catchy as one-armed Saika title is, does it outweigh your arm? You don't have it. Arthur paused. Lady Larza would never give it up. It means giving up a Saika, no sane person would do it. My powers are destructive right now, Dia said. That's why I know they will be powerful once they merge. Not even a Martianess can stand in my way at that time. Follow me and you'll see heights you dared not dream of. Heights are too vague of a reward. This kingdom. Dia's eyes were unfocused and clouded, but they were resolute. My father tried to create the strongest weapon to protect this kingdom, cursing me with this power for 20 years. It's only my right to take over this kingdom as revenge. Arthur was silent for a moment. He hadn't considered this possibility. If Dia's powers are as strong as she claims, it would help him if she helped him. However, he can trust Solomon because he had saved Arthur back in the trial. The daughter of ice and fire was a different case. Aren't you afraid I would reveal this to the kingdom? Arthur. Who would believe you? Dia smiled. You forget that you will help me regardless. Discussing this makes me think you have other plans than curing me. Your belief that I do is my only bargaining chip. If you believed that I had no choice but to help you, I wouldn't be offered anything. I won't dismiss your worries. Ah, Princess Dia grinned. A smart one has appeared. What is your choice now? I want my arm, Arthur said as he took out the leaf from his leather bag. And I want revenge. His killing intent was unleashed. Even with his powers sealed, his aura remained the same. The garden turned chilly as Princess Dia looked at him with a grin. That's an answer I like. She stretched out her arm. Heal me, one-armed Psycha. That's how you will regain your arm back. Place your trust in me to free yourself of the chains of your fate. Yes, my lady. Arthur bowed and raised the leaf in the air. The light threw itself like a tide to roll over the garden. Every herb danced under the powers of greatest harmony. The cracks disappeared from the princess's face as the herb grew brighter. She closed her eyes in contentment as Arthur's hand reached out to her hand and grabbed it. Her hand was soft, but the moment that Arthur grabbed her hand, she snapped her eyes open. She hurried to look at her arm, but it was glowing with a warm light. It's all right, Arthur whispered as he pulled on her arm. He withdrew his powers of creation. From the herb, and the barrier around it grew weaker. Chapter 290, Solomon's Message. The herb grew hungry for Arthur's powers, trying to feed on them more by weakening its barrier. This was the chance that Arthur had hoped for, and he reached out to the herb while holding Princess Dia's hand. They were met with some resistance, but the barrier was weaker than it was before. Thus, they managed to inch closer to the herb, allowing Dia to bask in its curative powers more. The frosting on her eyelids began to disappear as she closed her eyes. Her two icicles, or ears, started glowing an orange hue that gave a warm feeling. However, all things come to an end. That was the way life worked, but it came too quickly for Dia's moment of reprieve. The herb pushed her away after it had its full, and the barrier grew stronger. No. Dia's tone was desperate as she reached out with her other hand, but the herb made sure to protect herself. It had realized that Dia was using its powers, making it go defensive. This herb can sense things. Is it really just a plant? Arthur's eyes couldn't be pulled away from the white leaf that was glowing brightly. Please, Dia whispered as Arthur felt her hand begin to shake. Do it again. She was desperate. The frosting was returning to her face as cracks re-emerged, albeit fainter. Her hand tightened around his eyes while shaking. This time, Arthur felt pity towards her. This was the first genuine moment of weakness that she had exhibited. It wasn't her charade of miserable fate, but desperation to escape it. The most prominent sign of misery wasn't to be aware of it but to seek to escape it. I'm sorry, princess. Arthur let go of her hand and it fell beside her, still shaking. This is the limit of what we can do today. His tone was apologetic but firm. I understand. Princess Dia nodded. However, she didn't move back to her chair. Can I? She allowed her sentence to trail, but Arthur failed to understand what she wanted. Her eyes were looking down, but Arthur knew she couldn't see yet. Can you hold my hand again? Arthur was stunned by this request, which had nothing to do with healing. However, he didn't sense any malice in her request. There were also no ulterior motives behind it, but a genuine desire. Why? Arthur understood what Nere wanted from Dia, so he knows that if he got too close, he would burn. We both know that this place is monitored. Dia didn't say anything, proof that Arthur was right. She grabbed her hand, which Arthur held, with her other hand before turning to leave. Arthur watched her back departing the garden as a presence appeared behind him. White light surrounded Arthur's neck as breathing was taken away from him. You've crossed the line, even if it was to cure her. Nere's threatening voice came behind Arthur. After you cure her, I'll make sure to cut away that remaining arm of yours. I will never tolerate the existence of a hand that touched Dia before mine. Arthur struggled to breathe, but it was useless. The white light disappeared and he fell to the ground. He turned around but there was no one in the garden. Am I going to lose you too? Arthur looked at his arm that supported his body. When am I going to escape this weakness? He sighed and stood up. The leaf was still hovering beside him, the only reason he was still alive in this place. I guess we both need each other for now. Arthur returned to his room after that, which looked empty and dark. He tapped a floating sphere and the mana worked to light the room. When he turned, he found that someone came for a visit. You've done well, gardener. Sitting in the armchair was the butler, carrying a leisured demeanor. They say the princess is still lingering for the first contact with another being. Are you congratulating me on manipulating her? Arthur frowned. It's weird that you're this apathetic about the person you worked under your whole life. My father was also a butler to the Phoenix family. The lizardman looked at him silently, his eyes beastly. He was beheaded by Zenus Phoenix because there was an incident with a noble. Is that the reason for your betrayal? The word betrayal would imply that I served them at a certain point, which is inaccurate. I only serve myself, my goals, and my agenda. What are you here for? Arthur felt tired. He remembered the swordsman that had saved him from the Skywalkers. He had warned Arthur about this. I have a message from King Solomon. The lizardman stood up as he said. Arthur felt goosebumps at this revelation. Break this. Arthur was handed a crystal. After that, the lizardman left the room. Arthur looked at the crystal silently before breaking it. It turned to dust and light flew into his head. Solomon's voice appeared in his mind. Greetings, one-armed Psyche. The voice was familiar but full of vigor. I received word that you are helping us against the Alva Kingdom in order to free humankind from their cruelty. Solomon sounded confident, unlike the desperate tone he had in the trial. He was truly a king. Arthur was now sure of it. The man that had helped him in the trial is a king. How did I meet him in the trial when he's right here now? First of all, thank you, one-armed Psyche. Your help was what we needed to break into the Alva Kingdom. This will be the first step to uniting the continent and make our dream of equality a reality. Does he charm everyone with this dream of his? Arthur wondered. It's a noble dream, but is it a genuine one or simply a facade? Is this the religion sold to the poor and the broken? Second is my command. Solomon's words demanded obedience. My men will help you in capturing the daughter of Duke Zenus. However, make sure that she isn't cured before that happens. Her powers, if awakened, would break the balance we have with the Alva Kingdom. The war will be theirs. Even Solomon spoke perfect Yalvarin, like traitor and the other Psyche. This meant that Arthur's world and this world were connected by the culture. There was a link. Postpone her healing until she is desperate and then propose another method to heal her. The method would be to give her some of your powers, for her to control the herb. This can be the bargaining chip to take her out of the palace. For the rest, I leave it up to you. Your reward shall be handsome, and I wish we meet under better circumstances. The message ended there. Arthur looked at the broken crystal in his hand silently. A single thought took root in his mind. Even Solomon craves the powers of the Psyche La Vega. What exactly are they? No, what exactly am I? He asked himself. He's using me, the same as Larsa. The world of politics is indeed frightening. Solomon trusted him for some reason, entrusting him with the responsibility of kidnapping the princess. If Arthur had to guess, it was because he met with the young man back in the slaves' market. What did that young man see in him that such a responsibility was given to him? No, Arthur shook his head. There must be something more to it. This can't be the real plan. Even with his daughter taken away, the Duke wouldn't necessarily betray the kingdom. Solomon wouldn't rely on me to decide the fate of this war. He must have other plans. The question was whether he should trust Solomon or not. The person who saved him in the trial demanded that he kills the queen. There were no debts left between him and Solomon. Arthur only needed to ensure that Solomon goes to the trial and dies for Arthur to keep on living. One of us needs to die. Arthur realized. If Solomon doesn't get stuck in the trial and dies, I'll be the one to cease existing. As far as Arthur could tell, Solomon would end up in the trial. That's all Arthur needed to do to ensure he wouldn't die. Such a cruel choice this is. Arthur stood up and looked through the window. If I want to live, I need to destroy any chance this world has of achieving peace. It was the same as before, the same thing was happening again. There was no escaping from this fate for him. I am the outsider again, and the world is against me. Arthur's heart drowned in loneliness. At times like these, he would call his family if he could, the only reminder of his past life. Now, however, he didn't even know if they were alive. His simple wish that they were safe, that no one else from Earth got transported to Alka, and that he would find them again. Chapter 291, Bloodline Order. Solomon's messages made Arthur less sure of his choice. He had to choose between kidnapping Dia and trying to get close to Solomon after he goes to Frida, or to help Dia take over the kingdom and talk to Solomon as Dia's follower, which should be easier than doing so as a citizen. Both options seemed equally risky. However, Arthur's current mission was the same. He decided to do what he was supposed to do until he needs to choose between curing Dia and delaying it. The next day, he wore his formal clothes again as he wondered why Trader told him Dia liked formal clothing. If she couldn't see, why would she like this clothing? He also remembered Larsa's words about avoiding Dia since she could charm everyone she met. Arthur had to admit that was true, as Dia's exotic appearance made her look like an angel. I guess her blindness was recent. Arthur concluded. This means her body is getting worse. He adjusted his bow tie. Can she handle a delay? He left the room and found the butler waiting for him. After that, he was led to a garden for some tea with a few nobles. The Duke was also present and Arthur was asked to report what happened yesterday. The princess's body should be cured in 2 weeks if nothing goes wrong, Arthur reported. She would need to adjust slowly to the herb's power as well. Rushing things might cause her traits to retrace back to their roots. What do you mean? The Duke stroked his beard gently. Are you saying her power would be greater than now? That's true, but it would mean the princess's body will be destroyed. Arthur had read a book about merging traits under Larsa's instructions. From my understanding of this herb, merging too hastily can make the princess's body go into an overdrive. Can this retracement happen if you go over the process slowly? The Duke asked, making Arthur frown. He was less knowledgeable about many things than this world's people, but he knew what the Duke was getting at. That would only happen if we amplified the power of the herb further, Arthur said, trying to advise otherwise. This process can make the princess lose more of her body's functions, even if her powers awakened. She might even lose herself. I see, the Duke nodded. Try to avoid this at all costs. He said and gestured for Gala to step forward. Gala will help you in understanding how to extract the herb's powers through mana agents. As you command, Your Grace. Gala stepped forward and bowed. I'll make sure our little Saika knows what he's doing. She winked at Arthur, but he gave a stoic expression. Let's go, Saika. Arthur followed after her as they left the party. She kept walking slowly while revealing her thighs with each step, as if her sole mission in this world was to seduce all of its creatures. They reached a different part of the mansion where a library was located. Gala pushed the door open and walked toward the tables in the middle. Each of the tables had several tubes and vials of different materials. Gala took off her hat and placed it on one of the tables before turning to Arthur. As he looked at her forehead, Arthur could see the only thing separating her from humans. It was a rhomboid crystal in the middle of her forehead that gave a sinister glow. I guess you have never met a witch. Gala smiled at his gaze. This crystal is the holder of our spirits, and it's also our weak spots. Why would you tell me that? Arthur stared at her. Isn't that something you would normally hide? I just wanted to make sure you hunt us witches probably. Gala smiled in amusement. You hid your intentions well, too bad I know that gaze. Gaze. The gaze of witches hunters. You, humans, fear everything that resembles you but isn't human. Being prone to corruption made you doubt everything that looks like you. What do you mean? Arthur frowned. Prone to corruption. You've seen it, I'm sure. Gala snickered as if she was talking about a funny story. A human who looked like a human but was nothing like one. A fallen being. Arthur realized. The Enders existed in his world, why couldn't that be the case for this one as well? Ah, that look. Terror, fear, and loath. You hate them too, you aren't any different from the rest. Gala clasped her hands around her knee while sitting on a chair. This is the reason humans and demis can never coexist. Your race is prone to corruption while demis are prone to madness. There's so much to fear. Is this the lesson the Duke mentioned? A part of it, yes. You need to know that it's futile to hope. I see it in your eyes, you think we can be equals. We cannot. It doesn't matter who's superior, as long as someone is. Feeding me this ideology can't be without purpose. What's your aim? Arthur developed a sense of when someone wanted to coax him. I can turn you into something less human. You can't be a witch, but you can be something similar. It's a risky process, but if you succeed, you can wield the power of spirits. After that, humanity will seem like a limiting shell that you took off. What if it fails? Well, you'll be haunted by a cursed spirit. Gala laughed. Your memories will be lost and your powers will be gone. You will be hunted by the spirit for trying to invade their world. Whenever you use mana, the spirit will stop you. Is there a way to reverse this? Arthur asked, recognizing this as Ray's case. However, this realization is what gave him away. Gala's body trembled. There is a desire in your eyes. She looked at Arthur with amusement. You know a haunted person, don't you? Someone who has been cursed by us witches. Arthur closed his mouth and opened it, only to close it again. Are they dear to you? Gala asked with an arched mouth. She was enjoying this. I know a way to help them, the only way. I don't think you would tell me easily. Arthur sighed. Everyone has their own agenda. Correct. Nothing is free. The price can be cheap, but it can be expensive. It depends on how much you want to save your beloved. What is it? Tell me. In a month, come to this place. Gala took out a scroll and handed it. As Arthur unfolded it, he found it to be a map. I'll grant you the power of spirit in return of a favor. If you succeed in controlling a spirit, I'll have you kill a witch. That's all. Which witch? Arthur furrowed his brows. Can I even do it? Don't worry. Gala smiled. She wouldn't resist, because that witch is me. He placed the map in his subspace while also pushing the questions aside. Gala didn't answer him when he asked why she wanted him to kill her, but Arthur would do it if it meant lifting the curse off Ray. He was glad that she didn't ask him to kill Dia or something because the situation was a mess on its own. When it was late at night, he went to the garden again to find Dia sitting in her chair. You're here. Dia stood up as she looked at him with eagerness. Do it again. No, Arthur shook his head. Today, I'll teach you how to control the herb. That can wait. Dia pouted. My body has never felt lighter. I feel like it's close to being how it originally was. When did things change? The moment my father gave me a fraction of his power. It's done to awaken powers, but my powers had yet to merge. Dia revealed easily. She's really vulnerable at the moment. Arthur realized that she answered whatever he asked. She was like an addict that has gotten hold of a powerful drug. However, that was usually the relationship between those who suffer and their escape from the suffering. I think your father wants to strengthen those powers further, Arthur revealed, knowing that Dia wanted to go against her father. He asked me to avoid it, but I think he desires it. I know that already. Dia smiled. My father still believes that I'm the weapon that can end this war, and he would never stop treating me like one. He treasures me not because I'm of his own flesh, but because of the powers he so desperately seeks. He can't control you. Arthur frowned. If you grew more powerful than him, he would have no way of controlling you. You're clueless, my Psycha. Dia shook her head. She raised her sleeve and revealed the engravings that ran across her body. Bloodline order, a price you pay in return for the power you get from your parents. Chapter 292, Phoenix's Tear. Do you know the reason for it? Arthur asked, intrigued by the idea. Is there an artifact or a potion or? Power can be lent, but never given. Dia recited. The power parents give to their children is even absolute because there are traits to connect them. A medium makes the bloodline order powerful. What can this order do, my lady? Arthur asked, humble. He sought to remind her that he was on her side, making sure that she wouldn't hesitate to tell him things. The power given can be used to injure the receiver, thus demanding obedience. Bloodline order can control the receiver's body to certain limits. Dia said. Let's begin today's session as well. Dia reached out with her hand. Yes, my lady. Arthur nodded with a smile and took her arm. Let me show you how to control the herb. He said as a plan started forming in his mind. The night crept upon the mansion and the darkest hour of the day arrived. The city went from dull stillness to a lively festive mode. Dancers took the streets as musicians played their finest melodies. Arthur returned to his room after finishing his session with Dia, but he had no plans to sit around. He focused on his arm until a light appeared on it. 15 minutes later, the butler arrived. Like always, a gray bubble surrounded them. He seemed confused as to why Arthur had called him. "I need to go to the library," Arthur said. "If there's a restricted section, I want access to it." "You're asking for too much." The lizardman, which his name turned out to be Rinzo, frowned. "The library is heavily guarded and only a select few have access to it." Rinzo shook his head. "Tell me the list of people who can," Arthur said after a few minutes. "I'll try to do something on my own. Duke Zenas, Princess Dia, Madame Lin Ro, and Witch Gala." Rinzo listed. "However, all of them are loyal to the Phoenix House. They would never grant you access to the library. Even Witch Gala." Arthur frowned. He never got the vibe of loyalty from the witch. What binds her to the Duke? "I overheard a few things," Rinzo said while he gathered his thoughts. "It seems she's after the Phoenix's unique ability, rebirth. Does that even exist?" Arthur was doubtful. Even if they were descendants of the Phoenix, such a thing is absurd. "It is," Rinzo nodded. However, the witch seemed interested in this concept. Even if she's not as loyal to the Duke, she should be loyal to her goals. Unless there is some proof that such a thing is possible, I doubt she would waste her time here. Arthur nodded. "Thank you, send word to King Solomon that I'll follow his commands." Arthur smiled. "And that I can't wait to meet him." Arthur's eyes shone a golden light. The butler left afterward and left Arthur to his bidding. Sitting on his bed, Arthur opened his legacy and found that he had 11 legacy points left. These were his only strength at the moment. He opened the inheritance and looked through the items. He finally found what he was looking for, priced at 3 legacy point. For something that can only be used once, this was quite expensive. Still, it's an item of legends. I'm not even sure this can be obtained through normal means anymore. Arthur bought the item and left his room. He went toward the workshop Gala used and knocked on the door. There were strange noises inside, but they ceased as the door opened. "Yes." Gala looked at him with curiosity. "Coming to a lady's room so late at night, people would say you're up to something. This is your workshop, I expected that I would find you here." Arthur placed his only hand in his pocket. "I have an offer." "You're quite lively for a slave." Gala smiled and licked her lips. "And daring." She squinted her eyes. "It's something that would help you." Arthur didn't back down. "Let me in, and I would tell you what it is." "Fine," Gala said after a pause. "But if I don't like the offer, I might just eat you." She licked her lips and Arthur's brows twitched. He walked inside and found that the room reeked of herbs. A smile appeared on his face because he confirmed Gala's goal. She walked ahead of him and sat in her chair, placing one of her white and smooth legs on the other. "Spit out then, what is it?" Gala placed her chin on her hand. "How old are you?" Arthur asked bluntly, and all the candles in the room were extinguished at the same time. The violet gem shone brightly to reveal only Gala's ancient eyes. "That's a rude question to ask." Her voice had an edge to it. "Are you sure you don't want to kowtow for your life?" She was oozing with killing intent. "I know what you want." Arthur didn't bow down. "Your mortal body is dying, but your spirit body is still powerful. You want a new container because this one is aging rapidly, reaching its expiry date." Famous last words. Gala rose from her chair. "I may not kill you, but you don't need those legs." "I have something that can give you 1 more year of youthfulness," Arthur revealed, making Gala pause. She looked at him from head to toe in suspicion. "I'm the Psycha La Vega, loved by living beings." "That doesn't mean your powers can help me." Gala refuted. "If I didn't know any better, I would say you were trying to harm me." "For what exactly?" Arthur shrugged. "We have a deal. You gave me a month because you knew you couldn't last longer than that. The Phoenix's stories of rebirth proved nothing but folktales, so you're seeking the Psycha who performed a miracle as a last resort. Why are you so sure of this?" "Because I can sense your existence." Arthur stared at her silently. "As ancient as 1,000 years old." "Tree." But he couldn't say this. I'm the Psyche, so I can tell that you're not as young as you seem. Arthur fed her some lies that she couldn't possibly refute. Now, tell me. Do you want to live in dignity for another year? As for our earlier deal. Gala sat down, brooding. This is only a temporary solution. I guess you don't want to die. Arthur smiled. You need to be killed so that you can live. Gala was silent. Who are you? She looked at Arthur as if he was an otherworldly being, which he was. I am the one-armed Psyche. Arthur took out the item he bought from his legacy. And I'm the gardener who will give you back your youth. The tear-shaped droplet floated above his hand, radiating youth and life energy. Gala snapped her eyes open and rushed to grab the tear, but a barrier blocked her. You can't use it unless I allow it. Arthur smiled at her. This barrier is far stronger than the one the herb has. The reason being it was created by his legacy. I can just kill you and take it. The barrier would still stand. As you said, it's only a temporary solution. Would you risk dying in a year without me to save you again? Gala glared at him in both greed and cautiousness. She sat back down on her chair as she looked at the tear longingly. What do you want? Something very cheap, your access to the restricted section of the library. Arthur raised the tear. This phoenix's tear will be yours if you do that. I will also need a few things from your workshop. This was a genuine tear of a phoenix, unlike the material he used to inscribe the ancient armor. Phoenix's tear? Gala's eyes widened. How did you manage to? Unimportant. Arthur placed the tear away. What's important is that you need it. What's your answer? Fine. The restricted section is useless to me anyway. However, you would need to use an artifact to sneak in. I can't use any mana. Seriously. Gala sighed in exasperation. Fine, take Vera with you. She waved her finger and a black light shot from it and flew in circles. He would hide you if you ask nicely. She smiled as she patted the orb of light. Arthur saw an emotion he never thought he would see in Gala, affection. The light enlarged to surround Gala and she disappeared. She then reappeared and the black light flew toward Arthur and hovered above his shoulder before blending into the darkness and disappearing. Spirits are convenient, Arthur muttered. I never thought such creatures can be tamed. Not tamed. Gala frowned. But contracted. It's an equal contract of coexistence. She then gave a playful smile. Don't worry, you'll get a contract with a spirit yourself in a few months. And you'll get your youth back in a few days. Arthur smiled as things started going as he planned. Chapter 293, Bestial Order. Phoenix's tears, a tear of a phoenix that would prolong the life of a dying being by 1 year if they consume it. The tear can also be a medium of summoning and can be used to forge fire artifacts. Even though the last line mentioned artifacts, it was still different from the tears he got at the Rune's Apprentice Cup. This was a bona fide tear from the legendary creature, the Phoenix. The properties of fire were integrated into it, thus the ability to create fire artifacts. Arthur had pieced together the information he got about Gala to make an offer she couldn't refuse. As promised, when the night was at its darkest, the spirit appeared beside Arthur and turned him invisible. He sneakily left his room and went to the library following the map Gala gave him. The night's darkness worked to aid him, not that anyone could see him with the little spirit helping him. He reached the library's grand doors and found them to be unlocked, probably by Gala. The door swung inward and Arthur slipped inside before closing it. The library was kindled by 1,000 gem, covering all of the shelves and tables with dim light. It was empty, luckily for him. He walked through the shelves as he read the titles of the books, each carrying a different myriad of information. Fine attainments in way of beasts, elements, and reaction of arcane, road to Alka's grand tree, the list went on, piquing Arthur's curiosity to no end. This world was as wide as Earth, but with different properties and rules. For one thing, there were no spirits back on Earth. The closest thing to a spirit was a manifestation ability. However, here, it was a different entity separate from humans. Another thing was abilities, as they didn't exist in this world. There were traits instead, the thing that separates humans from demis. Arthur had yet to understand how this different line of evolution came about. Evolution of Demis by Farn Zoran. Arthur paused at this book. He pulled it out and opened it to read. It took him almost 30 minutes to understand the general gist of how demis came about. Long ago, humans were nearly wiped out of existence by the calamities. All changed when one human, on the verge of starvation, ate the heart of a monster. This would have resulted in death, as the monster's violent mana would have killed the human. However, instead, the first evolved demi appeared. With the traits of a monster that granted him abilities to change the world, the human was able to survive. Naturally, this led to the extinction of humans that aren't demis and only the new races remained. After that, the world began to change. The humans grew stronger and managed to build kingdoms in areas the calamities didn't venture into. This was what brought the demis into existence, or so it was theorized. That era witnessed very little historical documentation. The reason that demis look down on humans is that their existence is a flaw that might spell doom for the world. They were the last of the evolutionary road and their re-emergence is a sign of weakness. So, the demis hated humans because they were a burden to the world. The humans were weak against the calamities, making them only mouths to feed. Arthur closed the book. He didn't have time to waste on this, but it was good to know about it. After returning the book to its place, Arthur went toward the restricted section of the library. It was another door that glowed with red lines. Arthur took out the key Gala gave him and it also glowed red. The light emitted from the door and key entangled before the door was unlocked, even without Arthur inserting the key. Arthur entered the restricted section and found only 2 shelves. All of the books were written in Alvan language except for one only. Bestial Order. It was written in Yalvaran language. Arthur frowned and pulled the book out before examining it. He was confused as to why this book would be in Yalvaran. Is Bloodline Order something discovered by someone from Frida? Arthur wondered as he looked for the name of the author, but there was none. He was now convinced that Frida spoke Yalvaran, for reasons he couldn't understand. There was a connection between Frida and the Yalvaran Union that he needed to uncover. As he opened the book and started reading, his eyes turned wide at every page he finished. He had to close the book and put it down. The Bestial Order is the same as the Bloodline Order, nothing but a taming technique. It might help parents establish dominance over their children while also granting them abilities and strengthening them. However, in essence, it's a method that was created by humans to control the demi's bestial side. A sigh left his mouth. This secret was the reason wars were waged. If humans could control demis without the demis having a similar ability, the demis had every right to fear humans and be wary of them. The concept of bestial order was to control the traits of the monster the demi has evolved from by injecting power into the traits of the demi core. Arthur didn't know if every demi did this to their children or if the Duke was simply trying to control his daughter. Either way, he was now standing in the middle of a difficult choice. Power, or morals. This was the decision he had to make. He can try to deceive Dia and control her through this bestial order, but Arthur wasn't the kind of person to seize away someone's freedom for his benefits. Am I in the position to enjoy the luxury of morals? Arthur chuckled wearily. The weak have no place for morals. Arthur's eyes turned resolute. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a door closing. He frowned and left the restricted section. In the library on a table, he found Princess Dia holding a book. Isn't she blind? Arthur wondered, but he saw her use mana to read. The library suddenly turned chilly and Arthur saw his breath turn white. As he was about to sneak around and leave the library, someone else entered. This time, it was the Duke. He strode toward Dia and she closed her book. When are you going to stop this nonsense? The Duke said in a low, furious voice. Nere came here just to see you as his future wife. Why are you refusing to meet him? He's here not for me, but for the powers I would obtain after my awakening, Dia said curtly. Yet, here he is threatening the Psycha left and right. He's a jealous child that is obstructing my plans. He has the right to. The Duke slammed his palm on the table. You are crossing every line with that slave. You almost beg him to hold your hand. Is this how I raised you? A whore without dignity. You raised me as a weapon, father. Dia gritted her teeth. You never allowed me to meet anyone other than my servants. The matter of the Psycha is simply because my powers are on the line. If you, or that Nere, can't understand how important this matter is, you might as well keep staying away from it. No, the Duke said firmly. I'll have Gala extract the leaf from that psyche's powers even if that killed them both. Neray will be the one awakening you, not a slave gardener. Oh, father. Dia's body began rising. You have no say in this. For after I awaken, you will be nothing in front of what you created. I know about your promise to the king, so you have no choice but to step away from this. Dia. The Duke glared at her but she didn't back down. Good. Good. He fumed in anger. After your awakening, I'll behead that gardener myself. I don't care what happens after that. After that, the Duke left and only Dia remained and Arthur remained in the library. She resumed reading the book as if nothing happened and Arthur kept hiding. She doesn't know about her father's seal on her. Arthur stared at her in the darkness. I knew she had no intention of keeping her promise. He smiled in the darkness. Resent your gods, for I am to foil both of your plans. After that, Arthur returned to the restricted section and kept reading the book. He guessed that this book was kept in Yalvarin because Dia didn't know how to read that language. Her father wanted her to know nothing about the true might of bloodline order. She thinks that the order can be reversed once she grew stronger. Arthur opened the book and sat down. What she doesn't know is that like a seed, the power injected into her core can never be overcome. However, it can be replaced and eaten by something stronger. Something like the power of creation itself. Chapter 294, Do It or Die. After listening to their conversation, Arthur returned to the restricted section to read again. At the moment, he couldn't use his mana of creation. The aura, however, was what fed the herbs his powers. He couldn't control it willingly, but the aura was more than enough to make Larza buy him over the other slaves even though he was a sackle, a cripple. As he read the technique, Arthur was sure that it could work on Diameter. The only issue was how he would do it without her sensing something wrong. He would have to integrate it into their sessions without her finding out. The night stretched but dawn soon arrived. Arthur left the library under the cover of Gala's spirit and arrived at his room. As soon as he was alone in his room, the little spirit coagulated and tiredly swayed in front of him. Thank you, little one. Arthur patted it and the little orb rubbed itself against his finger before disappearing, returning to its master. Such a cutie. Arthur smiled. He slept until he was awakened by Rinzo in the morning. After meeting with the Duke and reporting, he was sent again toward Gala's workshop to study. How was your little adventure? Gala asked with a smile. I held my end of the bargain, you need to hold yours. She stretched her hand. I'll need the restricted section for a few more days, Arthur asked and Gala nodded. I'll give you the key and the spirit for your stay here as long as you give me the Phoenix's tear. Arthur found that it was reasonable. For the rest of his time here, he could learn about this world. The bestial order technique was already memorized by him. That was the advantage of having high stats, even though his body would break down if he exerted any physical movements. All right, here you go. Arthur gave her the tear and she held it with both hands, revering. He found it empowering that something that can be bought by hunting for 2 days would be like a treasure for others. Gala didn't hesitate to swallow the tear. Arthur admired her resolution but stemmed from her desperation for living. The tear worked instantly and her body exploded with a powerful light. This is... Gala's voice came from within the light, but Arthur was squinting his eyes. Truly a miracle. Young Psyche, if you can hand over something like this easily, I'll happily follow you for the rest of my life. Gala's words were genuine. I have never seen someone clinging to life as much as you do. Arthur smiled. What is it that you seek by living for thousands of years? Seek is inaccurate, young Psyche. Gala's face appeared after the light died down. Even though she looked young, to begin with, it was nothing in comparison to now. The dark aura around her dissipated greatly and was replaced by an aura of youth and vigor. She made others feel warm just by standing next to them. Her hair carried a luster that made it as if she was sparkling. Following over her shoulder, she was nothing like thousands of years old witch. She stood up as she continued talking. I am waiting for a man to come back. I can't die before then. Gala's eyes held unbridled yearning. You gave me another year, for that you have my thanks. Would you tell me how to lift a curse then? Arthur asked but Gala shook her head. Now is not the time, Gala said. You have a great adversary ahead of you. I fear that I alone can't protect you, young Psyche. I never asked that you do. Arthur smiled. When the time comes, whose side would you change? The side of the living, of course. Gala smiled back at him. If that means leaving the Duke, I'll happily follow you. I'll make sure that's the case, for my sake more than anything, Arthur said before he stood up. Now, let's see what agents you have here. His session with Dia took place in the garden like always, and he found her waiting for him, as eager as always to get rid of this curse. Arthur acted his part and bowed. Let's start again, Your Grace. Arthur took her hand as the leaf floated between them. Today, I'll help you control the leaf yourself. Once the process is done, you can consume it without the help of anyone. You shall be handsomely rewarded once that happens. Dia smiled. You'll stand by my side as I take over the kingdom. Arthur didn't know if she was lying to him about keeping him alive or to her father about letting him kill Arthur. He wouldn't risk his life by placing his trust in her ability to keep a promise. As their hands touched, his aura seeped into her. Arthur could feel Dia growing stronger. He allowed the aura seeping from his cracked soul to enter her body and enhance it. Now, I need to guide it toward her core. He read yesterday that the core was usually in the navel point of Demi's body. Arthur let go of her hand, because he had only one, to take out something from his bag. Please hold this, Princess. He handed over the crystal. Gala said this would make transferring the power to you easier. All we need to do is make the herb mistake you for me for a short while. Dia took the crystal and Arthur held her hand again with the crystal in between them. The power transferred grew stronger with the crystal acting as a medium. Arthur took this chance and directed the power toward her core. Dia frowned as his power seeped into her core and snapped her eyes open. It's the crystal assimilating the power as yours, Arthur said with a serious expression. Dia grew doubtful but nodded. The process continued and Arthur's powers began taking root in her core. The days went by and they fell into a tedious routine. Arthur would read in the library, sleep a little, report to the Duke, go to Gala's workshop, and then help Dia take over the herb. Neray didn't bother him after the night he eavesdropped on the Duke's conversation with Diameter. He was treated in a well and respectful manner, until the awakening ceremony. 3 days before the ceremony, Rinzo visited his room again. This time, he carried another message from Solomon. Greetings, Psyche. Solomon's voice was as majestic as last time. I heard that the ceremony is happening in 3 days, you've done well in timing it. A knight of mine will be attending the ceremony as an envoy. You can work with him to lure the Duke's daughter away. The message went on detailing how the mission would happen. Arthur listened to it quietly while thinking how betrayed Solomon would feel. Would he trust Arthur afterward? Arthur didn't have an answer, but he couldn't keep being weak. He didn't go to the library and slept instead. His body needed recovering but he wasn't giving it any time to do so. Even still, his recovery has been going smoothly. Recovery percentage, 33%. He had 2/3 before he could use his skills and runes again. It felt unusual to think about them now. It had been so long since he last used them. The face he needed to make things work using his wits only was something he got used to. On the morning 2 days before the ceremony, the Duke wanted Arthur to report to him in the hall. As Arthur walked in, he found an extra guest that he hadn't thought he would see. It's good to see you again, my little Psyche. Larsa smiled. You've done well in preserving my face in front of the Duke until now. My lady, Arthur knelt on the ground while cursing himself. I didn't expect to see you here, I'm glad. After Princess Dia started seeing again, the Duke invited a lot of nobles to attend the ceremony. Larsa smiled as she gestured for him to rise. I arrived earlier because I wanted to make sure that there won't be any hiccups. There will be none, Arthur assured. The process has been going smoothly. It should be over in 2 days. 1. Duke Zenas interrupted. Arthur looked at him with puzzlement. The ceremony will be tomorrow. Your Grace, as I said before, hastily using the herb can result in adverse reactions and great risk. The princess will be in danger of. She can handle it, Gardener. The Duke rose, his fire wings spreading through the hall. Do as I say and make sure the ice and fire traits merge. The princess might lose her self-awareness, Arthur said, frowning. Merging the two traits might result in self-destruction. I beg of you to reconsider. Silence. The Duke roared, red light surrounding his body as the chair beneath him turned to ashes. I am the Duke of Fire and my commands shall be followed. Do it or die here. Chapter 295, A Path of Regret. Have you grown attached to the princess? Larsa followed him after Arthur was dismissed by the Duke, defeated. I told you to stay away from her, yet here you are holding her hand every night. She scrutinized him, looking for any slip-ups that would give him away. Suspicions were written clearly on her face. As her slit irises darted from one place to the other, Arthur hurried to grab her hand and kiss it. No such thing, my lady, Arthur explained. I was only advising the Duke to avoid the risk, but he seems to trust his daughter. I was only fulfilling my duty to you. Is that so? Larsa smiled in contentment. I missed you for the past 2 weeks and also missed our little sessions. She placed her hand on his neck and he resisted the urge to slap it away. He had managed to recover well thanks to his work on the herb and his visit to the Duke's house. Yet now, Larsa was here. This will make it more difficult for him to escape. I beg your forgiveness, my lady. Arthur apologized. However, I need to visit the witch to discuss tomorrow's ceremony. I don't want to embarrass you, after all. Larsa smiled. She caressed the armless sleeve as if to remind him of his arm. After this is over, let's go together on a vacation. We'll have a lot of fun. The only one who will be having fun is you sucking me dry. Arthur smiled and nodded to her before leaving toward the workshop. His footsteps were quick and panicked. Come in. Gala's voice was relaxed, even happy. When he opened the door, he found her staring at herself in the mirror, admiring her newly found youth. Get over it already. Arthur closed the door. Over the past 2 weeks, they had grown closer with each day. We have a problem. Never. She pinched her cheeks with a smile. Even the glow in the crystal on her forehead was brighter now. Arthur still found it hard that she was a witch since he had the impression that witches were evil. When he asked her about it, she shocked him with the truth. I have been banished by the witches when I was young. She told him a few days before after they discussed which agents to use. It's forbidden that witches fall for humans and they would be shunned if they do. What made you fall for him? Arthur asked at that time. It was fate, she answered but blushed when Arthur gave her an I won't buy this bullshit face. Okay, he was that handsome. They laughed at that time and their relationship got better afterward. Arthur felt at ease that she didn't associate with the witches and he confirmed it with Rinzo. She had been living with the Duke for 10 years. This made her innocent of what happened to Ray. Whoever did it, they were a different type of witches. I said we have a problem. Arthur paced around the room. The Duke wants the ceremony to take place tomorrow. Calm down, Gala said. I thought your progress was going well. Speeding up the process a bit should be fine. She made a valid point, but that wasn't what Arthur was worried about. Even if I manage to make her live past this, what we agreed upon isn't ready yet. Arthur reminded her. I still need you to create that barrier. Is it that important? Gala frowned. It would indeed take more than 1 day to finish. At this rate, you'll be defenseless after the ceremony. Can you finish it today? Arthur asked but Gala shook her head. That would require a tremendous amount of energy. I can gather it in 2 days, but a single day would be difficult. Gala said. The alternatives? Arthur furrowed his brows. We can make up to it using a mana source. However, everyone would sense the change in the surrounding. The barrier won't be as hidden as we have planned. So, we need a mana crystal and a diversion. Arthur nodded. I'll bring you the mana crystal by night. As for the diversion, it'll happen after I meet with Dia today. Use that chance to construct the barrier. Arthur left the workshop and returned to his room. On the way back, he met a group of nobles with Neray in the lead. He was talking to another person clad in azure armor. Is this the one-armed Psycha? The person Neray was talking to stopped in front of Arthur, looking at his arm with interest. It was a female knight with short-cut blue hair. Her eyes were clear and sharp, radiating ice energy that Arthur found familiar. Ah, Neray paused as if he had eaten a fly. Yes, he's the Psyche who would be performing the awakening ceremony. However, he's nothing but a slave. This is his duty toward his masters. Neray said while glancing at the gem on Arthur's arm. Do I need to remind you of my identity? Her tone was still amicable but had a certain edge. I'm the Knight of Courage of His Majesty, King Solomon. The knight looked at Neray with a smile. I'm sure you know my king's views on slavery. This is Alva, not Frida, Knight of Courage. Neray waved his hands. Our relationship might not be the best, but it's out of place to dictate what is allowed and what is not. Truly, the knight smiled. A marvelous way to repay hard work. I hope we have the time to chat, Honorable Psyche. She walked past Arthur and patted him on the shoulder. As she did, Arthur felt the familiar icy mana enter his body. He was sure of her identity now. She was the swordsman who saved him from the Skywalkers. The group of nobles left after that and Arthur returned to his room. He opened his legacy and bought a high-grade mana crystal for 1 legacy point, reducing his stash of points to 7. After that, Arthur placed it in his subspace directly. He still had a few hours until night, so he tried to rest on his bed, pondering the situation. Things have changed. He now had 1 less day to implant his plan. He planned on doing it tomorrow, but there was no time left. If he did in the ceremony, he will be obstructed by the nobles from every part of the Alva kingdom. He needed to do it today. However, the barrier wasn't ready and his progress with Dia's core insufficient. The aura of creation was nothing compared to the actual power. He needed the power of creation to use the bestial order technique. Proceed with soul restructure. Arthur gritted his teeth. With a single choice, he would reclaim his powers and control Dia after she awakens. However, he will lose his arm forever. There won't be any generation or reattachment, his soul will forever be detached from his arm. He grabbed the empty sleeve as thoughts raced in his mind. The right choice was there, but which one is it? Maybe I can handle the nobles using only Dia to escape. If I choose soul restructure, everything I worked for until now will be meaningless. But if I don't, I'll die after I help Dia awaken. It's all because of this. Arthur grabbed the gem on his arm. I can't escape because of this. He had read about these gems in the library. He had thoughts about taking it out, but the book convinced him otherwise. Without the mana of the master, the gem would inflict the slave with a curse that would kill them if they tried to remove it. I have no choice. Arthur covered his face with his right hand. Proceed with the soul restructure. Please confirm. This action is irreversible. Your arm will be lost forever. His legacy sent another message, shaking Arthur's resolve. He gritted his teeth until his mouth bled. He grabbed onto his shoulder tightly as he confirmed. Confirm. Soul restructure shall begin now. Please find an isolated place away from people. The process shall commence in 59 seconds. Arthur stood up and hurried to the bathroom. He lied in the tub as he grabbed his arm, watching the countdown with agony. This time, he wouldn't lose his arm because of the circumstances, but because of a choice he made. Whatever that shall follow after would be a path of regret. He will always wonder how things would have been different. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. As the countdown reached 5, Arthur snapped his eyes wide open. Mana exploded from within his body and left it. The mana gathered to materialize the Knight of Courage in front of him. 3 seconds. Arthur stared at the Knight of Courage who had appeared in front of him. 2 seconds. Stop the restructure. Arthur commanded and the countdown stopped. He stared at the panel in front of him as sweat rolled down his face. 1 second. The countdown stopped and the panel was red, the same color as Arthur's bloodshot eyes. He turned toward the Knight of Courage who was looking at him with a smile. You look like a mess, one-armed Psyche. Chapter 296, Inheritor of the Scholar Guardian. The Knight of Courage carried a smile on her face as her hair strands looked like blue quartz in the light. She looked around the bathroom and at Arthur sitting with his clothes on in the tub. Did I pick an inappropriate time? She asked awkwardly as Arthur stared at her with a haggard face. He had no strength left after the mental anguish from earlier. He tried standing up, but his right hand slipped from its grasp on the tub and he fell back into it with a loud bang. "It's all right." Arthur sighed. "Can you help me stand up?" The Knight of Courage nodded and walked over. She pulled his right arm and Arthur stood up and got out of the tub. While pulling it, she examined his arm closely. "It seems you weren't trying to remove the gem as I feared, which would have been quite deadly." The knight smiled. "Are you all right, Sika?" "I am, thank you. It seems you're always helping me, now and in the domain." "Haha," the knight laughed as she let go of his arm. "You Sika La Vega are really abnormal for you to recognize me despite my disguise." "I am keen on people," Arthur said as he wobbled toward the door, almost falling in the process. "Easy there." The knight threw her arm under his armpit for him to lean on. They went toward the room and Arthur sat on the bed. He didn't know if he was tired because of the stress that he just went through or because the soul restructure was already underway before the countdown ended. "What brings you here, Knight of King Solomon?" Arthur asked at last. The knight grabbed a chair and sat down cross-legged on it. "I've heard that the ceremony has been brought forward to tomorrow. I thought you might need some help." "Well, what kind of problem do you have?" She shot at him, looking confident. "Can you postpone the ceremony?" Arthur shot back. "Well," the knight awkwardly scratched her head again. "No. That would raise suspicion if I tried anything funny. I'm here to witness the possibility of a conditional treaty of peace. Isn't that a good thing?" Arthur raised his brows. Conditional being the key word. Slavery would still exist and we need to give up a part of our land. The only way this treaty would be considered by our king is the awakening of the Duke's daughter. The knight shook her head. "I see," Arthur nodded. "I have a question." "Ask away." "Where do the Sika get their powers from?" Arthur asked, hoping to derive some inspiration on how to restore his powers. "That's an unusual question." The knight furrowed her brows. "The matter of the Sika is not really common knowledge, but you should know better than anyone else." "Know what?" "The source of your powers." The knight said, spreading her arms. "It is everywhere for you. It depends on what are you loved by. Are you loved by living beings? Then they give you power. Are you loved by metals? Swords will listen to you. Are you loved by the wind? Hurricanes will dance around your fingertips." Arthur didn't answer, but he knew this wasn't it. He wasn't loved by anything but by existence itself. When he used his powers before, he could bend metals, runes, earth, the sky, and even space. Why do we have these powers? Arthur tried to rephrase, hoping to glean off any information he can about similarities to his legacy. "No one knows." The knight shook her head. "The only one who has a general inkling is the one we serve, King Solomon. He seems to know a lot about Sika La Vega because he's the inheritor." "The inheritor?" Arthur frowned. The only thing he could think of is the inheritors of guardians. The inheritor of what? The inheritor of the guardian of runes. The Knight of Courage smiled in pride. He's the inheritor of the scholar guardian. Arthur suddenly felt lightheaded as the words sank in. He looked at the knight to see if she was lying or joking, but there was no such thing. She only had pride in her king. How can this be? Arthur asked himself. I thought that I was the inheritor of the scholar guardian. You don't look convinced. The knight smiled. That's why I brought you a gift from our king. It would help you in your quest. This artifact was created by my king and it has the power to increase your affinity to the world. This way, your powers will be amplified. Created by him. Arthur furrowed his brows and looked at the artifact. He thought it would be an artificial rune, but it was a genuine artifact. It was even a high-tier one. But I can't use mana. My king said all you have to do is wear it. She smiled. For a Psycha to be unable to use mana, that's rare. I guess there are the limitations to the most powerful of abilities. The knight gave Arthur the ring and stood up. She then melted into a pool of water that turned into a vapor. All that was left was a slightly humid room to prove she was there. As he studied the ring, Arthur knew it was as Solomon advised. If he remembers correctly, then Solomon said he wanted to create an artifact to defy the world but failed. Is he really the inheritor of the scholar guardian? Arthur felt a splitting head and an identity crisis coming his way. He slipped his finger into the ring and felt himself get closer to the existence, amplifying the aura he released. There was another matter of not using mana to activate it. There were very few artifacts that can do so, Arthur's strengthening artifacts being one of them. When Arthur tried to go into the runic world of those runes, he was met with that gigantic being with golden eyes. The words he told to Arthur were still shaking his soul. Not yet. He didn't understand any of this. If he wanted to do so, he would have to seek Solomon. However, he doubted Solomon would give him answers just because he was a Psyche. He needed to wield power and prove his usefulness. The ring in his hand would help him obtain that power. Arthur rose as he felt the aura that he was releasing increase in magnitude. With this, he wouldn't need to restructure his soul. He would be able to use this aura to hammer the final nail in Dia's core. It was questionable if peace would be brought by using this technique, but what were the alternatives? Soul restructure. Death at the hands of the Duke. At the hands of Neray. At the hands of Dia. He wasn't selling away his morals, but the circumstances forced him to see any way out of weakness. He stood up from his bed and left his room. He arrived at the workshop again and gave the mana crystal to Gala. This is what you need. Arthur gave her the crystal and she looked at him with amazement. Are Psyches magicians that can pull anything out of their pouch? Gala asked with amusement. I'll even be a wishes-granting genie as long as you follow me, Arthur said. I need you to remove this gem too. He showed her his arm. It needs to be unlocked using the mana of a master, and Larsa arrived earlier. I have just the spirit for that. Gala smiled. What are we going to do afterward? Leave this rotten place, Arthur said and left the room. Even if Gala betrayed him, he would still have Dia's powers once she awakens. Even though he would be deviating from their plans, he was still going to work with the Knight of Courage. After all, obtaining the princess's powers would be more appealing than the princess herself. Wait. Arthur stopped in his tracks. Why did Solomon give me this ring? Arthur wondered. He told me to delay her awakening. Why did he give me an artifact that would do the opposite? Things didn't add up, so Arthur grew hesitant about carrying out his plan. He stood beside a window and took out the leaf from his pouch. His eyes turned around once he saw the leaf. I see, Arthur smiled. Solomon, you sneaky bastard. You wanted to make sure that I would never be able to awaken Dia by amplifying my powers. This way, the herb's barrier would grow more powerful, making it impossible to awaken her before the Knight of Courage kidnaps her. Arthur failed to see it at first because he was too occupied with his need for power. The Knight of Courage might have mistaken it for greed or simply Arthur's compliance to the plan. The moment he wore the ring, it was impossible to remove the barrier in time. However, Arthur resumed walking toward Dia's garden. Your own tactics are the reason my plan will work. Chapter 297, Ice Phoenix. She was sitting in her garden, admiring the flowers with her returned sight. Her face looked a lot better than the first time they met. In recent days, he understood what Larsa meant. Without her powers to haunt her, the daughter of ice and fire was a beauty that toppled kingdoms. The cracks that lined her face before were nowhere to be seen, only a smooth and unblemished skin was left. Her clear eyes regained their color after that layer of frost was washed away. As he walked closer to her, he got to see her heterochromatic eyes again. He was amazed the first time that he saw it. One of them was ice blue and the other was blazing crimson. The change in Dia could be called nothing less than miraculous. Even still, Arthur bowed as he stood in front of her. She turned to him with a smile. I'll test her just once. That's what the barrier is for. I heard you've met the Knight of Courage, Dia asked curiously. How was it? It was a meeting, no more no less. Arthur shook his head. Have you heard your father's orders? He probed and Dia carried a sad expression. It pains me that he chose power over me, but there's nothing that we can do. Dia shook her head. I believe that I can overcome it. During the ceremony, your father will make sure to strengthen the bloodline order, Arthur said. My lady, I think we need to change our plan. What do you mean? I can awaken your powers now, Arthur said as he slid his hand into hers. His aura flowed into her. We can do it now so that your father wouldn't be able to strengthen the order. Didn't you say it was risky to hasten it? It's the same risk as tomorrow, Arthur said. However, we'll have the advantage once we do so. Do it, Dia said without hesitation. I don't want to be restrained anymore. She stood up and grabbed Arthur with her other hand. Do it and stay by my side forever. Yes, my lady. Arthur shook his left shoulder and the bag fell to the ground. The leaf floated from it and stood between them. Its barrier was stronger than before, but it didn't matter. Arthur could have awakened Dia long ago, but he chose not to because he wanted to plant the bestial order. Arthur reached out toward the leaf and grabbed it. He stopped the aura from seeping into it and the barrier weakened. After that, his aura gushed into Dia, who grunted and took root in her body. Her core was filled with his powers and the bestial order formed fully. The seed grew larger and took root in her core. Use my powers to break the leaf's barrier, Arthur said, and Dia did as she was told. She reached out with her hand overflowing with the aura of creation and broke the barrier of the leaf. Once she touched the leaf for the first time, the process began. A giant pillar of light shot out toward the sky and the mansion began to shake. The night turned to day as everyone in the mansion was alarmed by the influx of power. Her traits are merging with the herb as a catalyst. Arthur felt Dia let go of his arm. Her body was a war zone of conflicted powers with a newly arriving pacifist. The herb turned into a stream of gentle mana that slipped between the two. Arthur saw the change firsthand. The icy mana melted and the fire mana turned blue. They wrapped around each other as they turned into something else entirely. From her back, a set of wings began growing just like the ones her father had. The only exception was that it wasn't blazing fire, but a gentle blue flame that gave bone-chilling coldness. 2 red sharp horns grew from her forehead as Dia rose in the air. The magnitude of power that she released made Arthur breathless. This was the power shown by the merging of 2 high-grade traits with opposing characteristics. Dia. Duke Zenas descended from the sky and shouted. He looked on with confusion at his daughter. Slave. What is the meaning of this? He turned toward Arthur with rage. However, Arthur didn't answer but waited for Dia to awaken fully. The garden was soon swarmed with people who had been invited by the Duke, including Larsa. She looked at Arthur with cold, suspecting eyes but couldn't do anything because Dia's powers were pushing everyone away. The Knight of Courage also arrived and looked on with a smile. Arthur's eyes met hers and he saw a questioning look on her face. All of these people gave him different orders and proposals, but he chose none of them. The light gathered above Dia and condensed into a giant bird. With long wings and icy feathers, the bird looked like nothing that any of the present people have seen. Is this an ice phoenix? The Duke's disbelieving words shocked the present people and even Arthur. He looked at the ice phoenix and its red eyes. The phoenix looked at him and Arthur saw something that made him relieved. It was submission. The ice phoenix flapped its wings and rose high. In the air before diving toward diameter, ice exploded everywhere and blinded everyone's sight. When Arthur opened his eyes, he saw the ice settle down as Dia walked out of the cloud. She had ice-blue wings that burned with icy flames and red horns that shone brightly in the light. The 2 shards on her ears held red flames within them as if to prove that the phoenix's powers resided within. The power she radiated was on a different plane of existence, even stronger than her father's powers. Dia. The Duke came forward. My lovely daughter. You have awakened, what a joyous occasion. Even though he didn't manage to strengthen the bloodline order, he still thought he had a small amount of control. He made sure to shower her with affection once he realized it was too late to do anything. Dia, however, seemed like a completely different person. How are you feeling? The Duke asked, but Dia simply looked at her hand. A thin smile hung on her lips. Ah, at last. Dia's voice was clearer than ever. I have awakened at last. I need to visit my mother's grave. She started walking away. What should we do with him? Nere stepped out and pointed at Arthur. His eyes held killing intent and all of the present people seemed aware. Ah, him. The Duke smiled. You can kill him slowly for his past offenses. His words made Larsa's face grow pale. However, he was still a duke and she was only a marchioness. She was quiet but looked at Arthur with a desperate look. Is that okay with you, Lady Dia? Arthur interrupted, unfazed. She paused and turned to look at him with her icy cold eyes. I thought we had an agreement. Agreements are between equally standing people, Dia said slowly. Never say my name, slave. She turned to her father. Do as you wish. Her wings spread and she flapped them to soar into the air. Arthur looked at her departing back as Nere rushed in and clawed his way. A barrier appeared around Arthur that deflected the attack. Gala walked out of the group of people and stood beside Arthur. It seems you have been betrayed, dear Saika. Gala smiled at him as she surveyed the surrounding. What are you going to do now? Gala. The Duke's face was ashen before turning purple. What is the meaning of your actions? His powers were threatening to break. Ah, dear Zeno boy. Gala smiled as she referred to him as a boy. The Duke's face was growing more furious, but she didn't care. I simply found a more interesting person to follow. Right, young Saika. Do you think that you can get out of this alive? The Duke laughed. Take them down. I'll kill them myself. The Duke's guards surrounded them. It's time, Saika, Gala whispered. Show me that I made the right choice. Gladly, Arthur smiled as he walked forward and looked at Dia, who was flying a distance away, almost turning to a dot. He took a deep breath before roaring. Dia, descend. The world strings were pulled and power spread from Arthur. An invisible link was formed between Dia and Arthur as he felt her resist his order. Have you gone mad, slave? Nere laughed. You dare order our princess like this? Death is too easy of a punishment. You. The Duke's face turned pale. How can this be? This power is. He pointed at Arthur with a shaking finger. Impossible. How about you ask your daughter? Arthur smiled as he looked upward. The rest of the people looked up and saw Dia fall like a meteor. Without pausing, she crashed into the ground to create a crater. When the dust settled, Dia was sitting on one knee and glaring at Arthur with hateful eyes. You bastard, what have you done? Dia roared. Chapter 298, Better Offer. I've done nothing other than guarantee my own survival, my lady. Arthur strode forward. I hereby command you to use your power to protect me and Gala. A wave of power gushed out of Arthur and entered the princess's core despite her strong resistance. The power made sure that if Gia didn't follow his command, the power would burst and destroy her core. You've placed a bloodline order on me. Dia's eyes went wide and shook. But how? We don't share any bloodline. For that, you can ask your father. Arthur smiled and turned to the Duke. You enslave humans and look down on them, but use their techniques on your daughter. Hypocrisy at its finest, Duke Zenos. Shut that mouth and die, slave. The Duke roared as his flames burned. He flapped his flaming wings and appeared in front of Arthur and Gala in a heartbeat. The moment before he struck them, Dia appeared between them and raised her hand. An ice sphere covered Arthur, Gala, and Dia to protect them. The flames of the Duke struck the barrier, but there were no signs of it weakening. Move aside, Dia. The Duke roared. If I do, I'll die. Dia gritted her teeth. What is he talking about, father? How can he use the bloodline order technique on me? That is. The Duke retracted his flamed fist and looked torn. There is no requirement for bloodline in this technique. It can be used. The Duke seemed to spit the world by force. On any demi. Dia's body shook. Arthur didn't know if her shock came from the fact that her father deceived or that Arthur had fooled her. In either case, she could no longer escape from Arthur's control. We've made a deal. Dia turned to Arthur. You never had the intention of helping me. I would have never used the order, even remove it, if you were to keep your promise. Arthur shook his head. You did not, so I can only resort to such means to protect myself. Arthur then turned to the Knight of Courage. What is the meaning of this, Saika? The knight smiled coldly. Even though she didn't explicitly state it, her meaning was obvious. I'm offering you a better deal. Arthur threw away any disguise he had. Would you like to obtain the power of the Ice Phoenix? Are you saying you would offer the princess to my king? The knight was surprised. However, Arthur shook his head. I'll offer my services to Solomon. This is me guaranteeing that I won't be backstabbed, that's all. What's your answer? Knight. The Duke roared. Are you plotting against my kingdom? His eyes were burning with fire. If that's true, then none of you would leave today, even if I have to kill my own daughter. The Duke raised his hand and hundreds of demis appeared on the walls, the roofs, in the garden, and there were more outside the mansion. They were in the hundreds. This is my army of fire. The Duke threw his hands out. If you think you can take them on, I'll happily offer you the Alva kingdom. It's getting hectic. Arthur turned to the knight. Tell me your answer, Knight of Courage. I shan't do such thing. The Knight of Courage shook her head, making Arthur's chest tighten. For His Majesty would answer you myself. She raised a crystal in the air and lightning descended from the sky to destroy it. A heavenly presence descended as a throne appeared in the sky. Sitting on top of the throne was a man that Arthur knew so well, but couldn't even begin to recognize. Wearing clothes lined with white and gold with a crown on his head was Solomon. His elbow rested on the armchair of the throne with his chin resting on his hand. Below his robe was a black silk shirt that contrasted Solomon's pale skin. A few strands of hair fell to cover his eyes, but the messiness couldn't hide the majestic aura he exuded. You disappoint me, Sika. Solomon's words were colder than before. I gave you respect and power, yet you chose to betray me. Betray you I never did, Arthur bowed. For I never served you to begin with. We had a deal and I'm now offering you a better one. A better one. Solomon turned to Diameter, her. No, Arthur shook his head. My services and power. I can only make a deal if I had other options, which I didn't have previously. Now that I do, I'm sure that your Majesty doesn't mind. Ha, Solomon chuckled. What tells me you wouldn't go behind my back me like you did to her? Nothing would. Arthur shook his head. If my survival includes betraying you, I would do it in a heartbeat. Presumptuous. The Knight of Courage shouted, but Solomon raised his hand. A thin smile played on his face as he looked at Arthur. That means, as long as I guarantee your survival, you would follow me. Solomon's eyes held interest and intrigue. Arthur nodded. I see, that's only fair. Knight of Courage. Yes, my king. The knight knelt on one knee. Make sure to help our Sika and listen to his requests. Bring him back to Frida along with the princess. Let's meet then. Solomon turned to Arthur. Sika. Solomon's projection turned into nothingness as the Knight of Courage rose. She turned to the Duke with a grin of a battle maniac. You've heard His Majesty's words, Zenus. The knight unsheathed her sword. Move away or expect nothing other than defeat. On my dead body. The Duke roared and raised his arm. Kill them. Dia. Arthur shouted and Dia obeyed to construct a barrier around them. The flames of the Duke were pushed back and so were his soldiers. I really wish you're not the only force King Solomon sent. Arthur turned to the knight and she grinned. She pointed her sword toward the sky and light gathered on its tip. Let me show you what our plan is. She said, and light exploded from the sword and pierced the sky. Rise, my fellow soldiers. The unbroken. Rise. Whistles were blown the moment that she finished her hands. Arthur heard the sounds of a ringing bell coming from a distance. This was the plan that they had to begin with, a coup from the inside. My soldiers. The Knight of Courage slashed with her sword, sending a wave of ice toward the Duke's soldiers. Arise. From within the ice came out ice golems that began fighting the soldiers the moment they appeared. Even though they weren't the soldiers' match in terms of numbers, they did well to delay until people arrived on top of the mansion's roof. They all wore white and blue armor like the Knight of Courage's armor. As Arthur looked around, he saw that they kept appearing. The Knight of Courage sprinted out of the barrier Dia made and swung her sword toward the Duke. Ice elementals burst from her sword and a giant ice shard appeared above it. The Duke clapped his hands and flames burst from within. His beard and horns had crimson flames on them that gathered to launch a laser-like attack. The two powers collided to blind everyone's vision because of the ice turning into steam. All Arthur could see were the two people around him, Gala and Diameter. Why did you do this to me? Dia was biting on her lips until they bled. You robbed me of my freedom. How are you any different from demis enslaving humans? I did to survive, that's all. Arthur furrowed his brows. He didn't want to admit it, but he also felt uncomfortable. You had no reason to betray me, yet you did. If I kept you by my side, I would have never been able to win over the kingdom. Dia gritted her teeth. The people would never tolerate a queen with a human follower. I guess the only traitor are the circumstances. Gala chimed in and turned to Arthur. We need to get out of here before the royal family hears of this. I need to go back to Harav. Arthur thought of Ray. He has left her for far too long. But first of all, we need to run away from the Duke of Fire. Dia. Arthur turned to her and ignored her desperate face. Carry us away. Dia didn't protest, as if her will was shaken. An ice platform appeared underneath them and it began to float alongside Diameter. Before they could fly out of the mansion, Arthur heard a whistle as a figure appeared in the sky. You're not running away. Neray roared as his giant wings carried him upward. Arthur frowned at the familiar sight of Neray. He looked similar to how Arthur looked after fusing with Lilo. Giant white draconic wings, white claws, and white scales covering his body. Neray dived toward them as he clawed at the barrier around, but couldn't break through the barrier. Chapter 299, Dead or Rotten. This barrier is as reliable as you said, Gala. Arthur smiled when he saw Neray's futile attempts to break the barrier. Dia, shoot him down. Do you have any idea who would come after you if you hurt him? Dia looked at him with fear. The Dragonair family would hunt you down even if it took down the Alva kingdom with it. Hearing her words, Arthur frowned and ceased his bestial order. If judging from the name, he was an heir of a dragon family, then it would be troublesome indeed. Gala, can you take care of him? I thought you would never ask, Gala said, fearless. I'm not afraid of his family, so I can punish him a bit for his arrogance. I don't want enemies left and right. Arthur shook his head. It's best if you don't hurt him. Can you achieve that? Fine. Gala pouted but still held a smile afterward. It's a lot of fun to challenge the whole world, but I'm okay with following you, Saika. As she said that, Gala spread her arms. A presence left her body and hovered above her. A fairy that had antennas on her body but otherwise looked human floated there with a devilish smile. Charm him, Zoe. Gala waved her hand and the spirit rushed forward, snickering. Neray frowned and flexed his arms before sending blades of white light, but they did little harm to the spirit. The spirit appeared in front of him and caressed his cheek, making his eyes turn unfocused. His eyelids dropped as he went into a deep slumber and fell to the ground. Arthur looked at Neray speechless as Gala unsummoned her spirit. She turned with a smile and winked at Arthur. Don't worry, it only works on the weak-minded. Gala tried to reassure him but Arthur reminded himself to keep her as an ally. Dia, let's go. The ice platform rose in the air and started soaring away from the mansion. A wave of flames chased after them but was shot down by Diameter. Gardener. Duke Zenas roared from beyond the steam. Don't expect to live after this. You've chosen the path of self-destruction. You would have killed me anyway, dude. Arthur shook his head as he gazed at the distance. He looked back and saw the Knight of Courage fighting the Duke back. Suddenly, a knight flew over to them and Arthur allowed him entry. The knight took off his helmet and Rinzo was revealed. Dia's eyes turned wide but Rinzo didn't try to explain himself. Saika, you surprised us all, Rinzo said with a weird expression. Nonetheless, our king has approved of you. Let's get you to safety first. We're heading to Harav. Arthur declared. Relay this message to the Knight of Courage. Harav. Your arm should be in the mansion with Lady Larza. Gala asked with curiosity. Do you have something more important than your arm? If you can convince Larza to give it up, after breaking through the Duke's defenses, then be my guest. Arthur sighed. Someone is waiting for me in Harav. Ah, I see. Gala smiled. The person you're trying to help. Arthur noticed a change in Dia's emotions after she heard Gala's words. Dear Princess, Arthur said and saw her body flinch. If you think about hurting them to get back at me, then I'll kill you even without the bestial order to help me, I promise. The princess didn't answer, but Arthur knew she was still trying to break the bestial order. The seed of his power of creation was far stronger than anyone in this world could break. The ice platform was controlled by the princess to carry them away. The sounds of battle were far behind them as they flew over the city, seen by every citizen in Freya. The news spread like wildfire. The daughter of ice and fire was kidnapped by the one-armed Psyche that was supposed to save her. The hate was unimaginable as the hope of the Alva kingdom to end the war was taken away. The good impression that the citizens had of Arthur was destroyed, but the person in question didn't care a lot. He knew that a good impression wouldn't guarantee that he would be safe, especially with the painful lesson Larsa gave him by taking away his arm. When they were fleeing, Arthur ordered Rinzo to remove the gem from his hand. If it stayed, it would be impossible to hide from Larsa. Rinzo took out an artifact and used it on the gem, disabling it. It seems Solomon's creations were truly vast. Thanks to the Knight of Courage's army holding back the Duke, Arthur and Gala managed to escape using Dia's powers. When they were a far distance away, the ice platform descended and Dia fell to the ground, exhausted. She used her powers to carry them at an unprecedented speed for a long distance of time. Even for the weapon that would change the course of the war, this was the limit of her powers. Arthur took out an elixir from his legacy inheritance and crouched next to her. However, Dia refused to drink it. "Don't try to act caring now, Slaver." Dia smiled weakly in defiance. "I don't need your help. I don't care about you, but I need to make sure your powers are restored in case of an attack," Arthur said in a blank expression. "I know that you're trying to make me feel guilty, but there's nothing for me to feel as such about. You are a lot worse than the demi-slavers." Dia spat. "You make Frida an ally as if you believe in their ideals, but here you are enslaving a demi. A hypocrite is a nice way to describe how rotten you are." "Ha," Arthur laughed. "If I had to choose between being dead and being rotten, I will choose the latter without even thinking." "Drink," he ordered. Dia couldn't resist any more and drank the elixir. It restored her powers, but Arthur ordered her to hide them, making sure they wouldn't be found out. "Should I summon our little spirit now?" Gala stretched her body. "Relax, no one is following us," she said to Rinzo, who was looking around wearily. "Please do," Arthur said, and the black spirit appeared again. It danced around Arthur in joy before concealing their existence. "It seems to like you," Gala squinted her eyes. "Maybe darkness is truly your friend," she teased. However, Arthur knew that the spirit liked him because of his powers of creation. Very few things in nature didn't like him, except the Enders. "Rinzo." Arthur turned to the lizardman. "What are we going to do now? After we leave Herav, we need to cross the border without being found out. The only problem is her." Rinzo glanced at Diameter. "She's too conspicuous to be hidden. We'll need to find a way." "Her?" Dia snapped at him. "I was still your lady a few hours ago. You betrayed us and now dare to disrespect us." She glared at Rinzo, but he was unfazed. "What about sneaking into Herav?" Arthur furrowed his brows. He ignored Dia's entitled attitude completely. "Is it safe to do so? I don't think they would expect us to. Head toward Herav, they will be focusing on the borders." Rinzo analyzed. "The Knight of Courage should have her hands busy in retreating after the battle, so we'll have to rely on ourselves." Traitor said that there was a plan in Herav, Arthur recalled. "What did it involve?" "Herav is known as the city of slaves. Every slave in Alva is sold in Herav before being taken away to the other cities. The plan is to free all the slaves in captivity and give them a chance to escape. We'll use that," Arthur decided. "The chaos is the best way to get into the city. But it would be difficult to leave afterward," Rinzo reminded. "The city would go into lockdown as soon as the slaves are released. Can I rely on you, little spirit?" Arthur spoke to the air and the spirit appeared. The sphere jumped up and down under Gala's furious eyes. "You should only listen to me," Gala said with mock anger, and the spirit disappeared quickly as if it was trying to run away. "I'm not sure if I even need to help you with the contract anymore." Gala sighed as she looked at Arthur. "Don't worry, you still haven't told me how to lift off the curse." Arthur smiled. "Our deal still stands, and I never forget a debt." "Heh." Gala smiled in contentment. "You're a lot better than this ungrateful fellow." She addressed the spirit. Arthur looked around. They were on the side of a mountain. He decided it was best to rest for a bit before Dia used her powers again to carry them toward Herav. As they approached the city of slaves, Arthur felt an ominous apprehension about Ray. He hoped that no one found her or that harm had befallen her. Chapter 300, The Devil's Hunter. The tension has taken hold of the atmosphere in the city, one can tell. The guards patrolled the area with a vigilant attitude, seeking any suspicious people in the crowd to weed them out. As Arthur and Gala looked at the city from a distance, with Dia resting and Rinzo preparing their meal, they tried to think of a way to find when would the slaves be released. "Can't we just use the little spirit to sneak in and out of the city?" Arthur asked, trying to think of easier ways to meet up with Ray. "He can't hide us for that long, his powers are limited. Plus, he's already tired from hiding us every time we stop to rest." "I'm sorry, little one," Arthur said apologetically, and the spirit danced around him as if saying, "It's all right." Gala looked at the two with furrowed brows. "How about I go in alone? I doubt they would catch me. Unless you don't trust me, of course. We're not together out of trust, but benefit." Arthur answered. "No, I need to go in myself. I'm not sure leaving my friend, who was cursed by witches, with a witch is a good idea. I doubt they would remember." "Is amnesia common in a failed spirit's ritual?" Arthur asked with a frown. "Not only common but also guaranteed. The damage done to the soul is severe, making the owner go into a dormant state while his body keeps functioning to survive. Thus, amnesia." "I see," Arthur nodded. "Is it reversible?" He wished that Ray wouldn't stay this way. Even though she was less troubling now, she was also not the Ray he knew. "If you lift the curse, then maybe." Gala turned to Rinzo. "When is it happening?" "I haven't received anything yet," Rinzo answered with a frown as he looked at his bracelet. "There's some sort of delay for some reason. I hope there aren't any problems." Gala shrugged, but the moment that she finished her words, a giant explosion took place in the city. The whole landscape quaked under the effect of the explosion. Flames dyed the blue sky red as a giant mushroom of smoke took shape in front of the group. After steadying himself, Arthur looked at the city with fear. The chaos could be heard even from a distance away as the guards began flocking into the city. "Jinx, teehee." Gala stuck her tongue out in a cute manner. Arthur was speechless and turned to Rinzo. "Is this the sign? The plan is to free the slaves, not terrorize the city. This looks like the work of that man," Rinzo said with a shocked expression. "What do you mean by that man?" Arthur frowned. "Were there any terrorists in this world?" "We call him the Devil's Hunter, the one capable of killing the immortal ones," Gala answered instead. "He appeared a few years ago out of nowhere and roamed the continent. His only goal is to look for Vernai's people. Lost ones." Arthur remembered the word that the Knight of Loyalty used to describe him. Someone who didn't know anything about this world, not even its language. "Tell me, Gala." Arthur hoped he was wrong. "Were the Vernais always around?" 5 years ago, exactly. It happened after the last distortion. Some people think the two are linked. Distortion. Ah, Gala played with a strand of her head. Space distortions, they happen a lot. Arthur's mind began to link the dots while hoping he was wrong. If what he hypothesized was correct, his journey in Alka would get a lot messier. "Dia, don't leave this place," Arthur commanded. "Let's go." He turned to Gala and she nodded. Her gem shone as her powers carried Arthur and her. They began flying over a low altitude toward the city. The guards were nowhere near the walls and all of them ran toward the explosion. As Arthur and Gala descended and began walking, Arthur asked something on his mind. Why would the Devil's Hunter blow up the city? He couldn't understand. A lot of Vernai's people are slaves. Where do you think these slaves gather? In the city of slaves, Harav. Gala explained. The streets are empty, everyone is scared. Is he that powerful? Well, compared to the kingdom, he's not that powerful. However, no one managed to catch him. He's known to be cunning and has some useful people working for him. The more that he heard, the more worried Arthur was. He ran toward the slaves' market with Gala, but they found that the whole district was in ruins. Please be well. Arthur hoped as he witnessed the sight. Guards were everyone and so was shouting and chaos. People ran in every direction to run away from the flames. The slaves have escaped. One of the guards shouted. Lockthey exists, it must be the Devil's Hunter again. Save the people under the ruins first. The place was chaotic but Arthur didn't care. Gala's spirit enveloped them with its power and concealed them well. They ran together directly toward the abandoned building. Luckily, it wasn't caught in the explosion. However, flames have caught up to it and it was blazing. Arthur didn't stop and rammed into the door to break in. He ran toward the floor he left Ray on, but the flames covered the entrance. Gala, please. Arthur gritted his teeth as Gala sent a gust of mana that pushed the flames away. Arthur jumped in as soon as an opening was revealed, but he found the floor to be empty. Ray. Arthur shouted, but there was no answer. He looked at the corner she always sat in and found the box of chalk on the ground. It was empty. Arthur raised his head and looked at the drawings. A throne, a man, a set of eyes, and a dragon. There was a little girl on the other side, but her face wasn't drawn. Then, there were words. Written in perfect Yalvarin. They included, Saint, Empire, Girano, Father, Yalvarin, and many others that referred to their world. On the far corner of the group of words, Arthur found one that shook his heart. Written in uncertain strokes was the name he hasn't heard since he got into this world. Arthur. He didn't know if she was referring to him or a different Arthur, but this made his mind more unstable. He shouted again, but there was no answer. Calm down, Saika. Gala walked in after him, slowly scanning the place. She wasn't harmed. Gala extinguished the flames easily. There are no signs of struggle, the plates are neatly arranged over there. She pointed out, and Arthur managed to notice them now. He took a deep breath and looked around for clues. However, what he sensed was even more confusing. This is the power of creation. Arthur's eyes turned wide. It was very minuscule, but it was there. It felt familiar but tinted with something else. Is the Devil's Hunter a Saika? Arthur asked, but Gala looked confused. Is he? He repeated. I don't know, not a lot is known about him. Gala shook her head. He comes and goes as if he's a ghost. Arthur didn't know if it was the Devil's Hunter who came here, but he knew one other person who had similar power to Arthur. It was the young man, making him Arthur's only suspect for now for the disappearance of Ray. We need to look for her, Arthur said, but Gala shook her head. I know it's dangerous. He added. But we can't go back empty-handed. Whoever took her has no plans of harming her, Saika. Otherwise, we would have found a body. Even still. If we stay here any longer, the guards will find us sooner or later. Do you think that they would care more about the Devil's Hunter than their nation's princess? I need to find her before leaving the kingdom. You can find her after you leave the kingdom. Here, you are a wanted criminal. Over there, you are a hero. Who holds more power? More of a chance to succeed in rescuing her. Arthur was silent but nodded in the end. He looked at the drawings for one last time before leaving the building. The streets were still chaotic and they flooded with guards. A horn was blown and the city was going into lockdown. They used Gala's spirit to flee before the guards managed to close the gate. They arrived at their hidden location after a while and found Rinzo and Dia waiting. You failed. Dia smiled in mockery. How does it feel to lose the one person you care about? Do you want to die that badly? Arthur's face was cold. You need me. Dia laughed. I'm the only reason that anyone is even looking in your direction. When I grow more powerful and break the order you placed upon me, what would you do then? Hey, Arthur's lips curved upward. At that time, I won't be needing you. Princess Dia, you're not a stupid person. Let me tell you this, Arthur's eyes shone goldenly. Following me is rather a reward, not a punishment. One day in the future, you'll be the one holding onto the bond that we share. Chapter 301, A Suggestion. Pain shot up in the place his arm used to be, waking Arthur from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, the soul realignment made his body convulse as his back arched backward. Arthur gritted his teeth and endured the pain until it passed. When it was over, Arthur pushed himself up using his right arm. He looked at his left, but it was still a giant void. He looked at his recovery percentage and found it to be only 40% even after a full day. The herb helped his recovery as much as it helped diameter. It became a lot slower after the herb was gone, making it a struggle to have any hopes in the light of the current situation. Ray was gone and so was his arm. He thought about going after Larza, but he would be a fool. Duke Zenas must have already taken steps to ensure to trap him if he showed himself to her. As he looked around, he found Gala to be sleeping on her ethereal bed. He couldn't believe that she made a contract with a spirit shaped like a bed. After she told him the benefits, he agreed it was quite a bargain. She explained to him how contracting worked, and how not all souls being the same. That said, it appears that souls also had different rankings based on their soul power. The more soul power one had, the more powerful the contracting spirit would be. As for the number of spirits, it depended on the number of vessels your soul had. Arthur had no idea what any of this meant, as he never thought souls could be used. However, Jizo's soul was integrated into his, another proof that souls weren't simple. He turned to see Dia leaning on the cave's wall, looking at him with furrowed brows. Her black hair strands falling over her eyes, giving her a haggard appearance. What was that? She asked, seeming to have witnessed him suffering. Arthur was surprised that she didn't use that as an advantage to kill him. Well, I did ask her to protect me and Gala. Killing me would be going against the order. Arthur stood up and dusted himself. It's nothing. He walked toward the stone slab and took out food from his subspace. Dia glared at him with dissatisfaction. She stood up and sat next to him. What? Arthur was surprised. I'm hungry, Dia said while looking at him as if it was obvious. I haven't eaten for so long. Oh, Arthur felt weird since he got used to being provided with food, not providing it. He looked at his subspace and found that there were only a couple of meals left. Fine. He took out a fresh loaf of bread and soup that he had stolen when Fun wasn't looking. Dia looked at the food and then looked back at him with shock. What is this? Dia asked him. Food, Arthur answered while eating and going through his legacy. He tried to see if there was any food available but didn't know where to look. After browsing through the artifacts, he found several ones that delivered his basic needs. Food storage ring, 100 plates of food. The meals enhance recovery and nourish the soul. Since the storage the ring provided was quite small, it wasn't that expensive, only 2 points. However, for Arthur, 2 points were almost a third of his remaining points. He needed to level up quickly. However, with his current strength, it was near impossible to do so. I want something else. Dia protested as she pushed the soup away. This soup tastes like water. It's the same dishes you served in the mansion. Arthur sighed. Just eat, I have nothing else. Hearing this, Dia started eating while sulking. Arthur bought the ring. He treated it as an investment, as it would help him to recover. The faster he recovers, the sooner he can level up and obtain more points. Gala woke up and walked over to them. I'm hungry too, Saika. Arthur nodded and took out 2 rations from the ring he just bought. The aroma spread the moment he took them out. The dishes were seasoned steak and almond tofu. However, they were unlike anything Arthur had ever smelled. The aroma was powerful and enriching. Gala's eyes spread wide as she snatched the almond tofu from his hand. She threw one of them into her mouth and her eyes sparkled. Heavenly! Gala exclaimed, almost moaning in the process. Where did you get this form, dearest Saika? She suddenly turned affectionate. You. Dia slammed the bowl of soup on the stone slab and pointed at Arthur with anger. You lied to me. Arthur wanted to say he didn't lie but decided against it. I want you to experience the life you gave to your servants. He came up with a random reason that made Gala nod in approval and Dia turn livid. I want from that food too. Dia slapped the stone slab, freezing it in an instant. Arthur frowned at her actions and she flinched. Fine. Arthur gave in and handed her a plate of Caesar salad and meat. She snatched it and ate it with delight. Arthur looked at the 2 girls in front of him with surprise as he started eating his steak. Truly, divine. Arthur's eyes shot open as the steak's rich flavor spread in his mouth. The moment he chewed on the meat, it melted into his body, and a warm current spread in it. Rinzo came back at that moment and found the 3 of them chewing with their faces full of delight. His face crumpled as he cringed at their expressions. The situation is a lot calmer now. he reported. It seems the Devil's Hunter has escaped again, freeing a lot of slaves in the process. Were they caught? Arthur wiped his mouth clean as he savored the lingering taste of the steak. The slaves? No, Rinzo shook his head. A lot of them went missing because most were Vernai's people. I see. Arthur nodded. What are we going to do now? I contacted Courage. Rinzo sat down. She said we need the Psycha's help on the border. We wanted to opt for a quiet crossing of the border, but we need the princess's strength. For what? Arthur was curious. A battle has broken out in the western border of Alva, east of Frida's city, Linos, Rinzo said with a worried expression. Kidnapping the princess was the pin that blew up the tension. A full-blown war is nearby. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't kidnap me, Psycha. Dia smiled in mockery. How does it feel to be the reason for countless deaths? The same feeling as being alive, Arthur answered while looking at Rinzo. So, are we assisting in the battle? Yes, we'll need to sneak in without being seen until we're close. After we aid the Knight of Honesty in his battle, we'll join him and go back to Frida. The only problem is getting close without being found out. War has its needs. Arthur pondered. He remembered how the Runes Association sent weapons over in the Yalvaran War against his fortress. There must be a supply chain to transport goods and weapons to Alva's side. I think there is a family that has a hold of the market, Gala added after finishing her food, a content smile on her face. Their name is the Ragok family, merchants that trade in weapons and food. They supply the kingdom with the resources necessary. Ragok, huh? Rinzo nodded. If we can know their routes and schedule, we can sneak in into one of the carts. When inspected, Lady Gala's spirit can hide us. Sounds like a plan. Arthur nodded and turned to Gala. Where can we get this information? We'll have to seek out a branch of theirs. There's a city in the west known as Griva, the city of trades. We can find many branches of the Ragok family there. If we sneak into one, we can get a hold of the routes and schedule. To Griva it is. Arthur nodded and stood up. He left the cave and looked at the scenery in front of him. Intertwined mountains, valleys, forests, and rivers. He could never believe that this world was the one feared back on Earth. Are you sure about leaving your arm here? Gala stood next to him. Larsa might destroy if she feels like you're not coming back. She told you. Arthur turned to her. Well, I don't have much of a choice. He shrugged. Between my life and my arm, I'll obviously choose my life. How about I suggest something? Gala looked at his shoulder with interest. What use does a human arm has? What do you mean? Arthur frowned. He didn't like the look on her face. Don't try your weird experiments on me. That's rude, but I think it's something you'll come to like. Gala smiled. After all, you'll be more powerful. Chapter 302, The Lustful Rogue. Gala didn't explain further than that, simply saying Arthur needed to be ready when the time comes. Knowing that they had very little time before the battle breaks, Arthur decided to push the matter to the back of his mind. Arthur knew that his arm would be hard to restore, even if he had his original arm. Not to mention, his soul realignment was also taking a toll on him. After Gala asked him what a human arm is for, he began to consider the other possibilities with more seriousness. We'll be arriving at Griva in a day or two, Rinzo said as he sharpened his sword. The image of a civilized butler has disappeared completely. What was left was a lizardman knight with unquestionable loyalty. Did you choose a branch of the Ragok family? Gala asked while sitting on the ice platform, a relaxed tone to her voice. Seeing her, one would think they were on vacation, not fleeing from a kingdom of legendary half-dragons and half-creatures. Dia, their vehicle, seemed discontent with her roles as she huffed. She was the one who would use her Ice Phoenix's powers to carry them through the skies. The little spirit worked as well to conceal them. I'll give you another elixir if you need one, Arthur said to her quietly, but she didn't answer. After a few moments, he heard her mumble. Another dish. He smiled. As of late, he gave Gala and Dia dishes from his ring once a day. They were both incredibly delicious and nourishing, allowing them to be frugal with the food. They had one luxurious meal a day and 2 regular meals. I received intel that there's a secret branch of the Ragok family that is hidden from the public. The branch handles the family's private affairs and is led by their youngest son, the lustful Rouge. Rinzo glanced at Arthur and Dia, seeming resentful. Arthur knew the reason for that is his unwillingness to share the high-quality food with the lizardmen. He didn't care what Rinzo felt because, in the end, only Dia and Gala were the ones following him. Isn't that a huge responsibility for someone with such a title? Arthur asked, drawing his impression of this lustful rogue. Or is it a simple matter of hiding a tree in the middle of a forest? You use some strange metaphors sometimes. Gala furrowed her brows. But yes, it's exactly like that. I also heard about this in the Duke's mansion. Well, I guess some metaphors aren't the same in both worlds. Arthur thought to himself. After spending over a month here in this world, he got used to the different species and customs, even though he still felt like an outsider. I think we should use the youngest son to get the information on the branch before we sneak in. That's why we'll need one of us to disguise themselves. The three of them turned toward Arthur. He furrowed his brows, not understanding their reasoning. Seeing his expression, Gala began explaining. It's easier to add things than to hide them. She explained. We can try disguising you as a demi-human with a robe to cover your arm. No one would suspect that you're the Psycha. Wouldn't you be a greater fit? A beautiful woman attracts more attention. I'm sure there are countless posters of us everywhere. What about him? Arthur looked at Rinzo. I've already met the Ragok family before when they visited the Duke last year. Rinzo shook his head. The lustful rogue is bound to recognize me since we drank together at that time. Can we even disguise me as a demi? Arthur was curious. I think I will be found out nonetheless. In Griva, where thousands of traders arrive each day, the security is a lot laxer than other cities. Plus, the kingdom would never think you'll be going to Griva. Rinzo explained. As for the disguise, leave that to me. Gala smiled as she began taking countless things from her bag. Arthur hoped he was mistaken, but it felt like she was enjoying herself a bit. Next. The guard shouted at the city's gate. Arthur walked over slowly and took out the trader's badge that Gala gave him. Show your face. The guard ordered. Arthur took down his hood to reveal Gala's handiwork. She had fused a pair of horns and a few scales to his skin. Instead of being glued, she had connected them to his skin. Gala said the effect of her powers would wear off after a few hours, so he needed to make it quick. Where are you coming from? What are you selling? I've been in Harav, luckily left before the attack. I'm selling high-quality food prepared by the top chefs in Alva. Arthur said the line he had with Alvan language. High-quality food. The guard seemed suspicious. Before he said anything, Arthur took out a plate from his ring. The aroma made the guard's drool leave his mouth. I'll need to taste it to make sure you're not poisoning anyone, he said with a greedy face. Arthur smiled and handed over the plate, which the guard snatched instantly. As he devoured the meat in a single mouthful, he let out a satisfied moan. Very well, tell me where you are selling this at, the guard demanded. Arthur has also seen this coming, so he told him the tavern's name that the lustful Rouge frequented. The guard then granted him entry, and Arthur walked alone in the streets of Griva. As soon as he went past the walls and defenses, vendors and shops appeared. It was night right now, but merchants sold and bought with great spirit. He walked through the streets according to the map that Gala drew for him. After half an hour of looking, he reached the Late Bloom Tavern, an establishment in the city center. Welcome, what can I serve you? As he found a table and sat down, a waiter came over to ask him. She wore a maid outfit and had cat ears, both things that Arthur thought were ruthless to the weak-willed. A bottle of every drink you have, Arthur shouted before slamming the table with one gold coin. The maid smiled in joy and took the coin before jumping to grab him several bottles of high-grade wine. Meanwhile, Arthur studied the surrounding. He saw many demis and very few humans. His eyes landed on a man with wolf-like features and a pair of glasses. Bingo! Arthur found his target. The man looked nothing like a rogue but a librarian. With his clear eyes and pair of golden glasses, the man had an aura of class. His two wolf ears perked up, and he looked in Arthur's direction. Before the rogue saw him, Arthur began gulping down the wine that the maid brought. Disgusting. Arthur shouted before smashing the bottle on the table after taking a single gulp. He went to the next bottle under the fearful eyes of the maid and the curious eyes of the rogue. "Did you make this out of horse's piss?" Arthur shouted again before slamming another bottle, breaking it. The table was dripping with alcohol now, but Arthur kept going. Angrily, Arthur smashed a bottle after a bottle until the tavern's owner, a colossal bearman, arrived to kick Arthur out. "Please leave if you don't like what we serve." The giant man scowled at Arthur for insulting his drinks. After all, they were all high-quality drinks that people couldn't find elsewhere. "I couldn't even drink it, not to mention like it." Arthur didn't back away and inwardly smiled when he saw the rogue stand up. "Easy there, Galman." The lustful rogue stood beside the bearman and spoke. "This guest seems to be from afar. Are you the one I heard about? The one selling high-quality food?" "That is I." Arthur nodded with a dignified expression. "I thought this place deserves my attention, but I was too hopeful." Arthur stood up to leave. "Maybe you don't know me, but I'm the son of the Ragok family," the rogue said without shame. "If you have anything better to offer, then this is your chance." He smiled. Arthur went into deep thoughts before turning to Galman. "Is what he says true?" "As true as me breaking your skull if you dare disrespect him again." Galman blathered. "Barbaric." Arthur spat before taking out a bottle from his ring. "This is true wine," he said as he opened the bottle. The moment that he did, a mesmerizing aroma spread in the surrounding. All eyes snapped their way, intoxicated. Even Arthur, who had eaten an herb that negated alcohol, felt dizzy after smelling it. The rogue's eyes snapped open in shock as his nose sniffed the aroma. "Truly, heavenly," the rogue said and looked at Arthur in a new light. "It seems you spoke nothing but truths. Would you have a drink with me as we discuss this further?" "Of course, I'm paying you for this wine." He took the bait. Arthur smiled and nodded. There are only 5 bottles in his ring, but it was worth it to coax this rogue. Chapter 303, Issues. After a few minutes of interacting with the lustful rogue, Arthur realized why he earned that title. The topics chosen by this man were nothing less than plain disgusting. He talked about buying slaves, selling slaves, drugs, wine, alcohol, and how stupid the people were. "So, that's how I slept with the finest cat woman in Griva." He finished his story with both pride and a slur. "Where are my manners? You haven't told me stories of your own," he said with a drunken expression. "Well, theirs isn't much to tell." Arthur smiled. "The dishes I carry around are all I have, and being the only one to supply them, I make a decent profit. However, sometimes things get since there are a few dishes which I can't sell." "Nonsense," the rogue blurted. "Why wouldn't one of your dishes sell? I'll buy all of them." He pounded his chest with pride. Arthur managed to glean off some greed in his eyes. That would be difficult since it's illegal to trade in some of the ingredients used. After all, they are. Arthur allowed his sentence to trail as she shook his head regretfully. "What kind of materials?" The rouge suddenly turned sober, despite the wine's toxicity. His eyes darted left and right at the word illegal. "Well, let's say that the chefs who made these are rather bizarre. They used the flesh of..." Arthur looked around before he leaned to whisper in his ears. "Humans. That is illegal indeed, such disgusting people." The rogue gave a dismissive shake. "No wonder you're having difficulty selling them." "True indeed. It's a pity that such materials were used since the dish's effects go beyond being delicious. They enhance evolution." "A pity, tisk." Arthur clicked his tongue and sipped on his wine. "I see," the rogue sipped on his wine as well while looking around. "It's getting a little crowded over here. How about we take this elsewhere? How about my family's branch?" he said with a wide smile. Arthur nodded with a smile of his own. Greed has taken hold of this rogue. They left the tavern together and walked through the streets until they reached an empty alley. They walked far into it before the rogue opened a door with a key. The place they arrived at was nothing like the outside. It was a pavilion split into many rooms, with gardens and ponds everywhere. The fishes that danced in the water sparkled like the night sky. "You followed me without any mistrust, aren't you fearful for your life?" The rogue had a playful tone as he guided Arthur through the pavilion. I'm a merchant too, so I know that we share the same mindset. Arthur smiled. If you try to rob me, then this will be a one-time profit. It's better if we establish a proper business relationship. So, you didn't tell me about those dishes arbitrarily. The rogue smiled. Did you specifically offer it to me? I know the young master is an insightful one, but I don't control fate. Arthur shrugged it off. If it brings us benefits both, then no harm is done. I'll drink to that. They arrived at a room with extravagant decor. Sitting on the high-quality chair, the rogue went straight to business. Being blinded by greed, he didn't see that a sphere of light left Arthur's body. After selling 20 dishes for large amounts of money, Arthur checked what Gala's spirit has gathered as he left the pavilion. It worked like a recording orb that could go through walls, making it very useful. This is the one, dates and routes. I need to meet up with Gala and see what paths would lead to the border. Arthur walked through the streets. His body stiffened when he felt someone following after him. He glanced back and saw a robed figure. With a frown, Arthur remained walking at the same pace. Either one of the Rouge's men or someone who saw me with him. Was my disguise seen through? Arthur concluded. Little spirit, lend me your eyes. The spirit left his body and went a separate way. The robed person passed by, and Arthur managed to see his face through the spirit's eyes. Galman. Arthur was baffled, almost laughing out loud. It seems the tavern owner couldn't handle the fact Arthur had better dishes than him. He must have thought he could recreate their recipe. Little spirit, can you pull a little prank on him? The spirit followed his request and started sending random images into Galman's head. The men suddenly walked headfirst into a wall and fell to the ground. What is going? Galman was confused as he began backing away. He then walked into the wall again. Arthur realized that the spirit was showing him an empty road. Snickering to himself, Arthur left the city. A distance away from it, Galas met up with him and concealed them both. She retrieved her spirit and looked through the images. Your spirits are truly convenient, Arthur said as his scales and horns fell off. How come you didn't opt for more powerful ones? Who said I didn't? Gala smiled. You don't survive for this long without having the power to protect yourself. You didn't do anything against the Duke. Arthur pointed out, and she stuck out her tongue. It was a little test, and it's not like you needed my help, Gala said with amusement. Besides, you'll get greedy if I showed you that. Greedy of what? Arthur asked as they walked back toward their hiding spot. Of contracting a spirit. Yes, Gala said. It's all right to be greedy, but spirits hate such people. They won't choose you if you're like that. Are you saying that all witches aren't greedy? Arthur raised a brow. No, witches are greedy, but also special. They are also loved ones, but by creatures of other dimensions, not this one. Gala said. For humans, the spirits judge you based on your character. Spirits hate arrogance, pride, greed, gluttony, and other distasteful qualities. Is she purposefully describing Ray? Arthur sighed inwardly. Your friend is different, though. The witch said with a smile. She didn't simply fail, a spirit cursed her. The witch that was the medium was truly evil for her to do this. This? Arthur repeated with a questioning tone. She tried contracting her to a powerful evil spirit, causing such a result, Gala answered as they reached their hiding spot. They found Dia holding Rinzo's neck using icy blue flames as he squirmed midair as they walked in. Welp, that's kinky. Arthur shot Gala a glance as the two of them hurried to separate the two. Rinzo's face was going purple radially. Even though Arthur didn't like him, he was still a knight of Frida. Dia, stop. Hearing his order, Dia stiffened like a statue and stopped her actions. Release him. She retracted her flames. What's going on here? Nothing, Dia said before walking away, not even explaining things. Arthur turned to the knight with a questioning glare as he gathered his breath. I guess I said something unnecessary, Rinzo said as a response but didn't go into details. After enduring Arthur's gaze for a few moments, he explained. I mentioned her mother. Great, she has some unresolved issues. Arthur sighed. However, who doesn't have mental issues? He was aware that even himself was not that stable. Even though it has only been 3 years since his father disappeared, the attachment he had for him made Arthur repress most memories he had with him. Arthur left the cave they were hiding in and walked out. He looked around and found Dia standing alone on top of a giant stone. Jumping next to her, Arthur tried to find the words to say. "Even if you were mad, you can't hurt him," Arthur commanded. "Never hurt anyone unless you are protecting Gala or me." He omitted Rinzo because he didn't trust him completely. "You're doing a fine job at turning me into your puppet. What's your next order?" "Stop feeling anything," she said with a sorrowful tone. "You can feel, otherwise I wouldn't be able to convince you." "Convince me that I should follow you willingly?" Dia asked. "How would I follow you willingly if I can't even move without your permission?" "I promise," Arthur said, and she turned to him. "That one day, when I'm safe, I'll release the order. At this moment, your job is to protect me. At that time, you won't be safe anymore." Dia turned to him with a devilish smile. "Because I'll kill you myself," she said with a wicked grin. "Sure." Arthur turned away and walked toward the cave. "I don't mind that, as long as you can." He returned to the cave, and Dia followed shortly after. After going through the routes with Rinzo, Gala concluded what trading route the war supplies would take and what time and place they should sneak into them. "Great." Arthur grinned. "All that is left is to crash the party," he said, but the three of them were confused. "What party?" Gala asked, not understanding the idiom. Arthur sighed in frustration. Chapter 304, Calamity's Gate. Arthur looked at the giant miasma in the distance that edged the border of the kingdom. They were flying over mountains of sands and dunes of unbelievable heights, heading toward the place where they'll sneak into the carriages carrying the weapons. They have just come out from behind a mountain that obstructed their view, making them unable to see the miasma that threatened to turn the world into a wasteland. As he looked at the other three, they seemed not to notice it at all. No, they were bound to see it. They simply didn't treat it as an anomaly. "Gala," Arthur walked over to the relaxed witch and whispered. "What is that?" He pointed with his chin at the miasma. Gala was confused, glancing at him then at the miasma. "What do you mean?" she asked with a frown. "How can you not know this?" "I was a Vernice before Larsa bought me." Arthur gave her a curt answer, hoping she wouldn't ask anything more. However, Gala gave him a suspicious look. "It is the Calamity's Gate," Gala said as if Arthur should know what that was without her needing to explain. Seeing him silent, she knew that he knew no such thing. "It's the thin layer that is keeping us alive." "What lies behind it?" Arthur frowned. He remembered that Jizo told him that awakeners from Earth should stop clearing dungeons because there were calamities. Calamities. Gala rolled her eyes. "Are you pulling my horn or something? How can you not about them?" She seemed to be genuinely confused that he didn't know them. Arthur couldn't say that he has been in this world for a little over a month. "I always lived in Larsa's mansion. No one spoke about them. That's the privilege of living in an herbalist's house. They are so laid back, not having to fight against the waves of monsters." Gala sighed. "Calamities are beings that descended thousands of years ago, bringing with them nothing but destruction. They are also the source of corruption for your race." "What kind of beings are they?" No one lived to tell the tale. Gala looked at the Calamity's Gate. The gate is there to prevent them from turning the world into a wasteland. When the gates break, the calamity shall emerge, and that will be the end of the world as we know it. Arthur was silent as he remembered what Jizo told him about the calamities. Connecting the dots, Arthur realized that if the two merged, the gates would probably disappear. He looked at the miasma with a frown. These gates, they must have been created by Miko's ancestor, the one who split the world into two. As his train of thoughts reached there, Arthur began to realize something terrifying. This world is nothing but another defense line against the calamities. The Guardian of Space split the world into 3 layers. The calamities, Alka, and then Earth. This fact was terrifying because not only did it mean this world shouldn't exist, but it meant that the Guardian knew the calamity's gate would break. That's why Alka worked like the second line of defense, not as a different world. He looked at the three of them with a complicated gaze, as none of them knew that the Guardians were sacrificing them from ancient times. Perhaps, the Guardian didn't know there would be people here. There it is. Rinzo pointed in a direction far away. There was a small village on the side of the road. The convoy will be resting there, we can use that chance to sneak into the weapons. Should we expect any problems? Arthur asked, to which Rinzo shook his head. Finally, something is easily done. Arthur sighed and relaxed. You'll jinx us. Gala stretched and spoke. Princess, hurry a bit. The sun is hot, and my skin is getting oily. Shut up, leech. Dia spat in anger after being ordered. Arthur realized that witches were often considered to be leeching off the power of spirit and never hold any of their own. That's why the demis looked down on them. Psycha, are you going to let her talk to me like that? Gala pouted and said playfully, but Arthur found her annoying. I'm not intervening. Arthur shrugged and looked at the village in the distance. Being in the middle of a wasteland, he wondered how they survived. He heard Dia laugh victoriously. Gala gave a humph before turning away after Arthur embarrassed her. The ice platform started descending when they got close enough. The four of them jumped as the ice platform disintegrated and melted. As the group's feet touched the sand, they felt the unbearable heat the sand stored within. It's so hot, Arthur muttered. Suddenly, a wave of cold air surrounded him, refreshing his body. He looked at Dia with surprise, but she didn't look back at him. He looked at the others, and they were sweating bullets. He didn't say anything and simply enjoyed the preferable treatment. Gala's black spirit danced around to conceal them. They walked into the city without anyone spotting them, right beside the convoy loaded with weapons. After finding a relatively larger carriage, the group sneaked in without anyone finding out about them. They sat shoulder to shoulder with Rinzo and Gala sitting away from Dia, Arthur being their shield. After a while, the carriage began to move, taking them toward the battle. It seems that being the secret convoy for so long, the Ragok family's merchants grew lax with security. As they sat alone in silence in the large but crowded carriage, each of the four brooded about different things. The trip felt longer than it was, and they started to hear the sounds of battle soon enough. The convoy stopped once they got close to the battle. As the sounds died down, it resumed its movements. Then came the inspections. Carrying torches to see in the night, the soldiers of the Alva kingdom inspected the carts one by one. Luckily, Gala's spirit hid all of them. They were allowed entry, and it was time to run. Let's go, we've already passed inspection, Gala said and jumped out of the carriage. The rest followed, and they began running on top of the sand to oversee the battlefield better. You're quick for a non-awakened human, Dia said as she looked at Arthur, who was keeping up with them. He simply smiled and didn't explain the source of his stats. They reached a dune and stopped to see the two sides of the battle. The border separated the camps by a high-rise wall. The Frida kingdom tried to break through the barriers through every means without success. Should we attack the walls now? Arthur asked Rinzo, who shook his head. The Knight of Honesty needs to coordinate with our attack to end the battle, Rinzo explained. It's best that we inform him beforehand and launch our attack tomorrow. What is he going to do after he wins the battle? Construct a military fort over here. It'll be the starting point of invading this kingdom. Rinzo said. This kingdom, deal with bafflement. You speak as if you didn't live your whole life here. Do you know how many demis will die? Under the rule of King Solomon, none. If you mean the war, then it's a necessary sacrifice. Rinzo answered without hesitation. Rinzo's words ticked Arthur off for some reason. He didn't think that Solomon was an evil person, but he didn't like the idea of sacrificing a few to protect the majority. It was the same as Jizo's principle, making another similarity between the Guardian and Solomon. In form with the knight, Arthur said, not willing to dive deeper into the topic. Rinzo nodded and took out an artifact, beginning his communication immediately. The attack will happen tomorrow morning, at the first sign of daybreak, Rinzo reported to the artifact. The Psycha will be attacking the walls using the powers of the princess. Understood. Came a single reply, and Rinzo nodded at him. Arthur looked at the distance with an ominous feeling. He will be the fuse that ignites this war, resulting in countless deaths from soldiers and civilians alike. Gala and Rinzo descended the dune, leaving Arthur and Dia gazing at the wall. For the first time since he used the bestial order on her, Dia spoke to him gently. "Please, don't let me do it," she pleaded. "Not only would their blood be on my hands, but it will also be on yours too. I didn't start this war." Arthur refuted. "What would you have done with your power if I didn't use the bestial order?" "I would have ended the war faster," Dia said resolutely. "The people of Alva would have followed me, and King Solomon is wiser than starting a losing war. At the expense of my death." Arthur laughed. "Yes, fewer people would have died that way. However, what about me? Where would I have been? Rotting below the ground. I'm not that heroic, nor am I sacrificing my life for anyone." Dia was silent at his words because even she didn't have the right to tell Arthur otherwise. "You are sacrificing a bigger part of you by doing this," Dia said before walking away. "And a big part of me. These things will never heal, for neither of us." Arthur knew that she was right, but he had the blood of many others on his hand. He didn't hesitate when he ended the war by killing those Iliasan soldiers, but this time was different. The victims are civilians and their families, not soldiers. Chapter 305, Soul-Eating Fire. The night stretched itself until it became a giant whip, torturing Arthur. His mind couldn't fall asleep no matter how tired he felt. He kept thinking about what his actions would bring and whether they were worth it. He turned around and listened to the quiet breathing of the other members of his party. These people were strangers to him, but they were the closest he had in this world. Sitting up, Arthur left the artificial cave they dug in and went up the dune. As soon as he did, Gala woke up because her spirit activated to hide Arthur. "You can't sleep, kiddo. Do you need a hug? Would that give me answers?" Arthur's tone was sharper than he intended. "I'm sorry," he rubbed his face. "I'm just hesitant. About helping Frida invade Alva." Gala rubbed her sleepy eyes. "There's no right answer for that, only what you want to do. There must be a right answer." Arthur frowned. "People's lives are at stake." "Then that's your answer. Do you care about the people more than you care about yourself?" "The thing is, I don't think I'm doing this for myself. The only side benefiting from this is Frida. And Alva too," Gala said, making Arthur turn to her with confusion. "Do you know why Rinzo betrayed this kingdom?" she asked, and in response, Arthur shook his head. The Duke killed his father before he enslaved Rinzo. Later on, Rinzo turned to be extremely cunning, encouraging the Duke to make him his butler. "Are you saying?" Arthur was about to ask, but she interrupted him. Later on, Rinzo fell for a maid. They became lovers, and he was finally happy. The Duke found out. He killed the maid and castrated Rinzo. Gala said in a light tone. It was a demonstration of power. A slave can never take the possession of his owner and get away with it. What possession? Arthur's mouth felt dry. The maid, Rinzo's freedom to act, and Rinzo's happiness. It doesn't matter. Everything belongs to the strong. Laws favor the strong, and if they do not, they bend for them. So, Alva is rotten. The world is rotten. Gala corrected. Without his ability to create artifacts, King Solomon wouldn't have uprooted the previous unjust king of Frida. That's the sad fact about life, strength is everything. Even if you want to do the right things, you can't always do them the right way. You have to be the villain at some point. Arthur nodded. The hero is always the villain for his enemies. Gala stood up and walked back to the cave. Everyone, whether they are good or bad, are just trying to achieve their goals. Arthur looked at the high walls of the city and witnessed the night unpeel itself. Not only this time, but he would have to be the villain time and time again. He's the villain for Dia, but he's the savior for Gala. I just need to be stronger that no war would be too big to stop. Arthur thought before going back to the cave. His mind finally rested easy, and he fell asleep. The day arrived uneventfully, and Arthur left the cave, Rinzo and Gala behind him. He only took Dia and the little spirit to hide them. It was early morning, the quietness was suffocating. No life lived here after many battles took place. As they walked together, the two didn't say a single word. Both knew all that needed to be said of them, so it was futile to say anything. The only difference is that Arthur didn't need to do any convincing. That's the wall. He saw the wall approach them in the distance. Use your strongest attack to destroy it. All right. Dia nodded expressionlessly. I'll stand far away, just in case your attack backfires. Arthur knew that he was still too weak to withstand even the aftermath of her strongest attack. Dia didn't say anything, as if she was hoping he would forget such a fact. They went through tents filled with demis without being seen. Arthur looked at them all and tried to imagine them as dead bodies, the fate that awaited them. He shook his head and approached the wall. He stood a fair distance away on top of a hill along with diameter. She looked at him for one last time, her eyes desperate. Arthur, however, was unmoving. If you truly love your kingdom, then you need to trust me, Arthur said, but she took it with a pinch of salt, not buying a single word. Destroy it, Arthur commanded, and his power took hold of her core. Dia muffled a groan before her body began rising in the air. Her wings spread until they covered several meters, and the ice phoenix appeared. The ice flames radiated cold energy that alarmed the Alvan soldiers, but it was too late. She disappeared from her location and soared through the skies. With her hand raised, she gathered a giant flaming ice mountain above her. The mountain cast a shadow over the land, warning everyone that the world will soon turn upside down. It's the princess. Someone shouted from the camp, recognizing Dia immediately. Arthur looked at the mountain with unwavering eyes, knowing that this was necessary to return to his world. Solomon was the key, and he needed to take his side. He lost his arm because of these people and suffered humiliation countless times. Larsa used him as she pleased before throwing him to the Duke to kill. I'm not a saint. Arthur thought as the mountain descended. I'm nothing more than a human. He had no responsibility toward the world because it gave him nothing but misery and fear. Whatever I do, it'll be what I desire. If I want to save others, I'll save them. If I want to kill them, then I'll kill them. Arthur's eyes were tired. The mountain tore through the sky and fell toward the walls. As it came in contact with it, the walls gave way instantly. I just want to survive. Like piercing a paper with a knife, the mountain crushed everything in its path. The wall and land froze under Dia's power. The sky rumbled, urging Arthur to look up. His irises constricted when Larsa appeared next to Diameter. The snake woman spread her arms, and a barrier surrounded Diameter. It was her ability, isolation. Dia turned with a shocked expression at Larsa before looking at Arthur. Run! Gala's shout came from a distance, and Arthur turned to see a giant flaming bird descending. In the middle of the bird was the Duke's body, his face wrathful. The bestial order activated on its own, and Dia attacked the barrier. The Duke waved his hand toward Arthur, and a pillar of flame sprung to attack him. The barrier that Gala created held back the fire. The flames ate away at the barrier, and it broke down after resisting. The hellish fire engulfed Arthur's body, and he let out a soul-shaking scream. His body didn't burn, but his soul. The flames ate away at him as Arthur felt the life leave his body. His eyes turned blank as he fell listlessly to the ground. Psycha. Gala descended with a power that upturned the soil, creating a giant crater. She waved her hand, and the flames died down from Arthur's body. Ungrateful witch, I should have never taken you in when the world wanted you dead. Today, I shall fulfill the wishes of countless people. The Duke descended to the ground as his flames turned it into a wasteland. Bastard. Gala's wrath was unmistakable. You've brought your death upon you. She roared as her hat flew away, the gem on her forehead shone brighter than the morning sun. Why do you care about this slave so much? The Duke frowned. Whatever usefulness he had is now gone with him dead. With 1,000 years of wisdom, you should know better than revenge. You ignorant fowl. Gala snapped as a giant spirit appeared behind her. A salamander covered in electricity looked with its wrathful eyes at the Duke. You have no idea what he could have done. Gala waved her hand, and the salamander fired a bolt of electricity at the Duke. With a humph, the Duke slapped away the attack easily. Gala's eyes widened at how effortlessly he blocked it. You are using the royal artifact. Her body trembled as a grin broke out on the Duke's face. Your fire. The strongest fire, NAR. The Duke clapped his hands. All defenses are useless against me. This fire burns everything, even souls. That slave is no longer here, Gala. Step back or face death. Gala gritted her teeth in hatred. She looked down, and Arthur's body was unharmed, but his eyes were blank. She couldn't feel any spiritual power coming from him. Are you truly dead? Gala's eyes couldn't believe it. This young man may look ordinary, but Gala knew that he was someone the world couldn't ignore. Maybe that's why the world sought out to kill you. She closed her eyes in regret. She crouched down to pick his body and leave, but the young man's body began convulsing. Suddenly, an unprecedented amount of spiritual power emerged. The power shook the world and threatened to make Gala faint. As she held on to consciousness, she heard the young man whisper, "Start, soul, restructure." His voice was weak, but it boomed in her mind. It was the last thing she heard before everything changed. Chapter 306, I Am You. Gala jumped away from Arthur's body as it began to unleash an absurd amount of spiritual power. The Psyche's body wasn't dead because the Duke didn't attack it but attacked his soul instead. This result was the Duke's aim. He needed to prevent the Psyche from controlling Dia in his weakened state, or even worse, kill her. That's why the plan was to destroy his soul immediately. Then, where is the spiritual power coming from? Gala looked on with confusion at Arthur's body, which began to rise in the air. She turned to the Duke and found his face to be pale, his lips moving. Impossible, he should be. Gala agreed, even if she was relieved that he wasn't dead. However, she still couldn't explain what was going on with his body. Suddenly, she felt a crushing presence from above. When she looked at the morning sky, she found clouds looming to form a giant circle. From the center of the clouds descended a golden pillar of light that struck Arthur's body. The pillar prevented anyone from approaching Arthur's body. After a few moments, the pillar disappeared to reveal him standing with his empty sleeve hovering. Is this spiritual power replacing his arm? His body was shining golden as his long hair flew upward. His eyes were still unfocused and blank. Standing there, Gala heard him mutter, "I just want to survive." Gritting his teeth, the Psyche raised his face toward the sky as an otherworldly howl left his mouth. If Gala didn't know any better, she would have thought it was the howl of an injured monster. The black clouds suddenly split as if answering his call. Gala and the rest looked up with fear as a pair of golden eyes looked at them from the crack. Once their eyes met the pair of eyes, their blood froze as their bodies refused to listen anymore. This is fear. Gala's mind slowed down as she felt an emotion that she didn't feel toward anything but time. The pair of golden eyes glared at them as a heavenly voice shook the land. "Who dares hurt my vessel?" The voice was ancient and thunderous, demanding everything to submit. The Psyche suddenly raised his armless sleeve toward the sky as pair of eyes turned to him. A pillar of light descended that blinded everyone. When the group regained their vision, they found Arthur to have 2 arms instead of 1. Still raised toward the sky, black and golden metal made the new arm the Psyche obtained. The Psyche gave another howl before disappearing. Where? Duke Zenas turned to look for him, but he didn't need to. The Psyche's wrathful eyes appeared in front of the Duke as the arm grabbed his face. "You bastard!" The Duke roared, but the Psyche raised him by the head and slammed him to the ground. The Duke's nose broke, but his flames exploded to attack. However, Arthur was unfazed as he let go of the Duke's face and punched his abdomen. Gala could have never imagined the magnitude of destruction that single punch did. As soon as he struck the Duke, the earth caved in several meters down as the Duke vomited mouthfuls of blood. Larsa appeared next to the Psyche and spread her arms to trap him within. It seems she also realized that the power released by the Psyche was far stronger than Dia could currently summon. Looking at Larsa, the whites of Arthur's eyes turned red. He raised his arms as words left his mouth one by one. Art of Creator, submission. His words were unhurried, but the world shook after he finished them. Larsa's isolation barrier broke move away from Arthur and trapped her instead. Impossible, Larsa said before the Psyche appeared in front of her. He struck her abdomen, piercing it easily. He pulled out his arm as Larsa's blood came out from Larsa's mouth. She reached and touched his chest before falling to the ground. Die, vile creature. The Duke appeared again with his flames after recovering from Arthur's attack. Arthur gritted his teeth and dashed forward to meet him. The two fists collided as a massive shockwave was produced. Arthur gave another howl and punched with his other arm. The Duke's chest caved in, and he was sent flying away. What is this? Dia descended beside Gala and looked on with fear. What is he? Something we shouldn't have provoked, Gala said with fear. He almost looks like a calamity. He's a human, we saw him. Dia shook her head. Everything changed after. I don't know what he is, but I need to stop him. Gala looked at Arthur's body. He can't handle the power he's wielding. It seems the Duke noticed it as well, as he chose to have a battle of attrition. His flames burned as he kept pushing Arthur to use his power. Gala summoned her spirit and ordered it to attack the Duke. However, with the royal artifact, she couldn't do a lot of damage to him. Dia, aid me. The Duke roared. I destroyed his soul, he can't control you anymore. Dia shook her head as her body trembled. The power that he left in her core didn't disappear but have only grown more than before. It began invading her sea consciousness, birthing new feelings that she never felt before. The power demanded submission. Dia couldn't move even as her father lost his arm, torn away by the Psyche. The men she talked to today looked nothing more than a wrathful monster now. We've caused this. She realized to herself for the first time. We are the reason this misfortune has befallen us. Suddenly, the sky began to rain. The air split as someone descended with the rain. The man had a giant frame and wore full body armor. Dia has met him before, he was the Knight of Honesty. What do we have here? The knight squinted his eyes as he looked at the Psyche. Is this a beast or man? He couldn't tell. I hope he's not the one I'm supposed to protect, this thing will rip me apart. He is the Psyche of living beings. Gala informed the Knight of Honesty. We need to stop him. Stop him from killing Duke Zenas. Why? The knight couldn't understand. We can wait, and we'll deal a heavy blow to Alva. He'll die. A worthy sacrifice. The knight refuted. Is this your king's wishes? Gala snapped at him, and the knight seemed to be in a dilemma. He shook his head in the end. Then shut up and help me. After the Duke struck Arthur, he found himself sitting on the edge of a cliff. He was confused for a second because he felt familiar even though he didn't recognize this place. You like to get hurt? A voice spoke to him from beside him. Arthur turned to look at the speaker and found a child in front of him. What startled Arthur was that the child had the same eyes as him. I don't choose to be hurt, but I still get hurt, Arthur replied. Who are you? I am you. You look nothing like me. I am you but from a long time ago. The child grinned. This is not how I look like, but it's how I looked like when I visited this cliff. Okay, me. Arthur played along. Am I dead? The right term is we instead. The child shook his head. We're not yet, not again. Then why am I here? Arthur asked, confused. The right question is why I am here. The child corrected again. I'm here to help you since I've put you through a lot already. Help me. Yes, I'll restructure your soul. I'll also gift you with something. The child raised his hand, and a book appeared. This is my favorite art of creator. However, your body still can't handle it. Use it well. Thank you. No, thank you. The child sighed. I'm sorry for putting you through this, but no worries. The child met his eyes. For I am you, and you are me. I am you, Arthur repeated as he looked at the book in his hand. It held the word submission. He opened it and began to read. And you are me. Exactly. The child nodded. Arthur. He called out, and Arthur turned to him. Let's save the world we created together, but don't forget something important. What is it? Arthur was confused, but he was curious. Don't forget to have fun. The child gave a bright smile, and the scene began to get brighter until all Arthur could see is white. Have fun. Arthur found the notion to be ridiculous. How could he have fun as things are? He began to remember all the things that hurt him since he arrived in Alka, and rage began to boil within him. Suddenly, the scene began to change, and Arthur found the Duke in front of him, bloodied and his arms torn, while Gala, Dia, and a knight he didn't recognize all holding into Arthur's body. "You're awake now." Gala smiled. Chapter 307, Laureus. Confusion filled Arthur's mind when he saw the scene before him. He now had an arm. Gala, Dia, and a giant man were restraining him. In front of him was the Duke, bloodied, his arms gone, and pale. His metallic arm, which looked a lot like the arm he summoned before against Ellen, started disintegrating into countless light particles. "What is?" His throat hurt when he tried to open his mouth. The voice that came out sounded nothing like his own but like rusted gears unable to turn. "Don't talk, Saika. We need to get you away for now," Gala said as she wiped away the blood trickling down her mouth. "Did I do this?" His voice was still hoarse, but Arthur gestured with his chin toward the Duke. Gala paused and nodded. "Then, let me finish him off." His voice was unwavering, and mana exploded from his body. The mana made the surrounding air heavier, it was rich and potent. It had the same presence as the power of Saika's, but this felt like a mountain compared to a rock. "No, Saika." Gala's forehead was full of sweat. Why did he suddenly change? "The Duke is using the royal artifact. He won't die. The only one getting hurt will be you." Arthur turned to the Duke as he heard Gala's words. He was a mess, but so was Arthur himself. He could use the mana of creation again, but it was a strong possibility that he'd damage his soul again if he overdid it. "Let's leave." Arthur nodded at them. He turned to Dia, who was holding him back as well. "I presume you are the Knight of Honesty." "Yes, Saika." The giant man nodded with an uncomfortable expression. The man in front of him was nothing like he had heard. "How did the Duke find out about our plan?" His words were sharp, descending like a crushing mountain on the knight. The Knight of Honesty frowned. He had only felt this way to His Majesty, Solomon. The young man in front of him demanded his question be answered, not requested. "We don't know yet." The knight answered. "I think there's a traitor amid the royal court." "I see." Arthur nodded and turned. His empty sleeve fluttered under the spiritual power he radiated. He had yet to control it properly. "Let's go. I think you have a battle yet to win." "Wait." Larza's voice came from a distance. She stood up while coughing up mouthfuls of blood. "If you leave this place, I'm going to destroy it." She raised her hand, making his arm appear. It was isolated from the world by a powerful barrier, preserving it from rotting. "I forgot about you." Arthur turned and began walking toward her. "I almost left you alive." Larza's face grew pale as her body trembled. Suddenly, the Duke descended in front of her with his flames burning more vigorously than ever. "You dare!" he roared, but Arthur didn't stop walking. The Duke panicked and made his flames burn brighter than before. "Stop right there." However, Arthur kept walking toward them. The flames turned into a hurricane that surrounded him, burning everything in its path. Overconfident fool. The Duke spat as he made his flames gather and attack Arthur. "You are not worthy." Arthur walked out from within the flames without a scratch, his long hair fluttering under their wind. "Stay still," he commanded, and the Duke froze like a statue. "As for you, Larza." He stopped in front of her and looked down. He raised his hand and touched her scales. Her slits of irises shook wildly, her body trembling in front of him. She looked at Arthur as if she didn't recognize him. "I'll let you live," Arthur said. "Not because I can't kill you and not because I want this arm." He smiled devilishly. "It's because I have yet to make you suffer. One day, you'll be in your sleep, and you'll wake up to find me in front of you." Arthur used his art, submission, to install fear within Larza's mind. When he finished speaking, she fell to the ground because her knees could no longer support her. A pool of liquid appeared beneath her as her body kept shaking. Seeing her like that, Arthur turned around and walked away. He couldn't use his powers anymore without hurting his body. The soldiers of Demis and humans looked on with fear as the one-armed Saika left with his party, heading toward Frida. The tales of what happened today will be told for hundreds of years, where the heavens split open to protect a human. As he was traveling toward the Frida kingdom, rumors will spread about the emergence of the strongest Saika, one who beat the Duke of Fire into a pulp and left. A name for the strongest Psyche emerged among every nation, Laureus. It meant the calamity. The golden dagger that Solomon has given him floated in front of Arthur. He wasn't using telekinesis, but the spiritual energy that replaced his arm. The dagger swept through the air as fast as lightning. He was sitting on a bed in a tent that the night gave him. The golden weapon disappeared into his subspace before Gala entered his tent. "How are you feeling?" Gala asked with a smile. "We are leaving toward the royal court in an hour." "I'm feeling fine." Arthur nodded. "That's quicker than I expected. They expect that Alva or the other kingdoms to attack the princess and you. They wanted to transport you immediately, but the Alvan army wouldn't give them the opportunity. Then we can expect an assassination attempt on the way." Arthur laughed. "It seems we go from one assassination to the other. You seem too relaxed for someone who split the sky." Gala looked at him with both fear and awe. "I did." Arthur was taken aback. "What happened?" "You." Gala almost threw up blood as her face flushed. "You don't remember what happened?" Seeing Arthur tilt his head with confusion, she sighed. "Well, no wonder that looked nothing like you." "What?" Arthur repeated with raised brows. "Did I look something other than human?" "Well, you did," Gala said. "After the Duke struck you, spiritual power emerged from your body." Arthur nodded, remembering starting the soul restructure. Then, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky. Golden eyes. Arthur frowned. He still remembered the child he met on the cliff. It was a child he didn't know, who also had golden eyes. What else? "It said a sentence before the new arm appeared," Gala said. "It said, 'Who hurt my vessel?'" She looked at Arthur to see if he had any reactions. "That is." Arthur paused as he furrowed his brows. Gala inched closer to hear his answer. "Weird." He scratched his head, making Gala's face red with anger. "You clueless brat." She humphed and stood up. "Prepare to leave. I'll check with the rest." Arthur smiled as he watched stomp the ground. "And leave." He knew that she wasn't prying but only curious about what happened. Sadly, even Arthur had no answers. "I am you," Arthur repeated as he looked at his remaining arm. "Then who exactly am I?" He clenched his fist as he stood up. He left the tent and walked out, gathering the gazes of the soldiers. The tent next to his was a smaller one, but guards surrounded it heavily. They blocked Arthur's path as he tried to enter. "You do know that you guys are useless against her, right?" Arthur smiled at the guards. "If I ask her to, she can easily flatten this camp." Hearing Arthur's words, the guards' faces paled. They looked at each other before allowing him entry. Arthur walked in to find Dia sitting in a chair with her hands cuffed in front of her. "These guys are hopeless, cuffs." "Really?" Arthur laughed as he walked in. Dia flinched and turned to him, wary. "Relax," he said as he pointed a finger to the chains, and a string of liquid fire destroyed them. "Why didn't you ask me to kill him?" Dia asked out of nowhere as she rubbed her wrist. "Even if you couldn't kill him yourself, you could have ordered me to." She raised her head to meet his eyes. "I'm not cruel." Arthur smiled at her. "I didn't plant the order in your core to torture you, only to survive." "You can survive on your own now," Dia said, referring to his earlier demonstration of power. Arthur looked at her silently. "Do you want to leave?" he asked her in a relaxed tone. "What if I do?" Dia didn't answer his question but deflected it. Arthur smiled and gestured toward the tent's entrance. "I'll let you go. I won't lift the order just if you try to harm me, but I won't be ordering you anymore. You can do whatever you want as long as it doesn't harm me. You'll let me go that easily. What about your deal with Solomon?" "I never wished to use this method, I was forced to use it." Arthur shook his head. "I have other things to offer to Solomon. If you want to leave, then you can." Chapter 308, Act of Gods. "I will leave." Dia stood up, and Arthur nodded in understanding. A rune appeared on his hand as he stood up as well. With a frown, Dia backed away warily. "What is this?" "I'm not going to hurt you," Arthur said gently. "This will allow you to teleport away from here and avoid unnecessary troubles." You didn't tell me what this is. Dia scowled like a threatened kitten. Arthur laughed lightly and touched the table with his rune. The table disappeared and appeared behind Dia, who turned around in shock. This is the first time I showed anyone this, Arthur admitted. Are you trying to convince me to stay? Dia asked with a cautious expression. Otherwise, why show me? I always hid this power because I didn't want the world to know. I feared for my life, but this world is already after my life. Besides, you can't tell a soul about anything related to me. That's an order. His power worked and bound to her core. Dia looked at the rune that appeared again, with less caution this time. Why are you risking your relationship with Solomon just to free me? She asked, not urging him to send her away. Arthur paused. I promised that I would release you one day, and I'm delivering my promise. You also said that I could kill you. That would be foolish. One day, I will release you without being asked. Arthur walked over. Before that, I still have one order before releasing you. What would it be? Dia asked, frowning heavily. Order you to not participate in this war, Arthur said, without actually ordering her. That's to make sure that you won't interfere directly with my plans. You just want me to leave this place to sit still like before. Dia was baffled. That's not different from locking me away underground. I gave you this power without receiving anything in return. You don't expect me to allow you to destroy my plans. Find a place to live until the war is over. I'll destroy the bond myself at that time. Dia glared at him hatefully before sighing. Are you okay with this? Are you not? You are willing to throw away my powers that you worked hard to obtain. Even if you are powerful on your own, Princess Diameter. Arthur interrupted with a smile. Talking in roundabout ways isn't like you. However, the princess stayed silent. Do you want to follow me? Yes. She said after a moment, her face resolute. Arthur looked at her silently. He knew that she had something more to say. In return, give me Alva. You think I have that sort of capability? Arthur sat back in his chair. He placed his chin under his arm as he allowed it to rest on the table. I think you have more than just that, Dia said, her fists clenched. I saw it when the sky split. That was no act of humans, but of gods. I'm not a god, Princess Dia. Arthur wanted to raise both hands, but he realized he only had one. Gesture failed. If you want some god to help you, I advise finding the nearest temple and start praying. Vessels, Dia said the word slowly. Nothing is called as such other than the incarnations of gods. You mean, there are other vessels? Arthur frowned. Dia nodded slowly. Offer me Alva, and I will follow you. I'll help you find the other vessels if that's what you want. Dia seemed to realize that he was interested in the other vessels. You know that by staying by my side, you'll be fighting against Alva. But in the end, I'll rule it. It's better than sitting in a godforsaken place and wait for the war to end. All right, you have yourself a deal. I'll give you Alva, but you will follow me forever. As long as I can choose for myself, Dia added. As long as it doesn't interfere with my plans. Arthur nodded. The two looked at each other, and Arthur offered to shake her hand. Dia looked at it before shaking it. To the beginning of a mutual beneficence. Arthur smiled. Their carriage took them west, directly toward the royal court. Arthur was unfamiliar with Solomon's kingdom, and he didn't have anyone to ask. Why are you suddenly sitting next to him? Gala asked Dia, who was sitting obediently next to Arthur. Did you have a change of heart after he beat up your father? Now that she mentions it, I didn't know you hated him that much. Arthur said with fake awe. If I have known, I would have fought your father to win your heart. That's not it. Dia snapped. I do hate him, but I don't want him beaten. That explains your current actions perfectly, Gala said sarcastically. However, Dia didn't explain further. She's following you now. We have a deal. I have competition. Gala gave a frustrated sigh. If you keep making deals left and right, you won't have time for me later. Arthur wanted to say that she sounded like a jealous wife, but he felt the presence of someone above. He looked upward and smiled. We have company. The Knight of Honesty rode against the wind, as fast as lightning and just as destructive. The carriages behind him carried the princess that would topple the balance of the war, but the man named Laureus by everyone who witnessed his feats. Whether he's a Psyche or a Laureus, King Solomon would decide. Appearances deceive the Knight of Honesty, the king once told him. That's why he made sure that whatever decision there was regarding people, he followed the king's judgment. Drowning in his thoughts, the Knight of Honesty noticed the presence above them a tad too late. He looked at the sky and saw the group of skywalkers appear with the legendary monster, the Griffin. Protect the carriages. The Knight of Honesty roared as he threw up his hands to construct a barrier of water. However, the Griffin broke the barrier quickly with its claws before diving toward the carriages. Damn it, how did they hide their presence until now? The knight wondered, but he was too late. The giant Griffin dived from the sky like a hurricane and crushed the carriages. It's all right. They wouldn't die from this. We can still. They're gone. The knight muttered in a daze as he looked at the broken carriage beneath the Griffin. But how? They were just. The Griffin didn't give him time to think and roared in anger. Wind blades cut across the land as the Knight of Honesty looked helplessly around. He became the scapegoat of the monster's wrath. Phew, Gala whistled as she looked at the Griffin from a distance. You know, we could have handled that monster, right? Maybe. Arthur suddenly had a thought. It seems people in this world were weaker than Earth. Did it come from the fact that the world was less developed, or was there another reason for that? You truly have weird powers, Gia muttered as she felt the space close behind them. This power can win any war. There are limits. Arthur corrected. I'm sure Solomon has an artifact against this, too. Bummer. Gala pouted. We could have robbed Solomon's palace using this ability. Are witches supposed to be this reckless? They're this greedy, hey, Gala said with pride as Gia shook her head. Shouldn't we lend a hand? They would be pretty pissed if we just kept watching. Gala suggested. Arthur pondered and turned to Diameter. I have yet to see you fight. You don't expect to be a flying carriage, do you? Just sit back and let me show these ants what real strength is. Dia spread her wings and soared toward the sky, leaving a trail of ice behind her. She stood in the sky and spread her arms. An ice phoenix appeared behind her and let out a loud screech. Suddenly, hundreds of flamed ice spears appeared in the sky. How do ice and flames work together exactly? Arthur held his chin. I always thought they would be so contradicting. Even now, it seems that her main attacks are ice-oriented. That's because she got the ice from her mother, Gala answered with a smile. I'm sure she feels proud of that power. Give her time to explore her limits. And those flames? Arthur asked, referring to the flames on the ice spears. They shall burn everything within the ice. The princess never used flames before, but it seems she wants you to be awed. Gala smiled as the rain of spears descended. The Griffin gave an angry howl as the spears tore through his skin. The flames exploded from within the spears and burned his skin as the ice froze it. The combination was destructive, giving the Griffin no chance to heal or escape. The spears targeted the Skywalkers as the soldiers stood there in awe of the daughter of ice and fire. The Knight of Honesty cried tears of joy as he launched an attack of his own. Chapter 309, A Parade in the Shade. The Skywalkers retreated once their sneak attack failed. This nation hoped to kill Laureus, who was weakened after the battle, regaining the balance between Frida and Alva. However, they were met with the princess's full wrath, learning firsthand what kind of power Frida had obtained. After their retreatment, Arthur and Gala walked toward the knight leisurely. How did you even? The Knight of Honesty was out of breath after the battle that shook the world. It appears he lacked the energy to inquire further and just sighed. I'm glad I didn't screw this up. You did. Arthur corrected. I've noticed them before you did. How can you be this incompetent? Everyone was taken aback by Arthur's words, who seemed a lot unlike him. I might as well travel on my own if you are this unreliable. You. The Knight of Honesty's face was pale with anger. He didn't expect to be lectured by a man half his age. What do you mean by you? Arthur frowned at him. Remember that I don't work under you, and I'm not your prisoner. If you are going to treat me like this, I'll just leave. The knight swallowed his words. I understand. I'll make sure to send scouts in every direction before we move. He was reminded again of the power this man showed earlier that day. "Wow, what has gotten into you?" Gala asked with surprise. Until a moment ago, this young man was joking around with them. Suddenly, his personality flipped. "I can read people." Arthur looked coldly at the Knight of Honesty. "I can tell when people dislike me or look down on me. That's why you tried putting him in his place." Gala smiled. "Well, it's always good to know your value," she said while looking at Dia, who was descending from the sky. "Well played," Arthur said to the returning princess. She smiled with pride as her feet touched the ground. "I didn't think you were this powerful." "There's more to see," Dia answered, aloft. "I guess my plan will go as expected." Arthur smiled as he saw the knight prepare another carriage. "Let's just hope we'll make it to the capital alive." They reached a city after an entire day of relentless pace. They avoided another assassination attempt because the knight took secret routes and sent decoys in other directions. Opening the curtain to his carriage, Arthur spotted the city. "Do you know this city?" He turned to Gala and Dia, who shook their heads. "Interesting. What is?" Dia was confused. "This is the border city of Frida, you can tell by the high walls that ran parallel to it," Arthur explained. "Yet, the city managed to attract so many people. Can you see those fields?" Arthur pointed in the distance. Since they were on higher ground than the city, they could see the lands around it. There were fertile lands full of farmers and their livestock. Even from a fair distance away, Arthur could see them working peacefully without worry. "The farmers?" Dia asked. "Yes, the farmers are leisurely working even though they're on a border city. Their attitude tells us how much trust they have in their king, the guards, and probably something else." "Indeed, it is strange." Gala nodded. "Something else like what?" "Like an artifact." Arthur grinned. "It should be around, now." As soon as Arthur said that, they passed through a barrier. Gala and Dia widened their eyes in surprise as they looked through the window. "Is that?" "It's a protective barrier. I guess that unless someone carries a special item, the barrier would either reject or announce the intruder's entrance to the surrounding area." "How did you know?" Dia asked with a frown. "A psycha in the flesh." Arthur mimicked a shocked expression then shrugged. "How about you get used to it? I liked you better when you called me my lady." Dia sighed. "And I liked it better when you only thought about how to kill me instead of asking questions," Arthur said as they approached the gate. Seeing their carriages and the Knight of Honesty in the lead, the gates opened to allow them entrance. They passed through the gate that spanned several meters before they saw the city. Surrounded by endless farmlands, the city lined the horizon with its brick buildings and chimneys. A giant tree stood beside the gathering of buildings and threw its shade over half of them. "Welcome to the City of Shades." The Knight of Honesty slowed down his horse to toddle beside them. "Even though it is a border city, it is one of the safest places to live in." "I can see why." Arthur smiled. "Are we going to stay here before going to the capital?" "Yes, we need to wait for the Knight of Courage to return. Until then, you can stay at the Duke's house. He'll be receiving us, so do expect a parade of sorts." "No thanks," Arthur said before closing the curtain. Gala looked at him speechlessly. "You can't just ignore the Duke of this city. He's the overlord," she explained, imploring him to act wisely. "I'm not going to be shown around like a prize, nor is she." Arthur looked at Dia. "You are not a prize but a war hero." Gala shook her head. "The people need hope. The war has taken a toll on everyone, no matter how many barriers they have." "Ugh." Arthur groaned. He looked at Dia, who simply shrugged. "I don't like those who manipulate me." He said to Gala. "It's for our benefit, Psycha. We're on the same side. To be loved by the public is to be feared by the king. Are you saying the king wouldn't be able to do anything if the people loved me?" Gala grinned and nodded. Arthur sighed and opened the curtains to find the Knight of Honesty with a troubled face. "I'll attend your parade." "Thank you, Psycha." The knight's face brightened. "I'll make sure that it won't take long." The knight rushed forward to give his commands. "Happy." Arthur turned to Gala. "However, don't expect that everyone likes us," he said to her with a grim smile. In every society, there are bound to be controversy. That can't be, Gia frowned. Arthur simply shrugged. He learned very well that people fear the unknown. They reached the city's gate after a short while, where a giant man rode a warhorse. He had the build of a monster more than a human, but he was undoubtedly the Duke. "Welcome, Sika." The Duke saluted him as soon as Arthur got off his carriage. When the Duke saw the princess, he looked at her with apprehension. "Greetings, Duke of the Shade City." Arthur greeted with a smile. "Please treat her the same way you would treat me." He gestured at Dia, and the Duke seemed taken aback. "Ah, of course, yes." The Duke nodded and opened his palm toward a parade carriage. "The people are waiting, so please." Arthur nodded and jumped into the carriage that white horses pulled. He offered his hand to the two ladies and helped them up. The Duke rode in front of them, and the parade started. "Duke of Shade City and the heroic Sika have arrived." An amplified voice rang in the streets as the parade entered the city. Arthur saw that people gathered on both sides of the streets, celebrating their arrival. "Isn't it weird that I'm a hero for something that I did for myself? That's how it is. The public adores heroes." Gala smiled and waved at the citizens. Music spread as they marched down the street. Arthur looked at the people and saw that their eyes held awe. It seems the sight of the heroic slave who saved their kingdom was awe-inspiring. However, he didn't feel pride or fulfilled. "These people would turn on me in an instant if I'm not on their sides," Arthur thought sadly. Suddenly, a rock came flying from the crowd toward Arthur. It was about to strike Arthur's face when it stopped. He used the spiritual power coming out of his arm to stop it. "Who did this?" The Duke roared in anger. "Guards." A group of knights rushed forward and seized someone from the crowd. They pushed the culprit forward, who turned out to be a young man with a defiant look. "Let go of me," the young man roared. "He will bring nothing but doom to Frida. He's Lorius." The crowd grew fearful as the guards dragged the young man in front of the Duke. "What does Lorius mean?" Arthur was confused. "It's an ancient name." Gala frowned. "Forget it. This man is insane." She shook her head. "What does it mean, Gala?" Arthur pushed again, and Gala sighed. She looked at him with a saddened look. "You were right about the people here," Gala admitted. "Lorius means the calamity, a name given to what lies beyond the calamity's gates." "Are you saying that the king will ruin this kingdom?" The Duke's eyes were cold. However, the young man didn't back down even while being restrained on the ground. "Lorius will." The man gritted his teeth. He looked at Arthur with a hateful gaze. "Everyone knows what he did yesterday. He's no human. Take him away and have him hanged." The Duke ordered, and the guards dragged him away. The people shook their heads as the atmosphere turned fearful. "Wait a second." Arthur jumped from the carriage and landed in front of the guards. "Let him go." He ordered them, but they didn't listen. With a sigh, Arthur wrapped them with his spiritual power and moved them away. "What are you doing, Sika?" The Duke was confused. "I apologize for this incident, but you don't need to act yourself." "Listen here." Arthur crouched in front of the young man who looked at him hatefully. He offered him the rock, making the young man confused. "A rock can't kill a normal person, not to mention me." "Sika." The Duke tried to interfere. "Take this and leave." Arthur gave the rock to the man. "Next time, preferably when you grow stronger, attack me with a sword. You'll have a better chance of protecting Frida. Who knows, you might even kill Lorius." Chapter 310, Kneel. Arthur wasn't acting merciful or compassionate, but he knew this man wouldn't believe he was Lorius without reason. Someone influential was spreading propaganda. The same person told the Duke of Fire and Larza of Arthur's location was now spreading the image of Lorius. The calamity. Arthur thought to himself as he jumped on the carriage. Laughably, "I can't refute this. My goal here is to ensure Solomon gets transported to the trial of the Holy Crown. Maybe I am Lorius, but that doesn't matter." His past weakness was the reason that Arthur needed to take such extreme measures. If he hadn't overestimated himself back then in the underground tunnel, there wouldn't have been a reason for Solomon to save him. There are always mountains beyond mountains, heavens above heavens, and a foe too strong for you to handle. Arthur reminded himself. Psyche. Merciful Psyche. The crowd cheered as Arthur boarded the carriage. It wasn't his intention, but his actions earned him the favor of the public. To be merciful toward one's enemies always meant being cruel to oneself, but people loved saints. Well played, Gala whispered as Arthur boarded the carriage. He didn't reply, as earning the public's favor came as an accidental bonus, not something he planned. The parade resumed until they reached the Duke's mansion. Separated by a canal from the rest of the city, the Duke's residence looked nothing special, unlike the mansion Duke Zenas had. It was bigger than most houses and had far-reaching gardens, but the architecture was modest. I guess this kingdom has humbler nobles, Gala said as she glanced at Diameter. The princess glared at her but didn't say anything, choosing to turn and look through the window. Nobles will always be nobles, Dia muttered. The human heart will always be full of greed. Arthur agreed. Look at you two, singing to each other's tunes. Gala rolled her eyes. First of all, the correct term is a person's heart, not the human heart, because what about non-humans? Arthur thought about it for a second and nodded. You are right. He was used to these terms because there were no intelligent creatures other than humans back on Earth. Second of all, not everyone is the same. Cynicism keeps the rotten people away, but it does the same for the good ones. You sound like a grandma. Arthur laughed until a killing intent spread in the carriage. I mean like an ant. He corrected, but Gala was still pouting. Haha, Arthur laughed as cold sweat rolled down his face. The killing intent carried the weight of hundreds of souls taken, Arthur was sure. For someone with such bloodlust, you sure are gullible. Are you sure that it's me who's gullible instead of you having trust issues? Gala smirked slyly. Who hurt you before, dear Psyche? Arthur could feel both of their eyes turn his way, but he ignored them. Suddenly, he became aware that no one in this world knew his name yet. As a Vernise, no one bothered to ask anyway. He was always called a Psyche. The carriage stopped, and the three jumped off. It stopped in front of a building's double-gated entrance, one that was right beside the Duke's mansion. The Duke of Shade City came forth and saluted Arthur. Marvelously handled, Psyche. The Duke said sincerely. I've learned more than one thing from you, for that, I'm thankful. Number 1, don't go around killing people, Arthur said, making the Duke's face turn awkward. I'm joking, I have no business in how you rule your people. I know that there's a fine line between fear and respect, and sometimes it's the same. Thank you, Psyche. The Duke nodded. For someone of your age, your wisdom runs deep. Arthur was confused by the Duke's words, but he simply shrugged them off. The Duke took the three into the building, which turned out to be a guest's house. Until the night of courage returns, I ask for your patience. This small house is all yours. You can even destroy it if that's what you desire. If you need anything during your stay here, please let me know. The Duke said and left, a butler entering in turn. Their butler was no one other than Rinzo, who they haven't seen since the battle against the Duke of Fire. I shall humbly serve you once again. Rinzo bowed down. The Duke thought it was best to have me answer to your needs since we are familiar with each other. No offense, my men. I mean, Demi, Arthur furrowed his brows. Didn't you betray the last person you served? Are you sure you qualify as a butler? That is. Rinzo's eyes shook as he turned his head down. Shame reeked out of every gesture he made. I guess you still know shame, Dia smirked coldly. Beat it before I break your neck. Don't be like that, Diameter. Arthur shook his head as he jumped on the couch. An apple floated to him from the table. If not for Rinzo, we wouldn't be here. I see that you suspect me. Rinzo raised his head, his beastly eyes turning into slits. You think that I'm the one who told the Duke about your whereabouts? At the moment, everyone is a suspect. Arthur examined the apple. He took a bite and swallowed it down. Of course, the three of us are an exception. After all, we are the ones who got our asses beaten. Why would I betray the Duke just to work for him? Motives vary, and people's hearts are full of greed. Arthur smiled. Maybe he offered you an elixir that would restore your beloved parts, or even more, resurrect the dead. Insolent bastard. Rinzo's eyes turned red as mana exploded around his body. It seems that Arthur's provocation got to him. Kneel. Arthur commanded, and Rinzo fell on his knees. He tried resisting, but his body wouldn't listen to him. Standing up leisurely, Arthur walked toward Rinzo, whose eyes were a mix of fear and rage. Answer my question truthfully. Arthur's eyes sent shivers down Rinzo's spine. The lizardman felt like he was looking at the eyes of an ancient being. Do you know the traitor who told the Duke of Fire about our plan? Spiritual power exploded from his words and fell on Rinzo's mind, threatening to crush it. The butler began sweating from every pore of his body as his eyes couldn't break contact with the golden eyes in front of him. His voice was trembling. I don't know. He felt a weight lift off his mind as soon as he answered. Arthur sighed and stood up. That wasn't so hard, was it? Arthur patted the kneeling butler on the shoulder. You can stand up now. You did well. Bring me some food and the city's librarian. Arthur walked back to the couch and slumped back in a relaxed manner. As if the incident just now was but a figment of the three's imagination, the terrifying young man was no longer there. Right away. Rinzo composed himself and hurried to leave the guest's room. Gala sat in front of Arthur and looked at him affectionately. Arthur had the chills from her gaze and stopped eating. What? Arthur scowled at her, not liking how she stared at him. Nothing, hee. Gala laughed, her dimples showing. You just keep getting more interesting, my Saika. I'm not your beloved, Arthur smirked. What would the man you're waiting for say if he heard you? He'll also find you interesting. Don't. You agree, Dia. Gala turned to the princess, but Dia shook her head in response. He's getting scarier, not interesting, Dia admitted, and Arthur found the image to be more acceptable than Gala's impression of him. Have I changed somehow? Arthur wondered, admitting that he felt a lot more relaxed after he did the soul restructure. However, he didn't spot any differences in his personality. Rinzo returned with the food, and the three of them ate. As they were finishing their meals, a knock arrived on the door, and a scholarman walked in after Arthur allowed him entry. Greetings, Saika of living beings. The man was tall, taller than Arthur. In reference, Arthur's current height was 181 centimeters. He was not that tall, but he wasn't short either. The scholarman was lanky, but his bearing was graceful. With trimmed glasses and neatly tied hair, he gave the air of elegance. Greetings to you, scholar. Arthur smiled and nodded. How about you take a seat? Many thanks, but I wouldn't dare. The librarian answered. It's already an honor to meet the men who will change the world. As Laureus? Arthur said nonchalantly. As the Saika. The scholar didn't bat an eye. If you were truly Laureus, then you wouldn't grant that young man mercy. I may be Laureus who granted him mercy to fool everyone, including you. Arthur laughed. Don't try to hide it, scholar. I can feel your fear. I'm sorry for making you feel as such. And not at all. The scholar lost his composure as he stuttered. I don't care, scholar. Arthur interrupted. Instead, tell me about your gods. Chapter 311, Mother Riga. The gods are those who protected this land long ago. The scholar sat down after Arthur ordered him to. He began telling Arthur about the gods that he knew. Their number is not confirmed, as a long time has passed since then. And how do you know about them? Arthur asked. There are records of people praising them, poems, and worships. The scholar answered. One day, all of them disappeared, bringing forth the Forsaken Era. Let me guess. It's called that because the gods forsook humans. Arthur smiled. Indeed, Saika. The scholar nodded. But it is believed that the reason for their disappearance is the appearance of the calamities. A battle shook the heavens and earth, and the gods were no longer. Humans always think it's about them. Gala shook her head. Maybe the gods were just fed up with you lot. We were all humans at one point, and from there, all races emerged. The scholar answered with a smile, and Gala scowled. What about the guardians? Arthur pondered. That's how the gods identified themselves, the scholar answered. For us mortals, their realm was nothing short of godhood. Tell me about the gods you know. Arthur leaned back and closed his eyes. The scholar began reciting whatever knowledge he gleaned off books. God of life, healer guardian. God of elements, transmutation guardian. God of space, wanderer guardian. God of lesser lives, ruler guardian. God of sight, seer guardian. God of destruction, protector guardian. God of artifacts, the scholar guardian. God of force, supreme guardian. God of nether, summoner guardian. These are all of them, Arthur said with a frown. He knew 2 of them, but hearing the seer guardian gave him some thoughts. Is seer's legacy given to him by the seer guardian? He wondered, it didn't sound unprobable. These are the ones known through several texts, all kept by their followers. The gods' followers. Yes, different lands worship different guardians, as to which guardian resided in that land and protected it. The scholar explained. These are all I know about them. The other details are vague and far-fetched. Thank you, scholar. Arthur nodded and gestured for him to leave. The tall man bowed and left the room, leaving Arthur silent, brooding. What are you thinking? Dia asked. You want to get into his head now? What's next? His pants. Gala asked with raised brows. You're a pervert. Dia's face flushed. I won't answer such insolence anymore. She turned away from Gala, ignoring her. Are you thinking about which god it was? Gala asked. The one you're acting as his vessel. I'm no one's vessel. Arthur clenched his fist, his spiritual hand growing unstable. At least, I don't think I am. Jizo never mentioned anything about being a vessel, and he had an equal relationship with his legacy. Arthur needed to follow Jizo's wishes of fighting against the Enders in return for power. They said that Solomon was the Scholar Guardian's inheritor. Does that mean Solomon is his vessel? Yes, that's how he creates artifacts. Dia nodded. I met him once before. He had a godly aura. The projection that appeared back in Freya was nothing but a shell. How does that make sense? Arthur frowned, standing up to look through the window. He could see the city from here. What's wrong? Gala asked with confusion. It's nothing. Arthur shook his head. How could he say Solomon couldn't be the vessel since Arthur himself had the legacy? As he was about to walk away from the window, his eyes spotted someone in front of the gates. His high perception stat allowed him to see who it was, even hundreds of meters apart. What is he doing here? Arthur wondered with curiosity. It was the young man who threw a rock at him earlier. He stood in front of the mansion's gate, but the guards didn't allow him to come near. Whichever god it is, being a vessel means. Dia began consoling Arthur, but he suddenly disappeared. She blinked twice and looked around. Where did he go? Gala stood up and looked through the window. I think he saw something. She smiled as she looked through the window. His name was Daniel, a woodworker who sold chairs and tables to the people. This craft was taught to him by his father, who learned it from his father. Things haven't been going well lately, as if the gods turned their eyes away from him. His work was going well until the war arrived, making the prices of goods go up. People would rather eat on the ground than eat nothing at all. His daughter was young and grew weaker when he couldn't provide any food. She caught an illness that he couldn't afford to treat. At this rate, she would be dead. Daniel went on the streets, looking for a way to cure. It was then that he met the priest. A thin man with a gentle face, but his words threw Daniel into a spiral of despair. Your daughter will die, for she is cursed. I've seen it before, the priest shook his head. This land is cursed because Alorius arrived. That's when Daniel went to the parade that celebrated the arrival of Lorius. Rage got the best of him when the people celebrated the murder of his daughter, and he did something foolish. However, Lorius was merciful. Daniel looked at the men in front of him. Lorius, or Sika, was sitting in Daniel's house and playing with his daughter. His daughter's eyes sparkled as her wooden toys flew around her. You've made these. The man gently smiled as he controlled the toys. Daniel nodded. Suddenly, his stomach grumbled. Are you hungry? Lorius asked and took out a plate, just like the one he gave to Daniel's daughter. Thank you, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tears pooled in Daniel's eyes, but the man shook his head. I don't care about what you did. However, the man pointed at Daniel's daughter. This is no sword. Daniel smiled in embarrassment. I knew you would be merciful. The guards didn't let me in, but your appearance changed everything. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. The Psycha smiled. I have a favor to ask in return. Anything, Psycha. Daniel hurried to answer. First of all, eat up. The men smiled. We have some cleaning to do afterward. Arthur looked at Daniel eating in front of him, reminded of his past self. He then turned to look at his daughter. She was 3 years old, thin, and malnourished. This is what wars do. Arthur thought to himself as the girl grabbed his empty sleeve. She looked through it, looking for his arm. She seemed confused by Arthur's missing limb. Her father, Daniel, almost choked on his food. However, Arthur raised his hand. Well, I lost it, Arthur said as he wiped away the leftover soup on her chin. Don't worry. I'm doing just fine without it. Fine. The girl looked at her hands and looked at Arthur. Arthur used his spiritual arm and made the girl start flying. Her eyes widened in shock as she panicked. However, as soon as his spiritual power enveloped her, the girl was at ease. She began acting like a bird as she flew above Daniel and Arthur. Sorry, I know you must be worried about her. Arthur apologized to the woodworker and placed his daughter down. Have you finished eating? This was the most delicious meal I've eaten in my life, Daniel answered with a lot of emotions. Yes. Please ask away, Psycha. You said there was a priest, Arthur followed up with Daniel's story. He told you to attack me. No. Daniel shook his head. He said that we were cursed when we invited Lorius to our midst. A lot of people are saying this lately because of the problem with Mother Riga. Mother Riga. Arthur tilted his head with confusion. Daniel nodded and hurried to explain. It's the giant tree near the city. That's what we call it. Mother Riga is the reason our harvest is so bountiful, and our citizens are always healthy, allowing our city to thrive despite being on the border. So, Mother Riga promotes harvest and health. What's the problem with it now? It's getting weaker. Daniel sighed. The harvest is less, and many people are getting sick. That's why everyone is so worried. And they think it's because of me. Arthur nodded in understanding. How come you were the only one who did anything? I think that. Daniel thought to himself. I was simply the first to jump in. The Duke's actions made people fearful of his reaction if they do anything. If not for you, I would have been. Daniel didn't say anything and glanced at his daughter. I see, Arthur stood up, and the little girl grabbed to his leg. We need to do anything about Mother Riga then. Let's go and find out. Arthur was sure that the city didn't need him, and he sure as hell didn't care about his reputation. The matter interested him because it would shed some light on the identity of the traitor. Chapter 3:12, The Gods Are Dead. Psycha. Gala rushed over as Arthur returned. Where did you go? I was so worried. Worried about me? Arthur felt that it was off. No, worried that you would destroy the city. Gala wiped the sweat off her face as she saw Arthur's mood turn sour. She laughed and looked at the two people Arthur brought along. Isn't this guy? Meet Daniel and his daughter, Roya. Arthur introduced with a smile after calming his mind. They have something interesting to say, something the Duke tried to hide from us. Gala and Dia frowned when they heard his words. Arthur asked Daniel and Roya to take a seat in the guest's room, where the witch and Demi were waiting for him. Then, Arthur asked the woodworker to tell them about Mother Riga. What does this have to do with us? Dia asked with a frown. The lives of these people are irrelevant to our goal. Her harsh words made Roya cower away behind Arthur. Don't be so harsh, princess. Gala walked over to Roya and picked her up. Scared at first, the young girl looked at Arthur pleadingly. However, this changed when the little spirit appeared to play with her. You know our Psycha has a soft heart. Dia is right, Arthur interjected. The lives of these people aren't important to us, but the culprit behind their suffering seems to be after us. The traitor you asked Rinzo about? Dia asked, to which Arthur nodded. They're spreading this hate against me for a reason. The traitor must feel threatened by our arrival. It means this person either works for Alva or another nation that doesn't want Frida to grow stronger. And how do you plan on getting to the bottom of this? Gala asked while making faces at Roya. That's easy. We go ahead and ask Mother Riga. Arthur smiled. The rest looked at him with confusion. Saika, I think I made it a bit unclear. Mother Riga refers to the divine tree protecting us. It's not something that we can ask. Arthur chuckled. I think otherwise. The only problem is finding a way to its heart without anyone knowing. That's why I brought Daniel, who's more knowledgeable about this than us. We can also get a few leads with his help. We can summon the scholar again. Gia frowned as she glanced at Daniel's haggard and simpleton appearance. Untrustworthy. Arthur shook his head. And the man who called you Lorius is more trustworthy. Gala wickedly smiled as she glared at Daniel. Arthur was surprised that she held a grudge over that matter, but he didn't say anything about it. He was the only one who said what's on his mind. Arthur respectfully nodded at Daniel. The man looked at his hand with shame. I respect that and trust such people. And here I thought you had trust issues. You're even more gullible than I am. Gala rolled her eyes. Why don't you ask him the same way you did with Rinzo? Mem, it won't make a difference. Arthur scratched his head. In response to Gala's and Dia's curious gaze, he explained further. For some reason, this man already listens to my request. Dia and Gala looked at each other, then back at Daniel. The man in question seemed confused and panicked about why he was stared at, making him fidget in place. That's why we'll be using the cover of the night to leave this place. Daniel and Roya could stay in the room next to mine. Gala, make sure you hide them well. The religion worshipping the scholar guardian was called Skelera, derived from the word scholar. As Arthur walked into their place of worship, he saw a giant statue of a man holding a book in the middle. Long time since we last met, Jizo. Arthur recognized the statue and walked over to sit in front of it. He looked at the men in front of him with a complex gaze. You've made me so confused. The matter of Solomon being the inheritor of Jizo was accepted as a fact in Frida, making Arthur question his powers. Even though they were in different timelines, it still didn't make sense to him. Are you lost, child? A priest walked over to him and sat down beside him. Do you seek guidance? I do, Holy One. Arthur smiled gently at the priest. Can you tell me who this man is? He pointed at the statue. I guess you are a traveler. The priest raised his brows in surprise. He is the man who protects this land by granting powers to His Majesty, Solomon. The god of artifacts, Arthur nodded in understanding. Does he have a name? It is said that his name is only known by a few of his most loyal followers, granting them immense powers. They pray it every day to guide them on the path of knowledge. Do you know of it, Father? Of course, for I am one of his most loyal worshippers. The priest nodded. It guides me through the way. The way of artifacts. Yes, and the world. The priest nodded. What's your name, child? They call me Jizo, Arthur said with a smile. The priest nodded in return, not seeming to realize what Arthur was doing. A lovely name, the priest nodded. But I'm afraid you've come at the wrong time to this city, child. For it has been cursed. Can you feel the power within, Father? Arthur asked suddenly, not falling for his ominous words. The priest frowned. What do you mean, child? You said that my name grants power and knowledge to whoever hears it. Arthur stood up. Tell me, Father. Can you feel the power within your soul? Can you know the divine way of the world now that you know of my name? Who are you? The priest hurried to stand up and backed away. It seems the words Arthur said left him deeply unnerved. Please leave, for we do not accept sinners. On your knees, Father, Arthur commanded as he looked at the statue. The priest fell on his knees against his will as Arthur walked up to the statue. He placed his hand on the rough surface of the stone. Say your goodbyes to your God. The priest watched with fear as the statue of his God turned to dust in front of him. His lips parted, trembling. Who are you? I am Lorius, the man you wanted to warn me about. Arthur turned with a grin. Tell me, who ordered you to spread this? I. The man wanted to lie but couldn't bring himself to do it. Arthur walked over as he used the art submission. He looked down on the priest as his eyes shone brightly. Answer me truthfully. Who told you to do this? A masked man. The priest shouted, almost screaming on top of his lung. His voice made it as if he wanted to announce it to the world. Do you know who he is? Arthur asked. I followed him, he went into the Duke's house. That's all I know. The priest revealed. Please, let me live. Show mercy. I refuse. Perish, never to breathe again. Arthur said coldly and turned to walk away. The priest grabbed his neck as he was suddenly unable to breathe. He squirmed in place until he moved no longer. This is your punishment for speaking for gods you don't know of, Arthur muttered with cold rage. At the end of the hall sat Gala with her dark spirit, keeping guard. The god of artifacts will be wrathful of such disrespect. Aren't you afraid? Gala asked with a smile as she jumped and followed after him. The gods are dead, Arthur answered coldly. But they have no intention of leaving the world alone. The five walked through the dark streets, heading toward the giant tree in the distance. No one could see them as they were under Gala's spirit's protection. They walked until they were in a public square where a giant root came out of the ground. This is one of Mother Gala's roots, connected to the heart, Daniel explained. This is what you asked for, one of the parts that aren't protected extensively. Good job, here you go. Arthur threw a gold coin from his subspace. No need, Psycha. There wasn't even a hint of greed in Daniel's eyes. I did this because I believe you'll rescue our city. Shut up and take it. It's for Roya. Arthur said and ignored Daniel, walking toward the root. What are you doing, Psycha? Gala asked with interest. The reason I told you that we could ask the tree because I can hear it, Arthur said as he teleported and appeared in front of the ancient root. I can hear them clearly, the tree's cries for help. He placed his hand on the tree's root and closed his eyes. I'll help you, so allow me in. Suddenly, a mountain-toppling wind appeared and pushed everyone back. Mother Riga gave a defeating sound as a light shone from its every leaf. Welcome back, an ancient voice said in Arthur's mind. Chapter 3:13, Riga's Inner World. Back. Arthur frowned as he heard the voice. Have I ever been here before? The fact that the tree said back means that he was here before, but Arthur remembered no such thing. I need to find out what this means. As the light began to fade, the tree's roots split in front of them and opened a pathway. This incident drew attention from all sides, making the people shout and chaos spread. Come on, my Psycha. Gala shook her head as she grabbed her head. We agreed to draw less attention. That was the plan, but it's better this way, Arthur said as he looked at the people being amazed by the root. Can you make us appear, little spirit? Yee. The spirit danced around Arthur, rubbing itself to his right hand. Arthur chuckled at this sight, but Gala was looking at him with a complex gaze. What? Arthur turned her way as the group appeared to the public. Do you still get mad if I talk to your spirit directly? In response, Gala shook her head and looked at the tree. The cries of the people as they witnessed the Psycha appearing out of nowhere prevented Arthur from asking any further. It's the Psycha. What is he doing to Mother Riga? Can the rumors be true? That he's here to harm our divine tree? No. Remember what he's called? The gardener. He must be here under His Majesty's orders to restore Mother Riga's former glory. Mother Riga opened its root for the Psycha. This can only mean he's here to help her. The people held different opinions, but there was no doubt that Arthur's revelation of himself would generate underlying storms. Arthur walked into the tree with his group without speaking to the people, and it closed behind them. As they walked into the tree, they found themselves standing in the middle of the endless fog. Islands were floating around connected by the tree's roots, which they happened to be standing on one. This is the divine tree's inner world. Gala looked around with amazement. To have an inner world, the tree must be a spirit. Arthur nodded with a smile. I think you've already sensed that something was amiss. I did, but this can't be true. Spirits can't exist on their own. Someone must be contracted to them. If the owner dies, the spirit returns to their realm. How old is this tree? Gala asked Daniel. Mother Riga has been around since the beginning of time. Daniel blinked. People built the city because of the existence of the divine tree. That means. Gala's eyes widened. This spirit either exists on its own or that its contractor is still alive after thousands of years. Arthur squinted his eyes. His words made silence descend on the group. Which one is more frightening? He asked with a smile. The existence of a 1,000-years-old being. Dia muttered, her brows furrowed. If that's true, then no one can match up to their strength. There's someone who's as ancient right beside you. Arthur glanced at Gala, who shook her head. I'm not as old as this tree. I'm not even 1,000 years old yet. Gala said without being offended. What's more frightening is the existence of a spirit without a contractor. If they can descend on their own, this dimension is no longer ours. There are powerful spirits that can flatten the world with a single breath. Has anyone ever contracted one? Arthur asked. There's no such thing. These spirits are cosmic beings that have existed since ancient times. They're as old as the universe itself. Arthur pondered such a notion. Beings that could eat worlds for breakfast and swallow suns for dessert somewhere out there in the universe. Such a thing made one despair. We need to find the core. Arthur shook the thoughts away and started walking up the tree. However, something has damaged the tree. That's why it asked for our help. Whatever can harm the spirit must be something equally as powerful, Gala said, grabbing Arthur's shoulder and pulling him back. We can just leave, your reputation doesn't matter if we unearth the identity of the traitor. It's not about that. Arthur shook his head. This city is pivotal for the safety of Frida. If it falls due to a plague, it'll be more troublesome in the future. Are you sure this isn't about helping this city? Dia interrupted. Don't get me wrong, Saika. I'll follow your commands. However, if you're after world peace and no one getting hurt, then I must warn you that it's futile. Maybe. Arthur shrugged. He couldn't say that he also wanted to find out what the tree meant by its words. I don't care if this saves people or kills people as long as it wouldn't hinder me. He began walking away as Dia and Gala looked at each other. Daniel seemed confused as he carried Roya, but he followed after Arthur. The tree's root extended endlessly, connecting various islands. They arrived at the first island after an hour of walking. Why are you still here? Gala asked Daniel, who shrunk a bit at her gaze. Mother Riga can cure anyone, including my daughter. She might be stronger than before, but she's still sickly. That has nothing to do with us. Dia scowled, and Roya began tearing up. Gala hurried to carry her as she glared at the princess. Made of ice, Gala said with disapproval. Enough. Arthur stopped in front of a giant well on the island. The well was almost 10 meters wide, looking like a pond and a well. What is this place? Dia asked as she looked around the island. My well has dried, the one that gave life to this land. A voice answered it, the same voice that Arthur heard before he entered the tree. A being resides inside this well, drinking all of its water. Well, thanks for the explanation. Arthur smiled as he looked upward. How about you reveal yourself? This is your world. The tree answered him. But my roots have dried, defeat that being for them to allow your ascendance. It's asking us to help it first to ascend. Dia frowned. Really? I thought it was asking us to strip. Arthur rolled his eyes, and Dia huffed in anger. Let's go down there. Gala, stay here with Daniel. All right. You seem too cheerful to skip work. Arthur sighed. Dia walked over to him, and he grew confused. What are you doing? Carry you down there. Oh, there's no need for your vehicle services anymore. Arthur laughed and jumped on the well's edge. I can land on my own. Arthur jumped down and began free-falling downward. Wait. Dia shouted behind him and jumped after him. This well is endless. You'll die if you land like this, grab onto me. You have zero trust in me. Arthur sighed and activated his skill. Suddenly, his descent became slower. Happy now. Whatever, Dia looked at him silently and turned around. She then dived straight into the well without waiting for him. Is she trying to be useful? Arthur smiled as he resumed his freefall. He could see the bottom of the well only after several minutes, which made him amazed. "What is that?" Dia asked as she covered her nose. "Is that what we're supposed to defeat?" "It looks like an octopus," Arthur answered as he began gliding downward. "But not just any octopus, this one is." Arthur looked at the giant monster, still drinking the crystal-clear water of the well. Its skin was white, but the monster had black fluid coming out of its 8 tentacles. "The water is already shallow, why is it still trying to drink it?" Dia frowned at the monster, which didn't even notice their arrival. "Because it was ordered to do so by a corruptive being." Arthur's eyes brightly shone in the dark bottom of the well. "Something that shouldn't exist in this world." Arthur's spiritual arm, which consisted of a continuously gushing stream of spiritual power, began taking the shape of a giant sword. The sword was golden in color, and Arthur made it descend and stab the giant octopus, making it roar in agony. "Ever eaten a fried octopus?" Arthur grinned as fire danced on his fingers. In response, countless ice shards appeared above Dia. "You don't plan on doing all the work, do you?" Dia smirked and gestured with her hand, making the ice shards descend like rain. "It's coming." The octopus was wrathful and began its attack. 2 tentacles avoided their attacks and tried to ram into Arthur in diameter. However, a 2-layered barrier appeared in front of them, golden and blue. The tentacles struck the barrier and corroded them both. Arthur frowned and pulled Dia closer to him. He waved his hand, and a wall of liquid fire appeared to stop the advancement of the tentacles. "Be careful." Arthur frowned. "This monster eats away everything in existence, including mana." Chapter 3:14, Bad Wolf. The octopus grew relentless in its attacks, striking the 2 time and time again. They dodged when they could and blocked when they had to. "The world shall freeze." Dia spread her arms as the mountain appeared again, but this time it looked more like a giant spear. It descended on the monster, aiming to crush it. Whipping with its tentacles, the octopus broke the ice mountain apart until it exploded into countless shards. The unceasing attacks made the ground shake. As the mountain disappeared, a net of intertwined fire ropes appeared behind it, descending on the octopus and cutting away its escape routes. The giant fire net enclosed the octopus, and the scent of burnt flesh filled the well. The monster gave a loud shriek and tried to break free from the fire using its tar-like secretions. Futile. Arthur followed after his net as a golden dagger appeared in his hand. He threw the dagger and controlled it using his ethereal arm, infusing it with an enormous amount of spiritual power. The dagger's surface exploded with light as it descended. Suddenly, the blade disappeared and reappeared on top of the octopus. It tried to protect itself using the black matter, but the dagger slashed apart everything in its path. Even though it tried, the octopus couldn't block the dagger, and it tore through its flesh and straight to his heart. The spiritual power exploded to destroy the other 2 hearts, and the octopus fell to the ground, dead. "How did you?" Dia looked at him with a shocked expression. "This monster ate away mana. Why couldn't it eat yours?" she asked Arthur, who descended and walked to retrieve his dagger. "My mana tastes bad, I guess." Arthur used his spiritual arm, and the dagger appeared, covered in blood and the black tar substance. Using his mana, Arthur cleaned it and returned the weapon to his subspace. He then took out the core of the monster and placed it in his subspace. "That weapon is powerful," Dia said with a hint of envy. "Do you even need it?" "You have so many powers," says the daughter of ice and fire. Arthur smiled as he walked back. "You can carry me up now since you wanted to do so earlier." "You don't need me." Dia smirked and flew away. Arthur shook his head as he looked at her childish behavior. He teleported and appeared at the top of the well, where he welcomed Dia back. "Welcome." Arthur grinned as he looked down. "You're a little late." "Damn it." Dia bit her lower lip in frustration. "You seem to be having fun." Gala squinted her eyes at them. "Is it over?" "Yes, the well has nothing but a corpse now." Arthur nodded. "Are you satisfied, Mother Riga?" "Thank you, Ancient One." The voice appeared again as the route that connected to the next island began growing. "You can advance now. There are more monsters for you to defeat." "More?" Gala frowned. "It's using us, Saika," she warned Arthur. "I know, but this works better for us." Arthur nodded. Instead of interrogating everyone in the Duke's house, offending the Duke, we can just set up a trap for them. A trap? Roya asked while hugging Gala. To catch the big bad wolf. Arthur said, making Roya close her eyes with fear. Bad wolf won't sit around as we save the tree, so he's bound to make an appearance. His name is Bad Wolf now. Gala laughed. That's offensive to some people. Not if he was truly a wolf. Arthur smiled as he looked up the tree. We'll find out eventually who wanted to harm this city just to make people hate me. A dangerous light flashed in Arthur's eyes. The next island had a mountain, and Mother Riga told them that they needed to save the mountain's core because it was infected. As Arthur and Gala entered the caves and looked around, they met with several ender creatures ordered to attack them. Working together, the two exterminated them quickly. They found the core that a giant black crack into it. How are we to fix this? I think I have an idea. Arthur walked over and touched the giant ore in the middle of the cave. His mana cleansed the ore as it defeated the Ender's powers. The mountain shook in joy after Arthur restored its core. When Arthur turned around, Gala looked at him with a frown. It's the first time I've seen someone cleanse his corruption without destroying the infected parts. Gala squinted her eyes at him. They call you Lorius or Psycha, but I don't think you're any of those two. Then what am I? Arthur asked as his lips curled up. Be kind to enlighten me. I don't know what you are, but I just know one thing. Gala stared at him in the eyes. You are something the world needs. Another root grew, and the group reached the final island. As they arrived at it, they found a single hut with flowers and plants around it. The cabin seemed old but elegant. Welcome back. The voice spoke from within the house. The rest were confused by the words, but not Arthur. He was only curious. Have I been here before? Arthur wanted to walk toward the hut and meet the voice owner, but memories rushed into his mind from somewhere. The memories lodged themselves into Arthur's mind, but he knew they weren't his. At least, he didn't experience them himself. The memories weren't long, just bits and pieces. He was watching through the eyes of someone, witnessing the same scene in front of him. However, the hut was on a giant tree instead of this island. The memories changed to reveal a small creature with roots for limbs, leaves for hair, and a wooden body. The tiny creature was sleeping next to Arthur as he sat beside the hut. I'm home, Arthur muttered the words that appeared in his mind. An aura exploded from within the hut when he replied, its door and windows thrown open. A strong gale of wind rushed from within the house, fluttering their robes. A light appeared from within as the same creature in the memories Arthur saw came out of the house. However, its roots have dried, and its leaves turned yellow. The creature was half of Arthur's height, looking like a baby. However, its body was of smooth wood and roots acting as limbs. Two eye sockets of green marbles looked at Arthur with longing. You are back. A greenish liquid fell from the marbles as if they were tears. I've protected this place all this time. The creature said to Arthur. As he looked at the creature, Arthur was confused. He doesn't remember this creature, but somewhere deep inside, Arthur felt like he did with those memories in his mind. Looking at its dying appearance, Arthur couldn't speak out his questions. Arthur nodded. You did well. As soon as it heard Arthur's words, the creature tried to form a smile. However, it fell to the ground on its face, revealing a black wound on its back. The black substance was corroding the creature, and its life force was growing weaker. Is it dying? Dia asked with a frown. What did it mean by that? She looked at Arthur. I don't know. Arthur shook his head and hurried to sit beside the creature. Its marble eyes were closed. It was breathing its last. Why did it make us kill those monsters if it was about to die? Gala walked over and crouched beside Arthur. This is a spirit, a low-ranking one. Low-ranking. Arthur furrowed his brows. This spirit built a world, and it has a physical body. The physical body is the tree itself, Gala noted. I don't know how it grew to be this huge, but this is undoubtedly a spirit. It must have contracted to someone in the past, but that doesn't make sense. Nothing makes sense anymore. Arthur frowned. That's why I'll make sure it makes sense. Arthur raised his right hand, and the mana of creation exploded. Gala hurriedly backed away as Arthur brought down his hand. The power of nothing and the power of everything collided as one ate away at the other. The tree's inner world began to shake, but Arthur's mana began taking control. It seeped into the spirit's body and began to cleanse it. The spirit's life force began to grow stronger again. A loud explosion shook the space and split open a rift above the group as the Ender's powers on the creature extinguished under Arthur's relentless mana. As he looked up, Arthur saw someone descend from the rift, and it closed behind him. The newcomer was none other than Traitor, who told Arthur about the plan to kidnap the princess. "See, Gala." Arthur grinned. "I told you it would be a bad wolf. The only surprise is that this one is rotten." "You knew." Traitor looked down on them. "You are the only person who knew about the plan from the beginning. I sensed a familiar existence in the city when I arrived, but it was just a suspicion. You did well. It's time that you die." His body began to grow larger until he looked like a small mountain. "Now, it's time to find out who wants me dead." Arthur stood up as his mana exploded, his spiritual arm condensing into a semi-physical form. "Let me try this out," he said with a grin. Chapter 315, Vampire's Overlord, Carr. The condensed spiritual arm had a transparent appearance, and Arthur unknowingly made it similar to the arm of creation. Since he can never regenerate his arm, he might also make use of the spiritual power it left behind. "You're becoming more of a freak every day," Traitor squinted his eyes. "What does it feel like to become something you don't even know? How about you answer this, what does it feel like to be beaten by something you look down upon?" Arthur stood up and began walking. "Come down here, mutt. I'll show you the real power of the wolfman." Traitor's body began to expand rapidly, his claws becoming as long as swords. He became twice as big as before, descending on the island and creating a crater. Boom. The landing of the giant wolfman shook the island. His knees bent as the monster crouched and bolted toward Arthur, appearing in front of him instantly. "Your head is mine." The wolf clawed at Arthur, who simply smirked in response. "Ah, I missed this feeling." Arthur grinned as he spat a single word. "Release." The golden rune activated as mana exploded around Arthur. The golden mana seeped into his spiritual arm, creating a golden and blue ethereal arm. The claw arrived, and Arthur punched with his left arm. The two attacks met midair, a short pause ensued. All of a sudden, Traitor's arm disappeared. Arthur could see his eyes widening, but he gave the monster no time to retreat. Striking the ground with his right hand, Arthur flipped through the air and kicked Traitor's abdomen. The kick sent the giant monster flying across the island until he slammed into the world's end. He then fell to the ground, listless and unmoving. "That is it," Gala muttered, surprised. After all that arrogance, that's all he had. He was indeed strong, but the Psyche's attack was simply overpowered. Arthur was equally speechless. Feeling the two girls' gaze on his back, he needed to come up with something. However, he couldn't act surprised after his earlier words. But inwardly, his thought process was quite different. What just happened? Was this guy weak? No, the whole island shook by his landing. Did something change in the release rune? Arthur checked his legacy and found the rune to be the same. It didn't evolve, nor did it get any enhancement. Turning around, he acted calmly. "Have you heard of the idiom, all talk but no action?" Arthur said after clearing his throat. "I suspect that this man has a unique ability, bluffing." "Your mother is bluffing." The wolfman spat blood as he stood up again. His arm was gone, obliterated from existence. Blood pooled from his shoulder into the ground as he looked at Arthur with a murderous gaze. "Hey, leave my mother out of this." Arthur frowned. "If you keep talking like that, I'm not inviting you to the Only One Arm Club. You won't be this relaxed anymore." The wolf raised his head and gave howled toward the sky. A crack appeared in the sky, and a red light came out from it. "The inner world is breaking." Gala shouted as she held on to Roya and covered Daniel with mana. "Psyche, take him down now." "It's too late." Dia shook her head as a cobweb of cracks appeared in the inner world, and the space grew unstable. "We're being pushed out." Dia raised her head toward the sky. As the light turned into world particles. "Wait for me, little one." Arthur picked up the spirit and placed it in the cabinet as the world began to break down. I still have many questions. Everything disappeared, and the group appeared outside in the middle of the square. The world was red as a blood moon hung in the sky above them. Several feet away, the giant wolf was still howling toward the sky. Rays of red light descended on its body as it began to grow bigger. Its size didn't stop growing until it was as big as the building beside it. See? Bluffing. Arthur turned to Gala and Dia and pointed at the fuming giant monster. All size, no power, he said with a smirk. Bastard. The wolf roared and raised its claws to attack. Looking around, Arthur found that many citizens were still here, frozen in fear. Gala and Dia, evacuate everyone from here. I'll take care of it. Arthur jumped down from the root as the monster prepared to attack everything in its way. As for you, restrain. Restraints, reinforced by his spiritual arm, sprawled out of Arthur's rune like snakes and tied down the giant wolf. However, Traitor broke them apart quickly, but it was enough to buy time. A whoa. Traitor howled to the sky, and blood began to rain down on the square. The blood gathered around his shoulder and created a new blood arm. As soon as the blood touched the people's skin, their flesh began to melt, and screams of agony reverberated through the square. Damn it. Arthur threw out his barrier into the sky and blocked the rain, but it already injured many people. Dia and Gala hurried to carry everyone away, but Traitor didn't give them a chance. Crouching until his muscle bulged and his feet dug into the ground, Traitor sprinted forward while spreading his claws wide and destroying every building in its path. That's enough. Rage spilled from Arthur's voice. You've hurt too many people. Repent. His spiritual arm manifested again, and he activated his release rune. He appeared in front of Traitor and punched his giant leg. A hole appeared instantly in the monster's skin as his flesh was destroyed and his bone broken. With a loud howl, the red energy restored his leg immediately, and it slashed with his claw toward Arthur. Teleporting away, Arthur appeared on top of the root with a frown. His attack was successful, but the monster could regenerate instantly. This is the powers of a calamity. Gala walked beside him with a frown. Lord of Blood, Vampire's Overlord, Carr. How is he using the powers of a calamity? Arthur frowned. Another vessel. No, this one is different. This wolf is simply Carr's servant, his powers are granted to him by a vampire. Gala shook her head. This has become a lot more troublesome than it was. Whoever the traitor is in the royal court, he's not helping Alva or any other nations. Arthur squinted his eyes. He wants the world to end. Do you need any help? Gala asked him. Just protect the people around, Arthur said as he jumped forward. This is the stress relief that I was waiting for. He landed in front of the giant blood wolf. Come forth, punching bag. I'll chew you alive. The giant wolf opened its maw and lunged toward Arthur. The liquid fire appeared in Arthur's hand, and he clenched his fist. The fire gathered in a bright red color as the temperature of the surroundings rose by several degrees. Arthur punched with his fist, and the fire exploded in a giant pillar into the wolf's mouth. The flesh burned, but it regenerated even faster than before. Traitor tried to bite off Arthur's arm, but his teeth began to melt as well from the liquid fire. It threw itself to the side and clawed at him, but Arthur jumped up and punched again with his ethereal arm. Traitor blocked his attack with his other arm, and it bent before regenerating. Arthur used his barrier to stop an attack from the blood arm, and it sent him flying. As he was about to use his glide skill, Dia appeared behind him and caught him in time. As she couldn't carry him by his armpits, she hugged his waist and descended. A bit too intimate, no. Arthur blinked, and Dia snorted and flew away. She appeared above the blood wolf, and her eyes were terrifyingly cold. Burn. Blue flames exploded from her hands and descended on the wolf. Traitor screamed in agony as his flesh was burned and regenerated. Dia clenched her fist, and the fire froze with Traitor inside of it. The chaotic battlefield was suddenly silent as Dia landed next to Arthur. The two looked at each other, and a smug smirk appeared on Dia's face. Heh. She puckered her lips in a mocking expression. Did you enjoy flying? She mocked Arthur. With that perception of yours, it's no wonder that I succeeded in planting the bestial order. Arthur sighed, and Dia's face fell. What are you talking about? It's not dead. Arthur smiled as he looked at the giant ice mountain that enclosed the wolf. Suddenly, a loud cracking voice echoed in the empty square. The ice suddenly broke under Jia's pouting face. She glared at Arthur as if he released the wolf himself. Arthur shrugged in response and patted her shoulder. "You'll get him next time. How about you freeze him again?" he taunted. "Humph." She snorted and flew away, attacking the wolf again. Arthur laughed and bolted forward as well. Trader howled as soon as he came out of the ice. His body was freezing, but he could still move. Taking the sluggish movements as an opening, Arthur punched again with his spiritual arm and release rune. His fist sank into the wolf's abdomen. Arthur broke through the thick skin and drilled a hole through Trader's abdomen. This time, the wolf could heal only half of the wound. Chapter 3:16, You Are Glorious. "He's not regenerating," Arthur muttered and jumped to avoid the giant wolf's claw. Is it because he was frozen? He couldn't think of any other explanation. Dia. Get frozen. Dia soared behind Arthur and clapped her hands. An ice domain began to freeze the surrounding. Trader's moves became more sluggish, and Arthur found his opening. Now. Arthur bolted forward as he used his release rune to burn half of his mana. After he restructured his soul, his mana increased by a large margin. The power held within his ethereal fist was nothing that his right arm can wield. Arthur realized this was the reason for the increase in his strength. The semi-physical arm wouldn't get hurt even if he channeled all the power from the release rune, unlike his previous left arm. Arthur couldn't raise his fist suddenly because it was impossible to wield this amount of power with his stats. The only reason that he could summon this power was the spiritual arm that he created. Rise. Arthur gritted his teeth. He held his semi-ethereal arm with his right hand and raised it toward the sky. A gush of power exploded toward the sky like a cannon and dispersed the clouds rooming over Shade City. The blood moon's light covered every canny of the city, turning it into a red hell. Psycha. Gala shouted in a worried tone that made Arthur's heart feel warm. He gritted his teeth as the golden color condensed toward his arm. You are mine, Arthur said to the power within his ethereal arm. And you shall obey. He retracted his hand and prepared to punch the giant wolf. Feeling his imminent death, Trader turned around to flee the scene. Freeze. Dia threw her hands up, and an ice wall surrounded the ice domain. The wolf had nowhere to run and decided to jump up the wall, no matter how high it was. You just made things easier for me. Arthur gave a crazed grin as he punched toward the running wolf. The power that. He burned half of his mana to use combined with the energy in the ethereal arm to create the most destructive attack Arthur can make. The punch destroyed everything in its path, creating a deep trench beneath it as the power traveled toward the wolf. The ice broke apart, and the attack obliterated everything behind it. Like thunderclaps, his attack exploded and reached the giant wolf, which howled toward the sky for more power. Trader clapped his hand as a large amount of blood left his body and created a barrier. Arthur felt a powerful recoil from his attack as if he had just struck space itself. His feet left the ground as he was sent flying by his attack's recoil. He crashed into a building and broke through the walls until he ended up crashing into one of the rooms in it and stopping. Luckily, he managed to create a barrier in time that protected him until his momentum decreased. Psycha. Gala appeared in the hole that he left in the walls and rushed to aid him. Arthur stood up on his own before she could lift him and dusted himself. That attack was satisfying. Arthur smiled childishly. I hope it was enough to kill that bastard. He walked past Gala as she looked at him with shock. That's not the problem anymore. Gala ran after him to catch up. Arthur was confused by her words but kept walking toward the hole to see what happened. Arthur blinked. Did I fly in another direction? Arthur frowned and turned around. Gala shook her head as she stood beside him. That's what your attack did. She pointed at the clearing in front of them. That wolfman is dead, even a vampire wouldn't survive. The only problem is. The buildings are gone, Arthur muttered in a dazed manner. Maybe I went a little too far. Arthur peeked from the hole and saw the buildings beside his attack's trajectory. The aftermath of his attack ruined half of them. A little. Gala was speechless. I admit the wolf wouldn't have died without that much power, but you just destroyed quarter of the city. Is that the consequences of my actions? Arthur blinked twice. Were there any victims? Not that we know of. We evacuated everyone to an underground shelter. Gala explained. Good, we need to act fast. Arthur nodded. Gala looked at him, waiting for his orders. Now it's time we find out the truth. He spoke. What are you talking about? Gala was confused. Hee, that monster isn't dead. Arthur grinned and jumped from the building. It's just hiding inside of that giant body. He glided toward the center of the destruction he caused, toward the half-missing body of the wolf. It seems he managed to dodge in time, but he was too late. Arthur walked toward the monster's body as his arm turned monstrous. He pierced the heart of the beast and pulled out a red crystal, which was the core of the wolfman. That is a blood crystal. Gala arrived beside him, and so did Diameter. The two looked on with apprehension toward the crystal. In ancient records, it is said that Kar creates these crystals in his servants, allowing them to regenerate using his power. Yo, Mutt, Arthur said to the crystal. I know you have no strength left to resist, so how about we make a deal? No response came, so Arthur raised his spiritual arm and turned it into a hammer. He was about to break the crystal when Traitor's panicked voice arrived. What kind of deal? He answered with an urgency that begged Arthur to stop. Tell me the name of the traitor in the royal court. I know you're just a servant, not the mastermind behind this. I can't speak of such things. I would never do that. Wait. Traitor seemed to refuse until Arthur raised his hammer again. I'll tell you, but you need to promise to let me go. I swear by the 9 gods that I'll let you go, Arthur said seriously. It's not you that I'm after, so fear not. He said with a nod. It's the previous king's son. Avadil. Traitor's voice was silent before he said a name. Arthur nodded, and his eyes shone a golden hue. How about you answer my question again? Truthfully this time. Arthur used the art of creation, submission. He didn't use it before because Traitor was too strong for his art to work. It wasn't an omnipotent power but rather a restricted one. It made things easier, but they didn't make him. Traitor's voice was shaking. It's the Knight of Nobility. What about the previous king's son? He has his plans, but I don't know anything. Please, let me go. Traitor pleaded as several figures arrived at the destroyed public square. No, Arthur grinned. You lied. He used his absorb rune on the red crystal in his hand. No, please. No. Ack. Oh. A scream of pure agony died down as the red color of the crystal faded. Arthur looked at the empty dark crystal and threw it into his subspace as he stood up. A memory crystal has been absorbed. You can now see the memories anytime. A blood energy has been absorbed. A partial rune lies within it. 1/10. Arthur looked at the notifications as the Duke arrived at the scene along with his guards and Rinzo. Accompanying them was the Knight of Honesty, who looked at the destruction with a rageful expression. What have you done? The knight spat with unhidden rage. Arthur looked at him quietly, wondering what this idiot was blathering. Are you stupid? Arthur said as Dia and Gala stood on each side of his. I killed the monster that killed countless citizens. At what cost? The knight roared and pointed with his sword toward the destroyed city. Do you know how many people have lost their homes because of you? Do you know how many lives would have been lost if not for me? Arthur laughed as if he couldn't believe this knight was blaming him. I chose the better outcome. No, the knight shook his head with a hateful expression. You chose the lesser evil, but it was still evil. We don't even know if those buildings had people who couldn't make it out. We would have known if all of you were here when things went south. Arthur glared at them. Yet here you are, only useful to blame the person who saved you. It doesn't matter what we think, Psycha. The Duke shook his head and turned toward the citizens who were coming out after the calamity was gone. For those who lost their homes and jobs today. He turned toward Arthur. You are glorious. Arthur turned to look at the people who were crying after their loss. He didn't see relief because they didn't die, but there was only loss at the outcome they got to live. There was nothing but a calamity for them today. Chapter 317, He Who Served You. Dia looked at her room, feeling alienated. For this kingdom, she was an enemy, but they treated her well. It was all because of how he treated her. The thought of her betraying her kingdom still didn't sit well with her, but she found her reasoning. It's for Alva. Dia thought to herself, resolution filling her heart. For a better future. She knew that the current system placed little importance on the public and focused on the elite instead. And if things went south, the public will be the first to be sacrificed. Her mother taught her the opposite. That's why she was known as the Saint of Alva. That was before she was assassinated and left Dia alone with her father. Then came the awakening and the beginning of her suffering. She snapped out of her reminiscence when someone barged in. It was the witch who betrayed her family and her current, annoying, companion. The impudent witch acted comfortably and sat on her couch. Sigh, the witch, Gala, sighed. He's still down after what happened today. He shouldn't be, and get out of my room. Dia frowned. The witch was talking about the Psycha they were accompanying. For Dia, his reaction to the hate he received was unnecessary. After all, why would he care about the opinions of these ungrateful humans? See it from his point of view. The people he saved hate him saving the city. Gala was annoyed by her answer. He's too much of a softy. He's no such thing. Dia walked toward the door and opened it. You've seen how ruthless he can be. He kills without batting an eye. Get out. To those who harm him. Gala rolled her eyes. Anyone would do the same. The only reason I enjoy being with him is his soft side, but it's also hindering him. Such a dilemma. Gala sighed, ignoring the fact Dia was kicking her out. Glaring at her, Dia closed the door and went to sit by the window. The Psycha hates it too, Dia said while looking at the men in question. He was sitting on top of the giant tree in the distance, alone and unmoving. He tries to make excuses just to help others. With his strength, he doesn't need to make excuses for anyone. Gala sighed. No, it's not a facade to deceive others. It's a way for him to avoid getting hurt. A way to pretend that he doesn't care about people nor their hate for him. Dia's eyelids dropped as she closed his eyes. He's living a lie that he created. The cold breeze made his robes flutter as it raced to greet Mother Riga's leaves. Arthur closed his eyes peacefully as he felt the affinity he had toward the spirit. Who are you? Arthur muttered, but the spirit was still recovering. Who am I? He asked, this time to some unknown being watching him. Arthur looked at the city that was slowly rebuilding itself. A large portion of it was destroyed by his attack, an attack necessary to kill the monster that killed countless citizens. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain, Arthur said the words he heard once as a kid. Footsteps resounded behind him, announcing the arrival of another person. You're neither a hero nor a villain, the Knight of Courage smiled as her blue hair fluttered in the wind. You've created quite the mess while I was gone. Only what I had to do. Arthur smiled. Since you're here, are we going to resume our trip? Are you that eager to leave this place? The knight smiled. Do you want to avoid seeing the destruction you've caused? Her voice was teasing. No, I just want to meet a few people in the capital. Arthur smiled and stood up. As for the people here, I can do nothing about it. You mean, I don't care enough to do anything? The knight corrected. Arthur thought about it for a second and nodded. True, I saved these people, and they didn't appreciate them. I can't force people to be grateful. Did you do it to make them grateful? The knight looked at the city. Or did you do it for yourself? It didn't hurt me to do it, that's all, Arthur said as he touched the tree, making it open a path for him to enter. Go back to the Duke's house. Remember to tell the other knight that if he still tries to punish me for what happened. Then. The knight squinted her eyes, asking Arthur for the remainder of his words. Arthur turned and met her eyes. Then I don't mind killing him. After saying that, Arthur walked into the tree's inner world. He wanted to wait for it to recover, but it seems that he'll have to heal it using his powers. The islands were the same but now had a serene atmosphere. Arthur walked through them until he reached the hut at the top, to which he felt a certain nostalgia. Arthur pushed the hut's door open and walked into the room where Riga was recovering. The place looked abandoned, but it was spotlessly clean. In the middle floated the spirit, it's still healing. Existence is unfeeling. Arthur touched the sphere that held Riga within it and channeled his art. His powers of creation, along with his mana, fused with the sphere and began recovering Riga's body. It took a few moments for Riga to wake up, opening its marble green eyes and looking at Arthur with both confusion and longing. "Who are you?" Riga asked. Arthur was stunned. "Are you kidding me? I thought you knew who I am." Arthur laughed. "Did you fool me just to help you?" "No, I know you, but I don't know who you currently are," Riga said, making an uncomfortable void reside in Arthur's chest. "Where do you know me from? You can't remember?" The spirit tilted its head. "You lived here all those years ago. This world was your only home. As the scholar guardian." Arthur thought to himself, but the spirit appeared more confused. "The scholar, guardian." It repeated as if trying to recall. "I know him. He was the one who..." "Who?" Arthur leaned closer, feeling that a question about this mystery was about to be answered. "The one who served you thousands of years ago." "No, what?" Arthur shook his head. "That doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? Who are you?" The spirit appeared even more confused. "Why are you asking this? Answer me. What do you mean by that? Who was the scholar guardian serving?" Arthur grabbed the spirit's shoulders, who looked frightened by his actions. With a defeated sigh, Arthur let go of it. "Please tell me," he said pleadingly. "Stop giving me more questions to answer. I need to know something. You never told me who you are." Riga shook its head. "I only know that this tree is your home, and it will forever be." Arthur appeared in his room after teleporting through the city. It was night, a day after the calamity struck the city and an hour after he met the Knight of Courage. He sat in his room, pondering with his eyes closed. A knock arrived on the door before Gia walked in. Arthur turned her way and closed his eyes again. "How did you know that I was back?" Arthur asked. "The bond goes both ways," Gia answered before sitting in front of him. "I think you'd rather have Gala here since she knows what to say." "No, it's okay. I'd rather stay alone, to be honest." Arthur answered and felt her go stiff. "I'm kidding. It's all right. Do you tend to tell the truth as jokes?" Gia asked him, going straight for the kill. Arthur opened his eyes and looked at her with a tired smile. "So, you want me to shoo you away instead?" Arthur placed his right hand under his chin, leaning on the armchair. "No, I want to be of use." Gia stood up and walked toward him, standing only a few inches away from his chair. Their legs were almost touching. "How can I make you feel better?" She misunderstood the reasons completely. Arthur looked at her silently. "Wait, is she? Are you offering yourself to me?" Arthur asked with uncertainty. Seeing Gia nod with the resolution of a warrior, Arthur almost laughed out loud. "I see." He stood up. Gia had a more petite frame than him, making him look down to meet her eyes. Arthur held her chin between his index and thumb but saw no reaction from the aloft princess. "You are willing to do this just to make me feel better?" "Gladly, if it means keeping our goals the same," Gia said with an expressionless face. "You fear that I changed, that I would want to stay here to fix the city and to help these people." Arthur smiled. "The offer is tempting, but ask me again when you have me in mind instead of your kingdom." Chapter 318, A Warning. "All right." Gia's eyes blinked at him, as clear and as emotionless. Arthur wondered if she was like this toward everything. She approached everything in a cold, logical, calculating manner. "Is there something else?" Arthur puckered his lips in amusement when she didn't leave. "Just a little bit more." Gia smiled and turned to the door, squinting. "Stop right there." Gala suddenly barged in, rolled on the rug, and raised her palm in an "I caught you" motion gesture. "Ho ho, you think you can do such things behind my back? A sneaky move from you, princess." "Gala, what are you talking about?" Arthur tilted his head in a confused manner. "Nothing happened." "What?" "Oh," Gala paused, looked around the room and at the two before standing up. "Ahem. Sorry, wrong room." She began backing away as if time would reverse itself. "Wait," Arthur smiled. "Did you try manipulating Gia into doing this?" He understood what was going on. He must be thinking about staying here. A lot of stress is on Saika's shoulder. He needs some sort of relief. I heard there's only one way for men to relieve themselves. I'm so old. I'm sure the Saika is into younger people. Gala's voice came out from an artifact in Dia's hand. You recorded me. Gala staggered away, offended. Her face said that she couldn't believe such betrayal. I'm hurt, That's for trying to manipulate me, Dia smirked as she kept the artifact away. It was an act. Arthur furrowed his brows at Diameter. The princess gave him a smirk and started walking away. What would you have done if I took up your offer? Arthur asked from behind her. Well, Dia didn't turn his way. If that happened, then Gala's advice would have been true, no matter how manipulative. I would have. Dia turned to him with a smile. Prevented the witch from entering. Oh, Arthur exclaimed. Oh, Gala exclaimed. Dia walked out and left the two dumbstruck. Arthur turned to look at Gala, who pretended not to notice his gaze, and began walking away. Haha, I hope my little joke lifted your mood. The witch waved her hand. Well, I need to meet with the Duke now. Let's talk later. As she was about to walk out, the door suddenly closed in front of her. Gala's shoulders flinched as she turned to Arthur slowly. How many more of your jokes did you prepare? Arthur's eyes made Gala's hands tremble. And none. Are you sure about that? Arthur walked over slowly, a cold smile on his face. Witches are rather pranksters, huh? Gala was about to answer when a knock arrived on the door. Young master, your special meal is here. A feminine voice said from behind the door. Arthur squinted his eyes and turned to look at the witch. A special meal at this time. Arthur glared at her, and the witch's face suddenly turned serious. Haha, bye. Gala suddenly sprinted toward the window, trying to flee. Wait. Arthur tried to grab her, but she suddenly turned into a strand of light and slipped through his hands, escaping through the window. He opened the window and saw the witch fly away. I'll be back when you stop being mad. The witch flapped her wings and soared away. Looking at her turning into a dot in the sky, Arthur sighed with a smile. For some reason, as annoying as she was, Gala's childish acts made things lighter to handle. There's not much to achieve by worrying. Arthur concluded. I'll have to meet with Solomon for more answers. Arthur left his room early the following day and found Gala and Dia waiting for him in the living room. Today was the day they would meet the Knight of Courage. How are you feeling, my dear Saika? Gala rubbed her hands together, seeking to appease Arthur. Is the knight here? Arthur ignored Gala and talked to Dia, who nodded. She's waiting in the Duke's mansion. They said we should head there to discuss what happened and what is going to happen. Don't worry, Saika. I'll act as a witness to your heroism. Gala said again, but Arthur ignored her and kept talking to Diameter. Are you punishing me with the silent treatment? Gala sighed, but Arthur was already walking out with Diameter. Wait for me. The three went to the Duke's mansion, where they found the two knights and the Duke sitting in a meeting room. The three of them stood up when Arthur walked in, albeit with different enthusiasm. Greetings, Saika. The Knight of Courage greeted him warmly, but the other two only nodded his way. The Knight of Honesty didn't even nod but simply bobbed his head. Greetings. Arthur nodded and turned to the Knight of Honesty. Do you have something to say? He asked calmly, neither threateningly nor grudgingly. No, the knight's face was expressionless. The Knight of Courage glared at him for not apologizing, but Arthur raised his hand. Good. Arthur smiled. It's all right, he turned to the Knight of Courage. If he apologized for standing up to his beliefs, I would have looked down on him even more. Not that I don't look down on him now. How dare you? The Knight of Honesty grabbed the handle of his sword as he stood up and shouted. Pull that sword, and you'll lose that hand. Arthur smiled at him. I know that you don't like me either, but you don't see me acting savagely like you. I'll tolerate this no longer. He pulled on his sword. Dia, Arthur said, his expression turning cold. Dia disappeared from her spot and appeared beside the knight, cutting away the hand that held the sword. It happened instantly, almost in a rehearsed manner. The hand that held the sword flew away with a trail of red blood that left its mark on Dia's flames-covered fingers. Ack! The knight screamed in pain as he grabbed his hand. You damn halfling! He glared at Dia, and water covered his remaining hand, preparing to attack. Whoa there! A golden dagger rested on his neck as Arthur appeared on the other side of the knight. Calm down. Otherwise, the next thing you'll lose is your neck. Psycha! The Knight of Courage shouted as she stood up as well. What is the meaning of this? I told you before. If this moron tries anything again, I'll kill him. If you attack any of the knights, you are attacking His Majesty. I know that he can reattach his hand. King Solomon will understand. Arthur smiled. I noticed that your hand is not bleeding. I saw a similar ability just the other day. Do you know Traitor? A nice guy. He's using his water ability to stop the bleeding. The Knight of Courage glared at Arthur. Back down, or this will only escalate. Do you have what it takes to threaten me? Arthur allowed the dagger to cut into the knight's skin. One wrong move, and he's dead. Why are you doing this? The Duke tried to appease him. His Majesty is waiting for you in the capital. And so is every noble in this kingdom. If I let every disrespect slide, then I'll be eaten alive in the royal court. Go on, Knight of Honesty. Tell me your honest thoughts. Beg for your life. I will never. The knight spat. Dia. Arthur smiled and commanded. Dia appeared behind the knight, struck his knees, bringing the giant man to the floor. The wood crashed beneath his knees as Arthur's dagger kept an equal distance from his neck, a reminder that the knight's life was in Arthur's hands. Enough. The Knight of Courage appeared in front of Arthur, striking with her giant sword. The floor froze beneath the blade as it made its way toward Arthur's body. Don't move, Arthur commanded, and the Knight of Courage froze. Her body couldn't move anymore, even if she struggled to. Arthur turned to the knight kneeling on the ground. I'll repeat it. No one is here to save you. Beg, or die. Beads of sweat covered the knight's forehead as he looked at the Knight of Courage, who could not help him. He saw fear in her eyes at the unknown ability this young man had. Please let me live. I'm sorry for disrespecting you. See, that wasn't so hard. Arthur removed the dagger and stopped using his art of creator. The Knight of Courage was able to move again, and she fell to the ground along with her sword. Are you okay? Arthur offered her his hand. The Knight of Courage looked at him with a complex gaze and a bit of fear. I am. Is there anything else? She asked as she took his hand. No, Arthur smiled. Everything is just fine. We can go to meet His Majesty now. He let go of her hand as he began walking out of the conference room. Oh, Duke of Shade City. Arthur turned to him with a smile. I allow you to tell the other nobles what happened today. Let this be a warning for them too. Chapter 319, Contract City. Are you leaving? Roya asked with sadness that made Gala a little teary. Arthur nodded and crouched in front of her. Riga will cure the illness you have, so make sure to be a good kid. Your father is a good man. Thank you, Psycha. Thank you. Daniel bowed several times as he held to his daughter's hand. Arthur smiled and waved his hand. Take care, Daniel. Arthur walked away after that, going to the carriage awaiting them. Are you sure about leaving that spirit here? Dia asked him and Arthur nodded. Riga has given him a core, which she called a seed. Arthur can plant the seed anywhere else, and the spirit will leave this city and go there. They got into the carriage and sat down, waiting for the wheels to start rolling. The noises of people resounded in the street, ready to bid Arthur farewell. I hope this is a reinforced carriage. I don't think we can survive 1,000 rocks. Arthur smiled. You seem calm for someone so hated, Gala said as she twirled with her hair. Maybe you took Dia's offer behind my back. Arthur ignored her again, making her pout and huff. The carriage began moving after a while, surrounded by a giant convoy of knights. Arthur suddenly remembered the last convoy he traveled in, a slave's convoy. Yet now, he was going to meet the King of Frida and the men with answers. Their carriage passed through the gate of the mansion, the same route they took when they arrived. The people appeared on each side, full of hate and ungratefulness. Leave our kingdom. Glorious. Scram. Glorious. The people chanted, each time louder than the last. Arthur looked through the window at the faces of 1,000 people hating him for saving them. No, it's true that I chose the lesser evil. Arthur sighed. But was it the wrong choice? He didn't believe so. The people needed to hate someone, and that someone was him. In the end, the Knight of Nobility managed to convince the people that Arthur was glorious. The calamity. As he looked through the window, he saw a hill in the distance. On top of it was the bowing Daniel and waving Roya. They were the only two in a crowd of haters who were grateful for Arthur. How ironic it is that the man who called me glorious when we arrived is the only one thinking I'm not in the end. The difference is that he met you and saw what happened. Dia consoled with a solemn nod. By the way, Saika, Gala asked with furrowed brows. Why did you try to make a deal with the Wolfman at that time? You could have used your ability to get the answers directly. Oh, Arthur realized it was indeed strange if one didn't know the reason. I wanted to see if the vampire's overlord's servants are capable of betraying him. It was also a good way of knowing their enemies. The Wolfman lied in the beginning, does that count as a betrayal? Dia wondered. It doesn't matter. Traitor accepted the deal. Arthur placed his hand under his chin. I wonder what kind of person that knight is. Maybe it was better to tell the other knights about Traitor's confession, Dia muttered, but Gala shook her head. They will never believe the Saika, she said as she inched closer to Arthur. The Saika's actions back in the meeting hall were the most appropriate one, even though it was ruthless. She began rolling up Arthur's empty sleeve. What are you doing? Arthur turned to his left with a frown. It's better than allowing this sleeve to hinder you in a fight, Gala answered. Or would you rather keep it loose as a reminder of your arm? It's not a reminder. Arthur shook his head as he unrolled the sleeve. I don't want to look incomplete, that's all. It's a sign of weakness. You are thinking like a noble now, Dia observed. The only difference is that you are more ruthless. I'm ruthless to my enemies or anyone who plans to be one. Arthur smiled at the Ice Princess. As for my allies, no harm will befall them as long as I'm around. After they left Shade City, they found themselves going through countless mountains. Beyond that came a forest, and on the edge of the forest was a valley with a giant road. This is the Divine Road. It links every city to the capital of Frida, Livia. The Knight of Courage rode beside them. It's the safest route to travel, and the rest of our journey should be smooth sailing. You're raising several flags there, but I hope it's as you say. Arthur closed his eyes. How is the Knight of Honesty? Kind of you to ask. The Knight of Courage smiled. It would look pretty bad if he didn't heal before we arrive at the royal court. Arthur puckered his lips. He reattached his hand, even though I think he wanted King Solomon to see it. The two of you think quite alike, despite the hate between you two. Hate. Arthur shook his head. He's unworthy. Don't let him hear that. I don't want him to lose another hand. The Knight of Courage smiled and left. They arrived at the next city after 3 days without being attacked, unlike what Arthur expected. The place they arrived at was called Contract City. A trading hub for every merchant in this world to make a profit without fearing being scammed. A giant tower in the middle created a barrier that made people capable of conducting contracts. Any merchant can buy a small artifact that allowed him to make contracts and sign others. If a breach in the contract happened, the merchant could use the artifact to inform the city's lord, and a trial begins. This system was explained to Arthur by Rinzo, who followed after them all the way here. As he said it, Rinzo was still the acting butler for the Saika. They entered Contract City at dawn, just as the people began their daily activities. Arthur left his carriage and looked at the bustling market in front of him. I want to create artifacts. A desire emerged in his heart, but he didn't want to create an ordinary artifact. He wanted to create a powerful one. He missed the process of inscribing runes, even artificial runes. Does this world also have artificial artifacts? Arthur wondered to himself as he walked away from the carriage. Stop. The Knight of Honesty appeared in front of him. When Arthur turned to him, the knight added another word. Please. What's the matter? It's dangerous for you to walk around in public. the knight explained. Rumors have been going around about a one-armed Laureus, so for the people to see you will only bring chaos. Is my missing arm my unique quality? Arthur asked Gala, who was beside him. Well, I think you're quite handsome, Gala smiled. But yet, it's the unique thing about you. Powerful people are rarely one-armed, after all. Oh. Arthur was surprised. Why is that? No one can injure them that badly, and they wouldn't survive if they only had one arm. Ironic that I had to lose my arm to regain my powers. Arthur started to walk again, forgetting about the knight's warning and his existence entirely. Psycha. The knight called after him, but Arthur waved his hand. A robe appeared to cover him from head to toe. This should be enough, Arthur said and walked into the market. The hustle and bustle brought Arthur a sense of normality after his life turned upside down. Buy. Artifacts of each kind. A vendor shouted in a Yalvaran language. Arthur walked up to him with Dia and Gala following after him. Their appearances didn't raise any commotion because there were many demis in the crowd. As Arthur stopped in front of the small shop, Gala asked from behind him. What is he saying? Gala was confused. Arthur realized that all this time, they communicated using the Alvan language and not the Yalvaran one. Even the people in Shade City talked using the Alvan language. It's a border city. That must be the reason. Arthur thought to himself. However, Contract City was close to Livia, the capital. The difference in language became more apparent as they were closer to the capital city. He's selling artifacts, Arthur explained in Alvan language. I thought you'd learn the Yalvaran language since you are so ancient. I'm not that good with studying. Gala shrugged. I spent most of my life going from a city to the other. Frida is quite new in comparison to the kingdoms I visited. Arthur wanted to ask how many kingdoms were there, but he didn't know if Gala would give him a reasonable estimate since she was hundreds of years old. Why are you interested in artifacts? Dia asked as she stood beside him. They are the language of the wise and the tools of the wealthy. Well, I plan on being both. Arthur smiled as he walked to the vendor. Give me the most powerful artifact you have. Chapter 320, Another Psycha. The vendor was stunned, but he didn't say anything as he took out an artifact and handed it to Arthur. Studying the item, Arthur furrowed his brows. Are there any genuine artifacts? Customer, do you think I'm the magic vault? The vendor furrowed his brows. The what? Arthur was confused. The vendor shook his head and snatched the artifact back. I'm guessing you are travelers. You won't obtain a genuine artifact without the magic vault's permission. The king himself runs the vault, so unless you are a knight or a runes master, I suggest you give up. It's that strict. Arthur raised his brows. What if someone wants to buy them? Unless you're a noble or an aristocrat, you can't buy a genuine artifact. Are you buying or not? The vendor seemed annoyed. Arthur pondered before standing up and leaving, allowing the vendor to resume selling. So, the kingdom has hold of all the artifacts. This system piqued Arthur's interest. Is that how they keep their monopoly? Frida is a young kingdom. If not for King Solomon's artifacts, the nation would have collapsed. His subjects use the artifacts he created in war in their daily lives. Gala answered. It's understandable that he doesn't want others to get hold of them. This kingdom is a lot more interesting than I thought. Arthur smiled. Let's buy some items. We don't have any money, Gala said. What you obtained for the dishes is all we have. Is it a lot? Arthur took out the coins the lustful Rouge had given him and handed them to Gala. The witch peeked into them, and her eyes widened. So many gold coins, what kind of man is that rogue? Gala muttered as she handed Arthur the money. A prodigal, Arthur smiled. Let's go and buy ourselves some items. He walked through the city, looking for a good shop to buy items he could inscribe. As they looked through shops, Arthur was more disappointed by the second. The items were all right, but that was the extent of his evaluation. There was nothing special about them. They were walking when a group came running through the alleys. Arthur looked at the enraged mob and wondered what they were after. Over there. One of the men shouted as he pointed at another alley. Arthur glanced in the direction he pointed at and found a short, stout figure running away. Catch him. The angry mob came running after the fleer. This city is vivacious, Gala said in sentiment. I miss living on the streets and running away from angry men. Why did they chase you? Arthur asked without taking his eyes off the shortman running in the distance. Well, Gala was embarrassed. I had several affairs with their wives. She said as if she was shy, but Arthur could feel the pride in her words. However, his attention didn't leave the incident that just happened. He began walking after the mob at a brisk pace as the two followed after him. See ya. Where are you going? Gala almost called him Sika in public but adjusted in time to call him a different name. Let's follow after them, Arthur said without slowing down his pace. I expected the witch to get herself involved just for fun, not you, Dia said beside him as she covered her head with the hood. Fun? Arthur smiled. I think it's fate. He said with an excited voice that the two didn't hear before. They followed after the men until they reached another street. They overheard the sounds of fighting from one of the alleys, and the young man came flying and rolled on the ground in front of them. Pay up, bastard. A roar came from the alley as an old man with a crooked nose came out. If you don't pay what you've cost me, I'm going to rip you to pieces. What kind of animal can't even use a hammer? You're the animal, old man. I told you, the materials were cheap. The young man spat as he dusted himself and picked up a hammer that fell from his hand. Arthur noticed that the young man's face was sharp, his eyes sinking deep into his face with thick eyebrows above them. He was shorter than Arthur by almost a foot, making him relatively short. You ungrateful halfling. The old man was fuming. He was upon that young man in an instant, throwing a punch at him. Arthur frowned. He teleported and stopped the old man's punch with his spiritual power. The old man froze in front of him as the young man behind Arthur tensed up. Old man, aren't you being too hasty? Arthur smiled. That punch would have dislocated his jaw if it didn't kill him. Who are you? The shop owner retreated as he held into his fist. The feeling of Arthur's powers blocking his punch made him uneasy. Just a traveler from afar. Arthur shrugged. What did this young man do? He asked with interest. He's a fraud. I accepted him into my shop with open arms, but he turned out to be lying. He's supposed to be a dwarf with excellent craftsmanship, but he only knows how to waste materials. The shop owner huffed with anger. Now, he dares disrespect me. How much money did he make you lose? Arthur asked. The old man was taken aback, and he looked at Arthur with doubt. For gold coins, the old man muttered while glancing at the dwarf. Old man, you're lying. The young dwarf roared. It's barely half of that. You've also wasted my time. I could have hired someone competent and made some profit. Sly bastard. Arthur smiled and took out 4 gold coins. He threw them at the shop owner and turned to the dwarf. This must be fate. Ordinary people might not feel it, but it could never escape Arthur's notice. This young dwarf might not be a good craftsman, but he was a Sika. A loved one. As to what he was loved by, Arthur glanced at the ground. There were bits of metals inching ever so slowly toward the young man. No wonder that no one noticed it. This man has yet to awaken his affinity, allowing it to run rampant. What is the cause of this? Arthur wondered to himself. He had seen it before, how the metal bent at his will when he used his art. Why could this young man do the same? Were his powers a part of something that these people shared? He was determined to find out. Is that all? Arthur asked the men in front of him. The leader of the group looked at the gold coins in his hand and then at Arthur. These are enough to repay the losses he made me, but I also hired these men to catch him. I paid each of them 1 gold coin. You're unreasonable. Gala stepped forward. My lord has shown you kindness already. If you push things further, then I'll deal with you myself. Her mana seeped out of her body, creating a suffocating pressure. The men retreated in fear as the witch's dangerous eyes glared at them. However, Arthur simply patted her on the shoulder. Forget it, Arthur took out 4 more gold coins and threw them at the old man. Take it and leave. Otherwise, I'll leave things to her. Gala followed along and unleashed the killing intent she harnessed over hundreds of years. Before they pissed themselves, the men took the money and ran away. Why did you let them get away with it? Dia asked with cold rage. Do you want me to follow them and kill them? Whoa, take it easy. Arthur was dumbstruck. It's just a few coins. Why do you need to kill them? It's not about how much it was. It's about being fooled. Fooled? Arthur shrugged. I knew that he was lying, so he didn't fool. I just wanted to be done with it. After all, nothing outweighs this young man. You mean the one who's currently running away? Gala asked as she looked at the dwarf who was making a run for it. Well, he thinks his debt was quadrupled. I would have also run away. Arthur laughed in amusement. Let's follow after him. We're wasting our precious shopping time. Gala sighed as Arthur started following the young man. He strolled as if he was on a picnic. You're not even trying to follow him. They lost sight of the dwarf, but Arthur kept walking. They reached a residential district with many shabby mud houses. Dia pinched her nose because of the smell of feces from nearby sewage. We've lost him ages ago, Dia said. How about we look for those men instead? We didn't lose him. We're here. Arthur stopped at a wall and placed his hand on it. The mud disintegrated into fine powder under the effect of his skill. The three walked into the house to find the dwarf catching his breath. Hi there. Arthur walked in like a professional scammer. Do you want to live the life of your dreams? Chapter 321, Guest from Afar. Who are you? The dwarf looked at Arthur with fear. Getting such a reaction, Arthur felt hurt that his scammer's face didn't work. I'm here to help you. Arthur tried to appear as sincere as possible, but it didn't work as well. That's what the men from earlier said as well. The dwarf backed away. I don't have 8 gold coins. Well, you'll have a lot more if you follow me. Arthur scratched his head. He still felt like a scammer or a human trafficker. He looked at Gala and Dia for support. Listen well, dwarf. Dia stepped forward and said in a menacing tone. If you don't follow us, we'll rip your hands off. Seriously. Arthur turned around in speechlessness. Ignore her, young man. Gala stepped forward to save the day. How about you follow Big Sister, and I'll make sure it's worth your time. She said seductively. More like a grandmother. Dia spat. Great-great-grandmother. Arthur corrected. The two snickered to themselves as Gala's brows twitched. She turned around with crushing kill intent. You too. Just to let you know, I'm young compared to some witches out there. Gala said in a wrathful voice. How about this great-great-grandmother show you what she has? I think this guy fainted. Arthur backed away as he laughed. The two looked at the dwarf, and his eyes were rolled back. What do we do now? Gala asked helplessly. Did he get so bewitched by my charms that he fainted? Definitely that instead of your crazy killing intent. It's weird that it only appears when we mention your age. Arthur walked over and crouched beside the dwarf. Let's take him. Kidnapper Psycha. I'm into that. Gala giggled. Arthur ignored her and lifted the young dwarf's body using his spiritual arm. The three left the house and walked to the streets. As soon as they left the alley, they ran into 3 patrolling knights. The two groups looked at each other. The knights stared at the three. 3 robed people with 2 of them hooded. Even if Arthur and the rest tried to be more suspicious, they wouldn't be able to. The knight's attention then turned to the floating figure behind Arthur. The appearance of the dwarf was far from peaceful. His eyes were white, and his mouth was agape. I can explain, Arthur said as he raised his hand. The 3 knights gripped their swords' handles and unsheathed them immediately. No one moves. What happened to diplomacy in this country? Arthur sighed. You're carrying an unconscious person wearing cloaks and robes. What did you expect? Dia sighed. Let's kill them. Hey. Arthur turned to her and wanted to slap this self-centered princess. The knights heard her words, and their mana exploded. The mana then seeped into their swords and armor as they lit up. Oh. Arthur raised his brows. Are those artifacts? He asked with interest. Kidnappers, killers, and thieves. Gala shook her head. These knights will never believe us. We need to contact the Knight of Courage. I fear that these men won't let us go easily. Dia shook her head as she looked at the three knights assuming formation. Arthur walked closer and looked at a knight's sword. He studied the exterior with interest as the knight pointed the sword his way. Release that man immediately and raise your hands. The knight threateningly roared. However, Arthur ignored him and walked to the side of the knight and studied his artifact. A basic tier artifact, Arthur nodded. It's amazing that even a low-level knight carries such an item. Seeing that Arthur was ignoring him, the knight grew frustrated and slashed with his sword. The sword descended on Arthur's shoulder as it let out freezing energy. Before it could touch Arthur, the blade stopped. Interesting. Arthur grabbed the sword with 2 fingers and pulled it away from the swordman. As soon as the weapon touched his hand, an alarm set off in the entire city. Reinforcements are coming. One of the other knights shouted. Let go of the artifact immediately, he said with a grave expression. They didn't react this way when Dia threatened them. Arthur looked at the sword in his hand that was sending signals after he took hold of it. Item bind. This rune allows one user to bind to the item. If another person takes hold of it without the user's consent, the rune sends an alarm to the designed rune. A runic network of communication. Arthur nodded in approval as knights flooded the streets. 100 knights surrounded the three all of a sudden. A bit of an overreaction. Let go of the artifact. An old knight walked from within the crowd. I'm Captain Francis from the Knight Order. Surrender now or suffer the wrath of 1,000 men. You're barely 100. Arthur smiled as he threw the artifact to the knights. I was just curious. Stand back. Reveal your identities. Captain Francis shouted with furrowed brows. It seems Arthur's relaxed attitude either scared him or ticked him off. I'm a gardener, Rico. Arthur introduced. This is a herbalist, Kiro. He gestured toward Gala and then at Diameter. This is my spoiled daughter, Roki. Arthur introduced. Your names share the same 4 letters. Captain Francis seemed unconvinced. Arthur shrugged. Reveal your faces. That would be problematic. Arthur sighed. My daughter suffers a terrible rash. It's highly contagious that even looking at it can transmit it. I fear for the lives of these young men. Enough. Do you think I'm a fool? Captain Francis snapped. You've threatened to murder my knights and tried to steal their weapons. Surrender or die. The captain unsheathed his sword as well. Sia, I think you've made fun of him too much. Gala sighed. Look at this man. He's about to kick the bucket out of anger. Your words are more venomous than mine. Arthur shrugged with a smile. How about we take them down first? We can just reveal their identities, Gia said, but Arthur raised his brows. I want to see their artifact's strength. His words made the two speechless, but Arthur meant every word he said. He wanted to see the effect of the artifacts that Solomon created. If they were just as powerful as his artifacts, Arthur could very well be just another inheritor of Jizo. The words Riga said still didn't make sense to him, but he couldn't take them at face value. Either. Even if the spirit didn't lie, it could be mistaken about his identity. Dia. Arthur shouted, and Dia raised her hand. Ice shards appeared above every knight and descended with frightening momentum. Shields. Captain Francis shouted, and a barrier appeared after several knights stepped forward with their shields. The runes resonated with each other and amplified the strength of the circle. A runic resonance. Arthur raised his brows. He waved his right hand, and a giant flaming sword appeared above him. The knights looked on with fear at the sword that pointed toward the heavens. The flames raged on its surface as the fire blade descended on the knights. You might kill someone, Gala muttered to Arthur, but he shook his head. He simply wanted to test his runes against theirs. The flames collided with the barrier, and the world shook. The power of tens of runes contended against Arthur's fire until the barrier broke apart. However, a large portion of Arthur's flames dissipated. The rest of the sword descended on the knights as they screamed in horror. Before the fire could burn the defenseless knights, it suddenly disappeared. Fascinating. A voice said, making the knights snap out of their daze. They looked at the cloaked person who was walking toward them as he grabbed his hood. I'm sorry, Captain. I had to satisfy an itch I had. You understand, right? The captain looked at the men who took down his hood. His appearance was quite ordinary, but there was a majestic air around him. As the men took down the hood, he revealed enough for the captain to realize he was one-armed. Why you are. Captain Francis's eyes shook as he pointed at Arthur. Are you the guest from afar, the psyche of living beings? Yes. Arthur nodded. As I said, I'm the gardener. The psyche was interested in seeing the life in the city, that's why. The Knight of Courage was telling the Duke of Contracts and the rest of the nobles of the reason the psyche couldn't meet them at the moment. It was at that time that a knight apprentice entered the hall hurriedly. Your Grace! The young knight shouted, interrupting the Knight of Courage. She glared at him, but it seems the knight was too preoccupied to notice. Speak. The Duke of Contracts squinted his eyes. He was a dignified man with a stone, cold face with a thin mustache. He combed his hair neatly, but the scar on his eye made him look more scary than elegant. It's about the psyche. He kidnapped someone and fought against the knight's order. Chapter 322, Duke of Contracts. The Knight of Courage walked with quick steps through the knight's order's headquarters. Every knight who met her bowed down with respect, but there was still traces of red blush from earlier. What is he thinking? She couldn't believe the actions of this man, nor could she understand them. When they first met, he was in a bathtub looking like he was about to die. Everything he did afterward was nothing less than absurd. He kidnapped the princess on his own to negotiate his way out. Then, he went on to beat the Duke of Fire to a pulp. After that incident where he split the sky, it seemed like he became a different person. Not only did he cut away Knight of Honesty's hand, but he went on to kidnap a person and fight the knight's order. Hopefully, he wasn't injured. If he was indeed injured, then His Majesty will be disappointed in her. This man was the only one who earned the praise of King Solomon. She found the room where they kept him. It was the main interrogation room in the center of the headquarters. Without knocking, the knight stormed in. If the psyche was injured, then all of you will be. She didn't finish her words because of the scene in front of her. The captain of the knight's order, Francis the Iron Will, was pouring tea to the psyche that she was here to rescue. Do you like another? Francis asked the psyche with a respectful expression. The Knight of Courage stopped walking. With her mouth agape. No, it's not that good. The psyche shook his head. Captain Francis nodded in agreement with great vigor. Of course. I'll punish the cook immediately. The old knight vowed. Are you mad? The psyche was dumbstruck. You need to be kinder to your subordinates. If you stay like this, it'll harm your order in the long run. The Knight of Courage then noticed that the psyche and his two followers were dining. There was an unconscious man on the ground beside them. She guessed he was the man who the psyche kidnapped. What is going on here? The Knight of Courage muttered, grabbing their attention. Still munching on his roasted chicken, the psyche smiled at her. Oh, Courage. He said casually. You can come over and eat too. No, what? Captain Francis. She turned to the captain to find his back covered with sweat. How about we take this conversation elsewhere? It's best not to disturb our guests. Captain Francis stood up and looked at her pleadingly. The Knight of Courage nodded, and the two left the room. What's going on? What happened with the psyche? I thought the report said you fought against him. We did, but it was no fight. The captain slumped to a nearby chair with a tired expression. This man destroyed my unit's shield with a single attack. We couldn't even block the entirety of the attack, he was just merciful. Are you saying a full unit of knights couldn't take him on? Did they have their artifacts on? Francis's words startled the female knight greatly. She knew that he fought against the Duke of Fire, but was he that powerful that a knight's order of a city couldn't do anything to him? Artifacts. They were toys in front of him. It was a single attack, but I knew he was holding back. The old knight shook his head. Tell me, Knight of Courage. He looked at her as if she was the culprit. What kind of monster have you brought into our midst? Arthur heard the door open again and saw the Knight of Courage return without the captain. She sat in the captain's seat with a dazed expression. Are you okay, Courage? Arthur asked. He still found it weird that none of the knights directly serving Solomon had names, but it was easier to remember this way. Yes, yes. The knight nodded. How was your sightseeing? She asked awkwardly. Looking at the young knight, Arthur knew that he placed her in a difficult position with his actions. He felt slightly guilty because this knight was better than the other ones, so he didn't want to cause her trouble. Ah, it was okay. I brought back something good. Sorry about the trouble, by the way. No, it's all right. No one was injured, and the knight's order said that you did no damage to the city. So, it's okay to kidnap people? Gala asked after she wiped away the smudge on her lip. I think they're just scared after they saw my Psycha's attack. I'm not your Psycha, Arthur corrected and turned to the Knight of Courage. Tell them that I'm sorry. I never meant for it to go that far. You did, Dia chimed in as she was playing with her food. However, Arthur ignored her. He was only curious about the artifacts the knights made, and he was sure that they were genuine artifacts. This result confirmed that Solomon was indeed the inheritor of the Scholar Guardian. However, many problems arise because of this. It's all right, but why did you kidnap this guy? The knight asked with a frown as she looked at the dwarf. It seems he's not Frida's native. Yes. He's a dwarf. And I didn't kidnap him, Gala made him pass out, and I had to take care of him. Then why aren't you waking him up? The knight asked, and Arthur's eyes darted left and right. Seeing him unresponsive, the knight simply sighed. Whatever you want from him, you can ask him in the Duke's house. The last time I went into a Duke's house, things didn't go well for me. Arthur shrugged but stood up nonetheless. Hopefully, things will be smooth. I doubt. Gala smiled. After all, the Duke of this city is none other than the trading lord, Duke of Contracts. I heard that he's the older brother of someone you know. Who? Arthur tilted his head curiously. Gala looked at the Knight of Courage, who sighed and answered Arthur's question. He's the Knight of Honesty's older brother. Get out of my city. The scarred men in front of Arthur said coldly as soon as Arthur arrived. Huh. Arthur blinked. The men in front of him didn't even greet him but simply summoned him here to kick him out. You dare hurt my people and attack my knights. The only reason you're still alive is that you're His Majesty's guest. The Duke of Contracts was as headstrong as they portrayed. Your Grace, we still need to resupply and secure the road from here to the capital. The Knight of Courage said with sweat beads on her face. To make the Psycha leave this city is Psycha. The Duke rose with a frown. This man is nothing but a child with a knife. I've heard what you did to my brother back in Shade City. The man's eyes were furious. That's a bit harsh. Your brother can reattach his hand. I wouldn't teach him this lesson if I didn't know that. Teach him. The Duke spat. I spent half of my life raising him to be a true man. He's no other than the Knight of Honesty, and you want to teach him. Ah, I see now. Arthur nodded in understanding. No wonder he's such a fool. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Preposterous. One of the nobles stood up. How dare you insult our lord after the chaos you brought to our city? Your lord gives zero fucks about your city, you idiot. Arthur spat. The captain from earlier was wiser. As for your lord, he's just a petty, self-centered person. Guards. The Duke roared, and the knights hurried to surround Arthur. Psycha, please. The Knight of Courage pleaded. You're just making this more difficult. I know, Arthur sighed. I apologize. However, I'm not leaving anytime soon. The only reason Arthur was apologizing was that the Knight of Courage always helped him until now. She was the most reasonable of these knights. By His Majesty's orders, I command you to step back. The Knight of Courage threw out a royal decree. She then turned toward the Duke of Contracts. Whether you like it or not, we'll be staying here. This city isn't yours. You are only His Majesty's vessel. Arthur smiled at the Duke, who looked like he ate a fly. The scarred man glared at Arthur as if he wanted nothing but to rip him apart, but Arthur didn't care. Until he helps the dwarf awaken his affinity, he won't be leaving this place. After that, no one opposed the Knight of Courage. Arthur and his followers were given a suite in the mansion along with the unconscious dwarf. Sika, don't you think you're a little too overbearing regarding this? Gala tried to warn him. I understand that these two brothers are morons. I also think they are. However, royal courts need one to be a diplomat. I know, but the Duke wouldn't have backed down if things didn't escalate that much. Arthur sat on the couch beside the dwarf. I think he's hiding something. Slap. Arthur slapped the young dwarf, who woke up like a startled kitten. He looked around the room in panic and found Arthur's smiling face beside him. Hi there. Do you want to live the life of your dreams now? Chapter 323, Grew in the Dwarf. The dwarf backed away from Arthur until his back touched the end of the couch. He raised both fists as if he wanted to fight. Seeing such a reaction, Arthur sighed. It's all because you scared him. He glared at Gala. Listen, kid. Arthur turned to the dwarf. You are probably of the same age. Gala rested her hands on her knee with a smile. You're special, Arthur said sincerely. I'm probably the only person who can see it. Let me help you awaken your affinity, and there are no items that you won't be able to craft. All dwarves have an affinity core on their chest, Gala mentioned. That's what separates them from humans and makes them excellent craftsmen. She's right. The dwarf chimed in, his eyes still sharp and doubtful. I'm special through my craft. The one you got fired for? Arthur smiled. Those aren't your limits. He stood up and offered his hand to the young dwarf. Work with me to create the strongest artifact the world has ever seen. Bold words. Gala's eyes widened as she jumped excitedly. That's right, Sika. You are the only person capable of making such promises. Why are you excited? Arthur sighed in exasperation. Sika. The dwarf's ears perked as he started letting his guard down. Your arm too. I heard about your arrival. He said with a frown. They said you destroyed the last city you came to. Rumors are. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. The dwarf stood up. As long as you do me one favor. That's all I'm asking for. Oh. Arthur raised his brows in surprise. What favor is that? He was curious as to what changed this dwarf's mind. Destroy this city. The dwarf calmly said as if he said the easiest request ever. Arthur and the two looked at him silently. Fine, Arthur sighed. Sika. Gala and Dia stood up in protest. You are already hated. This dwarf isn't worth it. Dia was the more agitated one of the two. I'm kidding. Arthur smiled. You don't think I'm that impulsive, do you? He asked, but the two didn't answer. You. Arthur was speechless. You just insulted the lord of this city. Gala shrugged. And after what you did to his younger brother, I'm not surprised. Anyway, Arthur decided to change the topic. Why do you want me to destroy the city? Given your goals, I might be able to help you some other way. That is. The dwarf was hesitant. No, forget it. Fine, I'll destroy the city, Arthur said. I'll also kill every citizen in it. Would that be fine? What? No. The dwarf panicked while Gala and Dia looked at Arthur silently. Then I'll just destroy the city and kill everyone in the Duke's house, Arthur said with an evil smile. No. The dwarf showed a stronger reaction. Arthur grinned as he started constructing an image of what this dwarf's goals were. You are not after the city but after the Duke's position. You don't want him dead, at least not his family, but you want them to lose power. The Duke's strength lies in his assets. If I destroy his establishments, the Duke's power will weaken. At that time, it would be very likely for the kingdom to replace him. This result was the dwarf's goal, but the only question was why did he want such a thing? Does the Duke have a daughter the same age as me? Arthur asked and saw the dwarf's eyes shake. Why? Are you finally taking my advice? The Knight of Courage mentioned something like that, yes. The Duke has a daughter. Gala smiled, but she didn't notice the dwarf's expression. Oh, Arthur smiled. Do you want to hear a story? He stood up and walked to the dwarf. Once upon a time, a young princess was shopping when she met a young dwarf. The dwarf fell for her and started giving her jewelry that he made. So, the reason he wants to destroy the city. Dia turned to the dwarf. The princess's father would never allow such a thing to happen. I'm sure he did something to get the dwarf away from his love. We end up with a vengeful dwarf and an overbearing duke. You wanted to destroy the city just because you like the duke's daughter. Gala frowned. How can you be this selfish? He's not selfish, but in love. Arthur shook his head. I would have done the same thing. That's insane. Gala stood up. What about the other people? He refused anything that involves killing. That means he's after chaos and damage. Arthur turned to the silent dwarf. I'll help you, dwarf. My name is Gruin. The dwarf said proudly. It's as you said. Are you going to destroy the Duke's properties? Of course not, but I'll make you so valuable that the Duke will think twice before refusing your advances. Arthur wrapped his arm around the dwarf's shoulder. How? Gala asked with curiosity. Don't we look alike? Arthur pointed at his face, then at the dwarf. After all, we two are the same. Are you saying that he's also a Psycha La Vega? Dia furrowed her brows, skeptical. You don't believe me. Arthur grabbed the dwarf's hand, making him panic. Rest easy and follow my lead. Arthur injected his powers of creation. As he did, he took out a sword. He placed the blade underneath the dwarf's hand. Bend it. I don't have my hammer. Just think of bending it. Arthur was unwavering. Believe in yourself, and if you can't, then believe in me. The room fell quiet as the dwarf focused his attention on the blade. Nothing happened for a while, and Gala opened her mouth to say something. At that moment, the sword gave a low hum and began to bend. It's true. Dia stood up with shock. Another loved by metals. Another. Arthur paused. There is another one. You don't know. Dia was confused. Solomon is the Psycha of metals. Arthur let go of the dwarf's hand and massaged his forehead. A memory resurfaced in his mind, the appearance of young Solomon handing a metallic doll to his father. In that memory, Solomon was already able to bend ores at will. The powers of Psychas run through blood from ancient times, Gala explained with a frown. This dwarf must be a distant relative of King Solomon. Arthur sighed. This also means that King Solomon isn't purely human. His existence will jeopardize the peace of Frida and the surrounding nations. A full-blown war isn't unlikely. Dia stood up from her seat. We need to kill him. I agree. Gala threw up her hand, and her spirits worked to isolate the room. I'll take care of the body. Wait. The dwarf backed away. I didn't do anything. He looked at Arthur for help. You promised you'd help me. That was before you turned out to be the key to mayhem. Arthur sighed. I think there's a mistake. What kind of mistake? Dia frowned. I don't think the powers of Psychas can manifest in two people at the same time, Arthur explained. Was Solomon being a Psycha published or admitted by him? No, but he did what this guy just did. He manipulated metal in front of his vault's members. That means he's not necessarily the Psycha of metals. Arthur walked toward the spirit. You can stop now. No one is getting killed today. Psycha, don't let greed blind you. You might covet his ability to forge your items, but he threatens the peace of this kingdom and the world. Would people turn away from Solomon if he turned to be half a human? Arthur asked curiously. After all, Solomon was known for his artifacts, not for his humanity. Gala shook her head silently. You might think it wouldn't, but it will. Frida was originally a human kingdom. King Solomon was the first king to propose a peace treaty, a kingdom where everyone can live. Frida accepted Demis afterward, and it passed the law of racial equality. Gala sighed. If the king who proposed the law turned out to be a halfling, then the people would feel betrayed, and the human nobles would turn on their king. Dia elaborated. Great, we just picked up a weapon of destruction. Arthur turned toward the dwarf. Why did you have to be so complicated? Ah. The dwarf looked frightened. I still think it's a mistake. King Solomon isn't necessarily the Psycha of metals, but something else. That way, they're not related. Either way, we can't help this guy anymore. If we reveal his powers, then questions and doubts would spread. We'll have to ask King Solomon directly to get an answer. Dia sat back. Well, can't say this won't be fun. Arthur smiled. We'll have to help this guy get his girlfriend while also awakening his powers. Is he trustworthy? Dia asked. He doesn't need to be. Arthur smiled at her. If he betrays me after I help him, I'll just kill him. Chapter 324, Psychas. Arthur opened the door slowly as it was late at night, trying to sneak out without anyone catching him. As soon as he did, a voice came from the darkness. Where are you going, Psycha? The Knight of Courage asked, her eyes gleaming dangerously. To the bathroom. There are several bathrooms inside the suite. The knight corrected, squinting her eyes. Arthur paused to find another excuse. Why are you so determined to make things difficult? Me. Arthur sounded offended. I didn't ask for complications. It was your kingdom who couldn't block intel from leaking. That's indeed correct, but everything that happened afterward is just. The Knight of Courage hesitated to mention the rest, but it was obvious. You sought me out and dragged me into this political mess. I was nothing but compliant until your knight pointed at me in accusation. At Shade City, you. I did nothing but protect the city. Arthur interrupted. I'll forget about this conversation. You should as well, as it wouldn't serve your interest. Arthur said and walked away, not allowing her to say anything more. He was a distance away when the knight called after him. Are you just trying to change the topic and sneak away? Arthur ignored her and quickened his pace. However, she appeared in front of him and sighed. The Knight of Honesty told me how you disappeared from the carriage. She looked tired. You must have sneaked out knowing I was standing guard. What do you want, Psycha? Hee, let's go on a date to the library. Arthur gave a wide smile. Otherwise, I might burn the mansion on my way there. Hearing his words, the knight could do nothing but comply. The book slammed on the table in front of Arthur. The Knight of Courage had bags underneath her eyes as she slumped to the chair beside him. Why are you digging through history books? She asked. Especially about gods and psychas. Are you sure you want to know? Arthur smiled as he pulled the first book from the stack. It was a book titled, The Favored Ones. This title referred to the loved ones, the psycha. I have to know, even if I want to avoid a headache. To be honest, I'm a long-forgotten god who awakened. The only way for me to survive is to gather followers who believe in me. Are you interested? What would you offer in return? The Knight of Courage played along with an amused smile. My worshippers get blue hair. Arthur nodded seriously. Wait a minute, can it be that you are? Read your books, Psycha. The knight chuckled and leaned back in her chair. I'll be here with you. Fine by me. Arthur opened the book and began reading. As he did, the Knight of Courage monitored him closely. Arthur wasn't lying. He was indeed here to read. Gruin, the dwarf, had to awaken his powers, and Arthur needs to know how to do that. That was the first step before he decides how to conquer the Duke's daughter's heart. The book talked about people loved by certain things. Being loved, as defined by the book, was that these things listened to the psychas. They called me the psycha of living beings because of my power to make life thrive. They didn't know that it was only because my soul was damaged, making me release creation energy without me knowing. What others didn't know was that Arthur was no longer a psycha, by their definition at least. He could intentionally use his powers to help plants grow, but that was just a part of the side effects of his energy. The psycha of water, awakened when she drowned during a trip with her father, a fisherman. The psycha of fire had hideous burn wounds that no one knew of their origins. The psycha of weather could control the weather after living in a rainforest for 30 years. These were all past recordings of the appearances of psychas. They were many and diverse, but not all of them were powerful. Even the psycha of fire could only manipulate flames, not produce them. He was, however, invincible to all fire attacks. But he had burn marks. Arthur noted. Do psychas need to come in contact with the thing to which they have an affinity? If so, then from where did this affinity come? The origins of powers. A chapter had such a title. Many people tried to trace the ancestors of Psyche but were all met with disappointment. These people were normal farmers and craftsmen that had nothing noteworthy to explain why they had these powers. Many data traces back the existence of tales that resembled the Psyche's powers. We conclude that the power could be inherited through blood. Fascinating. Arthur smiled and closed the book. He felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see the Knight of Courage sleeping on it. She seemed to be sleeping peacefully after being washed away with Arthur's aura. I guess some things changed after I did the soul restructure. Arthur smiled as he saw how peaceful the knight slept. No, it was after the golden eyes appeared in this world. He met them before when he was studying runes in the fortress. At that time, he ignored it because he couldn't get any answers, not even from Jizo. However, the eyes made another appearance. What lies within that portal? What did the giant mean when he said not yet? The answer lies in the identity of this being. Why was he the one behind the portal instead of Jizo? Arthur closed the book and opened another, The Age of Gods. The book depicted the guardians and their powers. Arthur continued reading with the knight sleeping on his right shoulder. The Knight of Courage opened her eyes slowly. She couldn't recognize what lay in front of her. It was a desk with many open books and the hand of someone holding one of them. You are finally awake. A voice startled her, and she jumped up. You even drooled on my shoulder. The Psyche asked with amusement. I'm so sorry. I was asleep before I knew it. The knight stuttered with an embarrassed face that wanted to die. I was supposed to monitor him, but I ended up sleeping on his arm. Shameful. Shameful. My king will kill me if he hears of this. The knight wanted to bang her head on a wall, but the Psyche seemed unnerved by her actions. He simply laughed and nodded. It's all right. I guess I'm the one who made you tired. The Psyche waved his hand, and a plate of food appeared on it. Have your breakfast. No. The knight shook her head, but her stomach grumbled at the smell of the food. Her mouth kept drooling even though she felt ashamed of it. Just take it, I have a question. Hearing this, the knight nodded bashfully and took the plate. As soon as she ate the fried toasts and jerky, the delicious taste exploded in her mouth. What's your question? The Knight of Courage asked as she munched on her food. Well, why is the Duke, the Duke? The Psyche asked with a smile. The knight felt that something was off, but she couldn't tell what it was. After a few seconds of thinking, she didn't see any reason to refuse to tell him. The Duke of Contracts is a bit special. He was initially a merchant who worked to grow his wealth. After a certain time, the kingdom couldn't ignore him. That's why the king gave him the rank of a duke and made him govern the city. So, he's not a war hero or founding nobility? Arthur asked with interest. He's just a duke because he's the wealthiest. Technically, yes. What if a wealthier person appeared out of nowhere? What would happen? The Psyche's eyes gleamed like a curious kid. This was one of the traits that she found unsettling in him. The change that happened after the incident with the Duke of Fire. He appeared more childish, treating everything in a relaxed manner as if nothing could hurt him. If that happened, she tried to imagine such a scenario. I think it would mean the kingdom needs to replace the Duke. The City of Contracts is special, so any change in economy is accompanied by a change in politics. What if the Duke still had his wealth? The Psyche asked relentlessly. Why is he imagining such a scenario? Does he know how much wealth the Duke has? The knight was confused. Listen, Psyche. Let me put it in perspective. Long ago, the kingdom needed money to buy some items from abroad. However, the treasury was empty after the last king. That's why King Solomon had to take some funds from the Duke and repaid them after a while. Are you saying that the Duke is richer than the kingdom? Arthur raised his brows. What about the magic vault? He couldn't help but ask. Why not sell artifacts? Chapter 325, My Name. Sell artifacts. The knight stopped eating, looking at the Psyche to see if he was joking. However, the young man's face was calm. Frida's power lies in artifacts. If we sell them, we'll be selling our advantage over the other nations. Is that why the magic vault exists? To monitor the use of artifacts. The Psyche asked curiously, to which the knight nodded. The artifacts are national treasures, and they have the Scellera's blessing. The religion that worships the scholar guardian. The Psyche seemed interested, his eyes lighting with interest. Are they involved in the politics? The people follow the king's decrees, but Scellera is gaining more followers by the day because of his majesty being the inheritor of the scholar guardian. Did the scholar guardian create this religion? The Psyche asked something that deviated from their original topic. No, the knight answered, despite feeling like she was giving away an intel she should not. They are only worshippers who gathered after the guardian disappeared. What about the descendants of the guardian? The knight frowned. It's common knowledge that the scholar guardian has no descendants. His family died against one of the calamities, Lord of Giants, Lorth. The Psyche was quiet, and the knight managed to see a pained expression on his face. He shut his eyes tightly as if he was holding something back. When he opened them again, the knight felt her heart go cold. His eyes were the same. Yet, as if coming from the deepest parts of his soul, boundless hate radiated from his purely golden eyes. Did I do something wrong? Her thoughts slowed until she couldn't think anymore. The sound of a door closing made her snap out of her daze. When she could think again, the Psyche was gone. Arthur sat down in the suite, which was empty for some reason. He laid his right on the table, palm upward. The silence was suffocating. There's no reason for me to feel this hatred. Arthur clenched his fist tightly. I hate that I'm feeling something I should not. It's almost as if I'm a stranger in my own body. He knew that the hatred came from Jizo's soul that had the legacy, but he still couldn't bear it. He grabbed his head as the hatred intensified, flashbacks appearing in his mind. The giant that attacked Jizo's village at that time seems to be a pawn of Lorth. Arthur had a dream about the giant right after he obtained the legacy. Lorth and Kar, these were the two calamities that Arthur knew of until now. Lord of Giants and Lord of Vampires. Both of them seemed to be rulers of their species, vampires and giants. The hatred returned but darker this time. An image accompanied it this time. Jizo's family's bodies were torn and limp. The veins on Arthur's temples bulged as he closed his eyes tightly. Get out of my head! Arthur roared as his mana went berserk and exploded. As if trying to get the intruding feelings, his mana left his body to destroy everything in its path. There she is. Gala pointed at the gardens in the distance while the three looked through the window. The gardens had a young lady wearing a one-piece dark green dress. Her black hair was tied to the side of her shoulder, giving her a friendly appearance. That's Lady Amy. Gruin nodded in a bashful expression, which Dia found to be disgusting. Even after she regained the ability to touch others, unlike before, Dia didn't feel like she wanted to do so. The only person she missed embracing was her mother, but she was no longer here. This is stupid. I'm going back. Dia said curtly and left the two sneaking around the lady. The only reason that she agreed to accompany them is because of what Gala said. This is what the Psyche wants. He never showed interest in anything but this dwarf. The Psyche was indeed strange. Dia never thought that she would care what he wanted, but she became increasingly interested in his thought process. She approved of his qualities, ruthless against his enemies and kind to his people and the weak. He hides his kindness because he sees it as a weakness, but that was also the quality of a true ruler. The only thing that he lacks is his desire to rule. Dia couldn't understand why he would not want to, but that was unimportant. A deal tied them, nothing more. She arrived at their suite, where she decided to wait for the Psyche. However, their bond told her that the Psyche was inside. The Psyche roared as destructive mana gushed out from the room. A thunderous explosion shook the mansion, and Dia had to construct a barrier to protect herself. Her barrier shook as the walls crumbled in front of her. She tried to steady herself, but the mana explosion pushed her back until her back slammed into the walls behind her. What is going on? Dia furrowed her brows as the mana, and the dust began to settle down. She was sure this explosion came from the Psyche, but why? Dia regained her footing and walked into the room, which was now a mess. The explosion destroyed everything from chairs, tables, utensils, furniture, canisters, and walls. In the middle of the room stood the person she came here to meet. Dia looked at the Psyche, who looked like a mess. His breathing was rapid, as if he couldn't get enough air in. Psyche. Dia walked over slowly, staring at his bloodshot eyes. His right hand was still trembling. What's wrong? Dia heard the concern in her voice, something she found unfamiliar. What is this feeling? Dia wondered, but she knew better than to introspect now. Don't call me that, the Psyche's voice was tired and strained. Call me by my name. He demanded, almost desperate. His confused eyes and the pleading voice told Dia that he was asking for reassurance of himself, of who he is, but was she capable of answering such a question? His name. Dia found herself stumped for an answer. Did I ever ask him for his name? They spent so much time together, went through life and death, joked and resented, betrayed and followed, but she didn't know his name. The young man in front of her turned from the Psyche she followed to a stranger. He was now someone unfamiliar and lost. Helplessness filled her heart unlike any other time before as she tried to grasp an answer. She sought something that would pull the man in front of her from the abyss he was, but she had none. Useless, Dia blamed herself for not being of use to someone for the first time in her life. However, she didn't want to stand there without saying anything. You are the powerful Psyche, Dia heard herself say, but she knew that's not the correct answer. But what else did she have to offer? With a single command, everything bows to you. That's not me. The Psyche shook his head with a pained expression. With a sigh, mana enveloped his body as Dia felt the space twist. Before she realizes it, Dia was already grabbing his wrist. She felt the mana envelop her as well, and the scenery changed around them. A gust of wind fluttered her hair. As they appeared on the tallest tower of Contract City. I wanted to be alone. The Psyche's voice reached her ears, making Dia turn her gaze to meet his. His eyes have regained their usual calm, but he was still confused. She could feel it. We don't always get what we want, Dia said, trying to think of a way to mend her earlier incompetence. I'll send you back. His voice was low, tired, and came out as a whisper. However, Dia shook her head. She slid her hand into his as she rested her head against his chest. This method was the only answer she could think of intimacy. She might not understand why, but this usually works for most people. She faked it before, the feeling of longing for the touch of others when the Psyche was treating her. It was to make her believe she was miserable, suffering, and emotional. Now, she wanted to replicate it not for herself but the men in front of her. It doesn't matter who you are. What matters is that you are here. Dia heard his heartbeat slow down as she spoke. I don't know why you are feeling this way, but know this, I am here, and there's nothing I can't help you solve. Dia raised her head and looked into his eyes. They no longer had the hatred from earlier. They stared at each other without saying anything for a while until a smile broke on his face. I didn't think such a day would come, the Psyche said as he squeezed her hand a tad tighter. A day where the Ice Princess consoles a human by saying such bold words. I believe in myself, so they aren't bold, Dia answered in her usual stubbornness, which made the Psyche's smile grow wider for some reason. Tell me your name. She didn't know why she wanted to know, but she did. The Psyche was surprised, as shown by his expression. The wind flew past her ears as she waited. The Psyche seemed to chew on his words, wondering if he should tell her. In the end, he did. My name is Arthur, he said slowly. Arthur Silvera. Dia blinked, her mind not processing what she heard. The last name that the Psyche said was familiar. She knew a man with the same surname. That man was the one who killed her mother. Chapter 326, Headless. So, what do you have to say in defense? The Duke squinted his eyes, and his hatred was unmasked. You dare blow up the suite I generously give you. Your reasons should be convincing. A bomber slipped through my window, blew himself up, and turned to ashes, Arthur said without skipping a beat. The audacity he had to lie with a straight face made everyone feel annoyed. Psyche, the Knight of Courage stood up. We knew it was your mana that exploded. We just want to know what happened. Did you lose control? Nope. He said with a smile. Arthur would never admit losing control, Dia knew that. She looked at him standing there with his missing arm, carrying a presence that dominated everyone. He would never show weakness. It's simple. The decoration wasn't to my liking. His reasons were more absurd the more they heard him. He didn't even try to come up with something believable, but only Dia knew the truth. It wasn't a lack of control, but something disturbed his emotions. What can make him feel so lost? Dia wondered. The events that took place a few hours ago were fresh in his mind. And how is he related to that man? She tried to hide away her shock from him, and the chaos that took place because of the explosion worked in her favor. It was unknown why she didn't tell him, but she didn't feel comfortable doing so. Even if he's related to that man, it doesn't mean he is responsible for my mother's death. Dia tried to think logically, but she still felt a void in her chest. Impudent. One of the Duke's vessels stood up. It was a fat merchant with a single strand for a beard. We can't allow such disrespect. Let's hang this man. The only thing we shouldn't allow is that beard. Arthur glanced down at him as the merchant's face turned purple. Is that your reason? The Duke of Contracts squinted his eyes. His aura was threatening, bespeaking that it took nothing but a single wrong word for him to erupt. Don't blame me. Blame your stylist. Arthur shrugged. Seize him. The Duke of Contracts stood up and waved his hands. If he dares resist, then use force. His eyes were threatening. Your Grace. The Knight of Courage stood up. It's nothing but a sweet. It is disrespect. The Duke shook his head. If I tolerate this, then I'm going to be losing face. Didn't know you have a face to lose, Arthur said nonchalantly in spite. The present people looked at him as if he was mad. Why does he keep provoking the Duke further? Throw him in the grand cell. The Duke glared at him as the guards surrounded Arthur. Dia spread her wings, and with a single flap, she appeared above the Psyche. She landed next to him as she threw her ice barrier to push the guards away. Don't come closer, or I'll send your lives to heaven. Dia raised her hand as the hall turned frosty. The nobles shivered, and the guards' armor was layered with frost. Kill that vermin beast. I can't believe we allowed an animal here. The fat noble pointed with his fan in disgust. He was referring to Dia being a demi. A light shone from the noble's fan and shot toward Dia's barrier, breaking it. The attack reached Dia instantly, and there was no way she could block it in time. Whatever material this bolt was made of, it was not something ordinary as it tore through her barrier quickly. Before the attack could reach her, the bolt stopped midair. The Psyche stepped forward as the bolt fell to the ground. Psyche looked at his back, which suddenly disappeared. Where? Dia turned to look for him, but he reappeared instantly next to the noble. He clutched the noble's face with his right hand and raised him in the air. Ack. The fat nobleman squirmed midair as the Psyche looked at him with terrifying. Then, a distinct crack came from the noble's face as the Psyche crushed his jaw and cheekbones with his hand. Whoever dares says such words about my friends, dies. The Psyche said slowly, his face holding a terrifying frown. Dia felt her heart shiver at his threat, and so did everyone else's. Release him immediately. The Duke of Contracts rose in the air. Otherwise. The Duke was about to deliver his threat when the Psyche's words interrupted him. And whoever tries to harm my friends, dies. Mana exploded from the Psyche's hand and obliterated the noble's head from existence. Screams echoed. The noble's body fell to the ground, limp. A pool of blood gathered beneath it as Arthur wiped away the smear of blood off his face. The hall was deathly quiet as some of the nobles and guards threw up what their stomachs had. The sight of the headless noble rang terror in everyone's hearts, including Dia. He called her a friend, but the sight of him obliterating the noble's head was terrifying. It was in no way a sight that anyone would feel good to see, but she was an exception. His words made her feel touched, as she felt protected for the first time instead of imprisoned. She was supposed to be the one protecting him as a part of their deal, but he didn't allow harm to befall her. You dared harm one of my vessels. The Duke of Contracts roared as veins bulged on his arm. Knights. Kill this man even if it meant using every artifact you have. Knight of Courage. Dia turned to the Knight of Courage, whose face was pale and dazed. If things escalate from here, there won't be a city anymore. As if she was coming to her senses, the knight rushed toward Arthur and held her sword against him. A symbol appeared on her weapon as the knight looked at the Psyche with both fear and helplessness. Psyche of living beings, known as the gardener. The knight spoke each word slowly. Under the name of His Majesty, you're now under royal seal for the murder of a nobility. Do you yield? Dia wasn't the one facing the knight, but even she could tell the knight was desperate. This method was the only way for the knight to protect Arthur until they reached the capital. "I do," the Psyche nodded as he shook the blood of his hand and released a sigh. "I'm sorry for the inconvenience." The symbol on the weapon struck Psyche's body and restrained his hand to his body as a barrier appeared around him. The guards stood down as the Psyche was apprehended. "The court shall take place in Livia in 3 days." The Knight of Courage said with a pale face. "Whoever objects will be going against the wishes of His Majesty and commit treason." Her threat made everyone back away as the knight took the Psyche to leave the hall. As the show's curtains closed down, only the nobleman's body was left to remind the people of how ruthless this Psyche was. "Can you unrestrain me now?" Arthur asked the knight, who ignored him and kept walking. He looked at the barrier around him. It allowed no one to touch him, and it also fed him with a life force that would sustain him. "No can do that other than His Majesty." "Do you think the Duke would back away if I didn't use the royal seal?" The Knight of Courage answered after a while. "That's harsh, so I'm going to stay this way for 3 days." Arthur frowned. "He attacked first." "It was in self-defense." "No, you killed him out of rage, not of self-defense." The knight snapped at him. "Do you value life so little that you can kill someone this easily for the slightest of reasons? Have you never killed a person before?" Arthur was surprised. "I did, many times, but all for a valid reason." The knight said with disgust. "But you treat people as your belongings, and you break them as you wish. Do you know what kind of attack the noble used?" Arthur smiled at her words, and the knight was taken aback. She shook her head, and Arthur sighed. "It was a corrupt attack, as you guys call it." "Do you mean that noble was a foul being?" The knight grew hesitant. "Oh no, he was a human," Arthur corrected. "However, he's someone who collided with the corrupt beings before, hence his weapon. That doesn't mean he's with them just because he used a weapon that—" "I don't care." Arthur spat. "He wanted to harm my friend and had dealings with evil beings. That's all I needed to know to judge him as unworthy of living." "Who are you to judge such things?" The knight stopped walking and turned to face him. "Do you think of yourself as a god who can judge humans? If I don't judge them, who would?" Arthur's face was cold. "It's my task to take care of those who sold their souls." Chapter 327, A New Smithy. "Why did you let them capture you?" Dia said to Arthur as he gazed at her silently. He was in a cell, but it looked no different than a fancy room with iron bars. He sat there under Solomon's arrest. What other outcomes would there be? "I killed a noble," Arthur answered. "To fight off against the whole kingdom is unwise." "Then why did you kill him, to begin with?" Dia asked with a frown. "I know you're not the type of person to harm yourself for the sake of others. It's repayment for being there for me. I'll be there for you when you need me to, that's all. Can I ask you something?" Arthur's eyelids dropped. "Do you think I'm too arrogant and heartless?" he asked, trying to gain insight. The words that the Knight of Courage said left Arthur in a moral dilemma. "You think you're a god capable of judging people's sins?" She walked over to him and glared at him in the eyes. "But you're just another powerful human with delusions of grandeur. Someday, you'll be fall from grace, and no one will be there for you." "You're complex." Dia raised her hand, and Arthur looked up. She looked at her fingers rub against each other. "You are kind but sometimes heartless." "It doesn't matter what I think, for there is no truth other than the one you believe in." "I believe that some people deserve to die," Arthur said with a sigh. "But who am I to judge who does and who does not? What other choice do you have but to judge?" Dia shrugged. "If you let everyone walk away, you'll be trapped in a web of enemies. If you kill everyone, you'll be no different than a monster." "I'm feared by those I wish to protect," Arthur laughed as he remembered the City of Shades. "No matter what I do, people will find a way to shun me away. At first, I was a Vernice, then a slave, then a Psyche, then a Laureus, and then—" Arthur paused. "A delusional of grandeur. The path you'll walk will be a lonely one," Dia said as if trying to appease him in a twisted way. "But it's the right path." Arthur wanted to say that no one knew if that was true, but he didn't want to throw his frustrations on her. His powers fluctuated as they entered her core and dissolved the bestial order. "This is Dia looked at him with shock. Did you remove the order? There's no need for it anymore. Arthur smiled. I believe in you. An unwise decision. I know that better than anyone, Arthur said in self-ridicule. To trust others gives them the ability to hurt you. Then, why? Dia squinted her eyes at him, the memory of her mother with that man resurfacing in her mind. Even if I get hurt, I want to trust someone, anyone. I want to leave this prison that I've created. My Psycha. Gala wiped away her fake tears as she walked into the cell. What have they done to you? Bold of you to say that after leaving Dia and me alone, Arthur smirked. What are your goals now? Goals, me. Gala looked offended. Did I know that you'll something drastic based on your emotional state? Impossible. You knew I was going to kill someone. Arthur sighed and looked defeated. How? The hatred, Psycha. I lived long enough to know how to feel it. You didn't kill that nobleman to protect Dia or because you hated him, but there was something else. Gala grinned. Something else controlling you. Arthur frowned as he looked at the witch. The more he interacted with her, the more he realized she wanted nothing but chaos. Was this the boredom of 1,000 years of waiting speaking? Don't look at me like that. Here, I brought what you asked for. Gala gestured, and Gruin walked into the cell. He looked frightened of meeting him after what Arthur did to the noble. Fear not, Arthur smiled. I only kill those I don't like. Despite saying this, the dwarf looked even more frightened. Arthur laughed and gestured in front of him. Several plates appeared in front of the two, and the aroma spread in the cell, making them drool. Sell these in the city and use the money to buy a smithy. Arthur smiled. It's time to make you a tycoon. But Psycha, he still can't forge weapons well. Gala shook her head. Even he admits that he's incapable of making good weapons. Because this fool is in love. Arthur rolled his eyes. Everything he thinks about involves the Duke's daughter. He probably keeps imagining creating her jewelry as he forges. The metal will listen to his wishes, not his hammer. Gala turned with shock to see if it was true. The young dwarf, despite his usual grim expression, coughed in embarrassment. To Arthur's annoyance, Gala gave him a thumbs up. To be so in love that you can't focus is the ideal dream. She said with pride, and Arthur wanted to kick them both out. That's why, Arthur decided to change the topic. We'll have to make him richer than these nobles in 3 days before we leave to the capital. That's impossible. Gruin shook his head. The nobles in this city are richer than the dukes in other places. Let me ask you this, how many artificial artifacts are in this city? And how are they created? There are hundreds, the runes masters create them under King Solomon for the ordinary people to use. They're for advertising for authentic artifacts. Gruin answered. Even if we find a runes master, we won't be able to create more than a few artifacts in a few days. What if we created hundreds? Arthur grinned. Bring me every item you create and every weapon you can buy, non-inscribed ones. Psycha, does that mean that you're a runes master? Gala looked at him with shock. Is there anything you're not? Are you truly a Vernice? Arthur paused. I know a runes master. You underestimate how troublesome it is to inscribe. Gruin shook his head. To inscribe one artifact per day is already the level of geniuses. Surely, not. Arthur frowned. Back on Earth, these artifacts could be created by runes master as long as they had the mastery and materials. Wait, can it be that the timelines are different? Arthur always assumed that he met Solomon in the trial because the place was separate from time and that Solomon already spent 100 years in that space. Does that mean that they were 100 years into the past? Maybe even more because Solomon entering the trial of the Holy Crown can also be a leap in time. It does not matter, Arthur said. Help him, he turned to Gala, and she nodded in understanding. Gala carried the plates and was about to leave when Arthur called from behind her. Don't eat them. Stingy. Gala pouted as she left. Arthur was left alone in the room, and he closed his eyes. The words that Dia said were still fresh in his ears. This path will be a lonely one. Arthur missed Oren and his mom. They loved him no matter what he did. As for Kira, he was currently alone in that trial. The goblins were out there on the world too, were they safe? Their bond still exists, but he only knew that they were alive. Were Jonah and Oliver all right? Was Ray still alive with that devil hunter? Did Miko stay in Girano to prevent Tenera from succeeding? Arthur failed to calm down, and he opened his eyes to find that several hours have passed. He found Gala and Dia standing in front of him. Did you have a nightmare? Gala asked with concern, but Arthur simply shook his head. Did you get the items? We sold the dishes to a popular restaurant at a high price, Gala reported. Using the money, we rented a forge and bought ruthless items from everywhere. Gruin says he'll need a day to create items of his own. Take them out, Arthur said. And leave. Are you sure that you're all right? Gala said as she waved her hand. The weapons filled the cell's floor in front of him. I am. Leave. Arthur caressed the weapons in front of him. The cold metal made him relax. When Gala left, Arthur turned to look at Diameter. I thought you'd flee the moment I lift the bestial order. You know that I wasn't with you because of it, not anymore, Dia said as she looked from beyond the bars. What are you going to do with these items? A miracle. The next day, word got out that a new shop opened. Without even a sign of its name, the forge sold countless offensive and defensive artifacts. The city of contracts turned upside down by the emergence of these artifacts all of a sudden. Chapter 328, Hidden Gems in Frida. What do you wish to call it, Master? Gruin said with reverence. He was sitting on the ground in front of Arthur's cell. Glancing at the dwarf with confusion, Arthur turned to Gala. He's like this after I've given him 100 artificial artifacts. Gala shrugged. He says. He'll follow you unconditionally. Even if he didn't get Amy's favor. Arthur raised a brow, but the dwarf flinched. Arthur smiled. Don't worry. The shop isn't just for your sake. You'll be the manager and the blacksmith of the shop. Did you decide on a name? Gala repeated Gruin's question. Arthur fell into deep thoughts. He smiled in nostalgia as he remembered his shop in Girano. The events which unfolded didn't allow him to expand that shop. Hidden gems. Catchy, Gala nodded. What about the slogan? A hidden gem is better than a flamboyant ore. Arthur recited, and Gruin looked taken aback. He glanced at Gala, who smiled in satisfaction. This will make those nobles fume with anger. Gala showed her canines. As expected of Arsaika, you love chaos just as much as I do. Arthur didn't say anything, but he shook his head at the similarity of the situation he was in at the moment. Between the nobility of his world and this one, there were too many similarities. The system of the elite is corrupted. Arthur watched Gala and Gruin leave the room. As the door opened, he saw Dia standing guard outside. He didn't ask her to do this, but it came out of her violation. I guess not everyone. He still remembers how she went back on their deal once her powers awakened. She tried to reason that she couldn't allow a human by her side with her father and Alva watching her. The past is the past. We are what we choose today. Arthur looked at his remaining arm and then looked at the missing one. He would need to replace his arm eventually. The only question was, with what? He could either have Gruin construct a metallic limb for him to inscribe runes on them. The other option was Gala's idea, to contract a spirit. Both are tempting. Arthur felt like he was choosing an evolutionary pathway, further away from being human. The concept of humanity in his mind was vague, so he didn't care as long as he remained him. That is, given that I'm still me. He looked at his hand. He could still smell the faint traces of blood on it. This arm killed a human being, no matter how rotten he was. Would I have done the same on Earth? He could tell that Alka changed him. It stole away something that made him value human life, even the ones of others. When you dehumanize someone, you'll take away a part of their humanity. They'll never regard human life as valuable once you make them feel like theirs is not. I need to find myself, Arthur clenched his fist. But not now. The current me is the only one capable of surviving in this world. Gruin raced as fast as his short legs could carry him. Today will be the official opening of the shop that will change Contract City forever. Yesterday, he was there when they laid 100 artifacts for selling. Usually, small shops had 5 to 10 artifacts, famous shops had tens, and trading houses were the only ones who had 100. Now, he was the manager and the blacksmith of a new shop, Hidden Gems. This shop that appeared overnight was the talk of the city. The artifacts it offered ranged from elemental offensive artifacts to healing to vegetation. Despite being artificial, the vegetation artifacts sold like hotcakes. Farmers were the biggest buyers once they caught wind of this. Mana was abundant, but it could harm the plants if used directly. The vegetation artifact allowed these farmers to harvest crops faster. If used on a large scale, they would be revolutionary to the whole kingdom. He made sure to report this fact to the Psycha, the Miracleman. He took out artifacts as if they were copper coins and handed them to him with such trust that it burdened Gruin. If he betrays me, I'll kill him. Gruin's body shivered as he passed the alley leading to his shop. He was there to see it, the sight of that man beheading one like you would do to a chicken. Ruthless, terrifying, and cold. Gruin swallowed hard as he imagined himself headless. I will never betray him, he vowed. The Psycha nodded nonchalantly. Today's morning, Gruin went there to get the inscribed items. There were 200 items. Does he have a factory? Gruin sweated as he stopped at the intersection that carriages passed through. He's in prison. What kind of factory does he have? This ability could change the nation. No, it could build nations. You only need greedy citizens and enough artifacts for them to follow you. After all, a vegetation artifact could yield twice the usual crops. The 200 artificial artifacts came in two groups, vegetation artifacts and others. This shop will blow up, Gruin was sure. The Duke of Contracts will never dare belittle him again once he meets him as the manager of Hidden Gems. As he passed the street, he finally saw it. Lady Gala, the biggest supporter of his love, was there in front of the shop. The tiny shop from before turned into a grand mansion overnight. She bought a different place with the money they made. Oh, love-struck birdie. Gala turned at him and smiled. What do you think about our shop? She wore a cloak and a hood, as per the Psycha's instruction. He didn't want anyone to know he was behind this. As for Gruin, he was released from the mansion once they arrested the Psycha. His meetings with the Psycha were thanks to Lady Gala's help. Oh our. His words came out as a stutter, but Gruin was too dazed to notice. With high brick walls and a giant sign that read Hidden Gems, the shop looked grandiose. This was what 100 artifacts could buy overnight. Yes, you are the manager, so act the part. I hired a few helpers to make the sales for you. I think that a master from the Magic Vault will be arriving today. The Magic Vault? Gruin shouted, drawing attention from the passers-by. Why would they be here? He whispered, fear taking hold of his heart. The Magic Vault was an arrogant bunch, Gruin knew that. They were hated by every blacksmith and vendor in the kingdom, as they stole all the resources in the king's name. They also shut down many businesses for marked items. They proposed that these items were taken from the king's vessels or had the mark of a famous rune master. It wasn't unusual that such artificial artifacts were leaked since this business was profitable. The only ones that the vendors can sell were marked for trading or created by rune masters outside the Magic Vault. However, the Magic Vault had every book and technique of inscribing runes, making masters outside of the Magic Vault seem like amateurs. Don't worry. They're here to inspect that the items we're selling aren't stolen. If things get hectic, just tell them that King Solomon created these artifacts. His Majesty. Gruin muttered. That can't be. His Majesty is in Livia. Saying this will have me hanged by noon. They'll see through it. The Psycha instructed as such, so it's up to you to disobey him. Lady Gala shrugged with amusement. Gruin wasn't a fool. He knew that the witch in front of him enjoyed the image the Psycha portrayed of himself. However, it was best not to antagonize such a character. He simply nodded and watched as the witch left. Today will be chaotic. Gruin sighed when a man, taller than him as usual, walked up to him. Manager Gruin. The man wore formal attire, and Gruin was taken aback that he would speak to him. I was hired to work under your supervision. You can call me Ma. Ma. Gruin nodded after composing himself. How are the preparations going? He asked as he walked into the shop. Every case has been arranged, and there's a salesman on every corner, Ma explained. The only missing piece is the items we're selling. Gruen was keen enough to hear the curiosity in Ma's voice. After all, this shop was the talk of every citizen. Gruen nodded and waved his hand. 200 artifacts appeared out of thin air. The Psycha gave him this ring too. Keep the items. Ma's eyes turned wide, but Gruen wasn't afraid of anyone stealing these artifacts. After all, she was watching. Gruen heard stories from the servants of the mansion. The Ice and Fire Princess was said to be the weapon that can change the fate of this war, and she was the guard that the Psycha asked to protect this place. Chapter 329, The Ghost Master. I wish the Psycha could see this, Gruen said with regret. If only he didn't kill that nobleman. He whispered to the door beside him while looking at the artifacts neatly arranged in their cases. That man deserved to die. A voice answered him from behind the door. But yes, I wish he could be here as well. Gruen swallowed as he heard the cold words the young girl said. She was even younger than him, but she acted like a puppet more than anything. The sale will begin in an hour. Put up a sign that anyone who tries to negotiate the price or cause trouble will be frozen. Lady Dia said before disappearing. Ma. Gruen hurried to follow the orders. The human butler rushed forward to answer his command. Prepare a sign that says this. Ma rushed forward to prepare the sign as Gruen walked out of the shop. As their opening approached, the street in front of their shop, he could spot a few well-dressed people, which he assumed were the nobles that the Psycha mentioned. There will be a few people who try to find fault with the shop, don't let them intimidate you. They are nothing but talk. You have me as a backer, so never fear. Gruen guessed these were the nobles that were here to slander their products. As he looked at the bustling street and the waiting farmers, a person approached him from the crowd. Greenhorn. A gruff voice barked from the crowd as an old, short dwarf walked over. Gruen's body stiffened the moment he heard this voice. Old Joe. Gruen frowned as bad memories came upon him. This old bone was someone he knew from their village. Old Joe was also the person who named him Gruen, Greenhorn, because of his lacking crafting skills. What are you doing here? I thought you stayed at the village. Haha, a member from the Magic Vault invited me over to work for them. It happened a short while after that incident where you left the village. Gruen's stomach turned as the old dwarf mentioned that incident. At that time, Gruen had a massive fight with the old dwarf after the latter asked him to work in the mines instead of crafting. From the Magic Vault. Gruen muttered as his heart sank. Are you the inspector of our shop? Our. Old Joe laughed as he caressed his beard. For an apprentice to proclaim this shop as his, I'm guessing their standards are quite low. Insult all you want, but never insult this shop. Gruen glared at the old dwarf. You're still the same, old man. As arrogant as ever. Boy, you better behave. Old Joe glared at him as he made sure to showcase his Magic Vault robes. Otherwise, I'll make sure they kick you out of here. The people around them began noticing the robe of the dwarf, which had a vault drawn on it. Whispers emerged from the crowd. They served to inflate the ego of the dwarf further. As Gruen glared at him, Ma came out with a servant carrying the warning sign. Ma asked him to place the warning sign in front of the shop by the vases. Ah, I guess you are the manager. Old Joe walked toward Ma with a complacent look. Listen here, I'm from the Magic Vault, here to inspect this shop. Fire this apprentice, and I won't make things difficult for you. Ah. Ma looked stupefied by the words of this dwarf, and he turned to look at Gruen with shock. Manager Gruen, what is this gentleman talking about? Ma, Manager Gruen. Old Joe was dumbfounded. Is this a prank? I'll heavily fine your shop if it is. Don't embarrass yourself, Old Joe. Gruen walked over with a smirk. You've chosen the wrong day to try hurting my pride. Today, I'm no greenhorn, but Manager Gruen of Hidden Gems. He said with pride as he walked toward the sign. Listen here, old fart. Gruen pointed at the sign. I'm warning you because we're from the same village. Behave in this shop, or you might lose your life. You dare call me old fart again? Old Joe was shaking with anger. I'll make sure to close this shop down once I find a single marked item. Be sure of that. Be my guest, Gruen waved his hand in dismissal. For now, walk back. We have a shop to open and a city to upturn. Bold words. One of the bystanders clapped his hands. It was an aged man with a monocle. I've only come here because they said a shop sold 100 artifacts in a day. Dear customer, our shop isn't that small anymore, Gruen said with a smile. Today, we'll be selling twice that amount. His words made the crowd explode with disbelieving shouts. People started bidding already, and their voices drowned old Joe's voice. Ignoring him completely, Gruen walked into the shop. Oh, Gruen. This moment is the best in your life. To slap that old dwarf's face like this is a memory to cherish. Many thanks to the heavens, no, to the Psyche. The servants laid the final touches under Gruen's command. A salesperson stood in front of each section, with Gruen standing in the vegetation section himself. I wanted to forge items, but I ended up as a manager. The Psyche said that he'd help me awaken when the time is right. Gruen adjusted his clothing as he waved toward Ma. Allow the customers in. There was no striking opening with important characters or an advertising campaign. Ma pulled a rope, rolling their shop's sign along with the slogan. Two servants opened the double doors and the customers flooded into the shop. There were all kinds of people, and all of them were amazed by the slogan used. Bold words for a new shop. These words are a direct insult. A wise old farmer said. I like their style, bold and confident. A young man beside him said. The two rushed toward the vegetation artifacts straight away. Gruen welcomed them humbly as he took out one of the iron poles with a plate on top. It looked like a giant nail, which was quite bizarre. The Psyche requested him to make these only. Since they were pretty easy to make, Gruen made a template to create them quickly. That's how they got 100 of them now. Please stand back. I'll demonstrate the artifact's function now. We have this small garden over here. Gruen walked toward the small garden that they prepared. The soil has been seeded and watered. All that left was for the Psyche to create another miracle. Gruen stuck the pole to the ground and placed a mana crystal on the plate. The artifact began absorbing the mana and glowing bright green. The green light seeped into the soil, and the seeds started to vegetate under everyone's eyes. It's true. I thought such artifacts only existed as ancient ones. Someone managed to replicate the runes. Another exclaimed. This. Old Joe was among the crowd, and his body shook. Give me one of the artifacts. He demanded. Is this an official inspection? Gruen asked with his hands behind his back. Old Joe glared at him and nodded. I want a verbal confirmation. It is. He spat. Gruen handed him the artifact, and the old dwarf inspected it for the artifacts registered in the magic vault. He had a handbook with all of the marks, but he couldn't match it to any known rune master. It is the work of a new master. Old Joe muttered with shock. The aged man with the monocle peeked from beside him as he asked. What does his mark look like? This question was on everyone's mind. After all, such a capable rune master was worthy of the public's attention. However, old Joe shook his head as he looked at Gruen with a complex gaze. There are none. The people bought all of the artifacts in less than a day, and the shop had to close down. The money they got from these artifacts was enough to rival the fortune of a minor noble. The news shook the kingdom, and the name Hidden Gems knocked on every merchant's door to slap their faces. The amount they sold was enough to quench the market's demands for artificial artifacts, albeit only for a moment. The unique trait of Contract City was its versatile network connecting it to every corner of the world. The moment these artifacts came to the surface, they spread to the surrounding cities and even nations. The magic vault couldn't close down the shop because there were no issues with their work. As for the fact that their rune master didn't have a mark, there were no rules against that. By the time old Joe could report back to the magic vault for guidance, the people have already named the mysterious rune master. What? Arthur blinked his eyes as Gala told him the name they chose. The name the people called him for not inscribing a mark was a nickname he had before. The reason Arthur didn't inscribe any was for the lack of time. After all, he only needed to wave his hand to create an artifact. Because you didn't leave a mark, the people decided to call you the Ghost Master, or Ghost for short. Chapter 330, Night of Nobility. The words Ghost Master and hidden gems spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom. The fact that this master was unknown added to the flames of gossip among the people. As for the vegetation artifacts, a royal decree followed soon after to restrict their transportation to other nations. However, the royal decree was too late, and the other countries got wind of it. Mayhem ensued. With the calamity gates nearby, taking a large portion of their farmlands, the kingdom never had enough crops. Even with the artifacts of His Majesty, the deficit was never sated. Now, more than 100 artifacts appeared in the market. There were bound to be some changes. These artifacts were artificial, but they were enough for small-time farmers. The shocking matter was their quantity. With such a large distribution of artifacts, it was like dividing the resources among different individuals. 10 artificial artifacts were better than one genuine one in the case of mass adoption. The crisis that took place because of the destruction of Shade City was controlled as farmers began turning mana crystals into crops. The City of Shades was responsible for the supply of the crops since the beginning of time. Its destruction made a heavy burden on the kingdom. This reason was one of the few that even now, Arthur was known as Laureus. The decrease in the farmers' workforce of Shade City made the food supply lessens, making the poor go through a period of famine. The City of Contracts expected a calamity as the news of Laureus arriving made its way to their midst. However, the information of the Ghost Master appearing distracted the public. As for the man responsible for the mess, he was sitting leisurely reading a book. Sadly, the peaceful moment he enjoyed was ruined by the glaring of the Knight of Courage. "Are you behind this?" the knight asked him with suspicion. Arthur closed his book and turned to her in puzzlement. "The new shop, Hidden Gems." The knight wasn't fooled easily. "You're the only person who can be behind this." "That's feeble evidence, Courage." Arthur smiled as he placed the book down. "Do you see me as a rune master? If so, where are my inscribing materials?" He waved his hand at the empty cell. "That's true." The knight seemed hesitant. However, she then resolved herself. "The manager of the shop is a dwarf named Gruin. It does ring a bell. However, I'm not sure." Arthur furrowed his brows. "He's the dwarf you kidnapped before releasing." The knight walked closer to the bars, the flames casting her shadow over the walls. "I've looked into him. Before he met you, he was nothing but a bad craftsman. I'm glad that he made it big," Arthur said sincerely. "As you know, I'm known as the Psyche of living beings. I guess people can rub a bit of luck from me." "You don't believe that," the knight scowled. "Another thing, where is the daughter of ice and fire?" The knight scanned the room. "She used to stand here, guarding you like a hawk." "I guess she got sick of me," Arthur shrugged. "Nothing is restraining her anymore from leaving." "What?" The knight looked stupefied. "Are you saying that you've cancelled the bestial order?" "I did," Arthur nodded. "At the time I've used it, I was weak. I had no other choice to survive. If I keep it now, then I'm no different from that noble." "Does that mean you deserve death for casting the bestial order?" The Knight of Courage tried to prove a point. "Maybe I do," Arthur didn't deny it. "I believe that intentions matter, but if I differ with a powerful one who deems me as unworthy of living, then I don't think I'll rely on his morals to live." "You're just like him." The Knight of Courage sighed. "You look at the world as it's cold and lifeless, but there's a reason that feelings exist." Arthur looked at her silently. She sounded like him during the trial, but where did that lead him? What did it make him? Nothing but a fool. "I'm not here to debate philosophy with you." Arthur smiled. "For how long are we staying in this city?" "We're leaving the day after tomorrow at noon." The knight said coldly and turned to leave. "As for whether you're behind hidden gems, the king is to judge." After the Knight of Courage left, Gala walked in alone. The air changed beside her as the young dwarf appeared in front of Arthur. "Welcome back, Gruin." Arthur smiled. "How does it feel to be wealthy?" "Psyche." Gurin fell to his knees. "I've seen wonders big and small, but I've never met someone as capable as you. This little one dares not disrespect you any longer. What's up with him?" Arthur turned to Gala with confusion. It seems he humiliated an old enemy of his, a dwarf from the magic vault. Gala smiled. "Plus, lots and lots of gold." It's not enough yet. Arthur smiled. We might not be able to take down the Duke in 3 days, but giving him a hard time will be a feat to behold. Did you bring the items? Yes, as many as you wanted. Gala took out a ring and threw it to Arthur. Catching it with his spiritual arm, Arthur examined the storage ring. 500 items were inside and 500 cores. There were weapons, jewelry, and everyday items. If they sold these tomorrow, it would be the same as opening the gates of hell. Are we going to sell these during the rest of the week? Gruin stood up, sweating. He couldn't imagine what kind of chaos selling them would bring. Week? You mean day? Come here again tomorrow morning. Arthur said, and the young dwarf fell to his knees. Sika, I know you're a miraculous man, but selling this would make the kingdom intervene. Gruin looked scared. The amount of wealth and reputation we gained is already more than enough, then why? It's to establish an audience to the grand show the day after tomorrow. Arthur grinned. The Duke of Contracts wanted to humiliate me, so it's only kind to repay the debt. What are you planning, Sika? Gala asked with an excited face. Arthur knew that she was always down for chaos. I just think that the kingdom needs to have a different trading hub than this city. Arthur smiled. The two felt shivers run down their spine as they took their leave. Arthur was left alone with the items, and the inscribing began. It took nothing but a moment, and by the time it was morning, he finished storing the artifacts in his storage ring. Arthur looked out of his window, and from this height, he could see the roof of the workshop. Dia was standing on the rooftop and looking his way too. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. It was time to make the Duke regret his actions. The door opened, and Gala walked in. Arthur handed her the storage ring and told her what artifacts it had. The witch was thrilled as she left, skipping steps toward the workshop. You look too ordinary to be glorious. Arthur sat down on the bed when a voice talked to him. He turned to look at the person who arrived to visit him. It was a pale, handsome man in white armor. Maybe I should grow a pair of horns. Arthur held his chin. I'm guessing you're not a fan. Just someone who knows your truth. The handsome man walked closer to the bars. But seeing you here, I guess you know your place. Let me take a guess. Arthur smiled as he stood up, the barrier still isolating him from the world. His Majesty heard about the new shop that appearing in the City of Contracts, where the Sika is, and decided he should send his trustworthy knight of nobility. Haha, the pale man gave a hollow and dry laugh. Indeed so, but you're mistaken about something. The knight walked closer. You're not a Sika, but Laureus. Ah yes, you mentioned that already. Arthur nodded. I guess you're the one who made the people think I'm Laureus. Do I need to? The knight of nobility smiled. You've destroyed half a city, fought a knight order, killed a noble, and got arrested by the royal seal. If anything, you're a lowlife. Does that provocation work? Arthur smiled and shook his head. What are you here for, knight? To execute His Majesty's wishes and kill me? No, I'm just here to meet the person I heard so much about. The knight shook his head. I think you're quite admirable. From a slave and a whore, to a slaver and a terrorist. It's quite the story. Is that what His Majesty thinks as well? Arthur asked blankly. Not at all. The king sees you favorably. He even allowed those two halflings to come along. The knight said with disgust. Oh, knight. Arthur sighed. I hoped you lot would learn the lesson from the previous noble. What? The knight frowned, but it happened instantly. His body levitated against his will as if he was held by the hand of a giant. He rose in the air before being slammed to the ground. Chapter 331, To be a Creator. Arthur slammed the knight's body to the ground, and it caved under the weight of Arthur's spiritual arm. For some reason, the barrier that made him unable to attack others couldn't deflect his spiritual power. I've made myself clear. Arthur walked toward the bars, and they bent open to allow him through. He stood beside the knight of nobility. I don't care about your status or your titles. If you insult those with me, prepare to die. Don't get arrogant. The knight of nobility struck the ground to get up, creating a hole in it. He levitated in the air as he grabbed the hilt of his sword. Blinding light exploded from the knight's arm as the heat rose. Arthur frowned as he felt space compress, and he sidestepped. The sword slash flew past his face and destroyed his cell, room, and tore a large part from the wall. Arthur disappeared from his spot and appeared behind the knight. He struck with an open palm covered in liquid fire. The heat rose further until the curtains caught on fire from the elemental particles. The knight tried to block the attack in time, but he didn't need to in the end. An ice wall appeared in front of Arthur and blocked his attack. The Knight of Courage appeared out of the ice as she glared at Arthur coldly. One more offense, and not even the king will turn against you. Arthur looked at the knight's cold face and knew she was serious. He was once again reminded that he needed to make sure Solomon goes into the trial to survive, so he couldn't afford to antagonize him just yet. His liquid fire disappeared, and Arthur retreated his attack. Arthur flicked the royal seal with his index finger, and it disintegrated to pieces under the shocked eyes of the two knights. His attack destroyed the seal. Have fun explaining that to your king, Arthur said, and left the cell as its walls began to crumble under their weight. He waved his hand over his shoulder, and a cloak appeared to cover him. Arthur threw the hood over his face as he walked out of the mansion, enjoying the fresh air for the first time in 2 days. He walked toward Hidden Gems' workshop with unhurried steps. However, a giant crowd blocked the street leading to the shop. "Brother, what's going on?" Arthur asked a passerby, who was a middle-aged man with his daughter. "Ha! Friend, are you from afar? Or were you living under a rock?" The man laughed. "Well," Arthur thought about it. "You can say that," he said with a smile. "It's the new shop, Hidden Gems. Rumors are that they're going to sell 500 artificial artifacts today, 500 in a single day. Is that a lot?" "Man, what kind of rock were you living under?" The man laughed again. "The city of contracts, known as the trading hub of Frida, only trades 600 artifacts per day. That means this shop will get as much money as the whole city in a single day, in artifacts revenue, of course. It's a wonder that the nobles allowed this to stay," Arthur said, probing. He wanted to see if the people knew something about this. The best that they could do is prevent the shop from obtaining resources. After all, the contract system protects you as long as you register. The contract system. Was the rock you lived in called Alka? The men looked at him with shock. "It's the eyes and ears of the king. As soon as it acknowledges you as a traitor, no harm will befall you in the city. However, you have to turn in a few of your earnings to the kingdom." "I see, thanks, brother. Take this, little girl." Arthur handed the girl a gold coin and slipped into the crowd. "What, hey!" The men called after him, but Arthur was gone. "I guess the items we bought yesterday are the last we can get. I don't think the Duke and the nobles will sit still while we buy so many of them." Arthur reached the shop after pushing his way through the crowd. He had to use his art, submission, subtly so that people would unconsciously make way for him. He could just teleport into the shop, but he wanted to see it for himself. These people came here to get things he created, for items that he gave life to, and to change their lives using these items. He walked into the shop and was surprised at how lively it was. There were ongoing bids for each item sold, no direct sale. Gruin's face was red as he tried to keep things under control. Many salespeople were standing around to either sell artifacts or make sure no one steals. Arthur walked between the crowd and saw each of his artifacts held by the farmers or nobles with reverence. As he enjoyed this feeling, someone walked beside him. "How did you leave the seal?" Dia asked as she tried to keep her face hidden beneath the hood. Arthur smiled as he stood in front of a bidding crowd. 30 gold. One of the bidders shouted. "A guest visited me and broke it," Arthur answered vaguely. Dia turned to him silently, and Arthur could tell she knew what he meant. "Someone attacked you." Arthur was surprised by the edge of her voice, the rage, and the killing intent. With her at the center, the area began to turn frosty under her wrath. "Calm down." Arthur slipped his hand into hers, and the cold disappeared before the customers turned into popsicles. "That's better." He let go of her hand. "Who was it?" "The Knight of Nobility," Arthur answered. "Please don't freeze these people." He hurried to ask of her as he felt the air freeze around her again. "Did you make sure to beat him up?" "I did, but the Knight of Courage intervened to threaten me." Arthur looked at the bidding war with interest as he felt Dia's gaze fall on him. You know that this kingdom isn't as perfect as you thought, so why are you so determined to meet King Solomon? He has what it takes to make a change in the world. He's a true ruler. I think you'd make a better one, Dia said, and Arthur paused. He turned to look at her with confusion. A better what? Ruler. I don't think I'm small enough, or straight and flat, to be a geometry tool. Arthur shrugged. I can help you measure distances, though. Dia looked at him silently, and Arthur grinned. Do you have these jokes memorized or something? I'm flattered that they are good enough for you to think that. Arthur laughed as Gruin sold another artifact. And no, I don't think I fit to be a ruler. You have what it takes. Dia was persistent, and she stepped closer to Arthur. You can be a ruler, I've seen it in you. You've seen power, Arthur said with a light smile. That's the worst quality to look for in a ruler. I've seen compassion, Dia said. But also, determination. That's a nice word for ruthlessness. Arthur walked closer to Gruin, who was shouting with a red face. You forgot one crucial element, I don't want to rule. He stood close to Gruin as Dia stood behind him. He turned to her since he knew she had more to say. Then what do you want to be? She asked him, locking her eyes to his. Arthur knew that his answer would determine whether she followed him or not, but he didn't want to lie. I want to be a creator, whether this means to build a kingdom or to destroy others. Arthur looked at her, and he spotted something behind her. A man didn't look at the artifacts but simply tried to get into the shop. His eyes darted around, and Arthur could see he was sleepless. We'll have to talk later. Arthur walked past Dia as she turned. We have an uninvited guest. Arthur walked behind the men through the shop. The men tried to stay for a bit next to every artifact before changing direction and moving toward Gruin. Arthur stood behind the men as the latter kept looking at Gruin. The man then took out a wrapped item from his jacket and flexed his arm to throw it at Gruin. Whoa there, wait. Arthur grabbed his arm. Let's take this elsewhere. Arthur struck the men with the teleport rune before following after him. The two appeared in an abandoned building at the edge of the city. Wait, what is going? The men screamed, but Arthur closed his mouth as his dagger rested on the man's neck. Shut up, or you'll die, Arthur said lightly, with such ease that it alienated him. What's in the bag? Arthur glanced at the wrapped item that the man held. Suddenly, the man shoved his hand into his pocket and pressed something. The item in his hand was engulfed in flames and exploded. Chapter 332, Thank you. The flames exploded in every direction before they simply stopped moving. Arthur's spiritual powers contained the explosion and made it destroy only the man's arm. Ah! The man screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. Arthur didn't release the explosion from his arm and waited for it to die down. It was a bizarre sight as if the men grew an arm of flames. The men begged for mercy, but Arthur didn't know what to do for him. Please, it hurts. Take it away. Ah. You're the one who detonated himself, man. Arthur felt a headache. What do you think would those people in the shop feel once you pressed the detonator? With Arthur cutting away the oxygen from the explosion, the flames were short-lived. However, all that was left was a mangled arm. If I heal your arm, your pain receptors might regenerate as well. It will be more painful than now, but you have a chance of using it again. This fact was the irony of burns. If they are deep enough, the pain will be less than if they were superficial. As Arthur looked at the man's mangled arm, he didn't think it would be usable for anything more than daily tasks. Please, help me. I have a family to feed. The man begged again, despite Arthur warning him it would hurt. With a sigh, Arthur used his Heal 3 rune using a large amount of mana. The healing began visibly, and the man gritted his teeth in agony. However, he couldn't endure it anymore, and his screams made his voice hoarse. Arthur looked at the man pass out as his arm kept healing. After a while, not even his rune could heal the rest of it. The arm looked scared, and Arthur didn't know usable it could be. As for the broken bones, they mended themselves under his rune. The explosion wasn't to obliterate the people in there, as some of them were awakeners. The target was either Gruin or the farmers. In either case, everyone would be fearful of buying from their shop. Wake up, Arthur whispered, and the man opened his eyes instantly. As soon as he did, he began throwing up. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" The strings of existence tied the men down as Arthur's art of creator took hold of his will. Without resistance or begging, the men confessed. It was a priest from the Skelera faith. Skelera again. Arthur furrowed his brows. That doesn't make sense. Why would they target the shop? "Tell me the priest's name," Arthur commanded again, but the men simply denied knowing. "Where is the shrine, and what did they offer you?" "It's the grand shrine on the east side of the city," the men said before pausing. "They offered me gold. Forget what happened today." Arthur gave him the last command as the men held his head and screamed. The submission art was erasing the man's memories against his will. As he stood up, Arthur threw a few golds next to the men. "He's just a pawn." Arthur knew that truth from the beginning. The only question was, why would Skelera try to sabotage his shop? As Arthur mulled further, he realized it didn't make sense at all. Maybe it doesn't make sense for a reason. Arthur thought as he left the building and walked toward the east side of the city. Whoever planned the attack wouldn't leave a trace so obvious in case we catch the men. Arthur turned around and hid behind a building. He waited for the men to come out and followed him. The men walked absent-mindedly to the lower districts before he went into a shabby old house. Whoever hired this man, he won't like the idea of being ignored by him. Instead of wasting his time waiting, Arthur sat on the roof of a different house and inscribed artifacts for the next day. Just like that, time went by. Arthur was immersed in the process of inscribing the vegetation rune. Every line meant something, and as he kept inscribing, his understanding of what they meant improved. This line is for germination. This one is for the soil's nutrients. As for this one, Arthur paused. Can it be what provides the plant with life force? The line had a few traces of life force in it. A rune has evolved. Vegetation 3. Accelerate the growth of plants and vegetations at minuscule costs of mana. The area of effect is 1 kilometer around the rune. The rune evolved. The notification made Arthur stupefied. He has forgotten about his runes evolving if he used them a lot because it was a time-consuming method compared to studying. As I remember, Gala's tests of the artifacts said that the area of effect was at best 100 meters. 10 times increase in the area of effect. The mana cost was minuscule compared to the low of vegetation 2, which was another improvement in the rune. This would sell like hotcakes. As Arthur was about to inscribe the new rune, a presence appeared nearby. He frowned and kept away the artifact before looking at the newcomer. The stealth rune appeared and hid Arthur under its powers. When he looked over the edge, he saw a shadow creep into the man's window. "What are you going to do?" Arthur used his detect rune and saw clearly how the shadow took the men from his house. The shadow ran toward the west side of the city while carrying the men like a sandbag. Arthur followed after them using his teleport rune. As he kept at it, he arrived at an alley where he looked at the shadow jump over the walls of a mansion. Instead of going into the mansion himself, Arthur created a shadow and sent it in. As he saw his shadow slip into the darkness, he missed Rucky greatly. When the fisher sent him to Alka, Rucky was still with Ray as Arthur instructed her. Unlike the case with Lilo, who was still dormant within Arthur's body, there was no bond connecting Rucky to Arthur other than his authority as her creator. He had no idea where she is, only that she was still out there somewhere. As his mind wandered in thoughts, his shadow reached the room where they kept the poor men. Arthur shared the vision with his shadow to see 3 figures in the room. A noble on his deck, the tied-up poor kidnapped men, and the person who brought him. "Why didn't you accomplish today's mission?" The noble asked the kidnapped men after them and the cloth bag was removed from his head. "Who are you?" the man asked with fear as his whole body shook. "I didn't do anything, please, let me go." "Have you lost your goddamn mind?" The noble banged on the table and roared. "I gave you a task to do today through a priest. Why is that shop still standing?" "I don't know what you mean." "I swear to the scholar god, I never met a priest." The man cried as he urinated himself. "What is wrong with him?" the noble asked his subordinate as he covered his face. "And did his arm always look like this?" "No, he was fine today." The lackey shook his head. "This arm looked healed. Was he caught and released? Did anyone follow you here?" The noble's face turned into a terrifying frown. Take him away and kill him. Call out my carriage. I need to meet the Duke immediately. He commanded, and his subordinate nodded. As he witnessed this, Arthur sighed and shook his head. He deserves to die. Arthur waved his hand and teleported from the alley. He wasn't talking about the poor men, though. As he appeared behind the noble, his dagger shone ominously in the light. Who? The subordinate ran to the aid of his master, but Arthur's dagger slashed the man's neck. Blood flew out like a fountain as the noble's shocked eyes turned lifeless. No. The subordinate rushed forward with killing intent, but Arthur didn't want to waste his time with this guy. Cease breathing. He commanded, and the subordinate fell on the ground while clutching his neck. He turned blue until he moved no longer. Arthur strode toward the man who was crying because of the horror he saw. He crouched in front of him as blood trickled from his chin. I'm sorry that you had to go through all of this just for a few golds. Arthur apologized sincerely. I'll make sure that these nobles won't lay a hand on people like you again. Even though he said this, Arthur saw nothing but fear in the man's eyes. He saw this emotion before in the eyes of Courage when she arrested him for killing the noble. This noble might not be as corrupted as that one, but he was going to kill you. Why should I spare his life when he didn't spare yours? Arthur talked to the poor man, but the man wasn't listening. He's out of it. It's better to make him forget everything that happened today and send him back to his family. Arthur inwardly sighed as he was about to command the men to forget. Thank you. The men muttered to Arthur even though he was still afraid. Arthur paused, and a smile bloomed on his face. You're welcome. Now, forget everything that happened today. Chapter 333, Recreate the Kingdom. The next day, a knock came on Arthur's door as he was inscribing artifacts. He hid the items before opening the door to find the Knight of Courage glaring at him. What's wrong? Arthur asked lightly. Why are you looking at me as if I killed your whole family? The city is on lockdown now. No one can leave or enter. The Knight of Courage said. Thus, our departure was postponed. Did something happen? Arthur feigned shock. A noble was murdered yesterday. It was one of the Duke's followers, so that it could be an assassination for political reasons. Whatever the case is, the Duke is wrathful. The Knight of Courage squinted her eyes. Do you know anything? That's tragic, but why would I know anything about it? Arthur tilted his head. It can't be that you suspect me, right? You do have a history of killing nobles. The knight said as she walked in and closed the door behind her. Whatever you say, it'll be between us two. And His Majesty, Arthur smiled. I know nothing. Your followers' whereabouts are unknown. If the Princess of Ice and Fire leaves the city, then she won't leave because I promised to give her Alva, Arthur said. They're not my followers but companions. Do I need to remind you how this companionship started? The knight frowned. Are you worried about me? I'm worried about the kingdom's safety, she said before changing the topic. If you had anything to do with the murder of this noble, then execution is not unlikely. If you found evidence that I did it, then I'll present my head on a plate of silver, Arthur said as he leaned back in his chair. Is that all? Yes, the knight looked at him silently and turned to leave. However, Arthur called after her. What did you find? What? She turned toward him with confusion. I know that you've looked into the noble I killed, Arthur said with an amused smile. You wanted to unearth the evil deeds I mentioned. The knight was silent before she sighed. You were right. I discovered traces of corruption in his estate. That doesn't mean that you can kill him. What else did you find? Arthur wasn't concerned. The knight glared at him in a fed-up expression. Human trafficking. Demies. Cases of rape. The knight was silent, and the atmosphere grew still. Arthur stood up and walked toward her until he stood close enough to stare her in the eyes. I can see it in your eyes. Arthur smiled. You know that I did the right thing by killing him. You're even glad that he died, relieved, and grateful that I killed him. He deserved to die, but no one made you the judge. The knight didn't back away. There's a law and a king for a reason. Your laws wouldn't have executed a noble. Arthur's smile disappeared. I've read about your kingdom. It's not as peaceful as it seems. King Solomon is a good king, but what about the nobles who remained from the previous system? As powerful as King Solomon is, he can't offend the nobility who hold most of the kingdom's resources. If you know that, then you need to understand the gravity of your actions. I do understand them, but do I care? Arthur shook his head. Things might sprawl into chaos, and a civil war isn't unlikely, but your peace is a bloody one. And this blood belongs to no one other than the people that you swore to serve. I know, the knight tightened her fist. I know that better than anyone, but what do you want me to do? She said, almost shouting it. There's no right choice here. There never was. Whatever you do, there will be blood. There is a way. Arthur's smile returned. Help me as I aid your king to recreate this kingdom from scratch. For the resources, I'll help you get them. For the coins, I'll provide them. It's time to clean up this kingdom. I understand your sentiment, Duke of Contracts. The Knight of Nobility nodded in understanding as he sipped on his tea. That man is nothing less than an untamed beast. Indeed so, he's not only unrestrained but also vicious. I hope you share these facts with His Majesty. The Duke of Contracts nodded as he traced the scar on his face. Please make sure to send my regards to the Ancient One. I will, the Knight of Nobility gave a thin smile, knowing full well what the Duke meant. Where are they? I summoned them, so they should be here at any moment. The Duke said with a frown. Impudent peasants. One of the gathered nobles spat. No need to get angry. That gardener won't be this disrespectful in the royal court. The Knight of Nobility said with a smile. It was then that the door opened, and the three guests entered along with the Knight of Courage. The knight turned to look at the psyche that he was here to pick up. The man looked different than before, as he had changed his clothing into formal attire. His left arm was nothing but an empty sleeve, but it only served to make him look more threatening. The psyche has combed his hair back and tied it into a short ponytail. The average features he had, which the knight found irksome, seemed more prominent now. You seem relaxed for a prisoner, gardener. The Knight of Nobility mocked. He didn't refer to him as the psyche but as his previous status. You seem well for someone who took a beating. The psyche rebuked without a moment's delay, with a tongue more venomous than serpents. As disrespectful as ever. The Duke grabbed the armchair tightly. Are you aware why you are here? He asked with disdain. Naturally. The psyche nodded. You think I killed another one of your nobles? If you can prove it, then I'll gladly accept any sort of punishment. There's no need to prove anything, as the only suspect is you. The Duke said with a smile. Yesterday, you left the mansion and left toward an unknown place. You've escaped from your imprisonment, which was also for the crime of killing a noble. Then, for the lack of other suspects, I'm the culprit. The psyche smirked. Are you all idiots? Your insolence shall be tolerated no longer. The Duke of Contracts waved his hand, and a giant spirit appeared behind him. Arthur looked with interest at the uncommon ability of manifestation. Psyche, please restrain yourself. The Knight of Courage turned to look at him with a frown. How about they restrain their idiocy? The psyche said nonchalantly. I won't admit to anything. You. As the Duke pointed his finger at him, the doors suddenly opened as a servant rushed in. Speak. The Duke commanded. Sir, I think it's best if I inform you in private. The servant said with labored breathing. I think not. The Knight of Courage glared at the servant. He shivered under her icy glare and revealed what he had. The new shop, Hidden Gems, is selling a new artifact. How is that of importance? The Duke waved his hand. If there's nothing else, he was about to dismiss the servant, but the latter continued talking. The artifact is an improved version of the vegetation artifact. The servant said before he was punished. The news made the hall turn chaotic, and even the Knight of Nobility stood up from his seat. What kind of improvement? The Duke asked with gritted teeth. 5 times the area of effect for 1/5 of the previous mana consumption. The servant said, and this time, every noble stood up from his seat. 5 times. 1/5. The Duke's body shook. This can't be. Impossible. I fear this matter has turned grave enough for the kingdom to intervene. The knight of nobility stood up with a frown. As for your matter, we'll discuss it in the royal court. Whatever you say. The Psyche grinned. It happened in a few moments. The duke and the nobles, along with the knights, all rushed toward Hidden Gems shop. It was unprecedented for guests of this level to visit the shop personally, but the new artifact was this important. The guards made way as the Duke of Contracts arrived on the scene. The farmers looked at him with both fear and a bit of resentment. They were the ones who would benefit the most from such an artifact, but there was nothing they could do against the nobles. Why did you want to come here too? The Knight of Courage turned toward the Psyche, who looked at the shop with a grin. I'm interested in this shop. The Psyche said without hiding it. If there's a way to accomplish what we have discussed earlier, this is a good start for it. It's the opposite. The Knight shook her head. The Rune Master, Ghost, must have foreseen this. The Duke of Contracts will be the one to outbid everyone and obtain the artifact. Is that so? The Psyche said without looking worried. The Knight of Courage squinted her eyes at him, wondering what kind of scheme he was up to now. Chapter 334, Bidding War. The group walked into Hidden Gems, which have expanded further and redecorated. As if it was a growing creature, the shop looked different with each passing day. The buildings around it were bought as well by the unimaginable wealth obtained the day before. The walls which separated the buildings were torn down, creating a grand building that rivaled the size of the Duke's mansion. The building was divided into 3 layers. The first was the touring area, where the customers can see the effects of the artifacts themselves. The artifacts ranged from offensive to support to daily, but they were all artificial artifacts. The second layer was the selling stands, where the customers can buy the common artifacts. The gold would then be taken and handed over to the manager, who would deposit it into a safe. The third layer was the auction house, where the most demanded artifacts were auctioned to the public. The artifacts included, but not exclusive to, the vegetation artifacts. Because of the lands taken over by the calamities, the fertile land was minimal, and even then, the soil wasn't that rich to supply the need of the kingdom. A fire sword could kill a monster, but a vegetation artifact could feed 100 people. That's why it was currently the most demanded artifact and why the auction house was getting ready to sell it at noon. As the group walked through the first 2 layers, the people took notice of the newcomers. It's the Duke of Contracts, the Lord of Merchants. I've heard that he always obtains what he desires because there's nothing that he can't offer in return. He's one of the wealthiest people in the world. Do you think he'd give us a few golds if we begged him nicely? The whispers made the Duke straighten his back as pride leaked out of his nostrils. The Knight of Nobility sang to the Duke's tones and began flattering him. You are as respected as ever, Duke of Contracts. Unlike others, who only know how to talk, your ability and wealth are acknowledged by everyone. Haha, you flatter me, noble one. The Duke laughed as he glanced at Arthur and Rest. Today will be a good lesson to make those people know the difference between heavens and earth. What is this, cringe drama? Their disdain toward him amused Arthur. The difference between Alka's and Earth's social norms presented itself in front of Arthur again. The group reached the auction hall, where preparations were underway, and guests were filling the seats as others were reading the auction's items. Improved vegetation artifact, blessed spirit. 5 times the area of the regular vegetation artifacts for 1/5 the mana cost. In a sizable prominent sign, this shocking announcement made everyone who read it gasp. A few blessed spirit artifacts could supply a whole city, making anyone who buys it one of the agricultural forerunners and a significant asset to the kingdom. The nobles who gathered here had their eyes turn into gold coins, but the existence of the Duke of Contracts crushed their hopes. This duke might not be the strongest, but he was undoubtedly the richest. Welcome, honored guests. Ma took the stage and bowed as the Duke and co entered the auction hall. We've prepared private booths for our esteemed guests. Please enjoy yourself as we prepare the items. Quite hospitable. I guess this Rune Master knows respect, a lesson to some. The Knight of Nobility laughed as he left with the Duke. Don't let them provoke you. The Knight of Courage stood by his side. Arthur turned to her in a speechless manner. What? Don't tell me you're planning something. I'm just wondering if every noble is this childish. Arthur laughed as he chose a booth and sat down with the others. Most of them are, Dia said with a cold expression. They would make for a good frozen snack. We're not cannibals, Arthur shook his head. And we're not humans, Gala said as she licked her lips. Arthur and the Knight of Courage turned to look at them with suspicion. Don't worry. I don't eat trash. Dia shook her head, and Arthur clapped in applaud. This is what I am talking about. Those remarks from before were difficult to watch. Arthur said to the Knight of Courage, and she simply sighed. What do you plan to do? The artifact will land in the Duke's hands at this rate. The Knight of Courage said. This will only give more power to the nobles compared to the kingdom. I hope you don't plan on snatching it. Snatching? How low do you think of me? Arthur shook his head, but the knight simply stared at him. Ah, that low. A grin bloomed on his face. I'm planning to buy it. That is, delusional. The knight's eyes turned round. I thought that I made it clear. The Duke's wealth is unimaginable. Well, that can be true. The Duke's assets and business can make up for a large sum. However, how many coins do you think he has on him? 1,000. 5. 20. The Knight of Courage looked at him with furrowed brows. A bell rang from the stage as the doors to the auction were closed. Then, with slow and measured steps, Ma took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of your favorite rising shop, Hiding Gems. Ma clapped his hands, and the curtains unfolded to reveal sets of artifacts. Today, we'll be presenting our new artifact, Blessed Spirit. Please make sure to save some money until the end to get your hands on the miracle item. Oh, he's quite good. Arthur was surprised. He was hesitant about letting Gruin do the auction, so he chose Ma, a worker that Gala found. He didn't know how she did it, but it seemed she had an eye for picking people well. As the auction began, the artifacts began to roll out. Buyers, each with their own needs, sold different artifacts. Some of them only bought the artifact because it was the work of a rising rune master, seeing collectible value. The higher-ranking nobles stayed put as if buying from a competitor was beneath them. Arthur inwardly snickered at their hypocrisy as he knew that they took his artifacts to replicate them. He didn't care, as it took years for rune masters from Earth to replicate genuine artifacts, not to mention artificial ones. So even though it should be more straightforward, it was a lot more difficult for rune master. As an analogy, it was like reading a summary of the research and trying to replicate it. Genuine artifacts were the research, with each corner of it giving raw data for rune masters, while artificial ones were the mundane replication that allowed for mass adoption. Good luck trying to replicate. By the time that happens, I'll be back to Earth. Arthur smiled as the auction reached the last bit, the Blessed Spirit artifact. Ladies and gentlemen. The moment has finally arrived, the miracle artifact. Ma waved his hand, and a servant took off the curtains from the artifact. Gasps leaked from the crowd as the artifact was revealed. It looked like a pot lined with gems and covered in gold. Ma took out a mana crystal and placed it in the pot before placing it on the table. Please look at the planters in front of you. Ma waved his hand and activated the artifact. Light shone from the pot, and it leaked to cover the auction life with a rich life force. Everyone looked at the planters in front of them and witnessed how the seeds in the soil began to sprout and grow. Brilliant. The effect reached this spot. A farmer shouted from the end of the hall as he stood up. Everyone turned to look at him with a shocked expression. Ma gave a sly smile and rushed to strike while the iron was hot. Ladies and gentlemen. The rune master, Ghost, declared that this would be the only blessed spirit sold today. He does not know if there will ever be a second one, as such a miraculous artifact is difficult to inscribe. What? A one-in-a-lifetime item. Whoever gets this will be the sole agricultural overlord for years. Another farmer stood up with excitement. I never said that. Arthur blinked at Ma, who was getting more zealous by the moment. The words he said made the hall buzz with activity, indeed a feat of a sly salesman. This guy. I'm taking him with me. Arthur decided. The bidding starts at 1,000 gold coins. After that, every bid placed cannot be less than 50 gold. Ma declared, and the mayhem ensued. 1050. 1,100. Bids began to roll out from nobles of other cities. The nobles of Contract City glared at the nobles who were trying to steal this artifact. However, they waited for the bid of the Duke, eager to see it crush their hopes. 1,500. The price kept getting higher. 1,600, 1,800, 2,000. It showed no stop until the Duke made his bid. 3,000 golds. The Duke's voice was stoic, but it rang loud and clear. The hall was momentarily silent as everyone began to whisper among them. Paying thrice the original price, the Duke showed off his wealth to everyone. As everyone thought that no one would dare bid any more, a voice broke the silence. 4,000 golds. Chapter 335, Gift to the People. If Arthur flicked a pin to land on the wooden floor of the auction house, he would hear its sound. That's how silent it was in the auction house after Arthur made his bid. 4,000. The Knight of Courage muttered from beside him. 4,000 was no small sum, as it could arm a platoon of knights from head to toe. Our highest bid so far, 4,000. Ma snapped out of his daze and gestured toward Arthur. Goes once, twice, are there no other bidders? Halt. The shout made Ma flinch, and he ceased talking. The Knight of Nobility rose in the air from the booth and looked at Arthur with disdain. You can only bid what you have. Alrighty, Arthur nodded and threw a ring toward the stage. It landed right in front of Ma's feet. The servant was confused until Arthur nodded at him. Check it out. Very well. Ma grabbed the ring and checked what it stored before his eyes went wide and nodded toward Arthur. It is indeed 4,000 golds. Heard that, dumbass. Arthur turned to the Knight of Nobility, who was glaring at him. Not everyone is as broke as you are. Arthur wasn't the type of person to judge a person by his wealth, but his character. Since these people were rotten and judged others using wealth, he would gladly make them drink their own medicine. You must have stolen it. The Knight of Nobility glared at him, trying to save his face. This needs to be investigated first, You are going to shut up. Arthur tapped the table. And sit down so that we can continue with the auction. Unless you don't have the money. Whispers rang among the crowd as the guests tried to figure out the identity of the man challenging the knight. However, all they could make out of his side profile was the missing arm he had. Can it be that this man is the rumored guest of the king, the Psycha? I heard he was called Laureus. I never thought I would see him in the flesh. Another whispered. The crowd grew noisy as the Knight of Nobility glared at him with venom-spewing eyes. A servant ran up the stage and whispered something into Ma's ear. Ma nodded and cleared his throat, making the crowd's attention shift toward him. The Ghost Rune Master instructed that if the knight wishes to disturb the auction further, then he will be asked to leave. The words made the crowd gasp as the knight's body shook. He grabbed his sword in a fit of rage, but the Duke beside him grabbed his arm. Such a meager amount of gold doesn't mean anything. The Duke said with a confident face. I will handle it for you, noble one. You shouldn't bother with this man, your grace. The Knight of Nobility found a way to save face through the Duke's words, and he jumped on it immediately. But for the sake of the kingdom and its people, I'll let you teach him a lesson. Thank you. The Duke said with a smile, and they sat back down. As soon as they did, the Duke placed another bid. 5,000 golds. Ma sent the ring Arthur threw back toward him through a servant, and the bidding continued. He looked at Arthur to see if there were more bids, and the latter gave a thin smile. 6. Arthur said a single word, and it sank into the air like a pebble into a lake. The atmosphere grew suffocating as the Duke frowned and placed his bid. 7,000. His voice held a threatening tone to it as if commanding Arthur to back off. However, before he finished the word 1,000, Arthur's bid arrived. 8. 9,000 go. 10. Heavens. The Knight of Courage slumped back in her chair with a defeated expression. Are you mad? You can never outbid the Duke. Watch me. Arthur smiled. 11. Arthur made his bid, and Dia snorted. He turned to her with confusion, and Gala laughed out loud. Customer, there's no need to raise it further. Ma wiped the sweat off his forehead with a wary smile. Your last bid is still the highest. Oh, Arthur turned toward the Duke of Contracts. What, are you done? The Duke's face was a sight to behold. It turned from red to purple until Arthur could see a dark cloud above his head. Bastard, you dare disrespect his grace. One of the nobles jumped forward to defend the Duke's honor. When Arthur looked his way, the noble seemed to remember what happened before, and he shrank before his legs failed him, sitting back. "I'm sorry, everyone." Arthur turned toward the farmers and the other guests. "I got too absorbed into bidding that I forgot my manners. I'll treat everyone to some refreshments." He gestured toward a staff member and gave him several golds. Under the surprised eyes of the crowd, the staff brought out different delicacies and beverages for them. "You have a way with people." Gala smiled as she saw the crowd's impression of Arthur improve. "The key is respect." Arthur smiled, but the three of them looked at him with a speechless expression. "To those who deserve it, of course." Arthur coughed. 12,000. The Duke roared in a rageful manner and increased the price by 2,000 instead of repeating Arthur's bid. "We're adding 2,000 at a time now." "Great." 14. Arthur said with a grin that made the Duke's face crumble further. 16. The Duke shouted through gritted teeth. "Why are you holding back?" Arthur smiled. 20,000 golds. "This is insane." A merchant stood up excitedly. 20,000. "How can he have so much money?" A noble from another country said with shock. "Is he another Duke of Contracts?" Outrageous. The Duke stood up with rage. 25,000. He slammed his hand on the table, and a box of gold appeared. "Oh, is this his limit?" Arthur raised his brow. "I guess it's time to make him suffer a loss." He smiled but didn't outbid him. 25 going once. Ma shouted, and the people waited for Arthur to make another bid, but he didn't do such a thing. Arthur sat back leisurely, and the Duke sensed something was amiss. 25 going twice. They thought they would hear it now, but they didn't hear anything. Arthur was still silent, even enjoying some of the fruit on his table. 25 going thrice. Sold to the Duke of Contracts. The hall was silent, and everyone was shocked. After a while, clapping arrived in a dispersed manner. The Duke smirked at Arthur and waved his sleeve. "Is this all you have?" The Duke said in mockery. "A meager sum compared to the well-being of my people." He nobly flicked his sleeve. "Ah, I'm defeated," Arthur said sadly. 25,000, that's a lot, even for the Duke of Contracts. "As I remember, you lent the kingdom 25,000 too." "I did, all for the sake of the people." The Duke smiled, and the people cheered for him with admiration. That's good, that's good. Use the artifact well," Arthur said with a relaxed manner, which made the Duke's brows twitch. A servant came to give the Duke his artifact while taking the box of gold. This box was also a storage artifact, as there was no way to fit 25,000 coins. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, the servant took the box and placed it on the table. Soon, someone came to the stage and stood beside it. It was Manager Gruin. "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen." Gruin bowed slightly. "Thank you for participating in our auction. The Rune Master, Ghost, is grateful that the people appreciate his work. That's why he decided to repay the kingdom and its people." The words made the people confused. Gruin waved his arm, and Ma brought a veiled cart into the stage. He turned to the crowd and continued. "Since the kingdom is struggling to procure the resources to feed the people, the Rune Master would like to gift 10 blessed spirits to the kingdom." The words of Gruin made the crowd gasp. Arthur smiled as he looked at the Duke of Contract's face grow pale. However, there was still more. The Rune Master was looking for someone to monitor the use of these artifacts. The chosen person needs to be a friend of the people and an outsider of the kingdom's politics. Thus, he opted to choose someone with these qualities. Gruin waved his hand and revealed the 10 blessed spirits, all lined next to each other, sparkling in the light. "As the spokesman of the Rune Master, I present these artifacts to the Psyche of living beings for safekeeping. I carry the Rune Master's wishes for the prosperity of the kingdom under the Psyche's aid." As Gruin finished his words, silence descended on the hall. The farmers and guests, including merchants and the ordinary people, were shocked at first before the cheering tore through the silence. Chapter 336, 10th City. Me. Arthur blinked his eyes with surprise. Gruin nodded, making Arthur stand up and walk toward the stage. "I'm not sure if I'm truly worthy, but I'll make sure to keep these artifacts in safe hands. Every city will be getting its share from them." His words were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the hall. The applause rang louder until the Knight of Nobility obstructed Arthur's way toward the stage. You were bidding for this item a few moments ago, and you get 10 now. The Runemaster's gift to the people is appreciated, but I feel like it's a bit unfair toward the Duke. As the kingdom is already indebted toward him, I think granting him the rights for safekeeping is better than giving it to an outsider. You talk a lot, but I fear that your intentions are flawed. Gala stood up and walked toward the knight. The Psycha is the best person to hold these artifacts because he goes by another name. I'm sure that everyone here is aware. What name is that? Some of the merchants and nobles from other kingdoms were confused, as the rumors didn't spread that far yet. However, for the people of Frida, they knew of Psycha's saga, although a lot of them considered him to be Lorius, the gardener. That's true. This reason is why His Majesty invited him. No better person could safekeep the artifacts. As you heard, Knight of Nobility, our Psycha is the best person who can handle the artifacts. Who knows, maybe they'll grow stronger under his care. That's nonsense. The knight glanced at Gala but didn't look at her directly. As he was about to speak, Arthur whispered to him something. If you want to get beaten in front of these people, try insulting her. He made sure that no one heard his voice other than the Knight of Nobility by using mana. Arthur knew that he was about to bring up the same disgust he showed back in the cell, so he made sure to warn him. The Knight of Nobility paused and didn't dare continue. He coughed and changed the topic. It's still a form of fraud. If Hidden Gems still wishes to proceed with this, I think the Duke would need to enforce some punishment as the Lord. All eyes turned toward the Duke, whose face has recovered. His signature smile returned as he walked confidently toward the stage. It's indeed a form of manipulation, as the value of the artifact also depends on its rarity. If you intend to go on with, I will remove Hidden Gems from Contract City. His words caused ripples among the crowd. Being removed from the trading hub of Frida was a death sentence to a new business. This city enjoyed a statue among the kingdoms of being the center of attention. The attention turned toward Gruin, who was standing on the stage. Arthur also wanted to see how Gruin would act now that his chance has arrived. The dwarf straightened his back with a calm expression. Arthur marveled at his level-headed attitude facing the men who denied him his love and humiliated him. I think you don't remember me, Gruin said with a smile. You summoned me to your mansion a few months ago. It was for my meetings with your daughter and gifting her jewelry, as well as admitting my love. Oh damn, he's doing it. Gala fidgeted beside Arthur, who smiled as he looked at the young dwarf. What is going on? Manager Gruin had a falling with the Duke. The crowd was confused. The Duke's eyes held a hint of recognition and killing intent. Yes, exactly that face. Gruin laughed. You wanted to have me hanged, framing me for theft and fraud, the same thing you're trying to do now. However, Lady Amy pleaded otherwise, and I got to live until now. What is your point, dwarf? The Knight of Nobility said with a frown. It's Manager Gruin. Gruin corrected with a glance. You've looked down on me, Duke of Contract City. The reason being my non-existent wealth, disdain, and your pride as the Lord of Contracts, the wealthiest city in Frida. He's having his moment. Arthur inwardly snickered, feeling a bit proud of Gruin. That's why I'm going to take that away from you. Gruin continued with a smile, his sharp features twisting into a smirk. Hidden Gems will move to Livia starting today. The artifacts sold here will be half the price over there. I invite everyone to visit and look forward to our next step. Next step. The Knight of Nobility squinted his eyes while the Duke was shaking with rage. We have already begun preparations. All that we need now is His Majesty's approval to proceed. The next step will be the 10th city of Frida and the new trading hub, Hidden City. The announcement pulled everyone's hearts until they reached their throats, making them unable to produce a single word. We will share half of the city's earnings with the kingdom to improve the living condition of the citizens. A lot of money will be needed to start. Gruin walked toward the box of gold and picked up a coin. Thank you for your donation. He grinned at the Duke. There was nothing that the Duke or the Knight of Nobility do anymore. The auction hall was almost torn apart by the applause and cheering the guests did. The chaos spread toward the people outside, and the whole city knew what was going on. The news of the 10th city of Frida, Hidden City, shook everyone down to their cores. It was insane. No one can construct a city on a whim or overnight. They were the cumulative efforts of several generations and thousands of people. Now, a new shop declared that they were going to create such a place, solely supplied by a single runemaster, Ghost. After a few minutes of the announcement, flyers descended from the sky. They were an invitation to every capable person to move to Hidden City after it gets built. The first 10 people from each profession will get privileges that made Contract City look like a scam. The news didn't stop at Contract City but spread like wildfire toward every corner of the kingdom in a single day. During that single day, the person who thought of such an idea was sitting leisurely with his companions. Where, exactly, do you plan on getting so many gold coins from? Gala asked with amusement. They were sitting in an inn together with Gruin. Manager Gruin asked to join the Psycha on his travels in front of everyone, giving them the perfect reason to meet. Do you want to steal the royal vault? Arthur asked, and the two flinched. I'm kidding. Arthur laughed. We'll find a way, but it was so satisfying. Seeing the Duke run away. Gala snickered. Well, what else could he do after Gruin's announcement of dethroning him from lordship? I thought he would attack me, Gruin said with a relieved expression. Not in public, and not after declaring that you will share half of the earnings with the kingdom. The king would have turned against the Duke if he did anything to you. Gala explained. Maybe attack you in an ambush, Arthur added. Gruin shivered, but Arthur simply laughed. Don't worry. Since you'll be traveling with me, I'll protect you. However, what about your love? I've sent her a letter to run away with me so that we can build the new city together, Gruin said with a smile. If she wants to accompany us, she'll be coming to Hidden Gems before we depart. Make sure that she disguises herself well. Arthur smiled as he leaned back. You seem to trust the daughter of the Duke. Why so? Gala asked with suspicion. You didn't trust me until we've spent so much time together, but you didn't even meet this one. She pouted. Just a hunch. Arthur smiled, but that was a lie. He tested her before, as soon as he arrived at the mansion. The Knight of Courage was sleeping on his shoulder when the Duke's daughter walked into the library. She begged him to hide Gruin from her father or release him at least so that he wouldn't be harmed. Arthur was suspicious that she was this caring about him, so he used his art to test her. She was also foolishly in love. That's why he was sure that by tomorrow, a princess would slip from the Duke's mansion to run away with the love of her life. How did you manage to make her love you, Gruin? Arthur was curious, as everything about them was different. Oh, I simply confessed straight on, Gruin said with pride. Gala grinned and turned toward Arthur. It's better if you learn from him, Psycha. Otherwise, you'll die alone. She said, trying to create new drama to enjoy. I don't mind, Arthur said and closed his eyes. Chapter 337, Livia. Arthur waved at the Duke of Contracts, who was glaring at him from his mansion's window. They didn't stay at the mansion because the Duke wouldn't let them after yesterday's events, so they had to meet the convoy at the mansion's gates instead. Why did sleeping in the inn feel better than the Duke's house? Gala walked over to stand beside him with a yawn. Maybe he placed a curse on us. Arthur shrugged. To curse a witch? He should be wiser. Dia smiled and shook her head. The Knight of Courage walked over to them wearing her blue armor. The way she looked at Arthur changed after he took hold of 10 blessed spirits. This time, she knew that he had the power to benefit the kingdom. We'll be departing toward the capital immediately. The Knight of Courage said with a smile. The people are gathering in the streets to send you off. I hope no rocks will be involved. Arthur raised his brows. Not this time, no. Since you are the safekeeper of those artifacts, you are the one responsible for feeding them. We'll also use the Knight's barrier to avoid such a thing. I'm relieved then. Protect me well, Knight of Courage. The Knight looked at him with a complex gaze before turning to leave. They were led to their carriage, and their trip toward the capital began. The wheels rolled on the cobblestoned roads, leaving Contract City. As Courage said, the people cheered on the streets as Arthur's carriage passed by them. Glorious yesterday, a Psycha today. Dia looked at the people with a complex gaze. Everyone seeks a better life. Maybe tomorrow I'll be glorious again. So, you plan to enjoy being a Psycha until then? Gala smiled, but Arthur shook his head. The only reason I tried appeasing the people is to make the king agree to build the 10th city, Arthur said while looking out of the windows. Are you after wealth? Dia asked, trying to probe his intentions. No, I'm after the change. I want to change this kingdom as much as I can for the better. Arthur said with a smile. This way, if Solomon truly cares about his people, then he will save the past me even if I send him into the trial. It was a twisted way of thinking, but Arthur believed it was all right as long as everyone wins. Well, everyone except Solomon, because he'll be dying. Arthur and Solomon were like day and night. They might meet, but one's survival means the other's death. If there were a way to save both of them, then Arthur would try doing it. Soon, the carriages of hidden gems joined them. Gruin boarded their carriage, sitting next to Arthur. The three of them looked at the dwarf with expectations. Man, why is your face as blank as ever? Arthur sighed and lightly nudged him. Tell us, what happened? Psycha, when did I get here? Gruin snapped out of his daze and said with surprise. The three looked at each other and snickered. I guess you hired a new staff today. Gala grinned and hugged the dwarf. Congrats, Gruin. Ah, thank you, Lady Gala. Gruin blushed and thanked them with tears in his eyes. If not for you all, I would have never been able to be with her. The Duke will know that she ran away with you as soon as he notices her disappearance. You'll need to work hard to strip him of his wealth. Arthur smiled. And not to mention, we need to awaken your affinity so that you would create items for me. Yes, Psycha. Gruin grinned. I'll follow you forever. Forever, huh? Arthur smiled and didn't reply. My time here is nearing its end. He never thought about what would happen to Gala or Gia once he leaves. Maybe, he simply ignored thinking about it. Unlike what they expected, there was no attack on their convoy or an assassination attempt. The Knight of Nobility and the Knight of Honesty, who joined them later, didn't even try provoking them. Their trip was uneventful, but Arthur enjoyed it immensely. He got to see farms that stretched forever, tried the local delicacies of villages, and saw bizarre creatures that were of the true rank. He got to see the strength of the knights as well firsthand. Thus, Arthur got to get a better measure of the world's strength. The titled knights were all at the early stages of the demi-rank. This level of power was less than he expected because these were the elites of the kingdom. It was as he suspected, the power levels of this world were less than Earth. He had a couple of theories to explain why they were. In the past, or the existence of the Calamity Gates prevented them from getting the resources they needed. Dungeons should be beyond the Calamity Gates, in the lands with powerful monsters. That's where the concentration of mana was the highest. This explains why Jizo wanted Arthur to prevent dungeon exploration. Going beyond the gates would only make it easier for the calamities to descend to Earth in the future. If he prevented exploration of Alka, would the Calamity Gates get breached by the calamities? This question was crucial because that meant he would have to choose between Alka and Earth. At that time, Jizos might not agree with his choice. Livia was in the center of Frida, surrounded by two rivers, allowing the land between them to thrive. Since Contract City was the closest to Livia, the two enjoyed a thriving trade between them. When their carriage caught sight of the rivers, Arthur and Co were amazed by how grand they were. Gruin was the only native of Frida, so he became their guide. The river on the south of Livia is called Lo, and the one north is called Ho, Gruin explained. They originate from the snowy mountains in the east of Frida. East. Doesn't that mean they originate from Alva's northern parts? Arthur was surprised. Yes, but luckily, the people there have a tradition of never interfering with nature. Gruin nodded. Is that true? Arthur turned to Dia, who seemed to be absent-minded. Yes. She answered, her eyes glued to the river. When I lived there with my mother, the people there worshipped the snowy mountains and its blessings. I see, Arthur nodded. Why did you move to Freya then? Because I had Northwest one in that place after my mother was murdered, Dia said it lightly, but the content of her words made everyone's mood dampen. I'm sorry for that, Arthur said, and Dia turned to stare at him silently. She nodded in the end and resumed her staring at the rivers. Their carriage arrived at the outer walls of Livia, where they passed another barrier to protect the city. As they were allowed entry, Arthur saw the farmlands that the rivers fed. They were rich but small. The inner walls of Livia were closer than he thought, and they were allowed entry. Unlike Shade City, their arrival was through a private road for the knights, heading straight to the royal court. In a matter of an hour, Arthur was already leaving his carriage in front of the royal palace. Knights lined each side of the carpet that led to the palace's doors. "Welcome to the royal palace of Livia, Psyche." The Knight of Courage stood in front of him with a smile. "Believe me, you'll regret coming here in a matter of days." "Don't worry, I regret it already." Arthur shrugged. "This place doesn't feel welcoming at all. It was built by the previous king, a testimony of grandiose or whatever." The Knight of Courage shrugged. "I wasn't here at that time, so." "What about the other knights?" Arthur asked as he strode into the palace with the rest following after him. "There are 2 generations of knights at the moment," the Knight of Courage explained as she led them inside. "Knights that King Solomon chose, and knights who remained from the previous king. The Knight of Nobility." "Oh, that position is a bit special." The Knight of Courage smiled. "That title is the only one that is inherited from one knight to the next. As you suspect, they're all from noble families. It's their way to retrain some power in the ranks of knights." "What about you?" "King Solomon chose me." The knight's voice held a bit of nostalgia. "He gave me a purpose to live." "What did you do before that?" Gala asked with curiosity. The Knight of Courage gave a bashful smile as she scratched her nose. "I led a group of bandits." The 4 of them, even Gruin, were speechless. No one would associate this person with bandits, because as far as they could tell, she was the kindest and hard-working of the knights. Enough of that, the knight changed the topic. "It's time that you meet His Majesty." Chapter 338, A Proposal. They were taken directly toward the grand hall of the palace. Arthur could hear the noise inside before he went in, and he knew that the nobles of the kingdom were gathered here. This gathering was also the reason that they stayed that long in Contract City. It was to give enough time for preparations to be made. After all, this was the beginning of a new page in Frida. Nervous. Gala adjusted his collar under Gia's irritated eyes. Arthur was taller than her, so she had to raise her hands to adjust his clothes. "Maybe I should be, but I'm not." Arthur smiled, and Gala nodded with a smile. The Knight of Courage returned after leaving them for a bit and nodded their way. Gruin stood by his side, wearing the robes of a craftsman. The 4 walked into the grand hall together, following the Knight of Courage. The light coming from the windows and washed the hall, making the people inside look holy. As Arthur walked into the hall, he found 12 chairs in a semicircular fashion on each side of the grand throne. A carpet connected the doors to the throne, where a man was sitting with a divine aura. The 4 of them walked side by side, entering the circular space made by the 12 chairs, with the throne in their center. With 6 chairs on each side, King Solomon looked at them with a thin smile. Arthur glanced around the hall, looking at the 12 chairs. The Knight of Courage left their side and sat on a chair that resembled a small throne, with the word Courage engraved above her. "These are the chairs of the knights." Arthur realized as he read the words on each chair. They were in Yalvaran language, so they were easier to read. There were ones that he knew, like courage, honesty, nobility, and loyalty. Then came the titles that he didn't know, like virtue, honor, and kindness. 7 knights. Arthur realized and turned toward the other 5 chairs. They held symbols instead of words: a tree, coins, a sword, a mountain, and a hand. He recognized 2 of the symbols. The tree and the coins belonged to the Duke of Shades and the Duke of Contracts, respectively. If Arthur guessed correctly, these chairs belonged to the dukes. "Greetings, King Solomon." Arthur placed his hand on his heart and bowed slightly. "I'm the Psyche of living beings. It's an honor to meet you finally." Arthur raised his head with a polite smile, and King Solomon returned it. As he looked at the king, Arthur was sure this man was the same he met back in the trial, only a younger version of him. "Welcome, Psyche," King Solomon said with an amused smile, his eyes gleaming with interest. "I must say, for someone who wreaked havoc in my kingdom, the Psyche is a polite man." "Words tend to twist themselves the more they travel," Arthur said with a smile, and the Knight of Nobility snorted. I'm sure that you've heard that I'm the most barbaric, ruthless, and disrespectful man to have ever existed. Not that far from it. King Solomon grinned with interest. But I'm still certain that making a deal with you is in favor of the kingdom. He turned to Jia with a smile. We meet again, Princess. Greetings, Your Majesty. Jia bowed slightly and raised her head. I see that you're still as divine as I first saw you. As flattering as your mother, Solomon said with a grin. I'm saddened by what happened to her. His words sounded sincere. Many thanks for the kind words, Your Majesty. Jia nodded respectfully. Ah, you must be Manager Gruin. King Solomon then turned toward the young dwarf. I heard that you have a proposal for me. Let's discuss that later, as a more important matter awaits us. As you wish, Your Majesty. Gruin nodded. We met before. King Solomon turned to Gala, who looked confused. Have we? You were a traveler at that time, and I was a young boy. King Solomon said in nostalgia. You look the same as 20 years ago. Well, that's thanks to our Saika. Gala smiled. I hope I didn't steal anything at that time. You did, Solomon laughed, his voice radiating nostalgia. However, you stole from a neighbor I hated, so it's fine. Is he truly a king? Arthur wondered to himself as the men in front of him laughed lightly. He greeted every one of them before turning back to him with a smile. I would love to discuss the terms of your service, but I think you have something that belongs to me. King Solomon turned toward Arthur, his words shocking the present nobles. Does the king intend to take hold of blessed spirits? As he should, those artifacts belong to the kingdom. However, whispers spread in the crowd as Arthur stared at the king silently and smiled. He knew what Solomon was referring to, and Arthur had no problem returning it. Arthur walked over toward one of the chairs as an item appeared in his hand. He raised the medal, which began to shine and pulse, and presented it toward the seat of loyalty. The Medal of Loyalty. The Knight of Courage stood up from her seat like the rest of the knights. The Medal of Loyalty left Arthur's hand and floated toward the chair as the pulsing grew stronger. A powerful artifact. Arthur looked at the seat of loyalty with surprise. He could feel an astonishing amount of mana from within it. However, it only resonated with the medal and nothing else. Thank you, Saika. King Solomon looked at the seat with regret. I never thought he would die this soon. I met him in a faraway place. Arthur turned toward the king, confused. Can I ask why was he there, alone and powerless? Such a thing shouldn't be. The man sitting on the chair next to Solomon, which had a hand symbol, said with a frown. King Solomon, however, raised his hand to cut him off. He deserves to know. King Solomon interjected. But that's a matter for another day. Is that all right, Saika? Arthur nodded, confused as to why it couldn't be now. However, he could guess that the Knight of Loyalty's matter was something controversial, as most nobles held hateful expressions on their faces. Thank you. Solomon smiled and nodded. Do you wish to be the next Knight of Loyalty, Saika? He asked, shocking everyone, but Arthur shook his head. I would have to decline. Arthur shook his head. Why would he act as a guard and protect Solomon if he was here to make sure he was dead? That's a pity, Solomon said, but he was still smiling. Then, what is it that you desire? The exchange made everyone speechless. A position of a titled knight equaled those of a duke, but they had different responsibilities. In a matter of seconds, an offer was raised and turned down. I want to be your advisor, Arthur said lightly. I have many ideas to help change this kingdom and aid you, so that's what I want to do. I also want to build the 10th city, Hidden City, alongside Manager Gruin. Impudent. The Knight of Nobility interrupted. Do you think that the services you offer are worthy of such a position? Are you saying that King needs an advisor? Indeed, Saika. King Solomon nodded. You would have to prove yourself first. That's why I'm going to accept only a request out of the two. Build Hidden City, and if you succeed, I'll appoint you as my advisor. Your Majesty. The men sitting beside the king stood up. Isn't this one of my responsibilities as the hand of the king? There won't be any interference. Solomon shook his head. I'll have him as my assistant if he does succeed. Can I know what do you mean by success in this case? Arthur asked with furrowed brows. Let's see, the Duke of Contracts isn't here, but I believe Manager Gruin declared that Hidden City would be the trading hub of the kingdom. Accomplish that in less than 3 months, and I'll allow you to be my advisor. Thank you, Your Majesty, Arthur said with a smile. I also heard that you'd placed a bestial order on the daughter of ice and fire. King Solomon turned to Diameter, is that true? Not anymore. Arthur shook his head. She is acting by her free will, but I have a proposal to make, Arthur said and stepped up. A proposal? Solomon raised his brows. Alva can't be ruled by a human king, not at the moment, at least. The war is a bloody one, but we can weaken the morale of the soldiers in Alva, ending it faster. Your suggestion being? Lady Dia will be participating in the war, and we will spread words that she is here to save Alva from the unjust king with your help. Once that happens, she can become the Queen of Alva, and the 2 kingdoms will be united. Arthur said his words, but the impact they left on the hall was nothing less than devastating. The concepts he proposed would change the course of the war and decrease the amount of power Frida held over Alva if they did win. Chapter 339, Son of a Halfling. This man is working for the slaving kingdom. The Knight of Nobility stood up from his seat, gripping the handle of his sword. He's nothing but a spy. Are you sure that I'm the spy? Arthur laughed as his aura exploded, threatening and overbearing. Someone in this court betrayed me and told the Duke of Fire about my location. If things went differently, I would have died there. His rage was suffocating to witness, and the words made the nobles glance at each other. They knew there was a leak of information, but no one dared to light the fuse. I understand your rage. A man, who was closing his eyes since earlier, stood up. His eyes were still closed as he walked toward Arthur and stood in front of him. Yet, this behavior isn't how you're getting your answer. The man was taller than Arthur. No, he was the tallest man in the hall. However, he wasn't lanky but had a body full of muscles. He was sitting under the sword symbol. The man's aura exploded as well and collided with Arthur's aura and pushed it back. As Arthur looked at the man, he was sure of one thing, this man was an Asteranker. Who are you? Arthur looked up at the man, whose expression was stoic. Facing an Asteranker, Arthur showed no fear nor respect. I am the Duke of Battle. The man said with a grin as his eyelids parted open, revealing no pupils but only white. The strongest man in the world. Arthur looked at the man and knew he wasn't bluffing. However, he wasn't going to back away just because this man was stronger than him. Your strength doesn't change the fact that your people betrayed me, Arthur said, and the man nodded. Indeed so. However, His Majesty never denied your request. Restrain your aura until he does. At that time, I'll happily teach you something, strength doesn't care for right or wrong. Calm down, Alcher. King Solomon stood up from his seat and ordered. The Duke of Battle backed away, as did his aura. Arthur's aura also disappeared as King Solomon walked toward him. You're strong, Sika. King Solomon stood in front of Arthur. However, capability and authority reigned supreme in the royal court. Become my advisor, and you can point fingers at that time. Arthur knew this as well. He knew that it was the Knight of Nobility that schemed to kill him but knew that revealing it would be pointless with his current position. Go and build Hidden City. At that time, no one will question your authority or capability. You have until then to succeed. At that time, I'll consider your suggestion about Alva. Arthur nodded. This was his intention exactly. Solomon trying to defy the world was a rumor among the people, but he wanted to confirm it. The only way for him to get close to Solomon and make sure that this king saves him in the past would be to benefit the kingdom. This way, even if Solomon knew of his intentions, he would still save his life. Where can I start? Arthur asked Solomon, and the latter waved his hand, and a giant map appeared behind him. There's only one spot that you can use. It's the best spot for you to build a trading city. King Solomon pointed at the map. But I must warn you, that place is filled with monsters. You'll have to clear them away before building anything. I volunteer to aid the Sika. The Knight of Courage stood up, even though the rest of the knights looked at her hatefully. I can take care of that. As for the 10 blessed spirits, I'll be using them as well. We will sell the crops to the kingdom at half the price. The artifacts belong to the kingdom. The king's hand said with a frown. And cultivating plants need money. Arthur rebuked. Is that all right, your majesty? Yes, that's ideal, Solomon said with a smile. Let's meet again in 3 months. He waved his hands, and the four left the hall. Why didn't you accept my aid? The Knight of Courage followed after them as they left the hall. I need to level up, that's why. I've seen how the nobles look at me. They don't trust me. If you associate yourself with me, you'll end up being shunned as well. You were thinking of my well-being. Sure. Arthur lied. Sika, are you enjoying yourself? Gala said with a smile from the side. No one knows your intentions from building a city. Is it money? Is it authority? Glory? The public good? Fun, that's all, Arthur said and turned toward Diameter. I think you need to train before you rule over Alva. Are you inviting me to come with you? Dia's mouth turned into a smile. I'll follow you as long as you give me Alva in the end. I trust that you will. Many thanks, Arthur said as he went through the corridors. Courage, can you find us a room to plan things in? What kind of planning? The knight asked with curiosity. Building a city, of course. Arthur grinned. Manager Gruin will be needing your help. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, Sika, Gruin said with a smile. The Rune Master instructed that I follow your commands anyway. Many thanks. Arthur smiled. Let's show those nobles how wrong it is to look down on us. It was late at night, and after finishing another meeting to redistribute the lands to the farmers, King Solomon retreated to his quarters. Don't bother me until morning. He instructed the servants before entering his workshop. This was the place where the magic happened. King Solomon sat in front of his bench and took out a purified ore. Let's give the Knights of Flames a new gift. King Solomon smiled and spread his palms toward the ore. Then, like liquid, the ore began changing shape until it became a blade. Solomon then took out another purified ore and created the handle. Now, the final touches. King Solomon leaned back in his chair and raised his right arm. An orb appeared in front of him, where a rune floated inside of it. Inscribe. King Solomon muttered as he poured liquid mana into the sword. The liquid mana seeped in the blade in specific shapes as the rune he had fused with the sword. Just like that, a genuine artifact was created. King Solomon returned his rune to his body and stood up. However, he felt the shadows move behind him. Who is there? King Solomon frowned. The flames flickered as a shadow appeared on the ground. Turning hurriedly, King Solomon found a robed person in front of him. You are. I apologize for visiting you this way. The man took off his hood to reveal the face of someone he must today, the Sika of living beings. His golden eyes studied Solomon with interest. How did you get here, Sika? Solomon asked with suspicion. There were no traces of elemental mana like courage traveled. That's a secret. I know that you'll understand that I can't share my secret, just like how you can't share yours. Your words suggest that there is more to tell. Me. Solomon squinted his eyes at the Sika. You've met Gruin. You must know that he's like us, a Sika. I do, but revealing that to the others will only hinder your progress. King Solomon nodded. Is this why you're here? No, but to tell you that he's the Sika of metals. For some reason, people believe that you are the Sika of metals, although I think you're not. Then what do you think? Even though Solomon's tone was light, his mood was anything but that. If the fact that Gruin was the Sika of metals became known, there would be a lot of problems. The Sika of states is a good name to call it. The Sika smiled at him. You can change the shape of things, not just metals, but that's as far as you can do. Did you come here to tell me this? Solomon found it odd, even though it was true. Since he was little, he could change the shape of things and create items from simple metals. No, but to give you something that I found. The Sika took a crystal out of thin air and handed it toward Solomon. As he laid eyes on it, Solomon knew what it was. A memory fragments. Who does it belong to? Solomon frowned, but the Sika walked over and handed it over to him. A man who I believe to be your father. I found it in Alva, and the man asked for it to be returned to you, Solomon of Era. You know. King Solomon's calm expression crumbled as he grabbed the crystal. The Psyche of living beings nodded. I know that your father was a halfling. The Psyche revealed. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.